A woman's desperate and shrill cry shattered the silence of the night. No! Help! No, help me! Immediately following was the nauseating, maniacal laughter of several men. All of this was because 3 days ago, the city was hit by a zombie virus outbreak, and everything that humanity was proud of, technology, order, and the military, collapsed instantly in the face of this disaster. But no one could have imagined that in this world full of despair, in a secluded safe house, a gentle and considerate wife, a proud and fiery twin sister, a beautiful and elegant teacher, a sexy and charming female star, and a sweet and lovely young anchorwoman, all these stunning women surrounded a man, vying to please him and catering to his every whim. And I am that man. My name is Zhou Chu. After the virus outbreak that day, I awakened the God-level lottery system. As long as I conquer a beautiful woman, I can get a chance to win a lottery. Food, weapons, superpowers, supplies, anything. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knocking sound startled me. Who is it? I instinctively grabbed the kitchen knife beside my pillow, jumped out of bed, and cautiously walked to the door. In these extraordinary times, one must be careful. Xiao Zhou, it's me. The voice outside the door was very soft. Was it Sister Hong? Sister Hong? It's so late, is there something you need? Sister Hong, whose full name is Lu Hong, is one of our roommates. Xiao Zhou, can I come in and talk? Her voice trembled slightly. I hesitated for a moment, then used my knee to brace the door open and carefully cracked it open a crack. Tonight was the 13th of the lunar calendar, and the moon was big and round. Although there was no electricity, the small living room was still brightly lit. She wore only a white silk slit dress, her bare shoulders and collarbones dazzlingly white. Because of the backlighting, the undulating curves, slender waist, and long, fair legs beneath the gossamer thin dress were all faintly visible. I was taken aback. Her outfit tonight was completely different from her usual attire, which made me glance at her a few more times. Although we all lived together, each room had its own bathroom, and there had never been any awkward situations. Moreover, Lu Hong was always very mindful of propriety. I had almost never seen her wear a nightgown. Tonight, she was not only wearing a nightgown but also light makeup. Prolonged hunger had made her quite thin, making her already large eyes appear even larger, and her pale complexion possessed a sickly beauty. I looked away, made sure no one was behind her, and opened the door a little wider, but still didn't let her in. Sister Hong, it's too late now. Let's talk here. I already had a vague idea why she wanted to see me. Rejected by me, Lu Hong was a little embarrassed and annoyed, her cheeks flushing, but she still said, Xiao Zhou, could you lend me something to eat? My heart sank. Sure enough, they were still here for food. Back then, the zombie outbreak first occurred in S City, while people in other places were just watching the show. I was brainwashed by a pretty live streamer called Little Peach, and impulsively spent over 10,000 yuan on a so-called apocalyptic survival package, which my friends laughed at for days. Looking back now, I'm truly grateful to Little Peach. Without her, I wouldn't have made it this far. If my phone were still working, I'd definitely buy her a huge yacht. And Lu Hong? She only started thinking about looting supplies when the zombie outbreak was out of control. It was too late. At first, although we couldn't go out, supermarkets still delivered goods, which was a bit expensive, but we could manage. However, as the situation worsened, water, electricity, and internet were all cut off, transportation was paralyzed, and deliveries came to a complete standstill. I've actually given her food a few times already. We all live under the same roof, and it's hard to refuse someone who asks for food, especially since she has a child with her. But now, the situation is different. Every bite of food is a matter of life and death. Sister Hong, I really have no food left, I replied as calmly as possible. I've lent you some 3 times already. But when will you ever be able to pay me back? This time, it's really impossible. You'll have to think of another way. I refused firmly. She was indeed a beautiful young woman, but I was starving myself, and I had already done more than enough. I was about to close the door when she suddenly reached out and blocked it. No, she cried out in pain. I was getting annoyed. What are you trying to do? If being gentle doesn't work, you're trying to be forceful? Xiao Zhou, I'm begging you, I can tolerate being hungry, but you can't hold on any longer. She's so young. My heart softened instantly. Yu was her daughter, a spitting image of her, beautiful and well-behaved. She was only 9 years old, had never had a father since she was little, and was usually very sensible, never crying or making a fuss. My grip loosened slightly instinctively. But with the apocalypse upon us, there were too many pitiful people. I couldn't even take care of myself, let alone save others. I hardened my heart again. Why don't you go outside and try your luck? There are zombies everywhere outside. I'm not afraid of dying, I'm afraid of what will happen to you if I die. Her voice grew increasingly choked with sobs. Xiao Zhou, I'm not asking for this for nothing. How about 500 yuan for a pack of instant noodles? 500 yuan for bread and biscuits too, is that all right? I gave a wry smile. Sister Hong, is money still useful now? Her eyes lit up, clearly understanding what I meant. I didn't say, there's no food, but rather, money is useless, implying that it could be exchanged for something else. She immediately took off a bracelet. This, pure gold brought back from abroad by someone, over 40,000 yuan. Can I trade this for some food? Antiques in prosperous times, gold in chaotic times. I still shook my head. Sister Hong, I really don't have any more. She took off another necklace. With a flick of her wrist, the waves swayed again, and the necklace pendant dangled from her cleavage. For a moment, I didn't know where to look. Sister Hong, it really isn't about the money. If I had any, I would definitely share it with you. Seeing that I refused again, she bit her lip, her cheeks turning as red as ripe peaches. She lowered her head and whispered, Xiao Zhou, do you think I am okay with it? Huh! I was stunned, not quite understanding. I'll trade myself for some food. I finally understood. No wonder she was dressed so, specially, tonight, and even wore makeup. I have to admit, she is indeed charming. Having had her child early, she's only 28 or 29, right in the prime of her beauty. In the stillness of the night, I had fantasized about her, but it was just a fantasy. Now she lowered her head, shy and aggrieved, looking utterly endearing, her large breasts bouncing gently in front of her chest, instantly making my mouth go dry. This? I hesitated. Per Yu. Sister Hong is usually nice to me, she always invites me to eat with her when she cooks. After all, this food might not last long. If we can go out and find some new supplies, sharing a little wouldn't be a big deal. Not to mention, I've never even tasted meat. With the apocalypse looming, I might be dead any day now. If I could, well, it wouldn't be a loss before I die. My mind raced, but my body was more honest. My hand had already let go of the doorknob. Oh, it's really pitiful that Yu is hungry. Is she asleep? Yes, she's asleep. As soon as Sister Hong heard this, she immediately squeezed in. As soon as the door closed, the big white rabbit bounced around again. I can only give you 2 packets of instant noodles. Add 2 pieces of bread I had barely finished speaking when she pounced on me, engulfing me in her soft, fragrant embrace. As I lay back down, my first thought was, I didn't perform well. Maybe it was from being hungry for so long, I was a little weak. I clenched my fist in the darkness, and I could almost feel her warmth on my fingers. I couldn't help but chuckle a few times. I gave her 3 packets of instant noodles and 5 packets of small bread rolls, keeping only 1 meal for myself. Ding! Just then, a mechanical sound effect suddenly rang in my mind. Ding! You have performed an intimate action, gaining 1 by 8 chances to draw a prize. A light blue message appeared before my eyes. I sat bolt upright in bed, rubbing my eyes, my face filled with disbelief. I reached out and grabbed at the air, but there was nothing there. The words seemed to have appeared out of thin air. I subconsciously recalled my interaction with Sister Hong just now. Could this be what she meant? But what's with 1 times 8 times? I remember only coming once. Where did this 8 come from? Could it be that Sister Hong came 8 times? I couldn't help but shake my head. This is just too outrageous. Even Japanese adult films aren't this exaggerated, and besides, it only lasts a few minutes. Also, how is the lottery drawn? What can you win? My mind was filled with questions. Just then, the text slowly disappeared, and a light screen appeared in front of me in its place. Host Joe Chu. Constitution 7, Strength 8, Agility 7, Spirit 8, remaining lottery draws 8, lottery items, none. Skills, none. Looking at the straightforward interface, I didn't hesitate and clicked the lottery button at the bottom. Let's try our luck first. The interface immediately changed. A huge disk appeared before me, divided into countless compartments. Bread, pork, rice, purified water, vegetables. Food? Even vegetables? I almost jumped for joy. This is like taking off. From what I've seen so far, those zombies, while scary, aren't very intelligent. They can't even climb stairs. As long as I stay in my room, my safety is basically guaranteed. If I can keep drawing food, someone like me who's always been a homebody might actually survive until the end of the world. I continued browsing. Cold medicine granules, pain relievers, ibuprofen. I could draw all sorts of medicines. In a post-apocalyptic world, medicine is a scarce resource, so every little bit helps. There were also daily necessities such as clothes, blankets, and toilet paper. I glanced around and found that these were all necessities for survival in the apocalypse. And in the center of the disc were the words, Beginner's Prize Disc. Beginner? Could there be intermediate and advanced levels too? Maybe we'll even get airplanes and cannons later on? That would be amazing. But for now, I need to draw something practical. I rubbed my hands together, getting a little impatient. Lottery! Accompanied by exciting music, the disc emitted colorful light and slowly began to rotate. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a stainless steel cleaver. It's sharp and durable. Smashing garlic and cucumbers will be a breeze. Suddenly, a gleaming kitchen knife appeared in my hand. The blade looked incredibly sharp, and when I touched it, my fingers felt a chill. It actually could pull something out. Although the knife wasn't very useful right now, it confirmed the system's existence. Continue. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill Copperhead, Iron Brain. A mysterious message flooded my mind, and a new skill list appeared on the interface. Copperhead, Iron Brain. A skill. I actually drew a skill. I quickly clicked on the skill description. Copperhead and Iron Brain. The whole body or specific parts of the body can be hardened, becoming harder than gold and iron. Hardening of the whole body can last for 3 minutes, while local hardening can last for 10 to 20 minutes depending on the size of the affected area. Hardened body? I immediately became interested. Isn't this the real-life version of the golden bell and iron shirt? In this chaotic world, this kind of life-saving skill is a top-tier divine ability. Whether it's protecting against zombies or people, it can save your life. But just how much of an attack could it defend against? A thought struck me. I tried to harden my left hand, then lightly sliced it with the kitchen knife I'd just drawn. Absolutely nothing. I increased the force and made another cut, still nothing happened. It was amazing. My courage grew. Harden the stomach, I whispered, and suddenly swung the knife down. With a ding, his belly was completely unharmed, not even a white mark. It would be perfect if it could stop a bullet, but that's something I can't test, and I don't want to try it myself with a gun. After playing for a few minutes, my stamina started to drop noticeably, and a wave of exhaustion washed over me, ending the skill's effect. It seems that using skills comes at a cost. It consumes stamina, so you can't just use them randomly. I glanced down, and a thought suddenly popped into my head. If this place could also be hardened, then it would truly be unstoppable. I rested for a while, then got up and wiped my face with a damp towel, forcing myself to calm down. I just drew another prize, and it was a motorcycle helmet. That makes it 8 draws in total, and I've already used 3. Although I've acquired a skill, the remaining 2 items aren't urgently needed right now. The most pressing thing is food. I absolutely need to eat. If I don't draw any food in the next 5 draws, I'll have to risk going out to find some, and if I die halfway there, wouldn't I be voted Funniest host of the year. The number of draws seems to be related to my intimate behavior with Sister Hong. But now that we're out of food, I can't exactly go to her wearing a motorcycle helmet and say, "Let's have some fun." Calm down, I need to calm down. My gaze suddenly fell on a few lines of small print next to the center of the disc. Invest lottery chances, specify lottery category. This function exists? This system is so thoughtful. Without hesitation, I selected the food. The entire grid of the lottery board immediately refreshed with various kinds of food. However, my draw count dropped to 2. Apparently, selecting a category deducts 3 chances. It's not too bad, is it? I rubbed my hands, ready to continue. Lottery! The disc spun. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won a case of Xiangpiopio milk tea. My lips twitched violently. Milk tea is considered food? I got a whole case of milk tea after 4 chances? And this stuff needs to be boiled in hot water. There's no electricity or gas at home right now. Where am I supposed to boil water? This is ridiculous. I stared at the box of 24 cups of milk tea, my face darkening. Only 1 chance left, and I couldn't specify the type anymore. I clasped my hands together, praying to God that this last attempt would be effective. The disc spun rapidly, and I was so nervous I didn't dare open my eyes. When I finally cautiously opened them, the disc was almost stopped. Oh my God! Thermal slippers! As the pointer was about to land on the thermal slippers, my heart sank. It's summer, the house is like a sauna, and you give me thermal slippers? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a box of cereal sandwiches. I almost jumped up. Not slippers, but sandwiches. I've hit the jackpot. This roller coaster of emotions is so exciting. No wonder so many people are obsessed with lotteries and lottery tickets. This feeling is really addictive. I checked, and there are 24 sandwiches in total, each weighing 600 grams. They contain vegetables, meat, and eggs, a balanced diet. If one person eats them slowly, it should last for a month. However, a problem arose. This kind of fresh food needs to be refrigerated, but there's no electricity and it's hot, so it will spoil in a few days. I suddenly remembered that there's an inventory at the bottom of the system interface. I tried putting the sandwiches in, and it worked. Phew, storage problem solved. I tallied up my lottery winnings: a kitchen knife, a copper head and iron brain, skill, a helmet, a box of milk tea, and a box of sandwiches. As long as I use them sparingly, they should last me a month. But what about after that? I originally planned to go out to find something to eat, but now that I have the system, I absolutely won't take that risk. At least, I won't go out until I become stronger. So, I still have to rely on Sister Hong to see if there's any way to get another chance to draw prizes. Various images flashed through my mind. Madam, you don't want your daughter to know, do you? Madam, you don't want your daughter to go hungry, do you? And so on. Also, how exactly are the number of draw attempts calculated? This needs to be carefully investigated. It's crucial to the profits. As I pondered this, I drifted off to sleep. Bang, 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 bang. A series of loud knocks on the door startled me awake. I sat up abruptly and grabbed a kitchen knife. Come out here! Come out here! A man shouted gruffly outside the door. Judging from his voice, it sounded like the landlord, Lu Quan. What's he doing here? I gently opened the door a crack and cautiously peeked out. Sure enough, it was Lu Quan, along with 3 other men. Sister Hong and the young couple next door had already left. I tucked the kitchen knife into my waistband, covered it with my clothes, and followed them out. Lu Quan is a man in his 50s, not very tall, with a dark complexion and a local. For the first 50 years of his life, he was a farmer, making a living by selling vegetables. Then one day, the village was demolished, and his family of 7 received 5 apartments and over 1 million yuan in cash. Now he lives in 3 of the apartments, and rents out the other 2, living off the interest. He's quite well off and can be considered a winner in life. What's wrong, Uncle Lu? Sister Hong asked. I'm taking back the house. You're all moving out today. Lu Quan walked into the living room and pulled up a chair to sit down. Huh! Why? Isn't the contract supposed to expire at the end of the year? Sister Hong asked anxiously. The past is the past, the present is the present, Lu Quan said calmly. Now the country is gone, the government is gone, the old contract is invalid. Don't say I, Uncle Lu, am bullying you. I can refund your rent. How can you do this? We signed a contract. It's so chaotic outside. Where are we going to move to? Yang Li, the girl in the young couple, mustered her courage and spoke up. Lu Quan glared at her. That's your problem. I'm taking possession of the apartment. If you don't want to move, I'll help you move. Sister Hong wanted to salvage the situation, so she quickly smiled apologetically and said, Uncle Lu, we're all acquaintances. Things are so difficult right now, please be kind. Once we get through this, we'll all be grateful to you. A glint of greed flashed in Lu Quan's eyes as he stared at Sister Hong. It's not impossible for you to continue living here, but you have to hand over the food. Give it all to me, and I'll make all the arrangements. We'll be like family, and you can stay in the house as long as you like. Where's the food? We've been starving for 2 days. Yang Li couldn't help but cry out. If we don't have any at home, we'll go out and look. Supermarkets, restaurants, take whatever you want, it's free. Why don't you go out yourself? There are so many zombies outside, going out is just suicide. Lu Quan slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and roared. This won't work, that won't work. Damn it, get the hell out of here. The 3 men behind him stepped forward in unison, their faces filled with menacing glints. So, it all came down to food after all. I reached out and pulled Sister Hong behind me, blocking her way, and said coldly, The contract runs until the end of the year, so we won't be moving before then. The tall man behind Lu Quan grinned maliciously as he approached, carrying a boning knife. His name was Lu Chang, Lu Quan's cousin, and he was in his 40s. We were neighbors before the demolition, and after the demolition, he even specifically chose a house across the street from us. He was the one who came up with the idea of extorting the tenants, and now that I'm resisting, he's the first to jump in. He brandished his knife. Kid, you want to stick your neck out? I smiled coldly. You make it sound so nice, but all you want is food, right? Let me tell you, I'm taking this place, and nobody can stop me. Lu Chang was taken aback by my complete lack of fear. Although it looked like the end of the world outside, the community hadn't completely collapsed yet, and everyone was still hoping for a rescue from the government, the army, and the police. He was only holding the knife to scare people and squeeze some food out of them. He wouldn't actually dare to stab anyone. But he couldn't swallow his pride and back down. His expression changed several times, and suddenly he switched the knife to his left hand, roaring, Damn it, I'll kill you! As he spoke, he swung his fist at me. I didn't dodge or evade. Instead, I met his fist head-on, my forehead colliding with his. Before the zombie outbreak, Lu Chang was just an ordinary person who hadn't practiced any martial arts. This punch didn't seem particularly powerful, but I used real force in it. No matter how hard a fist is, it can't beat my hardened iron head, right? Even a kitchen knife couldn't cut through my skull. With a crack, Lu Chang's hand bone broke. He screamed and stumbled back several steps, collapsing to the ground and rolling around in agony. My hand! My hand is broken! I sneered. You think I'm kidding? You think I'm going to mess around? Seeing Lu Chang get the better of me, the other 2 rushed at me, cursing. I seized the opportunity and threw a punch at the man in front of me. My iron fist swung out like a giant sledgehammer, landing squarely on his body. The man screamed and fell to the ground, tumbling and crawling, breaking several bones. Finally, seeing how powerful my fists were, the man cunningly circled behind me, trying to grab me from behind and throw me to the ground. Without hesitation, I delivered a powerful backward headbutt. Instantly, the man's nose bled profusely, several teeth flew out, and his grip loosened. I turned and kicked him in the groin, sending him sprawling to his knees, howling in pain. In less than 3 minutes, all 3 men were lying on the ground, unable to get up. Lu Quan was terrified. He had thought that we tenants would be the easiest to handle. Sister Hong was a widow and her child, the young couple looked like students, and I looked honest too. But he never expected that I would take down all 3 of them in one fell swoop. He watched me approach step by step, then quickly backed away, stammering. "What are you doing? You want to hit me?" I'm going to call the police." "Don't do anything rash. I have a heart condition. Don't mess with me." I smirked, revealing my gleaming white teeth. "What were you saying just now? In this world, you can be stabbed to death and it's no big deal, right?" I pulled a kitchen knife from my back. No! I was wrong!" My beating really scared them. Even Sister Hong and Yang Li were startled. Was this still the same Cho Chu? One punch after another, he was like a completely different person. Seeing me actually pull out a kitchen knife, Sister Hong's face turned pale with fright. He's not really going to kill someone, is he?" Summoning courage from who knows where, Sister Hong rushed forward and grabbed my arm. "Xiao Zhou! No, don't be impulsive. Murder is punishable by death. It's not worth it for these scoundrels. Don't get agitated." I hesitated for a moment, and the four guys scrambled out the door. I locked the door again. I already knew this was a shared apartment, and the landlord had a key to the door, but I never imagined they'd be so shameless as to start extorting food. Lu Quan and his family are locals. Before, when there were supplies being distributed, they received much more than us outsiders. Now that even they are so short of food, it seems the situation is really worse than I imagined. After locking the door, I noticed that the beating I had just given had not only frightened Lu Chang and his gang, but even Yang Li and Gao Jiahao were standing far away, completely afraid to come near me. Their eyes were filled with undisguised fear, as if I were really going to kill someone. I glanced at them, and neither of them dared to meet my gaze. "Jiahao, bring over a cabinet and barricade the door. From now on, no one is allowed to open the door without my permission." Startled by my mention of his name, Gao Jiahao immediately went to move the cabinet. These are extraordinary times. Having people afraid of me actually saves a lot of trouble. Back in my room, my iron-headed indestructible skills training was finally over. I felt completely exhausted, like I'd just run a kilometer, but still within my limits. I drank some water and ate a sandwich to replenish my energy. The first time I used the skill, the effect far exceeded my expectations. Before mastering this skill, I knew absolutely nothing about combat sports. I had been in a few fights back in school, but I either threw wild punches or rolled and wrestled with people without any strategy whatsoever. But when I fought those three people just now, my movements were extremely precise. Whether it was the control of distance, the timing of my strikes, or the power of my punches, everything was just right, which allowed me to defeat them cleanly and decisively. It seems that mastering the Copperhead and Iron Brain skill has also given me a certain level of combat awareness. I must say, the system is truly amazing. This is just the first point. Secondly, Bronze Head and Iron Brain is not just a defensive skill like Golden Belt Cover or Iron Shirt, as I previously thought. It is also an extremely powerful offensive skill. Think about it, your fists are like small iron hammers, your head is like a big iron hammer, and your legs kick out like solid iron rods smashing down. Your whole body is a weapon. Wouldn't you be scared? Right now, I can easily handle one or two ordinary people. In this post-apocalyptic world, I can barely afford to protect myself. But if there are too many of them, I'd probably have to run for my life. And if I encountered zombies, it would be even more troublesome. Thinking about this, I became a little worried again. Before, I naively thought that as long as I had enough food, I could hide in a corner and survive until the end of time. But now it seems that it's far from that simple. Wherever there are people, there is a world of intrigue. Even if I don't provoke anyone, someone will always be eyeing me. As the saying goes, in this world, the strong prey on the weak, and strength is the only true measure of success. Unfortunately, my strength is still too weak. Having suffered such a huge loss, Lu Quan and his group certainly won't let it go easily. Next time they come, they'll probably bring even more people, and maybe even some truly capable individuals. Moreover, this area is a resettlement community for displaced residents. Many people living in the same buildings were originally from the same village, with complex relationships between relatives and neighbors, making it easier for them to stick together for mutual support in the apocalypse. On my side, Sister Hong and her daughter were practically useless. That seemingly tall and strong Gao Jiahao was a complete coward. He didn't dare utter a single word in that situation, clearly unreliable. His girlfriend, Yang Li, had some guts and even retorted a few times, but she's still just a woman, so she's not exactly dependable either. After much thought, I still feel I must strengthen myself. If I could acquire a few more powerful skills, I wouldn't be afraid of them anymore. So, I still have to rely on Sister Hong. Just then, I heard Sister Hong's voice at the door. I quickly went to open the door and saw Sister Hong standing there with a tube of ointment. Were you hurt just now? I think Lu Chang hit you in the face. I have some ointment here. It works really well. You should apply it, otherwise you'll definitely have a bruise tomorrow morning. Sister Hong is so thoughtful. I smirked, secretly pleased. I rubbed my face, wincing and hissing. It's okay. It's okay. It doesn't hurt at all. Sister Hong frowned slightly when she saw my appearance. You're like this and you still say you're fine? What are you trying to prove? Take this and apply it. She shoved the ointment into my arms. I seized the opportunity to grab her hand. Sister Hong, then help me wipe it. Sister Hong blushed slightly and pulled her hand back. You rascal! Sit down properly! I sat on the edge of the bed, my eyes wandering aimlessly, and soon my gaze was drawn to the scene before me. There stood Sister Hong, graceful and elegant, in front of me. Because of the height difference between us, my gaze was directly directed at her ample chest. She was intently twisting the cap of the ointment bottle, and with the movement of her hands, her breast swayed slightly, like ripples on a calm lake, stirring my heart. I subconsciously swallowed. It's huge. I naturally admired the beautiful sight before me without any restraint. Gradually, my gaze began to travel upwards along her body. I saw her long, fair neck, as elegant as a swan, then her smooth, delicate chin, with a natural sheen, further up, her small, delicate nose, slightly upturned with a touch of playfulness. Finally, my gaze settled on her charming phoenix eyes, which seemed to hold a myriad of emotions in their every glance. Innocent yet alluring! I concluded in my mind about Sister Hong. Seeing my eyes darting around, she tapped my forehead with her finger and scolded. What are you looking at? Close your eyes. Does it hurt here? I nodded and obediently closed my eyes, then felt her fingertips gently touch my cheek. I don't know if it was because of the ointment, but her fingertips were icy cold as they gently circled my face. I felt my heart swaying in circles, following the movement of her fingers. This woman was playing with fire. After closing my eyes, my hearing and sense of smell suddenly became much more acute. I could feel that Sister Hong was very close. Her face was no more than 20 centimeters away from me, and I could even hear her rapid breathing. Her warm breath carried a sweet fragrance, as if I was surrounded by something soft and sweet. The scene from that night involuntarily surfaced in my mind, that voluptuous touch. I couldn't help but swallow, and I felt that Sister Hong's fingers were tense, taut. The air grew thicker with an ambiguous atmosphere. I suddenly opened my eyes. Sure enough, Sister Hong was right in front of me, her luscious lips almost touching my face. I opened my arms and embraced her soft waist, then lowered my head and kissed her. Xiao Zhou! No! Sister Hong was startled and tried to break free. But how could I give her the chance? My arms held her tightly like iron rings. I leaned close to her ear, gently bit her earlobe, and whispered, Sister Hong, you wiped me just now, it's my turn. What? She exclaimed, both embarrassed and startled. It's still daytime. Someone will hear. No. It's okay, let's be gentle. No. Xiao Zhou, Yu hasn't eaten yet. Sister Hong gently twisted, trying to push me away. I held her in one arm and opened the cabinet door with the other. I pretended to rummage through something, but actually summoned the system and quietly took out a box of sandwich rolls. Sister Hong, I have some sandwiches left. I'll give them to you later. She paused, startled, her body going limp. She whispered, Then hurry up. I smirked. Hurry? That was impossible. This time was different. I knew this path like the back of my hand. I navigated this muddy trail with ease and confidence. Number of draws, 1 by 12. That's 4 more than the first time. Why? Last time, although Sister Hong was quite proactive, it felt somewhat perfunctory. She wanted to finish quickly. This time, I could clearly feel that her fawning, her dedication, the blush on her face, her seductive eyes, and her slightly restrained pleading were all genuine. Perhaps this is what they mean by familiarity breeds fondness. The deeper the feelings, the more invested one becomes, and the more chances to win prizes after becoming intimate. I secretly speculated. But regardless, looking at the number of prizes on the system panel, I was in a great mood. What treasure will I win this time? After all that fuss, Sister Hong was sore all over. Although she was exhausted, she was still worried that Yu might come over at any moment, so she struggled to get up, and while putting on her clothes, she glared at me with a flirtatious look on her face. Her eyes held annoyance, shyness, and a hint of barely concealed joy. To be honest, I'm fairly reliable. In this situation, the fact that I can still produce food already puts me ahead of most men. Not to mention, I single-handedly chased away those bastards, the landlord and his gang. I'm a fighter, I've got guts, and I have food. If I were a woman, my legs would go weak at the sight of me, right? It seemed she really made the right gamble that night. It's just that my boundless energy and endless variety of ideas were definitely a bit much for her. I had no idea how much she was thinking. I simply grabbed 2 boxes of sandwich rolls from the storage compartment, and a few cups of Xiangpiopio milk tea, handing them to her. She was overjoyed. The moment her hand touched the sandwich, she felt its icy coldness, exactly like it had just been taken from the supermarket freezer. The power outage in our neighborhood hadn't been a new problem for a while, and my room is so small, I don't even have a refrigerator, let alone a cooler. She certainly couldn't imagine how I managed to do it. She also really likes milk tea. She knows that this particular brand, Xiangpiopio, can be brewed both hot and cold, and most importantly, it's high in sugar and calories. In these times of scarcity, it's practically a treasure. But she didn't ask a single question, didn't inquire about anything, and simply packed her clothes and walked out the door. As soon as she stepped outside, she bumped into Gao Jiahao, who was sitting in the living room. He smiled and greeted her. Hongjia's face immediately turned red. She probably knew that the noise we made must have spread quite a bit, especially her embarrassing sounds. Gao Jiahao probably heard them all clearly. She forced a smile in response, quickly hid the food behind her back, nodded, and went back to her room. I lay in bed, watching her retreating figure, feeling increasingly satisfied. Putting aside her good looks, she's also smart and perceptive, knowing when to ask questions and when to keep quiet. That's the kind of woman who's easy to manage. I only gave her 2 boxes of sandwiches, which was something I'd already considered. She doesn't have anywhere to store them, and even if she had a refrigerator, I couldn't possibly give her all of them at once. I know very well that a small favor fosters gratitude, while a large one breeds resentment. After the system awakened, I started thinking about these issues. When I have more resources in the future, I will definitely be willing to help others, but I must maintain a proper balance. Otherwise, helping others might end up creating enemies, which would be a huge loss. Hongjia is a smart woman, and she knows her limits. Even though our relationship is more than just friendship now, she hasn't asked for more, which makes me feel even more at ease. I was just about to get up to draw the prize when Gao Jiahao knocked on the door and came in. "Brother Zhou Chu! Busy?" His smiling face annoyed me a little. A thought flashed through my mind. I didn't even need to guess, he was here to borrow food again. I interrupted him directly. "Jiahao, I was just about to look for you too." He was stunned, confused. I stared at him and slowly said, "Do you have any food? I've been starving for 2 days." I took the initiative and said what he was about to say. He was speechless. "Huh!" He was stunned, feeling uneasy under my gaze, and took 2 steps back. He had originally planned to trick me into giving him some food, but I turned the tables and asked him for food first, leaving him completely bewildered and his plans ruined. Seeing that he was still stammering, I decided to use a more drastic approach. "How about this? Shall we go out and find something to eat? Didn't Lu Quan just say that there was still some food at the supermarket? If we go together, we can keep each other company. Gao Jiahao was terrified, shaking his head like a rattledrum. I'm not going! I'm not going! There are zombies everywhere outside, people will die, I'm not going! After saying that, he rushed back to his room as if his life depended on it. I sneered. You're too scared to go out. Then if I have any food, don't come looking for me. Do you really think I'm a sucker? Just because I said a few nice words, you think you can get food from me? I might soften towards others, but him, Gao Jiahao, don't even think about it. Actually, even before the virus outbreak, my relationship with him wasn't very good. This guy always thought that because he had an undergraduate degree, he was superior to others, and he would show off his education all the time, with his words full of that self-righteous sense of superiority. They blatantly looked down on me, a college graduate. But in the end, aren't we all just working after graduation? Who's any more respectable than whom? His so-called live-streaming operations job was, frankly, something his girlfriend got for him through connections. His job was SOSO. Whenever the streamers spoke, he'd just repeat after them. Buy, not expensive, looks good, like a broken record. And his income wasn't even as high as mine. I was tricked by the Little Peach live streamer into buying a bunch of doomsday gift packs. He laughed at me for days, winking at me whenever he saw me and asking, "How much is left? Have you finished it all?" Humph, now that there's nothing left to eat, he's begging me? I shook my head, locked the door, and then opened the system to prepare for the lottery. Current number of draws: 1 by 12. I silently prayed, hoping to draw a skill or a powerful weapon, like a gun. That way, I could solve my food problem in the long term. System, specify skill category. Ding! Insufficient lottery points, unable to specify this category. Damn! What about specifying a weapon? Ding! Insufficient lottery points, unable to specify this category. I sighed, resigned myself to second best, and decided to try my luck with the food prizes. The familiar lottery music started playing, and the wheel began to spin. 50 pounds of baby bok choy, 10 packs of wanchai fairy cabbage and pork frozen dumplings. I'm delighted. This is a great deal. The vegetables are fresh and tender, and the dumplings are steaming cold. They look incredibly appetizing. I have vegetables, carbs, and protein all in one place, plus a sandwich roll. That'll last me a month. 4 chances left, let's gamble. 4 consecutive draws. A complete set of The Art of War and the 36 Stratagems, Deluxe Edition. A box of high-strength special cement nails. A complete set of camping portable stove equipment. 10 strength attribute points. I didn't pay much attention to the first 3, but the fourth one was crucial. I immediately opened the system panel. Host, Zhou Chu. Constitution, 7. Strength, 8. Agility, 7. Spirit, 8. Remaining lottery attempts, 0. Lottery items, kitchen knife, helmet, Xiangpiopio milk tea, sandwich roll. Skill, copperhead iron brain. Sure enough, there was a plus sign after, power. Without hesitation, I clicked the add point. A huge surge of energy seemed to descend from the sky, flooding into my body, my bones cracking like popping beans. My muscles swelled violently in a short time, then slowly calmed down, with blood vessels bulging and slithering under my skin like snakes. It felt like a wild beast was awakening inside me. This lasted for a full 5 minutes before I slowly returned to normal. I clenched my fists, and an explosive force surged within me. A few casual punches generated gusts of wind. I tried a light leap and was able to touch the ceiling, which was over 3 meters high. My foot landed almost silently. The rapidly expanding force made my whole body heat up, filling me with an urge to tear everything apart. Just then, a cry of surprise came from the balcony. I heard a voice coming from next door. As soon as I stepped onto the balcony, I recognized the voices as those of Bai Jing and Vying, the sisters. If you two behave well, I'll not only let you stay in my house, but I'll also give you food. Ha! As soon as I heard the voice, I immediately recognized it as that old bastard Lu Quan. Without any hesitation, I jumped directly from the balcony over. The distance between the two houses was no more than 2 meters. Upon landing, they found the living room in complete disarray. Lu Quan was pinning Bai Jing down on the sofa, thrashing about like a pig in heat, and even trying to pull down her pants. Bai Jing struggled desperately, resisting fiercely, but she was no match for his strength. Hee hee! Just obediently submit to your uncle, and I promise you'll be comfortable. Otherwise I can kill you and no one will care. Lu Quan coaxed and threatened at the same time, but suddenly his vision went dark. When he looked up, he was shocked to see me standing in front of him. His face turned pale with fright, and he hurriedly released Bai Jing as if his soul had left his body, taking several steps back. What are you doing here? Who let you in? I said coldly, taking a few steps closer. I told you, don't try anything funny or I'll kill you. He stumbled backward, knocking over several stools in the process. Don't do anything rash. Murder is illegal. My nephew is a policeman. If you dare touch me, I'll have him arrest you. Pa! You've already committed rape and you're still talking to me about the law? Isn't this just a case of the magistrate is allowed to set fires, but the common people are forbidden even to light lamps? I stepped forward and grabbed his right hand with lightning speed. Ah! He let out a pig-like scream. Let go of me! I gripped his wrist tightly, like an iron clamp, and he couldn't move at all. I lifted him up like a chick. I glanced back at Bai Jing. Her clothes were disheveled, and she was trembling with fear. My anger flared even more. Let me go! You country bumpkin! You son of a bitch! Unable to break free, he started spewing profanities. I was furious and increased my strength, unleashing a burst of power that crushed his wrist bones. You motherfucker! His whole body was convulsing, and he continued to spew out his incomprehensible slang. You dare to swear? My eyes turned cold, and I slapped him across the face, knocking out half of his teeth. Just then, a heart-wrenching scream came from the room. Sister! Bai Jing seemed to wake up suddenly, rushing over from the sofa, banging on the door and shouting. Is Vying still inside? I shoved Lu Quan aside and kicked open the door. The room was in complete chaos. A man lay naked on the floor, his face covered in blood, one hand covering his ear and the other covering his groin, which was also covered in blood. He was writhing on the floor, howling in pain. Vying sat on the bed, her clothes disheveled, a pair of scissors clutched in her hand, several bloodstains on her face. She looked completely terrified, her face blank. Sister! Bai Jing rushed over and hugged her, and she seemed to come to her senses. My ears, my dick is broken! The man on the ground was still howling. You piece of trash! I'm going to kill you! You cut off my dick! None of you are getting away! I'm going to kill you all! I looked at the scissors in Bai Ying's hand and understood what had happened. Suppressing my anger, I asked softly, Vying, are you alright? She seemed not to hear me, her eyes vacant as she stood up and walked towards the man, a strange smile playing on her lips. That smile sent chills down my spine. It was indescribably eerie. What is she trying to do? As if hearing my thoughts, Vying suddenly screamed and raised the scissors, stabbing them fiercely at the man on the ground. Raise, stab. Raise, stab. She mechanically repeated the movements like a robot. The sounds of plop plop continued, blood splattered everywhere, and bits of flesh flew about. Bai Ying's entire face was stained red with blood, making her look like a demon from hell. She stabbed herself while letting out a sinister ho-ho laugh. The man struggled and screamed at first, but then he became completely still, his body like a mushy mess, riddled with holes from being stabbed. Even though I have a system that has enhanced my body, the scene before me still sent chills down my spine and made me break out in a cold sweat. Murder. She's murdering someone. I knew Vying had a somewhat extreme personality, but I never expected her to be so twisted. Bai Jing was also terrified, shrinking into the corner of the bed, too scared to move. The only sounds in the room were the soft, plop sounds and Bai Ying's chilling laughter. After a full 5 minutes, Vying finally gave up, threw down the scissors, and slumped against the wall. I snapped out of my daze and realized Lu Quan was still outside. I quickly went out to check, but the old man had already run away. I frowned. This was a resettlement community. Almost everyone from Lu Quan's village lived here. The fact that he could bring that man here to do something like this meant their relationship was definitely not ordinary. Now that he'd run away, he'd most likely gone back to move people. Before the virus outbreak, there were already many conflicts between us tenants and the local landlords. People like Lu Quan are uneducated, have spent their whole lives farming, and got rich overnight through land expropriation. Although he is rude, he is shrewd and calculating, and the people in the whole village are very close-knit, so they can stick together when something happens. Most of us tenants are migrant workers from other places who come to work in this area. We don't know each other and live alone. In the past, our conflicts mainly revolved around trivial matters like electricity bills, water bills, and broken appliances. Even if the landlord was powerful, he still had to consider the law. But things are different now. A virus outbreak, zombies besieging the city, supplies are scarce, and the law has long been rendered meaningless. We out-of-town tenants have no way out, while Lu Quan and his gang have begun to oppress, extort, and even rob. They not only came to steal my food, but also plotted against Beijing and vying. At this moment, the darkest part of human nature was completely unleashed. Local landlords and out-of-town tenants became natural adversaries. We must unite to protect ourselves. That's one of the reasons I jumped in to save them immediately. There was no time to think about it anymore. Lu Quan and the others would probably be back soon. I immediately closed the front door, then dragged the body to the balcony and threw it down. Who knows if there's a virus in the air right now? It would be terrible if the body turned into a zombie. The horde of zombies downstairs immediately swarmed over and devoured the body completely. Come stay at my place first, it'll be good to have someone look after you. I'd barely finished speaking when a violent banging sounded outside the door. They got here so fast? Judging from the commotion, there were at least 20 people. Murderer! Hand over the murderer! Hand over that rotten bitch from out of town! Open the door! Open the door now! Ollie! Ollie! Everyone, please save him! If you don't open the door, we'll break it in! There was chaos outside, with shouts, banging on the door, and heart-wrenching cries. It was probably the deceased's family wailing. This apartment complex is newly built, and the entrance door is an iron gate, quite sturdy. I locked the door a long time ago, so they really can't get in anytime soon. But judging from their posture, it won't last long. Vying was still sitting on the floor, occasionally letting out a strange laugh, completely unresponsive to the commotion outside. Beijing huddled in the corner, trembling with fear. A thought struck me, and I immediately had an idea. I locked their doors, then returned to my own room via the same route from the balcony. Hongjia and Youngli also heard the commotion outside. They paced back and forth in the living room with worried expressions. When they saw me climb over the balcony, they were startled and hurriedly surrounded me to ask what happened. It's all right. You guys go back to your rooms and lock the doors. Don't come out unless I tell you to. I gave you a brief instruction, then gently moved the cabinet behind the door aside and peered through the peephole to check the situation outside. Our building has 3 apartments per floor, and Beijing's and my apartments are right across from each other. Looking out through the peephole, all I could see were countless heads at the entrance. The stairwell was pitch black, with only a little light filtering through from the fire escape. I could vaguely make out a crowd of people, some with iron bars, some with knives, desperately banging on the door. There were over a dozen people in the stairwell alone, not including those who couldn't squeeze in and were still on the stairs. Sure enough, the locals have a lot of influence. Breaking down the door is only a matter of time. I took a deep breath, suddenly opened the iron gate, and rushed out. Die! I roared as I charged into the crowd, like a tiger descending a mountain, punching, kicking, kneeing, and headbutting fiercely, taking down 7 or 8 people in just a few seconds. All of these people's attention was focused on Beijing's house. They never expected me to suddenly appear from behind. Especially since the stairwell was dark and they couldn't see how many people there were. All they heard were screams. They were so frightened that they all fled towards the stairs. The staircase was narrow, and as people scrambled to escape, some were pushed to the ground, others were trampled and screamed in agony, it was complete chaos. Once they were all far away, a dozen or so people lay on the ground, groaning in pain. "Don't panic, everyone! He's all alone!" Old Lu Quan shouted, finally bringing the group back. "This kid is all alone! There are so many of us, we could drown him with a single spit from each of us." He had his hand in a sling, and the pain made him break out in a cold sweat with every movement, his eyes filled with resentment. "I repeatedly ruined his plans and even severely injured them. This feud is now irreconcilable." I stood above the stairwell, looking down at the group of people huddled at the corner of the stairs, like a lion watching over a flock of sheep. "Lu Quan, you tried to rape the two sisters. Vying resisted and killed that beast. She acted in self-defense. What crime did she commit? If anyone is to blame, blame Lu Quan. Without your instigation, would that man have died?" I spoke with absolute certainty, and Lu Quan's old face flushed red, but he stiffened his neck and cursed. "Bullshit! I'm old enough to be her father. It was clearly that slut who seduced Ollie herself. We kindly brought them food, but that slut saw that Ollie had a lot of food and tried to cling to him. Ollie had a wife. Doesn't everyone know what kind of person he is? It must have been her trying to seduce him when she failed, and then she tried to steal the food, which is why she killed Ollie." This shameless old woman blatantly lied, turning black into white with every word she uttered. "Ollie's wife, tell me yourself. Would your husband do such a thing?" Ollie's wife was a short, plump woman in her 30s, and she was quite unattractive. She knew her husband's character very well. But she let out a miserable wails. "That slut must have seduced Ollie. I told you those two sisters were slutty. With such big asses, they still got their asses pounded by men, didn't they? She's so slutty. She used to wear low-cut tops in the elevator to seduce my Ollie. Ollie would find a woman like that disgusting even if she worked as a prostitute. Ah!" Before she could finish speaking, I hit her on the head with a stick, making her scream in pain. I stood at the top of the stairs, pointing at her. "Watch your mouth!" She shrank into the crowd, no longer daring to curse, but still crying and shouting relentlessly. "Uncles, brothers, Ollie was killed by this woman. You must all avenge him." To be frank, she was still feeling guilty, and her voice was much lower. In fact, everyone knew what kind of person Ollie was. He indulged in all sorts of vices, especially women. He was notorious in the village for his womanizing, and he had spent all his compensation money on prostitution. He even got a nickname for this: Broken Penis, because he said his thing was almost broken. Turns out, this time it really was broken. When I told him, many people actually agreed with that. But so many people came in a big way demanding an explanation. If I just brushed them off with a few words, where would I put my face? Seeing that the situation was about to collapse, Lu Quan quickly jumped out and shouted, "Uncles and brothers, Ollie was killed by outsiders. If we just let this go today, how will we Jingtu Lu people ever be able to stand here again? And so many of us have been injured by him. Now that outsiders dare to step on our heads and shit on us, will we still dare to speak in front of the people from the Wang family and Huang village?" With just a few words, he immediately turned the tide. Yes, Ali's death is nothing to worry about. We weren't particularly close, so there was no reason for us to risk everything to avenge him. But now that he's been beaten and the rumors have spread, if the village doesn't react, the whole village will be looked down upon. This resettlement community houses residents from several villages who were relocated due to demolition. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, there are countless conflicts. The pie is only so big, and any attempt to take an extra bite could lead to conflict. Several villages had previously clashed over food delivery issues. In this current situation, they desperately need to band together. If morale collapses, then all is truly lost. Not to mention the many wounded lying on the ground. At this moment, a burly man in his 30s, holding a crowbar, jumped out and shouted, "Uncle Quan is right. We must avenge Ollie. He's alone, don't be afraid." This man was clearly the leader. Once he spoke, the others grew bolder. "Yeah. Why are we afraid of him? There's only one idiot. I can take him down by myself. Let's all go. Kill him. This outsider dares to cause trouble on our turf? Kill him. The crowd grew increasingly restless and began to stir. I frowned. That old dog Luquan should have been beaten to death long ago. It seems this matter won't be over until I kill him today. The stairs were narrow, and although there were many of them, only 3 or 4 could make it up at a time. I, on the other hand, had the advantage of being on higher ground. They went down, I went up, and I could only exert half of my strength. Just now they retreated, I seized the stairwell, and now the whole rhythm is in my hands. My physical strength and power are more than twice that of an average person, plus I have an iron body, and the fact that they're even willing to explain a few things is already more than enough. Since they don't know what's good for them, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Just as I was about to make my move, a strange low growl came from behind me. I immediately turned around and saw a figure swaying as he got up from the ground. His head and arms were hanging down, but his back was arched high, as if he were being suspended by some kind of string. The next second, the man roared and pounced on a nearby wounded man like a wild beast, biting down hard on his throat. Zombie! It's a zombie! Lu Lin has turned into a zombie! He went out today, he must have been bitten! People on the stairs shouted first. Run! Run! Wellhead Lu's! Men let out a shout and ran away in the blink of an eye. Those guys who were lying on the ground suddenly seemed to have recovered, scrambling to their feet and scrambling away for their lives, as if they wished they had more legs. When they faced me, they dared to fight head-on because of their numbers, but when faced with the zombie, they didn't even dare to turn their heads and fled in terror. In the blink of an eye, only I, the zombie, and the unfortunate guy being gnawed by it remained in the stairwell. The air was eerily quiet, broken only by the chilling sounds of zombies chewing and gnawing. To be honest, if it weren't for the circumstances, I wouldn't want to provoke them at all. The unknown is the most terrifying thing. I know almost nothing about zombies, and I'm not even sure if my iron brain can withstand the zombie virus. But right now, this zombie is blocking my doorstep, and I can't get around it if I want to go home. And if it keeps guarding this place, the danger will only increase. Everyone knows the zombie virus is contagious. The person on the ground is already convulsing, they're about to mutate. If this continues, this place will likely become a zombie horde. At that point, even if I had extraordinary abilities, I'd be doomed. Without further hesitation, I quietly picked up a crowbar from the ground. Damn it, I'll risk it. Just as I was about to make my move, I suddenly heard a soft creak beside me, and a door quietly opened. Zhou Chu! Come in quickly! Bai Jing peeked out from behind the door and called softly. My heart warmed. It seemed saving her earlier hadn't been in vain. For her to open the door and let me in under these circumstances, she truly couldn't do it without a deep bond of kinship. But her voice startled the zombie, which abruptly raised its head, as if searching for a target. By the light shining through the white crystal door, I finally saw the zombie's appearance clearly. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper, with twisted, bluish blood vessels covering his features, and his mouth was full of foul blood. The most chilling thing was his eyes. Only the whites of his eyes and fine bluish blood vessels remained, his pupils shrunken into tiny dots, staring intently at the light. Its eyes darted around, clearly spotting Bai Jing. It immediately dropped the corpse it was holding and pounced. Watch out! I moved too, rushing forward and smashing a stick into the back of its head. The zombie was sent tumbling by my blow, crashing heavily into the elevator door with a loud bang. I could see a large dent in the back of its head. Done? It struggled a few times, letting out a low growl, and actually stood up unsteadily. It's not dead even with its head flattened? At this moment, the one that had just been bitten on the ground also completed its mutation and stood up unsteadily as well. Zhou Chu! Come in quickly! Vying urged me from behind the door. Almost simultaneously, with a bang, the door opposite was also opened. Little Zhou! Come back, let me go, close the door! Before Sister Hong could finish speaking, the door was slammed shut. Huh! What's wrong with Sister Hong? I immediately realized that Sister Hong must have seen the emergency through the peephole and opened the door to let me in, but someone stopped her. Who else could it be? It must be that kid Gao Jiahao. Fine. I'll settle this score with you later. I was still furious when 2 zombies pounced on me from the left and right. Die! I had no way out, so I ducked and squeezed between them, then turned and stabbed out with a crowbar. The crowbar's head was sharpened and was extremely sharp. I used all my strength, and with a thud, I pierced the zombie from both sides. The crowbar went in through its back and came out through its abdomen, gushing out foul blood. The zombie let out a shrill roar and turned to pounce on me again. Damn it! Sure enough, you can only shoot a zombie in the head. Stabbing its body is useless. I was chased by 2 zombies, jumping up and down. The stairwell wasn't big to begin with, and danger was everywhere. Fortunately, although they were indestructible and incredibly strong, their speed was only at the level of an average person, far slower than mine. In the heat of battle, I delivered a flying kick that sent one of the zombies flying into the elevator door, denting it and revealing a dark, gaping crack. A thought flashed through my mind, and I rushed forward, kicking the zombie that had just gotten up against the door again. The elevator had long since lost power and should be stuck on the first floor. The elevator I was on the 20th floor, was right behind an empty space. After my 2 powerful slams, a large gap had opened in the doorway. Let's see if you survive after falling down. Just as I was about to kick it a couple more times, another zombie pounced. Damn it! What a nuisance! If it were one-on-one, I would have taken care of it already. Suddenly, the door behind me opened. Ah, die! The Bai sisters, Bai Jing and Vying, rushed out carrying a chair and used its legs to pin the zombie against the wall from behind. The zombie was pitifully stupid. Blocked by the chair, it only knew to try and pry open the smooth wall, unable to even turn around. Bai Ying's face lit up with excitement, as if the act of fighting the zombie gave her immense satisfaction. Die! 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 She shouted as she slammed her fist against the chair. Bai Jing cried and shouted, I'll fight you to the death! You monster! Don't bite me! I was shocked. These 2 sisters, although they're a bit eccentric, they're really brave. They were entangled with one zombie, so I could finally focus on the other. I kicked it relentlessly, even breaking its sternum. Finally, the elevator doors were smashed open, leaving a gap just wide enough for one person. I seized the opportunity and kicked the monster down the elevator shaft. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, Bai Jing's scream rang out again. The 2 sisters were exhausted and had been freed by the zombie. Vying slipped and fell backward, and the zombie immediately pounced on her. Surprisingly, she showed little fear, wrapping her arms around the zombie's neck to prevent it from biting her. I rushed over, kicked the zombie to the ground, and then pounced on it. Explode! I slammed my fists down like windmills, smashing them hard against the zombie's head. After a few punches, its head was a rotten watermelon, with red and white blood flowing all over the ground. But the monster's limbs were still twitching, as if it wanted to get up. I roared, grabbed it, dragged it to the elevator entrance, and threw it down too. A few seconds later, a loud crash came from the bottom of the shaft. It seemed the elevator really had stopped on the first floor or underground. Immediately afterward, another familiar low growl echoed from the bottom of the well. Holy crap! The first zombie is still alive. This is too illogical. I rushed into the white crystal room and found a large flower pot on the balcony, about half a person's height, at least 50 centimeters in diameter, and filled to the brim with soil. I lifted it. It was quite heavy, at least several tens of kilograms. I carried it to the elevator and threw it down. Boom! The whole building shook. This time, there was finally silence. I was completely exhausted and sat down against the wall, panting heavily. Although I've been strengthened and my stamina has improved a lot, today I fought desperately against had lose men and then fought 2 zombies to the death. I was on the verge of death several times, and all my strength was almost drained. I even had trouble raising my hand. Moreover, the copper head and iron brain ability is too physically demanding. How could I dare to harden only a part of my body when fighting zombies? This virus is so bizarre, it would be troublesome if I got cut somewhere. In the hallway, the 3 of us sisters slumped down, panting heavily. I don't know who laughed first, but suddenly all 3 of us burst into laughter. After Sister Hong, Yu, Beijing, and Beiying sat down, I took out the portable gas stove, cooked instant noodles and dumplings, added some fresh vegetables, and then poured each of them a cup of milk tea. I'm not pretending anymore, I'm laying my cards on the table. I'm cheating. I almost got killed by zombies just now, but I've come to terms with it. I have a system, why am I still hiding? I'll eat whatever's available. Staying alive is the most important thing. Why think so much? Besides, once we've finished the food, we can always get together with Sister Hong again, and we'll have more. What others think is their business. What does it have to do with me, Zhou Chu? The Bai sisters just risked their lives to save me. Vying was even almost bitten by a zombie. If I were stingy, I'd truly be looked down upon. Seeing all that delicious food I brought out, the women's eyes lit up. Yu clapped her hands happily and exclaimed, "Brother Zhou Chu is a magician. He can make delicious food appear. Mommy wasn't lying to me. Thank you, Brother Zhou Chu. I want to eat 20 dumplings." "Okay. Yu, eat as much as you want. Brother Zhou Chu will make sure you're full." Sister Hong blushed slightly, secretly glancing at the Bai sisters. Seeing that their expressions were normal, she finally felt relieved. Beijing exclaimed in surprise, "Zhou Chu, where did you get so much food? And fresh vegetables? I can't even remember the last time I ate vegetables." Although Beiying seemed relatively calm, there was a hint of something deeper in her eyes as she looked at me. I chuckled and shrugged. Well, I have a plan. You guys just eat." I looked at them and said seriously, "Actually, I should thank you too. If it weren't for you, I probably would have been cold just now." I turned to look at Beijing. "You're really brave, aren't you afraid of zombies?" "Afraid? Of course I am," Beijing replied earnestly. "But you saved me in Vying, and now that you're stuck outside, of course I have to save you. I'm a very loyal friend." I nodded, leaned closer to her, and teased with a mischievous grin. So it's just loyalty? I thought it was something else, like secretly having feelings for someone." As I spoke, I secretly glanced at Vying, but her expression remained indifferent, leaving me slightly disappointed. "Huh? What nonsense are you talking about?" Beijing's eyes widened, and she playfully punched me lightly, saying coquettishly, "I treat you like a brother, don't get any ideas." I exaggeratedly shouted, "Ouch! Brother, why did you hit me? That punch was worse than a zombie's. I told you not to talk nonsense." Before the apocalypse, I was actually quite familiar with these two sisters, even more so than with Sister Hong. We were about the same age and neighbors, so we naturally got along quite well. They are twins, almost identical in appearance, both very beautiful, and each with a more voluptuous figure than the other. But their personalities are very different. Vying is mature and reserved, aloof and taciturn, while Beijing is lively and outgoing, a bit carefree, and dares to make any kind of joke. I used to really like Vying, and I felt like she was interested in me too. I've always been attracted to mature, older women, especially those who aren't tall but have great curves and are very voluptuous. Vying is like that, and so is Sister Hong. Once, when we went out to sing karaoke, I sang, "I Just Like You," for Vying, emboldened by alcohol. Although she didn't show any emotion on her face, I could tell that there was a light in her eyes. Later, in the dimly lit private room, I mustered up my courage and secretly kissed her. She blushed, and I felt like I'd succeeded. That night, I was still thinking about which kindergarten our future child should attend. But reality slapped me in the face. The very next day, Bai Ying's attitude towards me changed drastically. She deliberately distanced herself from me, and even when we bumped into each other in the elevator, she remained cold and silent. I was completely baffled, even wondering if I had been dreaming that night. Later, I tried to tease her to ease the tension, but she always maintained a cold expression. It wasn't until one day when I ran into her shopping with a man, who she openly introduced as her boyfriend, that I finally understood. It turned out that night, she had just been playing around with me on a whim. I gave up on the idea then and there. She didn't take me seriously at all. Since then, I've rarely contacted her. Beijing, on the other hand, hasn't changed. She's asked me out several times, but I've refused. What would I do? Be a third wheel? Or make her sister a laughingstock? Later, I activated the system and considered sending them some food a few times, but I always gave up the idea. To be honest, who knows if they even have any food? Sending them a few packs of instant noodles would be ridiculous, wouldn't it? Besides, Bai Ying's boyfriend looks all respectable. He's definitely rich and probably already prepared a ton of food. If I actually send them over, wouldn't I look like a bootlicker? What if they don't need anything at all? Wouldn't I just be humiliating myself? I even had a little dark thought in my mind. What would be great if they ran out of food and came to me for help like Sister Hong did? You ignored me back then, now I'll make you regret it. I admit, I'm not a saint, and this kind of thinking is a bit dark, but to be honest, it feels pretty good. Or I can wait until they're completely desperate, then appear like a savior, casually toss them some food, and then turn and leave. That way, she'll know what a huge mistake it was to choose that man. But things didn't go as I expected. They suddenly ran into danger, and I didn't have time to think before rushing out to save them. Strictly speaking, I only saved Bai Jing. Bai Ying killed the zombie on her own. On the contrary, it was she who saved me once. In the end, it's hard to say who saved whom. Actually, I kept holding back the question. Where's your boyfriend? Why didn't he come to rescue you? I knew that once I said it, it meant I still cared, that I hadn't let go, which was tantamount to admitting I was a simp. But now, looking at Bai Ying in front of me, still so beautiful, a thought suddenly popped into my head. Bai Ying is mine! No one can take her away! I used to be insecure. I wouldn't even dare to compete with that jerk. But things are different now. The apocalypse is here, but I have a system. My future is limitless. Who dares to steal my woman? The dumplings in the pot were ready, and I had made up my mind. I scooped a few for you first. You eat up. Be careful not to burn yourself. Then I picked one up and gave it to Sister Hong. Sister Hong, you should eat more too. I should always take better care of my own woman. I whispered in her ear. You'll have to work hard again tonight. Sister Hong blushed and glared at me, but seeing her daughter's happy expression, she happily started eating as well. Then, I picked up another dumpling and put it in Bai Ying's bowl. This one is pork and cabbage. I remember you like this. Bai Ying paused, seemingly surprised. Feeling my intense gaze, she glanced at her sister before whispering, Thank you? Just as I was feeling a little smug, I felt a tap on the shoulder. What about me? I didn't. Bai Jing waved her little fists, glaring at me with displeasure. Well, okay, I can't neglect my sister-in-law. Time to pick one up. Since the zombie apocalypse, food has become extremely scarce. All we can eat are things like instant noodles and compressed biscuits, barely enough to fill our stomachs. That's why, even though today's meal was just ordinary frozen dumplings, we were all incredibly satisfied. I pulled up 3 large bags in one go, containing a total of 102 dumplings. The feeling of escaping death made me cherish the food in front of me even more. Today I'm going to eat my fill. The others, being girls, had limited appetites no matter how hungry they were. The last large portion ended up in my stomach. I let out a loud burp, which made Yu laugh out loud. I patted my stomach and said, I can't eat any more. My stomach's going to explode if I eat any more. Seeing that there were still a few dumplings left in the pot, Sister Hong glanced at Yangli, who was standing at the door with a pitiful look in her eyes, and then looked up at me. Just as she was about to speak, I immediately waved my hand to stop her. Sister Hong, keep the rest for a late-night snack. Fry them in some oil. Food is so precious these days, we can't waste it. My words had a hidden meaning, and Sister Hong understood. She sighed and swallowed her words back. I knew exactly what she was trying to say. She wanted to plead for Yangli, asking me to let Gao Jiahao go and come in. But in this apocalyptic world, you can't survive without being ruthless. Gao Jiahao dared to lock me out, so he had to pay the price. I don't dislike Yangli, but she is Gao Jiahao's girlfriend after all. Just for that reason, the fact that I didn't kick her out is already more than enough. I'm as soft-hearted as I can be. That afternoon, I had just finished dealing with a few zombies when I pushed open the door, only to find it locked from the inside. I immediately climbed over the wall from Bai Ying's side back to my room, only to find Sister Hong and Yu locked inside. There were 2 large cabinets piled up by the front door, and Gao Jiahao was rummaging through my things, looking for food. He thought I was already dead at the hands of zombies, so he acted recklessly and without restraint. But when he saw me walk in through the door, he was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, kneeling and begging for my forgiveness. Without hesitation, I broke one of his arms on the spot, dragged him into the stairwell like a dead dog, slammed the door shut, and threw him out. I was already showing mercy. You have to understand, when I was locked out, there were 2 lively zombies jumping around at the door, and even I almost lost my life. His actions cannot be simply described as betrayal. Calling it murder wouldn't be an exaggeration. Even if I had killed him, he would have deserved it. But I didn't. I just left him in the stairwell, where at least it was relatively safe. If he were unlucky enough to run into zombies, he could only blame his bad luck. Besides, thankfully he didn't do anything to Sister Hong and her daughter. He merely locked them in the house. Otherwise, I certainly wouldn't have let him die a quick death. I also warned Yangli that if she dared to let Gao Jiahao in without my permission, it wouldn't be as simple as just giving him a beating. In the hallway, Gao Jiahao was crying and screaming, making a terrible racket. As his girlfriend, Yangli could only lean against the door, crying and keeping him company. As evening fell, a torrential downpour began. I got thoroughly soaked, washing myself clean, then went back to bed, waiting for that familiar knock on the door. The day had been exhausting. It was time to reap the rewards. But I waited, and Sister Hong didn't come. During that time, I even heard her open the door a few times, and I also heard her talking to Yangli, urging her to go home and go to sleep early. But she just wouldn't come to my side. She kept pacing back and forth in the living room. I was getting a little anxious. It was raining heavily today, and it was dark, even the moon was gone, and it was pitch black outside. What was she doing, going in and out of the doorway? When I heard her open the door for the 4th time, I couldn't hold back any longer and went out. As soon as I stepped out, I understood why Sister Hong hadn't come to my room. The layout of our shared apartment is as follows. Upon entering, my room and Hong Jia's room are on the left and right sides respectively, then there is a small living room. Yang Li's room is on the left, and the kitchen is on the right. Yang Li was sitting right by the entrance, just a couple of steps from my room. She stood there like a guardian deity, and Sister Hong, being shy, naturally didn't dare to come looking for me. No wonder she kept coming and going but never went near my room, and kept urging Yang Li to go back to her room. I cursed inwardly. When Sister Hong saw me come out, she paused for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. The moment I saw her smile, I knew what she meant. Getting anxious, huh? Well, there's someone here. In the darkness, Sister Hong, dressed in a black lace nightgown, her hair casually draped over her shoulders, looked at me with bright, expressive eyes that seemed to speak volumes. Her smile completely captivated me. Damn it, what am I going to do? I'm about to lose my temper. The simplest solution is to let Gao Jiahao in, then Yang Li will naturally leave. But that would be too easy on that kid. I racked my brains and came up with an idea. Sister Hong, you're just out. I'm suddenly a little hungry and want to make some fried dumplings. Could you help me? I said seriously. Oh, okay, I'm hungry too, Sister Hong replied, feigning seriousness. We walked towards the kitchen in the dark, one after the other, without saying a word. My heart was pounding. Strangely enough, although it wasn't the first time between Hong Jia and me, this secretive feeling still excited me immensely. Besides, Hong Jia was just too charming. I simply couldn't control myself. As soon as I crossed the living room, my hand was already on her soft waist. Sister Hong groaned softly, pressing my hand down firmly to stop me from going too far. We were pressed close together, able to clearly hear each other's rapid breathing. The heat from their breath acted like a catalyst, making me even more unable to control myself. We stumbled and fumbled our way into the kitchen, my heart pounding with anxiety. As soon as I entered, I kissed her lips. My freed hands moved swiftly, one arm tightening around her waist as I thrust downwards, while the other broke through her defenses, heading straight for her climax. This time, Sister Hong was completely different from the previous 2 times. She let loose completely, clinging to me like an octopus, and cooperating exceptionally proactively. Moreover, Yangli was not far away outside the door, so we dared not make a sound, suppressing and restraining all our movements. It was precisely this oppressive and suffocating feeling, along with the shame and thrill of the affair, that made her completely succumb from the very beginning. Outside, the rain poured down. Inside, it was just as torrential. Chapter 11 Sound Location. Lottery points, won by 22 times. Wow! This is the benefit of a downpour. Sister Hong is truly a treasure of a woman. The lottery points increased with each draw. Indeed, the old saying was true. Some things, the more you do them, the more there are. He carefully washed his hands. Those fingers had been everywhere, getting into all sorts of places they shouldn't have. If he didn't wash them properly, it might affect his luck. Everything is ready, let's draw. This time, food is no longer the primary goal. I still have plenty of dumplings, sandwiches, and vegetables in my hands, so there's no need to rush. The landlord, Lu Quan, and his gang could come back for revenge at any time. Although zombies don't climb stairs on their own, there's no guarantee that someone daring enough to go out in search of food won't lure them into the building. These two are the biggest threats right now. Therefore, it's best to draw attribute points and skills. Especially attribute points, no matter which type, can greatly improve his combat power. With a thought, Zhou Chu directly specified the category of lottery attribute points. Ding! Insufficient lottery attempts, unable to specify this category. Ah! I didn't expect that even 22 draws wouldn't be enough to reach the specified attribute point category. Zhou Chu was somewhat disappointed, but thinking about it, it was understandable. The boost to attribute points was too incredible. They certainly wouldn't be easy to obtain. I was incredibly lucky to get 10 attribute points in my last draw. Since he couldn't draw attribute points, Zhou Chu used his mind to specify the skill category. This time, I entered smoothly, and the lottery disc was filled with the names of various martial arts techniques and skills. The number of draws also dropped to 6. Great Wilderness Imprisoning Heaven Finger. Soul Devouring Technique. The Great Evolution Formula. Holy crap! There's actually a skill like that. If I drew it, wouldn't I be able to cultivate immortality in this apocalyptic world? Why aren't we taking off yet? However, these famous martial arts skills take up very little space, so it seems that it won't be so easy to draw them. 18 Subduing Dragon Palms. The Dog Beating Stick Method. The Great Shift of Heaven and Earth. Wind God Leg. These are impressive too. However, these skills only take up slightly more screen space than the previous ones. 5 Tigers Severing the Gate. Tang Family Black Tiger Fist. Fallen Leaves Sweeping Leg. These skills take up a lot of space, so they seem a bit too common. Postpartum Care for Sows. 12 Ways to Wrap Zonzi. A breakdown of artificial insemination techniques for elephants. Holy crap! If I drew this, I'd really want to bang my head against Sister Hong's. Well, you know. Come on! Let's draw! The exciting music started again, and the turntable spun wildly. Thump! Acquired the skill of sound location. Zhou Chu's ears suddenly twitched, and a profound meaning surged into his mind. What kind of skill is this? Zhou Chu quickly looked up the skill description. Sound localization. You can detect every rustle of wind and the slightest movement within 100 meters. This appears to be a reconnaissance skill with a range of 100 meters. I just don't know how accurate this positioning is. Skill activated. Suddenly, a three-dimensional spherical image appeared in his mind. He himself was at the very center of the sphere. The sounds of rain, shouts, cries, and even the low growls of zombies rushed towards him. He felt like he was in a noisy market. He twitched his ears slightly, and all the sounds disappeared, leaving only the sound of rain. With another movement, the sound of rain stopped, replaced only by the low sobbing of a woman. This woman was now about 20 meters below him. It's amazing! It can even specify a sound and a location, and you can hear it extremely clearly, as if it were standing right in front of you. This skill is like having a global view. Nothing that makes a sound within 100 meters can escape his ears. In this perilous post-apocalyptic world, this skill is extremely useful. Listen to what Sister Hong is saying. He's suddenly seized by a playful impulse. With a thought, the ability to locate sounds extended to the room opposite. The room was quiet, with only the soft purring of a cat. Sister Hong is asleep. She's exhausted. She's even snoring. Zhou Chu chuckled to himself. She already had a good foundation, and she had also enhanced her strength attribute, so it was indeed quite tough for her. It's time to find a sister for Sister Hong to help her share the burden. Zhou Chu was happily lost in thought when she heard a creaking sound. He felt a chill run down his spine. Who came in? Could it be Lu Quan and his group? He activated his skill and listened carefully. Ah Hao, come in! They're asleep! It turned out to be Yang Li. She wanted Gao Jiahao to come in. She was speaking very softly, afraid of waking Zhou Chu. Zhou Chu was slightly angry. You don't take my words seriously, do you? He got up, ready to teach Yang Li a lesson. No! I won't go in! He'll kill me! Gao Jiahao was clearly terrified by Zhou Chu. Zhou Chu smiled upon hearing this and decided not to rush out. He wanted to hear what the young couple planned to do first. It's all right, come in. You locked him up once, and he locked you up once, so we're even. Does he intend to keep you out forever? We also pay rent, we have the right to come in. No! He'll kill me! When it gets light, Li, go and beg him to let me in. No matter what Yang Li said, Gao Jiahao refused to come in. The two fell silent for a moment. After a while, Zhou Chu heard Gao Jiahao lower his voice and say, Li, I do have a way. Zhou Chu and Lu Hong are having an affair, did you know? Yesterday morning, Lu Hong secretly went into Zhou Chu's room and didn't come out for a long time. I heard them making those sounds. Yang Li spat, her face slightly flushed, and said, Why are you telling me this? You're such a pervert, eavesdropping on other people's conversations. No, when I saw Lu Hong come out later, she was holding something to eat in her hand. This means Zhou Chu definitely has a lot of food. It's strange, I didn't find anything when I went in to look. Where did he hide the food? He muttered to himself for a few moments, then said, He must be using food to blackmail Lu Hong, otherwise why would Lu Hong give herself to him for free? Yang Li said coldly, What do you want to say? Gao Jiahao leaned closer and whispered, My Li is so beautiful, has a great figure, and is much younger than Lu Hong. There's no reason for her to lose to her. You want me to seduce Zhou Chu? Or do you want me to sleep with him too? Gao Jiahao, are you even speaking human language? Yang Li's voice suddenly rang out, filled with anger. Zhou Chu found it amusing. Gao Jiahao was truly a talented young man. Keep your voice down! Keep your voice down! Don't wake him up! Gao Jiahao quickly covered Yang Li's mouth. I didn't actually ask you to sleep with him. I'm not some cuckold, do you expect me to find a hat to wear? What I mean is, just treat him like those brainless idiots online, say a few sweet words to him, give him a little treat, and you'll have him completely under your thumb. With Lily's charm, wouldn't she make him obediently serve all the food? Online is online. It's not like I'll lose a piece of flesh if I show my legs or a little cleavage to those perverts. I've never done that in real life. If there's no food, we'll just go out and find some. We're both able-bodied, we won't starve. Hey! Li, there are zombies outside. Didn't we see several people go out to find food and get bitten to death from the window? It doesn't matter if I die, I still have my parents and you. If I die, who will spend the rest of your life with me? I said I would take care of you for the rest of my life. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want this either. How could I bear to see Lily being taken advantage of by other men? But there's no other way now. Don't worry, he's completely infatuated with Lu Hong. You're much prettier and younger than Lu Hong. Just a snap of your fingers and I guarantee he'll turn into a total simp. Think about it, if you go out to find food, you'll have to face zombies, but if you stay at home, you only need to deal with Zhou Chu. Isn't it obvious which one to choose? Moreover, it won't be long before the country comes to our rescue. What if he really wants to? I'm afraid. Yang Li was already somewhat tempted. Then I'll fight him to the death. Ouch! Gao Jiahao patted his chest hard, pulling on his severed hand, and cried out in pain. I will protect my Lily with my life! Yang Li looked at him with heartache and had no choice but to agree. Well, okay. Be careful. You can eat this little bread. Li, you eat. I'm not hungry. Eating will give you energy and make you look better. Remember to put on makeup and your battle armor tomorrow morning. Okay. I'll go in then. Go on, go on. Get a good night's sleep, your skin will look better tomorrow. Zhou Chu heard Yang Li quietly close the door and reluctantly returned to her room. Chapter 12 Viral Serum. Zhou Chu found it somewhat amusing. Who did Gao Jiahao take him for? So easily tempted? However, even so, he could understand their actions. Just like Gao Jiahao said, going out means fighting zombies, but here you only need to fight him. I'm afraid most people would choose the second option. In the apocalypse, dignity, face, and loyalty can all be discarded. After the skill ended, Zhou Chu felt a little sleepy. It seemed that this sound-based location-based skill required a lot of mental energy. There are 6 attempts left. Zhou Chu won't specify anything. He'll just randomly pick 6 from the big pool. 12 packs of hanging toilet paper. 1 copy of Qinzhou City Map. 5 vials of antiviral serum. A box of smokeless scented candles. A book titled 3,000 Common Homestyle Recipes for Ordinary People. 20 caddies of Changjian Papa tangerines. Luckily, toilet paper is very useful. It's practically a necessity. Mandarin oranges are a type of orange and are excellent for supplementing vitamins. Zhou Chu immediately peeled one. Wow! So sweet! It's amazing! He then focused his attention on the 5 vials of virus serum. Viral serum, intramuscular injection, can kill the virus infecting early-stage zombies. Effective within 24 hours of infection. This is quite a lot of information. This serum can actually kill the virus, meaning that if you are infected, you can save yourself by injecting the serum. With this, the threat of zombies to oneself is greatly reduced. With this, wouldn't we be like saviors in a world overrun by zombies? One is worth a fortune. It's a pity there are only 5. It seems that for the next lottery, we could consider specifying the drug category. The other items, like maps, candles, and recipes, are also somewhat useful. The system is quite considerate. The things it provides are all somewhat related to our current situation. Zhou Chu happily put away the items and opened the panel. Host Zhou Chu. Physical condition 7. Strength 18. Agility 7. Spirit 8. Remaining draw attempts 0. Prizes, kitchen knife, helmet, Xiangpiopio milk tea, sandwich rolls, frozen dumplings, vegetables serum. Skills, iron head and iron brain, able to locate sounds. 2 skills are enough for now, but I still don't have enough attribute points. It seems I need to explore more of Sister Hong's abilities. It seems that sharing an apartment is too inconvenient now. I need to find a way to move Gao Jiahao and Yang Li, those 2 troublesome people, to somewhere else. Otherwise, it would feel like an affair every time. It would be exciting, but it wouldn't be enough to really get into the mood. Sister Hong wouldn't even say a word, which would make it all the less meaningful. While pondering, Zhou Chu finally fell into a deep sleep. The next day, in the morning, in the living room, the blue flame of the portable gas stove danced merrily, and the water in the pot had begun to bubble. Zhou Chu sat there with an air of nonchalance, watching Sister Hong cook the dumplings. Sister Hong, your cooking is amazing! What? It's just boiling dumplings. What's wrong with that? Lu Hong's cheeks flushed, and her eyes sparkled. Hee hee! As the old saying goes, nothing tastes better than dumplings. And nothing's more fun than your sister-in-law. I get it now. You're going to die. Lu Hong rolled her eyes at him, exuding charm. What if you hears this? Zhou Chu laughed heartily, but out of the corner of his eye he noticed the door to the next room opening and closing repeatedly. Yan Li peeked out several times, but seeing Lu Hong accompanying Zhou Chu like a hostess, she shrunk back in embarrassment. Zhou Chu sneered inwardly. You were the doorman yesterday, ruining my plans. Now you'll be left worrying all day. How can you use your honey trap in front of Sister Hong? After a while, Lu Hong was getting a little overwhelmed by his teasing. Fearing that he might not be able to resist starting a game in broad daylight, she made an excuse, grabbed a bowl of dumplings, and fled back to her room. Zhou Chu smiled contentedly, knowing the real show was about to begin. He carried his portion of dumplings and leisurely returned to his room, deliberately leaving the door open. Sure enough, no sooner had he sat down than a graceful blue figure silently followed him in. Yan Li has arrived. Yan Li came in and closed the door behind her. She had indeed prepared carefully for today, wearing a sky blue, fitted knitted long dress that perfectly accentuated her youthful and toned figure. Her light makeup added a touch of refinement to her already beautiful features. As soon as she entered, her eyes were drawn to the steaming bowl of dumplings on Zhou Chu's table. The rich aroma of meat and dough filled the air, making her unconsciously swallow. She was hungry too. Zhou Chu ate his dumplings without looking up, only letting out a cold snort from his nose as a greeting. What's up? Two simple words, yet they carry a cold indifference that keeps people at arm's length. Yan Li's heart tightened, but she still followed the plan, putting on a practiced, pitiful smile. She sat down next to Zhou Chu, stretched out her fair hand, and gently placed it on Zhou Chu's arm, her voice soft and seductive. Brother Zhou Chu. I was in the wrong yesterday, please don't be angry with him, okay? He was just terrified. As she spoke, she gently traced circles on Zhou Chu's arm with her finger. Actually, I've always thought you're incredibly capable and reassuring, much better than Ahao. Zhou Chu paused in his eating of dumplings, then finally looked up and stared directly at her. Yan Li was overjoyed, thinking her offensive had worked. She immediately mustered her courage, leaned forward, her eyes shimmering with tears, and brought her cheek closer and closer to Zhou Chu. Her lips, lightly painted with lip gloss, parted slightly, as if inviting him to taste them. This trick is incredibly effective against those top-ranked players. The atmosphere in the air became incredibly enchanting and ambiguous at that moment. Looking at the pretty face so close to his, Zhou Chu had to admit that if he hadn't overheard their plan last night, Yan Li's appearance was indeed very alluring. Those bright, sparkling eyes, that perfectly timed display of weakness, were enough to make most men succumb. He put down his chopsticks, looked at Yan Li with interest, and a half-smile appeared on his lips. That's it. Yan Li was stunned for a moment, and her face turned bright red. She never expected that even after going to such lengths, the other party would remain unmoved. She gritted her teeth, steeled her resolve, and leaned forward a little more, pressing her soft, though not magnificent, chest firmly against Zhou Chu's arm. Brother Zhou Chu, please forgive him. Please! As she spoke, she gently shook Zhou Chu's arm, her voice carrying a coquettish nasal tone, and her body rubbed against him. Being small has its advantages. A thought flashed through Zhou Chu's mind, but his face remained playful. He subtly withdrew his arm, causing Yan Li to sway slightly as she lost her support. Yan Li's face looked rather grim, but she still forced a smile. Zhou Chu picked up his chopsticks again, took a dumpling, and slowly put it into his mouth. I'm a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. I have no objection to you living here. Gao Jiahao, no way. Those 5 resolute words completely shattered Yan Li's smile. She finally dropped her seductive demeanor, her face revealing anger and resentment. Why? We paid rent too. You have no right to kick us out. That's illegal. She couldn't help but argue, trying to use the rules from before the apocalypse to fight for her rights. He locked you out yesterday, and you locked him out too. You're even now. Why are you still holding on to this? This is an abuse of violence. Zhou Chu ignored her shouting and quietly ate his dumplings, as if she were just a fly buzzing in his ear. Only after finishing the last dumpling did he wipe his mouth with a napkin before slowly standing up and looking down at the woman who was still chattering on and on. Are you done talking? He asked casually. Yang Li felt a tightness in her chest from his cold gaze, and the words she was about to say stuck in her throat. Zhou Chu's gaze passed over her and landed on the door. His voice suddenly turned cold, carrying an undeniable killing intent. I told you, if he dares to step through this door, I'll kill him. He took a step closer and looked directly into Yang Li's wide, fearful eyes. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Now you can get out. Yang Li was so frightened by the terrifying aura emanating from him that she retreated repeatedly, not daring to say another word, and finally almost staggered out of the room. Zhou Chu watched her retreating figure and sneered. Innocent. In this apocalypse, might makes right. Chapter 13 is infected. How can you be so useless? You can't even handle this small thing. Gao Jiahao suppressed his anger and cursed under his breath. I told you to be more proactive. Look at you, all shy and hesitant. You're not even as good at handling things as Lu Hong. Wearing so much, do you think anyone will be interested? And you're not even wearing stockings. I think you're trying to kill me. Yes, you want to kill me so you can get together with that kid. Am I right? No, I tried my best. It's him, he doesn't buy into that at all. Yang Li's voice was full of grievance. You tried your best? I think you weren't putting in the effort. If you really had put in the effort, wouldn't he have fallen for it? Look at Lu Hong, she's got that guy completely infatuated with her, and what about you? You can't even let me in the door. Look at your flat chest. I've been telling you to get some work done on your breasts for ages, but you just wouldn't go. If you were bigger than Lu Hong, wouldn't he fall for it? You've really killed me. Gao Jiahao erupted in a fit of impotent rage. Zhou Chu was speechless. This Yang Li has been manipulated to the core, she's beyond saving. After a while, he heard the two decide to go upstairs. This was within Zhou Chu's expectations. He knew that Gao Jiahao had a classmate renting a place on the top floor, and Gao Jiahao was now desperate, with no other option but to seek refuge with his classmate. Yang Li would definitely follow him up. Sure enough, Yang Li came in, packed some things, and the two went upstairs together. Zhou Chu watched them disappear around the corner of the stairs. It's quiet now. The troublesome guy finally left, leaving only Sister Han and me in the room. Haha, let's have a good fight. Tap, tap, tap. The door opened, and out peeked was Yu's adorable little face. Brother Zhou Chu. Oh, I forgot about little Yu. You're so sweet, Zhou Chu said with a smile as he squatted down. What are you doing? I'm reading a book. Yu held up the children's picture book in her hand, looking very serious. Mommy is with me. Zhou Chu looked into the inner room and sure enough, saw Lu Hong sitting by the bed, looking tenderly at her daughter. She smiled apologetically at Zhou Chu, her eyes carrying a hint of, you know what I mean, helplessness. So eager to learn? Why not take a nap in the middle of the day? Never mind, there's always another day. He smiled, gave a few words of advice, and then went back to his room. He lay in bed, studying the lottery system and pondering the use of the antiviral serum. Just then, Bai Jing's anxious shouts came from the direction of the balcony. Zhou Chu! Zhou Chu! Come here right now! Zhou Chu felt a chill run down his spine, immediately jumped out of bed, and rushed to the balcony. What's wrong? My sister seems to be acting strangely. Bai Jing's voice was trembling with fear, filled with sobs. What? Without a second thought, Zhou Chu pushed off with his legs, his muscles instantly engaging, and he leaped over the balcony like a cheetah, landing steadily on Bai Jing's balcony. He rushed into Bai Ying's room, only to find that although the room had been cleaned, there seemed to be a faint smell of blood still lingering in the air. Bai Ying was huddled in the corner of the bed, curled up like a wounded little animal. Vying! What's wrong? Zhou Chu stepped forward and called out softly. She did not react. Zhou Chu took a closer look and immediately gasped. Bai Ying's face was deathly pale, her lips were blue, and her forehead was covered with large beads of sweat that soaked her bangs. Her eyes were tightly closed, and her body was trembling violently and uncontrollably. What exactly happened to your sister? Zhou Chu turned around and asked Bai Jing anxiously. I don't know either, Bai Jing cried, completely disoriented. This morning she said she felt a little hot, like she had a fever, so I told her to sleep for a while. I just came in to check on her, and she turned out like this. Fever? A very bad premonition rose in Zhou Chu's heart. He mustered his courage and gently lifted the sleeve of Bai Ying's arm. A horrifying scene unfolded. Her skin, like her complexion, was terrifyingly white, and beneath that pale skin, dark blue veins bulged out like twisted worms. This scene is so similar to that of the villager who turned into a zombie yesterday. Zhou Chu's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. Could she have contracted an infection? Infection? Bai Jing was terrified, almost losing her balance. You mean my sister will turn into a zombie? With a sob in her voice, she shook her head repeatedly, unable to accept this terrifying speculation. Impossible! Impossible! We were both fine yesterday, and she didn't have any bite wounds on her body. Zhou Chu hoped he was overthinking things, but Bai Ying's symptoms were exactly the same as those of the villager who had turned into a zombie yesterday. Bited by a zombie? Or somewhere the skin was broken and then got stained with zombie blood? He suddenly remembered that Bai Ying had indeed been tackled to the ground by a zombie yesterday. Although he arrived in time and kicked the zombie away, no one could guarantee that nothing unexpected had happened during those few seconds of contact. Was that when you were bitten? Or were you scratched by a zombie's sharp claws? Zhou Chu's heart sank, filled with anxiety. Serum. Oh, right. I have serum. He immediately brought up the system panel in his mind. Antiviral serum, intramuscular injection, kills the virus infecting early-stage zombies. Effective within 24 hours of infection. Valid for 24 hours. Zhou Chu's mind raced. Nearly 24 hours had passed since he fought the zombies yesterday afternoon. We can't wait any longer. Time is running out. With a thought, a vial of serum containing a pale blue fluorescence appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to step forward, something unexpected happened. Vying, who had kept her eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened them with a whoosh. Zhou Chu and Bai Jing were both startled. Looking closely, they saw that the once clear and beautiful phoenix eyes now held no trace of human emotion. His pupils shrank dramatically, becoming tiny dots the size of pinpoints, and his entire eye socket was filled with terrifying bluish blood vessels and cloudy whites. She let out a hoarse, inhuman roar, and her body trembled even more violently, as if a wild beast was about to burst out of her petite body. I was indeed infected. She's about to turn completely into a zombie. Sister! Sister! Bai Jing let out a shrill scream and rushed forward without thinking. Don't go over there! You go out first! Zhou Chu grabbed her tightly and shouted sharply. He knew very well that once Bai Ying completely turned into a zombie, she would not hesitate to bite off the throat of any living being that came near her, even her closest sister. Only she herself could save her. Bai Jing is only hindering me here. If she gets infected again, it will be a real problem. Quickly! You get out first! Bai Jing obediently went out while crying. Bai Ying's body began to convulse violently, her hands and feet twisted at bizarre angles, and her mouth opened wide, as if she was about to let out that signature roar of a zombie. A close call. Without any further hesitation, Zhou Chu unscrewed the metal cap of the serum, revealing the needle, and with all his might, plunged it into Bai Ying's still convulsing thigh. Puff! Bai Ying shrank back and actually dodged. Zhou Chu used all his strength to insert the needle into the bed. Chapter 14 Bai Ying's Transformation. Zhou Chu used all his strength to stab the needle hard into the soft mattress. Snap! The force was too great, and the fragile glass syringe shattered instantly. The pale blue liquid was absorbed by the sheet and disappeared. Zhou Chu felt a chill in his heart, and suddenly looked up. Roar! A roar, inhuman and filled with violence, burst forth from deep within Bai Ying's throat. She let out a long howl, her eyes, now only whites, fixed on Zhou Chu. Then she sprang up from the corner of the bed and pounced on him. Holy crap! She's completely turned into a zombie. And she's so fast. That's ridiculously fast. More than twice as fast as those two ordinary zombies from yesterday. Zhou Chu reacted quickly, his pupils contracted sharply, and his body instinctively tried to dodge, but the figure was as fast as a ghost, and he had no time to dodge. In that critical moment, he only had time to roar in his heart. Skill, iron brain! Bite! Almost the instant the skill took effect, Bai Ying's gleaming fingernails had already dug deep into Zhou Chu's chest. Sparks flew everywhere. Fortunately, his copper head and iron brain were strong enough to block this fatal blow. However, Zhou Chu still felt a sharp pain in his chest, and the huge impact forced him to stagger backward. Before he could regain his footing, Bai Ying's second attack arrived. She left afterimages as her attacks rained down like a storm. Too fast. Zhou Chu's clothes were all ripped to shreds. If it weren't for my copper head and iron brain, I would definitely be dead beyond dead by now. Fortunately, the room's space limited her ability to utilize her speed advantage. Although Zhou Chu was initially on the defensive, he gradually regained his footing and began to counterattack thanks to his terrifying strength of 18 points, and his absolute defense of copper head and iron brain. Finally, Zhou Chu seized an opening, took the claw attack head-on, and instead of retreating, he advanced, closing in on Bai Ying's claws and letting them slash at his body. His large, iron-like hands gripped her wrists. Fortunately, although Bai Ying was fast, her strength did not seem to have been enhanced at the same level. Under Zhou Chu's absolute power, she was like a butterfly with its wings pinched, unable to move. Zhou Chu took the opportunity to forcefully push her onto the bed. Although Bai Ying's hands and feet were restrained, she still persisted, twisting her body wildly and opening her mouth to bite Zhou Chu's neck. Zhou Chu had a sudden inspiration and remembered the method the sisters had used to deal with the zombies yesterday. He used his knee to push against Bai Ying's back, forcefully flipping her over so that her face was down, pinning her firmly to the bed. Now, even if she had incredible abilities, she wouldn't be able to bite anyone. He immediately took out another vial of serum from the system, yanked down Bai Ying's pants, and injected it into her pert buttocks. Pfft! The needle went in, and this time, the pale blue liquid was successfully injected in its entirety. After the needle was inserted, Bai Ying's struggles immediately lessened, and the roars in her throat turned into low sobs. Zhou Chu breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Bai Ying roared again, her body arched sharply, and she unleashed an unprecedentedly powerful force. Caught off guard, Zhou Chu was almost knocked over by her. At this point, he could no longer subdue her with just his hands. He quickly adjusted his posture, tightly gripping Bai Ying's arms and upper body from behind with both hands, while forcefully clamping her kicking legs with his own, and pressing his head firmly against the back of her head, rendering her unable to move. He was like an octopus, completely locking Bai Ying between himself and the bed. She didn't know how much time had passed, but the hot and explosive body in her arms finally calmed down. She stopped struggling and screaming, and just lay there quietly, motionless, letting Zhou Chu hold her tightly in this extremely shameful position. In the room, only the heavy breathing of the two people remained. After a while, a woman's voice, tinged with a mixture of confusion and embarrassment, rang out softly. Zhou Chu? What are you doing? Bai Ying seemed to have regained her senses. Zhou Chu was overjoyed and quickly asked, Are you all right? What happened to me? Bai Ying's voice was full of confusion. She seemed to have no memory of what had just happened. You've been infected with the virus. You almost turned into a zombie. However, I gave you the serum, so you should be fine now. He paused, then said in a righteous tone. You don't need to thank me. It's what I should do. The room fell silent for a moment. Thank you. It's all right. I do 10 or 8 of these hero saves the damsel in distress things every day. A while later. Then why are you still hugging me? Oh, this. I'm not sure if the virus has been completely eradicated. What if there are still remnants? I'm afraid you might suddenly turn into a zombie again, so I need to control you and observe you first. How long do you plan to hug me like this? Just to be on the safe side, let's observe for another hour. Another awkward silence ensued. Suddenly, Bai Ying's body stiffened slightly, and she squeezed out the words through clenched teeth. Zhou Chu, is something pressing against me? Oh? Is that so? Zhou Chu blushed. Sorry, it might be the air conditioner remote. Chapter 15 Bai Ying's Abilities. I fought you for half a day with great difficulty, and spent 2 vials of serum worth a fortune. Charging some interest now is perfectly reasonable. Zhou Chu felt the exquisite, soft, and incredibly elastic body beneath him, and thought to himself with delight. At this moment, Bai Jing cautiously poked her head in. Zhou Chu? What are you doing? How is my sister? Zhou Chu didn't even look up, maintaining his posture, and said in a calm and reliable tone. She's safe for now. I've got her under control, but I'm not sure if the virus has been completely eliminated, so we need to keep her under control for a while longer. You should go out first, it's dangerous here. I'll call you when you're fully recovered. For some reason, Zhou Chu felt that his skin was thickening at an alarming rate after the system was awakened. Once upon a time, he was a cautious and timid person with a strong sense of self-esteem that bordered on being overly sensitive. Faced with Bai Ying's rejection, he would immediately retreating far away, claiming that he had self-awareness and wouldn't be a sycophant. But in reality, it was nothing more than his inherent inferiority and arrogance at work. Now, he is incredibly confident, and his witty remarks come out of his mouth effortlessly. Perhaps this is the change brought about by strength. The domineering aura of successful people is simply because they have the capital to take risks, while the timidity of the poor is only because a single loss would mean utter ruin. Bai Jing looked at him suspiciously, then softly called out, Sister. Vying, who was beneath Zhou Chu, remained silent. From Zhou Chu's perspective, he could clearly see that her eyes were tightly closed, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and a charming blush was quietly spreading from her slender neck. Zhou Chu was overjoyed and emphasized. I told you, your sister's condition is still unclear. You should leave now. Oh, all right. Then, be careful. Bai Jing had no choice but to obey and leave, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. As soon as the door closed, Bai Ying spoke, her voice a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance. Let me go. I'm better now. Really? Zhou Chu feigned concern. Don't push yourself. Don't worry about me, I still have strength, I can hold on for a little while longer. Bai Ying was so angry at Zhou Chu's shameless words that she almost burst out laughing. It's really healed. Let go of me now. Zhou Chu reluctantly climbed off her. As soon as he sat up, he felt a change in a certain part of his body, so he quickly bent down and grabbed a piece of clothing to cover his legs. Seeing his embarrassed expression, Bai Ying couldn't help but burst out laughing, which eased the awkward and ambiguous atmosphere in the room. When were you infected? How did you get the serum? Almost simultaneously, the two asked the question that had been on their minds, and said in unison. You go first. Bai Ying hesitated for a moment, then pulled her collar down a little. A dazzling expanse of snow-white skin came into view, and right next to that deep cleavage, there was a dark red bloodstain that had already scabbed over. So deep! Zhou Chu stared, mesmerized. He immediately put on a concerned expression. I meant the wound. Does it still hurt? Let me put a band-aid on it for you. Damn zombies! As he spoke, his hand reached out rather indecently. Bai Ying slapped his hand away in annoyance, straightened her clothes, and said seriously. Yesterday, when that zombie pounced on me, I was scratched by its claws. You still haven't told me why you have the serum. Zhou Chu pondered for a moment and decided to reveal part of it, half-truths and half-lies. Actually, I awakened a superpower. After the zombie outbreak, I gained a special ability. Superpowers? Vying was indeed somewhat surprised. Yes. Zhou Chu nodded. It's like a treasure trove. I can get things out of thin air. That's how the serum came about, and so did the dumplings I gave you yesterday. I see. Vying nodded thoughtfully. She was a smart woman and did not ask for further details. She looked at Zhou Chu, her eyes suddenly becoming somewhat peculiar. You told me your secret, so I'll tell you a secret too. I awakened superpowers too. What? Before she finished speaking, Vying had already retreated to the doorway, about 3 meters away from Zhou Chu. Zhou Chu was wondering what she was going to do. Suddenly, Bai Ying's figure flashed before his eyes. Almost at the same time, he felt a warmth on his neck as a soft, warm hand gently touched his carotid artery. Teleportation? No way. It's not teleportation. Zhou Chu was shocked. His enhanced vision could catch a fleeting afterimage of her rushing towards him, but while his eyes could follow her, his brain and body couldn't react in time. Because it's too fast. It was even faster than when she turned into a zombie. What kind of ability is this? Zhou Chu asked in shock. Vying withdrew her hand, her face showing a hint of novelty and excitement. Phantom. The name just came to mind naturally as soon as I woke up. And as for how to use it, it feels like it's something I've practiced since I was a child. It's become an instinct of my body. Zhou Chu nodded and began to ponder. Does being bitten by a zombie grant superpowers? No, those 2 ordinary villagers who were bitten yesterday turned into zombies. The two exchanged a glance and instantly understood the key point. Being bitten by a zombie, but not completely mutated, or rather, the zombie transformation process was forcibly interrupted, for example, by receiving a timely injection of serum. Only then is it possible to awaken superpowers under the dual stimulation of the virus and the serum. This is the most likely result that Zhou Chu deduced based on the available information. Vying nodded in deep agreement. Regardless of the process, the result is good. Zhou Chu not only saved her life, but also inadvertently bestowed upon her a magical ability. With the ability of Phantom, she finally had a real chance of survival in this perilous post-apocalyptic world. Zhou Chu paced back and forth in the room a few times, processing this massive amount of information. He turned to her, his expression turning serious, and said, Vying, don't tell anyone about your awakened superpower for now, including Bai Jing. Your ability is extreme speed, but your strength doesn't seem to have increased much. Once someone sees through you and you're put on the defensive, it will be very dangerous. Because I was able to awaken superpowers, others will definitely have them too. You've seen what kind of people Lu Quan and his gang are like. Therefore, you should be by my side as a trump card, used to launch a surprise attack at the most critical moment. This is the most correct way to use you. Do you understand? Zhou Chu's almost superior to subordinate, commanding tone might be very uncomfortable under normal circumstances. But at this moment, as Vying listened to his calm analysis and arrangements, she felt an unprecedented sense of trust and security. She looked at Zhou Chu, at his bright, shining eyes, at the absolute confidence in his voice. She felt that this man was radiant. Perhaps only by following people like this can one truly survive. Okay. She nodded gently, her tone carrying a softness she herself was unaware of. I'll listen to you. Chapter 16 Jealous Sister Hong. By the time Zhou Chu returned to his room, it was already dusk. In the living room, Lu Hong was waiting for him somewhat restlessly. She knew that Zhou Chu had spent the whole afternoon at the Bai sister's place next door. Although she didn't know exactly what had happened, she wasn't worried that he would be in any danger. However, when she thought of Bai Jing and Bai Ying's twins, who were young and beautiful and whose figures were just as good as hers, she felt inexplicably jealous. She is already 29 years old. She started working right after graduating from vocational school and has been working in society for more than 10 years. She has much more experience than Zhou Chu. She knew all too well that men were creatures who could be both fickle and devoted. What's philandering is that they like all sorts of different types of women. What's consistent is that they will always like women who are 18 years old. Facing the youthful and beautiful by sisters, she, who also had a child, felt somewhat insecure. Her feelings were complicated. She was a little jealous and a little self-pitying. If only she could be 10 years younger. That bastard. He's been gone for so long. If he's so capable, then he shouldn't come back at all. She thought bitterly to herself. But when Zhou Chu appeared at the door, all her wild thoughts were instantly replaced by worry. Zhou Chu's shirt was tattered beyond recognition, with strips of cloth hanging from his body as if it had been torn apart by some wild beast. What happened to you? Why are your clothes so torn? She rushed over to him, her voice full of concern. Did you run into zombies again? Or are Lu Quan and the others here again? Zhou Chu casually took off his tattered shirt, revealing his strong and well-defined muscles, which still had a few faint white scratches on them. No, it's nothing, just a minor incident, he reassured with a smile. Don't worry, it's all taken care of. You must be starving. Wait for me a minute. Zhou Chu went back to his room and took out 2 plates of frozen dumplings and some fresh vegetables. Let's make do with this for today, and I'll see if I can get something else tomorrow. Soon, a simple dinner was prepared. After eating dumplings, Lu Hong coaxed Yu to bed. Only Zhou Chu and Lu Hong remained in the room. Without Gao Jiahao and Yang Li, the whole house became much quieter. A crescent moon quietly rose, and the bright moonlight shone through the window into the living room, coating Lu Hong's mature and voluptuous body with a dreamlike silver glow. Sister Hong! Zhou Chu stepped forward and naturally put his arm around Lu Hong's soft waist from behind, only to find that the person in his arms seemed somewhat absent-minded. Although he didn't refuse, his body felt numb, completely different from his passionate demeanor last night. Sister Hong? What's wrong? Zhou Chu rested his chin on her shoulder and asked softly. It's nothing. Lu Hong's voice was a little muffled. Have Vying and the others eaten yet? They ate. I gave them some sandwiches. Zhou Chu leaned close to Lu Hong's neck and took a deep breath. The familiar, refreshing scent made his heart flutter. It smells so good. Lu Hong subtly stepped away, her tone tinged with resentment. What's so fragrant about it? I'm so old. What are you saying, Sister Hong? Aren't you only 18? Zhou Chu's sweet words came out without hesitation. Humph. You just like 18-year-olds, don't you? Lu Hong turned her face away, refusing to look at him. No, I like you just the way you are, Sister Hong. Humph, that sounds nice, but deep down you probably think I'm too old. At this moment, Zhou Chu finally realized what was going on. So he's jealous. He chuckled inwardly, but his face revealed an expression of utmost sincerity. Heaven and earth bear witness. Sister Hong, what you said hurts me deeply. He took her hand and placed it on his chest. Feel it, my heart, inside and out, top and bottom, is written with your name. My heart beats wildly for you, I'm infatuated with you, I'd bang my head against a wall for you. You're so glib. Although Lu Hong said this, her expression softened considerably, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. Really? In my heart, Beijing and Vying are just little sisters, at most friendship boats. But you're different, Sister Hong. He leaned close to Lu Hong's ear and whispered. You are my giant ship of love. They are green apples, sour and astringent. You, on the other hand, are ripe peaches, just a gentle poke and... What? Lu Hong blushed, and her heart pounded as he spoke. It's flowing water. Pa! Vulgar! Lu Hong spat at him, but her face lit up with a smile. Zhou Chu laughed and pulled her into his arms, resting his chin on her forehead. Sister Hong, I, Zhou Chu, swear to God that my love for you is like a tractor going uphill, loud and passionate. What a ridiculous analogy! This is such a mess. I went next door this afternoon to handle important business, saving lives and maintaining world peace. I've been thinking about you constantly, and I just wanted to come back and deliver the grain tax as soon as possible. Pa! Who needs you to pay? Zhou Chu laughed, and then whispered. After all, only ports of your caliber, Sister Hong, can accommodate my tonnage. You're going to die shameless. Lu Hong was so flattered by him that she completely lost her temper, slumped into his arms, and poked his forehead with her finger. You're so sweet-talking. Like you've been coated with honey. Of course, I have a sweet tongue, you should try it. Zhou Chu chuckled and lowered his head to kiss her lips. There are no more troublesome people, and no more outsiders to worry about. The giant ship entered the harbor, instantly stirring up huge waves. After being enhanced, Zhou Chu unleashed astonishing combat power, causing Lu Hong to flee in disarray, utterly defeated and reduced to a puddle of water, repeatedly begging for mercy. After the storm subsided, Zhou Chu lay contentedly on his bed, looking at the exhilarating numbers on the system panel. Lottery points, won by 30 times. Chapter 17, The Third War Begins. 30 lottery points. 30 lottery draw points. This is the most rewarding harvest since the system was activated. Lu Hong, this treasure of a woman, always manages to bring him surprises. But Zhou Chu quickly realized a problem. With his current physical strength boosted by 18 points, he could easily play 3 or 4 games a day in the short term. But Sister Hong might not be able to handle it. Moreover, a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Jealousy and quarrels, like today, are common occurrences. Therefore, opening a second front is of utmost urgency. Who is it? After much deliberation, Zhou Chu concluded that Vying, who had just awakened her superpowers and was both grateful to and trusted him, might be a good choice. He reflected on how he felt today, and it wasn't bad at all. Yes, we need to step up our efforts. In addition, Su Shaoran lives in Building 10 of this community. She is Zhou Chu's colleague, and they had a flirtatious relationship for a while. There was contact when the zombie outbreak first started, but there's been no news since the internet went down. Whether they're still alive is unknown. We can investigate when we're strong enough. Other women, such as Yanli or others, are not being considered for the time being. He hasn't reached the point of being indiscriminate in his desires or resorting to force and robbery. After all, he is not a beast. However, the most important thing right now is to draw the prize. Zhou Chu opened the system panel. Host Zhou Chu. Constitution 7, Strength 18, Agility 7, Spirit 8. Remaining chances to win 30. Skills: incredibly intelligent and able to pinpoint locations by sound. Specify attribute points. Zhou Chu silently recited in his mind. Ding! Insufficient lottery attempts, unable to specify this category. Damn! 30 times isn't enough? Zhou Chu was speechless. Just how many times did it take to specify these attribute point categories? Food or other necessities, while important, are not urgent. With his current abilities, he can cooperate with Sister Hong to produce them at any time. Vying has a fever today, and he's thinking of extracting some commonly used medications and serum, which are also very useful, but not the highest priority. Skills are important, but 2 skills are enough for now. Attribute points are the most urgently needed resource right now. Vying's awakened phantom put immense pressure on him. If she can awaken, so can others. That ghostly speed, if used for a sneak attack from behind, might kill him before he even had a chance to activate his bronze head and iron brain technique. Only by improving agility and physical fitness, and eliminating any weaknesses, can one gain true security. Damn it! How many times do I have to do this? Zhou Chu angrily slammed his fist on the bedboard. No way! I have to get those attribute points today. His eyes narrowed, and he made a decision in an instant. He jumped out of bed, walked out of the room, and gently knocked on Lu Hong's door. As soon as Lu Hong opened the door, before she could even speak, Zhou Chu pulled her over and scooped her up in his arms. Ah! Lu Hong exclaimed in surprise. Achoo! What are you doing? Sister Hong! I want more! Zhou Chu's breathing became heavy. Without saying a word, he carried Lu Hong to the table in the living room, gently turned her over so that her back was to him, and she lay on the edge of the table. A full moon, illuminated by moonlight, suddenly appeared before my eyes. Perfectly round. Full. Sister Hong, I love you! Zhou Chu let out a deep, passionate roar, and without any foreplay, launched his most intense all-out attack. Lu Hong didn't know why Zhou Chu suddenly became interested again, but when she heard his heartfelt roar, she felt weak all over and gave up all resistance. 13,568 words omitted here. About an hour later. Lottery points, 52. Zhou Chu lay contentedly on the sofa, while Lu Hong nestled lazily in his arms like a docile kitten. The two remained silent for a long time, enjoying the tranquility after the storm. Zhou Chu silently ordered in his mind. System, assign attribute points. Ding! Insufficient lottery attempts, unable to specify this category. Holy crap! 52 times isn't enough? Zhou Chu nearly coughed up blood. Was this system trying to kill him? Was it really going to take hundreds of repetitions? Even the strongest kidneys couldn't handle that. At that moment, Lu Hong, who was in his arms, suddenly chuckled softly. Sister Hong, what are you laughing at? Nothing. I clearly saw you smile. No, you're mistaken, Lu Hong retorted stubbornly. Fine, you won't admit it, huh? Then I won't be polite. Zhou Chu stretched out his hand, aiming for another peek. No, no, no! Lu Hong quickly begged for mercy, laughing so hard she was shaking. I remembered a sentence I saw online that said when a man is 20, he's as energetic as a teddy bear. Great! Sister Hong, you dare to make fun of me! Zhou Chu's fighting spirit was ignited. Looks like you haven't yet seen how powerful I am. He flipped over and regained control of the high ground. No! No! I really can't take it anymore. They also say online that when a woman says no, she really means yes. Watch this move. The two were playfully bickering when they scored their second goal. A hat trick. I don't know how much time has passed. When Zhou Chu woke up on the sofa, the glaring sun was already high in the sky. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and immediately brought up the system panel. Number of lottery points, 103. Wow! I'm amazing! Zhou Chu's spirits lifted, and he roared in his heart with all his might. System! Assign me attribute points! The familiar electronic sound rang out, but the content was completely different. Ding! The number of draw attempts has been met, and the attribute points category has been assigned. A huge, gleaming gold prize plaque, completely different from the previous ones, slowly opened before him. It finally works. Chapter 18 Attribute Point Lottery. System! Assign me attribute points! With a roar of all his might in his mind, Zhou Chu heard the familiar electronic voice finally change. Ding! The number of draw attempts has been met, and the attribute points category has been assigned. Number of draws, 103 minus 100 is equal to 3. My chance to win the lottery has instantly decreased by 100 points. Zhou Chu's heart skipped a beat. It really was going to be a full 100 times. Recalling his hard work the previous night, he couldn't even remember how many times he had launched his attack. The further he went, the more exhausted Sister Hong became, sweating profusely, and the fewer lottery points she gave him. That's 100 points. You have to draw a surprise for me. He focused his attention on the enormous, gleaming gold trophy that was slowly opening before him. Unlike the previous prize wheel, all the squares on this wheel were related to attributes, but the rewards were completely different. He took a closer look and couldn't help but gasp. Constitution +1. Strength +2. Agility +1. Spirit +1. These 1 or 2 point rewards occupy more than 90% of the slots. The remaining slightly smaller areas are the winning zones for +5 and above. And those tiny squares, almost as thin as a hair, are marked with big prizes like +10 and +20. He even saw an incredible option like all attributes plus 10, but the slot was so small that Zhou Chu felt like he could blow it away with just a breath. The value of attribute points is far greater than you imagine. Zhou Chu rubbed his hands together, feeling both nervous and expectant. All in with 100 points. It's all or nothing. Lottery! The prize tray responded and spun rapidly, its golden light almost blinding him. The pointer slowly stopped, and Zhou Chu's heart jumped into his throat. It wobbled and pointed to agility plus 5. Damn! Spend 100 tries to get only 5 points of agility? Zhou Chu's heart sank. Well, it's better than plus 1. A bit of a loss though. Before the thought could even finish, the pointer shakily turned again, about to stop at spirit plus 1. Damn it! I'll fight you to the death! Zhou Chu roared inwardly. As if hearing his roar, the pointer seemed to be propelled by an invisible force, and suddenly jumped forward. Bite! With a crisp click, the pointer finally came to a steady stop on a rather small square. Congratulations, host! You have gained strength plus 10. It's done! Zhou Chu was stunned at first, then overjoyed surged into his heart. What a surprise! I'm definitely the luckiest person in the world. While it's still not as amazing as a plus 10 to all attributes prize, plus 10 to strength, is already a very rare prize in this prize pool. System, add points! He issued the order without hesitation. In an instant, a torrent more powerful and violent than ever before poured into his body from the void. Click! Click, click, click! His bones were groaning under the strain, as if being shattered and reassembled inch by an invisible giant hammer. Muscle fibers tear and regenerate at a visible rate, becoming stronger and denser. An explosive sense of power awakened and roared in every cell of his body. He felt that he could punch right through a load-bearing wall. The feeling of control that came from this pure power made him want to roar to the sky. After a long while, the strange phenomenon gradually subsided. He opened the system panel. Host Zhou Chu. Constitution 7. Strength 28. Agility 7. Spirit 8. Remaining chances to win 3. Skills: incredibly intelligent and able to pinpoint locations by sound. 28 points of strength. Ah, that feels so good. If that old bastard Lu Quan dares to come again, given my current condition, I guarantee I can take him down with one punch. Zhou Chu was satisfied and relaxed as he put his remaining 3 chances into the random jackpot pool. Congratulations, host, you have received Durex Family Pack, 144 pieces. Safety in production is everyone's responsibility. Thoughtful care ensures a smooth and comfortable experience. We safeguard your every effort. Congratulations, host, you have received the Australian M9 Plus Wagyu Tomahawk Steak Gift Box, 10 kilograms. Even the palates of the apocalypse demand the ultimate enjoyment. Please use with a portable gas stove. Medium rare is recommended. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a pair of heart-to-heart rings. A pair of magical rings. Durex and steak. Zhou Chu looked at the first 2 prizes and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But on second thought, it is indeed very practical. With such intense work every day, without protective measures, it's only a matter of time before a baby Zhou Chu is born. These are extraordinary times, and pregnancy is a huge problem for women. As for steak, I can try Sister Hang's cooking tomorrow. He finally fixed his gaze on the pair of rings lying quietly in his inventory. A pair of love rings. A pair of magical rings. Once each person wears one, the bond is complete. Loyalty lock. Once the ring is bound, it cannot be removed unless the wearer dies. The bound person will have absolute loyalty and trust in the primary binder, the person who first put on the ring. Note: love is the strongest contract in the world, and also the sweetest shackle. This is simply an incredible artifact. Zhou Chu took out the ring and examined it carefully. The ring is made of an obsidian-like material, yet it gleams with a metallic sheen. The surface is smooth as a mirror, without any superfluous embellishments, presenting an ultimate, understated sense of luxury. Inside the rings, two extremely fine, vein-like red threads can be clearly seen. These two red threads coil within each of the two rings, yet seem to echo each other, as if they were originally one, only temporarily separated. His first thought was to give the rings to Lu Hong. But the thought only flashed through his mind before he rejected it. No need. Lu Hong is now completely devoted to him. Her loyalty and trust were built up step by step through hardships together, and there is no need to use such props to bind them. Moreover, Lu Hong's loyalty and trust do not need to be bound by such a magical artifact. Then, vying? Her cool and beautiful face appeared in Shou Chu's mind. He shook his head again. Vying had just been saved by him, and had awakened her supernatural abilities. Logically speaking, the possibility of her betraying him was extremely small. But, can I really trust her 100%? Zhou Chu had a huge question mark in his mind. Under normal circumstances, perhaps. But now it's a zombie apocalypse, with order collapsing and morality declining. The human heart is the most vulnerable thing in the world. No one can be trusted 100% except yourself. Lu Hong, Vying, Beijing, they are all the same. Only by remaining vigilant and suspicious at all times, and firmly grasping all the initiative in our own hands, can we ensure our own safe survival. Moreover, the fact that the system pulled out these rings at this moment might itself be a hint, or rather, a guide. Zhou Chu has made his decision. Just as he put the ring back into his inventory and was preparing to plan his next move, a series of hurried and flustered footsteps, accompanied by shouts and curses, came from downstairs. "Stop! Don't run! You motherfucker! You dare run away? I'll break your legs if I catch you!" The sound was very noisy, but Zhou Chu immediately activated sound localization. In the auditory radar, a person is desperately rushing upstairs, while 4 people are chasing closely behind him. "Damn, this kid can run pretty fast!" "It's alright, he'll still die once we get to the top floor." It's the accent of the locals from Jingtu Lu village. Zhou Chu frowned. The person being chased had already rushed up to the 19th floor and was about to reach the 20th floor. He immediately got up, went to the door, and looked out through the peephole. "It's Li Feng." Zhou Chu recognized him. Li Feng was a deliveryman who lived on the 6th floor of this building. He was a nice guy, and the two would occasionally smoke together when they bumped into each other downstairs. Panting heavily, Li Feng reached the 20th floor, completely exhausted, and unable to run any further. The 4 men, armed with steel pipes and machetes, were panting like dogs. "Run! Why have you stopped running? You son of a bitch, I told you to hand over some food, and you still dared to lay a hand on me? I have no more food, please let me go." "No food? Damn it! Then why did you run around like that? I'm exhausted." The man raised the steel pipe and smashed it down hard on Li Feng's head. Just then, with a bang, the door to room 2001 was suddenly flung open. The pursuers were startled and instinctively turned around to look, only to see Zhou Chu walking out coldly. Zhou Chu! The leader of the group saw him and his sinister smile froze instantly, like a mouse seeing a cat. Zhou Chu didn't say a single unnecessary word. He moved. With a flash, the terrifying explosive power brought by 28 points of strength allowed him to instantly cross a distance of several meters. The man only felt a blur before his eyes, and a fist the size of a clay pot, carrying a force that tore through the air, rapidly enlarged in his pupils. Snap! The man was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the wall and tumbling down the stairs. The remaining 3 were terrified and scrambled downstairs to escape. But Zhou Chu wasn't about to give them a chance. He grabbed the steel pipe that the dead man had dropped, pushed off with his foot, and his figure moved like a shadow, the steel pipe in his hand becoming a blur as he wildly struck at the ground. Ah! The four of them screamed and scrambled away as they fled. The battle was over in just a few seconds. Li Feng slumped to the ground, staring dumbfounded at the scene before him that seemed like a demon descending, unable to recover for a long time. Zhou Chu walked up to him and helped him up. What happened? Upon hearing Zhou Chu's question, Li Feng's psychological defenses completely collapsed. He burst into tears, his face covered in snot and tears, and recounted in broken sentences the inhuman ordeal he had endured over the past few days. It turned out that Lu Quan and his gang, having been thwarted by Zhou Chu, had turned their evil clutches to the other out-of-town tenants in the building. Taking advantage of their superior numbers, they broke into houses one by one, robbing food and water. Any resistance would result in a brutal beating. Even more appalling, they forcibly abducted several beautiful young girls from the building to Lu Quan's home, where they treated them as their playthings and abused them day and night. One of them was a girl who shared an apartment with him. He witnessed her being dragged away, and when her boyfriend resisted, they beat him up and threw him off the 6th floor. He didn't have many supplies to begin with, and he had already run out of food a few days ago. Every time those people came and couldn't find any supplies, they would beat him up. He had no choice but to secretly escape. Lu Quan and his gang, they're not human. They're devils. They even killed Old Wang's family who lived on the 7th floor, just because Old Wang had hidden a few bags of rice. Rape, murder, robbery. As Zhou Chu listened to Li Feng's tearful accusations, the warmth in his eyes gradually dropped to freezing point. A surge of overwhelming anger welled up within him. I was too kind. We've already entered the apocalypse. It's a world where people eat each other. The wicked have shed their human skin. Even good people have to turn into bad people, otherwise how can they survive? We can no longer be bound by the notion of a peaceful world. We must be more wicked and ruthless than the wicked to survive. Chapter 19, Internal Strife? At the corner of the fire escape staircase between the 19th and 20th floors, amidst a pile of messy, musty-smelling discarded items, a young man with blonde hair idly poked his head out. His name is Lu San, Lu Quan's nephew. He is a good-for-nothing who idles around and is a well-known good-for-nothing in the village. From his vantage point, he could see most of the 20th floor corridor, including the elevator door that was severely dented and had a large gaping hole. That was left behind by Zhou Chu when he fought the zombies a few days ago. It still has a faint smell of blood. The hallway was quiet. There wasn't a sound. Frustrated, Lu San pulled a cigarette out of his pocket, hesitated for a moment, then took out a lighter and lit it. Even in the apocalypse, cigarettes are a form of hard currency. This pack of cheap cigarettes, which he would have previously looked down upon, is his payment for monitoring Zhou Chu here. The acrid smoke, when inhaled into his lungs, invigorated him slightly. After finishing a cigarette, there was still no movement from above. Damn it, what a waste of my time, I might as well go back to sleep, he muttered under his breath, rubbing his lower back. Yesterday they broke into a shared apartment on the 7th floor, looted all the supplies, and threw the man off the building. As for the woman, Lu San revealed a lewd smile. Although that woman was a bit old, she still had a great time, it's just that she died too quickly. He was savoring the memory. Suddenly, a suppressed, terrified scream from a woman came from upstairs. Lu San instantly perked up, quietly climbed 2 steps, and listened carefully. That's right. The sound came from apartment 2001, which is the shared apartment where Zhou Chu and his friends lived. Achoo! Are you alright? Wake up! Don't scare me, achoo! It was that woman's voice, there was no mistake. Lu San had a very deep impression of that mature and charming woman. He dreamed of her. What's wrong with Zhou Chu? Is he sick? Or has the injury from a few days ago flared up again? Could it be that he's going to turn into a zombie too? Damn it! You've finally met your match. Lu San's heart pounded with excitement, and a gloating grin spread across his face. Just then, with a bang, the door to room 2001 was suddenly pulled open. Lu San quickly shrank back, barely daring to breathe. He heard anxious, hurried footsteps rushing out, followed by rapid knocking on the door. Vying! Bai Jing! Open the door! Open the door quickly! Although Lu Hong deliberately lowered her voice, Lu San could still hear her clearly in the deathly silent stairwell. Soon, the door to room 2002 across the street also opened. Sister Hong? What's wrong? It was the voice of the girl named Bai Jing. Achoo, I don't know what happened, he suddenly vomited a lot of blood, please come and take a look. Lu Hong's voice was choked with sobs, filled with helplessness and fear. Zhou Chu vomited blood? Great news! This is even more exciting than winning the lottery! Lu San was so surprised he almost shouted. He must have suffered internal injuries while fighting the zombies a few days ago. This kid has been stubbornly enduring it. He heard the Bai sisters hurriedly follow Lu Hong into room 2001, followed by the sound of the door being slammed shut. The time has come. Without any further hesitation, Lu San crouched down and ran downstairs as fast as he could. Zhou Chu is probably not going to make it. We must immediately report this amazing news to Uncle Quan. He ran while excitedly making plans. When the time comes, once Uncle Quan leads his men to charge up and finish off that half-dead Zhou Chu, I'll definitely get a share of that kid's supplies. And Lu Hong, Bai Jing, Vying, those three top-notch beauties, I'll be able to get my hands on one of them and have some fun with her. Thinking of that vivid and sensual scene, Lu San felt his steps become much lighter. Awesome! Today is going to be absolutely amazing. Soon, Lu San, along with Lu Quan and a dozen or so strong men, menacingly approached. These dozen or so men were the core thugs in Jingtu Lu village. They were either carrying steel pipes or holding sharp boning knives, and each of them had a fierce look on their faces. Lu Quan's arm was still in a sling around his neck, and any movement made him wince in pain. He looked up at the dark stairwell with a venomous look in his eyes, but also with a hint of fear. He lowered his voice and asked Lu San, Sanner, did you hear that clearly? That kid really vomited blood. It's absolutely true, Uncle Quan. Lu San patted his chest and assured him. That slut named Lu Hong was scared out of her wits. She ran out and knocked on the door across the street, looking for the Bai sisters. She was right there at the door, and I heard everything clearly. Lu Quan nodded with a gloomy face. Zhou Chu's inhuman fighting prowess had already left a huge shadow in his heart. The world is in chaos, resources are dwindling, and people are turning into wild beasts in their struggle for food. In the past 2 days, in order to consolidate their position, Wellhead Lu has also gotten a lot of blood on his hands. If Zhou Chu is really seriously injured, then now is definitely the best time to take advantage of his illness and kill him. However, Lu San is not very reliable. If he misunderstands, and our dozen or so men rush in again, they might end up being killed by him. Uncle Quan! Don't hesitate. Let's charge in. Kill that Zhou bastard! Lu San urged impatiently from the side. He must have hidden a lot of food. If we kill him, the food and the women will all be ours. Lu Quan was still weighing the pros and cons and was hesitant. Just then, from the direction of the 20th floor, there was a sudden bang, as the door to room 2001 was violently pushed open. Lu Quan and the others were startled and instinctively took several steps back, shrinking into the darkness at the corner of the stairs. Bai Jing! What are you doing? Don't take my things! Is that Lu Hong's voice? And it even sounds like she's crying? What did Bai Jing take from her? Did they start arguing? Lu Quan was filled with doubt and apprehension, and cautiously peeked out half of his head. In the dim light streaming through the fire escape window, he saw Bai Jing standing at the top of the stairs, while Lu Hong was holding her hand tightly, seemingly trying to stop her. What made him even more breathless was that Bai Jing was holding a huge pile of dazzling food in her arms. Instant noodles, ham sausage, and I think it's frozen dumplings? Lu Quan's eyes widened instantly. This kid really did have this much in reserve. Then, he saw Bai Jing suddenly fling her hand away from Lu Hong. Let go! Bai Jing turned around and shouted angrily. Zhou Chu is almost dead, and you're nobody to him. What's his is his, whoever gets it now. How could you do this? He's not dead yet. Lu Hong shouted angrily. The two grappled and struggled at the stairwell, and several packets of instant noodles fell from Bai Jing's arms to the ground with a crisp sound. Sis! Hurry up and grab it! Don't worry about her. Soon, Vying from across the street also ran out carrying a bunch of things. Without even glancing at Lu Hong, she ran straight to her own house. You! Lu Hong stomped her feet in anger as she watched their backs, and finally had no choice but to run back to room 2001. In the hallway, only a few packets of instant noodles remained scattered on the floor. Seeing this, all of Lu Quan's doubts vanished instantly. A greedy and cruel smile appeared on his face. Now there's no mistake. That kid Zhou Chu must be seriously injured and on the verge of death, otherwise how could his women have fallen out over food? This is truly a stroke of luck. Don't steal it. You little wench. These things will all be mine soon. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he gestured for his men behind him to go. Chapter 20. Closing the door and killing the dog. Lu Quan, along with a dozen or so men, cautiously made their way up to the 20th floor. When Lu Quan saw that the door to room 2001 was ajar and the door wasn't locked, he couldn't help but let out a wildly joyful smile. The door wasn't even closed. That stupid woman, Lu Hong, rushed back just now and forgot to lock the door. In this era where human life is as cheap as grass, leaving the door unlocked is tantamount to opening your arms wide and inviting others to rob or kill you. Superior! Lu Quan suppressed his excitement and let out a low shout. No longer having any reservations, everyone rushed in. The living room is empty. Lu Quan wasn't in a hurry. This house was only a little over 100 square meters, so it was impossible for him to leave even if he had wings. Search! Find them! His men grinned maliciously as they kicked open the doors to the various rooms and rushed inside. Nobody's here. It's not here either. Strangely, Lu Hong is gone, and her burden of a child is nowhere to be found either. Lu Quan knew that Gao Jiahao and Yam Li had been driven away by Zhou Chu. But how could Lu Hong and Zhou Chu have also vanished into thin air? A sudden sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Just then, a muffled thud came from behind him, followed by a villager's shrill scream. He turned around abruptly, and saw one of his men being hit head-on by a speeding truck. He was sent flying into the air, spitting blood as he fell, knocking down several of his comrades. Who? What happened? Lu Quan sprang up from the sofa with a whoosh, and stared in horror at the door. Zhou Chu's demonic figure had somehow appeared, blocking the doorway. He calmly clicked the lock shut, then turned around and coldly stared at everyone in the room with a look as if they were already dead. We've fallen for their trap. These 3 words struck Lu Quan like a bolt of lightning. Cold sweat poured down his back in an instant. Zhou Chu blocked the only exit, trapping all of them, including himself, in this small room. This is an elaborately designed slaughterhouse. I told you, if you mess with me again I'll kill you. Zhou Chu held a crowbar in his hand, slowly raising it. The sharpened tip gleamed with a deadly cold light in the dim light, pointing at Lu Quan. The group of people led by Wellhead Lu were terrified by the terrifying aura emanating from him and retreated in disarray, knocking over tables and chairs in the room. Don't panic, everyone! He's all alone! There are so many of us, let's fight him! Kill him with 1 sword each! At this point, Lu Quan knew that Zhou Chu had painstakingly tricked him into coming here, and it was now a life-or-death situation with no room for maneuver. Yes. Uncle Quan is right. What's there to be afraid of? Let's kill him. Kill him. All the food is ours. Those 3 rotten bitches, I'm going to fuck them to death. At the front of the crowd, little yellow-haired Lu San was shouting hoarsely, trying to encourage everyone. Zhou Chu's eyes instantly turned extremely cold. He moved. With a powerful push off the ground, he shot forward like a cannonball. The terrifying explosive power brought by 28 points of strength, also significantly increased his speed. In one stride, he traversed most of the living room and instantly appeared in front of Lu San, who was still shouting. Lu San's pupils contracted sharply with fear, and he had no time to react. Pfft! Zhou Chu raised the crowbar and thrust it forward. The sharp tip pierced through Lu San's wide-open mouth and went straight to the back of his head. Blood and brain matter gushed out along the crowbar. Lu San's body convulsed violently a few times before collapsing limply to the ground. Half a pack of cheap cigarettes slipped from his pocket and soaked into the pool of blood. This bloody and shocking scene completely shattered everyone's psychological defenses. A devil! He's a devil! Run! These cowardly bullies were terrified by Zhou Chu's superhuman performance. They screamed and fled towards the balcony, the kitchen, and the room where Yang Li and the others had been staying. Zhou Chu then began a one-sided massacre. He was like a prehistoric beast that had broken into a sheepfold. Every time he swung his crowbar, it was accompanied by the cracking sound of bones breaking and a shrill scream. Some people tried to resist with steel pipes, but he smashed them and the pipes together and sent them flying. Forced onto the balcony with nowhere to go, someone closed their eyes and jumped from the 20th floor. His copper head and iron brain didn't even need to be activated, because no one could even touch the hem of his clothes. Lu Quan was terrified. Taking advantage of the chaos, he crawled towards the kitchen on all fours. However, just as he crawled to the kitchen doorway, a foot came down from above and stomped hard on his back, pinning him to the ground. Trying to run? Zhou Chu looked down at him, his voice devoid of any emotion. No. Don't kill me! Zhou Chu! I was wrong! I'll never do it again! I have lots of food at home, I'll give it all to you! 3 women, I'll give them all to you! I'll give them all to you! Lu Quan cried and begged for mercy. Zhou Chu's face remained expressionless. He slowly raised the crowbar in his hand. Although Lu Quan couldn't turn his head, the hairs on his body stood on end. Death was imminent. You can't kill me! If you kill me, you'll die too! Dalla will never forgive you! Dalla was bitten by a zombie, he has superpowers! You can't beat him! Puff! Zhou Chu smashed the back of his head with a single blow. To deal with the devil, you have to use methods even more cruel than the devil himself. In your next life, be a good person. A few minutes later, the room finally quieted down. Zhou Chu was covered in blood, and the crowbar in his hand was bent and deformed. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Several of the most capable members of the Jingtu Lu gang in this building are here, but it's not time to let our guard down yet. We must press on with our momentum and solve this once and for all. Chapter 21. I'm in charge of this building. Zhou Chu, expressionless, threw the last corpse off the 20th floor balcony. Bang! Bang! A series of muffled, deafening thuds like war drums struck the hearts of every survivor in the building. Some residents near the balconies couldn't help but peek out, but when they saw the twisted corpses falling from the sky, they were all terrified and quickly retreated back inside. After Zhou Chu finished doing all this, he turned around and opened the door. Outside the door, there was a deathly silence. He found that the fire escape routes, both upstairs and downstairs, were packed with people. Upstairs were Li Feng, Gao Jiahao, Yang Li, and several other out-of-town tenants who had also been alarmed. Their faces were filled with shock, fear, and a hint of barely concealed excitement. Downstairs, there was a dark mass of people, who appeared to be villagers from Jingtu Lu. They were blocking the stairwell, unable to move forward or backward, and their eyes were filled with horror. Brother Zhou Chu! Li Feng was the first to react. He was so excited that he almost jumped down the stairs, tears welling in his eyes, his voice trembling with emotion. Brother Chu avenged us! He killed those bastard landlords! His words were like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples. Apart from Gao Jiahao, who was still huddled in the corner with a deathly pale face, the other tenants also came downstairs. They already knew Zhou Chu, and now they surrounded him without hesitation. Brother Chu! Let us in this! A young man shouted, raising his arms. "These beasts are wicked! They stole my last half bag of rice yesterday! And beat me up! Kill them all! Kill them all!" Another tenant roared, his voice filled with long-suppressed resentment. "Yes! We can't let them get away with this! My girlfriend was almost killed by them!" The crowd was immediately outraged. Zhou Chu nodded. There were already 7 or 8 people surrounding him, and some people upstairs were watching. He walked to the top of the stairs and looked down at the trembling, Jingtu Lu, villagers below. His voice was not loud, but it clearly carried throughout the entire corridor. "From today onwards, I'm in charge of this building. Now I'm giving you a chance. Hand over the people with blood on your hands. I'll let the rest of you stay for now. Otherwise, I'll sweep it up layer by layer, and don't blame me for being ruthless." These words caused a stir among the crowd. Finally, someone, unwilling to give up, began to shout. "Why should we? This is our house. You out-of-towner, you killed someone and now you want to take our house?" Zhou Chu gave a cold laugh. "Why? Because of this." He suddenly raised his hand, and the crowbar, already stained with blood, flew out of his hand like a black lightning bolt. Bang! With a loud crash, most of the crowbar was driven deep into the wall above everyone's heads, cement debris fell down, and the entire wall seemed to tremble. Those clamoring, "Well-head Lu," villagers instinctively shrank back in fear. Zhou Chu's icy gaze swept over each of them. "Next time, it won't be stuck in the wall. Hand over the person with blood on their hands by 1 p.m. He held up one finger. "Don't try to fool me. I have plenty of witnesses here." Seeing Zhou Chu's imposing and domineering presence, the villagers dared not utter a single word. Upstairs, the tenants who were still observing finally made up their minds, and several more people came down one after another. "Brother Chu, you're right. This is exactly how these people should be dealt with. We'll all listen to Brother Chu." Zhou Chu turned and walked back to room 2001. The tenants who had just expressed their willingness to work with him hesitated at the door, looking at each other, unsure whether they should follow him in. These are extraordinary times, and everyone is on edge. Entering someone's home without permission could easily lead to being mistaken for an enemy and killed. Zhou Chu turned around and glanced at them. "Come in. What are you standing there for?" Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and quickly followed them inside. However, when they saw the scene in the room, everyone involuntarily gasped, their hearts, which had just settled, instantly leaping into their throats again. The living room was splattered with blood, pools of congealed blood everywhere. Red and white stains on the walls, sofa, and overturned table were horrifying. A strong, nauseating stench of blood filled the air, making it almost impossible to breathe. "Zhou Chu, he's a demon king." The same thought involuntarily popped into everyone's mind. Zhou Chu paid no attention to their gazes. He casually picked up a relatively intact chair, sat down with an air of superiority, and said indifferently, "The room is a bit messy, please make yourselves at home." Who would dare to sit there? Everyone fell silent, too afraid to even breathe. Li Feng was the first to come to his senses. He cautiously asked, "Brother Chu, how about we tidy up the room first?" Zhou Chu nodded. "That's fine, you guys help clean up." Just as he was about to stand up, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking rather refined quickly stepped forward and said, "Hey, Brother Chu! You rest. Rest. We'll take care of it." As the man spoke, he pulled out a pack of unopened Manhwa cigarettes from his pocket, took one out and handed it to Zhou Chu, then casually took out a lighter to light it for him, and finally stuffed the whole pack of cigarettes into Zhou Chu's hand. "Have a smoke and take a break. We can handle this kind of rough work." Zhou Chu vaguely remembered this middle-aged man. His surname seemed to be Jing, and he was the manager of some company in the building. Zhou Chu initially wanted to be polite, but then he thought that now was the time to establish his authority. He had barely lifted his buttocks half an inch before he sat back down steadily. He took a deep drag of his cigarette, exhaled a smoke ring, and said casually, "Okay, thanks then, Mr. Jing." "Hey! Brother Chu, you're too kind. Just call me Lao Xing. Lao Xing nodded and bowed with a smile. Please take a rest. With old Jing, a shrewd and resourceful leader, taking the lead, the dozen or so young people worked with great efficiency. With Shou Chu's permission, the broken tables, chairs, and benches were neatly thrown off the balcony, landing in the pile of zombies below, eliciting a roar. The bloodstains on the floor and walls were quickly cleaned up by Lao Xing directing people to bring several buckets of water from upstairs. Once the room was completely clean and the smell of blood had faded considerably, Shou Chu called Lu Hong and the Bai sisters out. The small living room was packed with more than a dozen people. Shou Chu remained seated in the only chair, with Lu Hong and the Bai sisters standing behind him. Old Jing and Li Feng sat on the floor on either side of him, while the others sat or stood. All eyes were focused in awe on the young man who was leisurely smoking. Chapter 22 Meeting. Shou Chu sat in the only chair, his gaze calmly sweeping over everyone. Although the living room had been cleaned, the faint smell of blood in the air, like an invisible hand, gripped everyone's hearts, reminding them of how bloody and cruel everything that had just happened was. Everyone present looked at him with an extremely complicated expression. Fear, awe, worship, all sorts of feelings are present. Lu Hong stood behind Shou Chu, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She watched her little man's retreating figure, feeling both proud and fortunate. She was grateful that she had set aside all her reserve and dignity that night and made the right choice. This man not only gave her and her daughter food, but also gave them the most precious thing in this cannibalistic world, a sense of security. Thinking of their passionate lovemaking last night, with Shou Chu relentlessly taking from her, and the lingering pain in a certain part of her body, her pretty face flushed slightly. His gaze was so gentle it could melt your heart. Vying crossed her arms and leaned quietly against the wall. Her eyes held a complex expression. Shou Chu, the man who once stirred her heart, but whom she later had to distance herself from. He saved her twice, once from the clutches of villains and once from the brink of turning into a zombie. The end of the world has come, and no one knows what tomorrow will bring. Perhaps it's time to put those past worries behind us. Old Jing and Li Feng, on the other hand, were more filled with awe and calculation. They witnessed Shou Chu's demonic slaughter and saw his authority to decide life and death with a single word. They understood that the young man before them was no longer a neighbor with whom they could communicate on equal terms, but a king, to whom they had to serve. How to get better treatment under him and live longer was the only thing on their minds at that moment. At the very edge of the crowd, outside the door, Gao Jiahao and Yan Li peeked out, their faces pale, watching everything unfold. They dared not come in, much less approach. Gao Jiahao was trembling all over, his heart filled with endless fear. He had originally thought Shou Chu was just a lucky bastard, but now he realized that it wasn't luck at all, but rather a godlike power. He didn't even dare to have a jealous thought anymore, and just prayed that the Demon King wouldn't notice him. Yan Li's hand was still linked with Gao Jiahao's, but a strange emotion rose within her. Admiration for strength is a woman's nature. Shou Chu took in everyone's expressions. He stubbed out his cigarette, breaking the silence. Gentlemen, those who just died were only Lu Quan and a few of his core henchmen. Downstairs, there are at least several dozen more wellhead Lu villagers. The feud is already set in stone, and it's a fight to the death. Between us and them, only one side can survive in this building. His gaze sharpened as he surveyed the crowd. Today, we'll discuss one thing: how to deal with them. Everyone, feel free to share your thoughts. He focused the discussion directly on war, eliminating all unrealistic fantasies and making everyone understand that this was a life-or-death struggle for survival. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Feng was the first to stand up abruptly. Brother Chu, there's no need to discuss it anymore. Kill them! We must kill them all! He shouted, raising his arm in a fit of rage. These beasts stole our food, took advantage of our women, and even killed old Wang's family. They're not even human. What's the point of talking about morality and righteousness when dealing with beasts? Brother Chu, as long as you give the order, I, Li Feng, will be the first to follow you. We'll charge down, floor by floor, and wipe them all out of this building. Leave no one alive! We've now become mortal enemies. If we don't kill them all today, they'll get their revenge sooner or later. Li Feng's words immediately resonated with several young people. Yes. Kill them all. Let's fight them. Rob all their supplies. I know that guy surnamed Lu on the 3rd floor. He's hidden a lot of supplies. Zhou Chu nodded, noticing that old Jing shook his head slightly, but seeing the excited crowd, he opened his mouth but didn't say anything. Mr. Jing, why don't you tell us? Zhou Chu called on him. Old Jing quickly stood up, nodded to Zhou Chu, and then turned to the others. Brother Li Feng, I understand your feelings. We all have the desire for revenge. However, charging straight ahead is the worst possible strategy. First, let's compare strength. Although Brother Chu is brave and invincible, he can't fight against so many people. There are at least 40 or 50 men downstairs. They've been driven to the brink and are desperate. If they fight with their lives on the line, even if we win, there will inevitably be casualties. We only have a dozen or so people here, including both men and women. Even if we include all the tenants, our numbers are still fewer than the locals. Secondly, not everyone in Wellhead Lu's group is as bad as Lu Quan. Many are just ordinary villagers who have been coerced. If we carry out a massacre, we will only push everyone to the opposite side and make them united against the enemy, and the battle will be even more brutal. Old Jing paused for a moment, then offered his strategy. Now that Brother Chu has terrified them, it's the perfect opportunity to negotiate. I believe that as long as everyone talks properly, the locals and us tenants can get along well. After all, everyone just wants a way to survive. Why does it have to involve fighting and killing? As soon as Lao Jing finished speaking, Li Feng immediately stood up. Damn it! What are you talking about? Talk? Talk my ass! We were beaten for nothing? Old Wang died for nothing? Those girls were gang raped, and that's it? Li Feng spat all over Old Ding's face. Yes. What's the point of talking? Kill them all and avenge us. You make it sound so easy. They didn't actually attack you before, did they? Old Zheng's words aroused public outrage. But there were also a few people who supported him. I think President Zheng is right. If we can talk things out, let's not resort to fighting. Maybe the government will come to rescue us in a few days. Just then, Zhou Chu, who had been silent all along, raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. All eyes instantly turned to him. He first looked at Li Feng with sharp eyes and said in a deep voice, Li Feng, you're right, we have to fight. These words acted as a reassurance, instantly calming Li Feng and the pro-war faction. Then, he turned to Lao Jing. But Lao Jing has a point. We are outnumbered, and we may not have a chance of winning if we really fight to the bitter end. Besides, as he said, the government might eliminate the zombies and the world might return to peace. If I get involved in bloodshed now, or even take someone's life, like I did, I'm afraid I'll be held accountable. I understand your thoughts. But... His tone suddenly turned cold. I've said it before, I'm in charge of this building. I'll beat those well-headed Lu guys until they submit. Anyone with blood on their hands must be punished. I mean what I say. So, this afternoon, if they don't hand over the person, I'm going to start fighting. Starting from the 19th floor, I'll fight down floor by floor. I'll fight until they hand over the person, until they completely submit. He stood up from his chair, looked around at everyone, and every word he spoke was like a nail, hammering into everyone's hearts. Those who want to work for me, Zhou Chu, will never be short of food. Those who don't want to work for me, I understand. Just keep to yourselves and don't meddle. But, his gaze turned extremely dangerous. If anyone dares to make any underhanded moves behind my back, don't blame my crowbar for being ruthless. Those who don't want to work here can leave now. The entire living room was completely silent. Zhou Chu stopped looking at them, turned and walked towards the balcony, leaving only one sentence behind. This afternoon, let the war begin. Chapter 23 Mobilization. The entire living room was completely silent. A moment later, a young couple who appeared to be together exchanged a glance and silently left the room. Then, 3 more people hesitated for a moment before following suit without a word. Old Jing looked around, forced an awkward smile, and said to everyone, "Brothers, I'm really sorry I'm getting old, and I really can't do fighting anymore. But I absolutely support you." He took out a pack of unopened cigarettes from his pocket, and carefully placed it on a stool. "This pack of cigarettes is to cheer the brothers on." After saying that, he bowed to Zhou Chu and quickly left. Zhou Chu watched their retreating figures, his face expressionless. Everyone has their own ambitions, and he will not force them. The most important thing in life is making choices, and what remains now is his core team. "Fence-sitter! Coward! Soft-it!" Li Feng spat angrily as he watched Lao Bang's retreating figure. Zhou Chu waved his hand. "It's all right, no need to force it. Those who remain here are true brothers who would fight alongside us." He turned around and took out the box of top-grade Wagyu beef steak and several packs of frozen dumplings from the room, handing them to Lu Hong. "Sister Hong, go cook. Today, let's have a good meal to send off the brothers this afternoon." "Okay." Lu Hong took the things, her eyes full of tenderness. An uncontrollable cheer erupted from the remaining crowd. Everyone's eyes practically lit up when they saw the beautifully packaged, snowflake-patterned fresh steak. After being without food for so long, surviving on biscuits and instant noodles every day, being able to eat real meat felt like a dream. At that moment, they felt that following Brother Chu was the right choice. Amidst the clamor of everyone preparing a feast, Zhou Chu called Vying aside. "Vying, come with me for a moment, I have something to tell you." The two went to room 2002 across the hall. Zhou Chu closed the door, and the relaxed and carefree look on his face disappeared, replaced by a solemn expression. "There's going to be a tough battle this afternoon. There are at least a dozen adult men in this building, and if you include those teenagers around 18 or 19, there might be close to 30. He paused, then dropped a bombshell. "Moreover, some of them have awakened supernatural abilities." Upon hearing this, Bai Ying's eyes sharpened, but she didn't panic. If she and Zhou Chu could awaken, others could too. "What do you plan to do?" she asked. She didn't know when it started, but she had become accustomed to following Zhou Chu's analyses and instructions. Zhou Chu stroked his chin and said slowly, "If it's a head-on confrontation, I'm not afraid. What I'm worried about is the other party using their special abilities to launch a sneak attack, or bypassing me and targeting others. An enemy who has awakened superpowers will be a one-sided massacre when facing an ordinary person." Vying also frowned. This was indeed a huge problem. "However, we now have an advantage." A glint of light flashed in Zhou Chu's eyes. "That person doesn't know that we are aware of his existence, nor does he know that we are on guard against him. Moreover, they don't know that I have you as my real trump card." He looked at Vying and carefully deployed the tactics. "This afternoon, you blend into the crowd and hide yourself. Don't make a move until that person shows up. If he dares to show himself, then I'll deal with him. You decide whether or not to make a move based on the situation. If he tries to launch a sneak attack, if you can hold him off for even a second, then you and I, 2 against 1, have an absolute chance of winning. Once we deal with that hidden superhuman, the rest of the rabble are nothing to fear." "Okay." Vying agreed without any unnecessary words. Zhou Chu nodded, then took out the motorcycle helmet he had drawn earlier from his inventory and handed it to her. "In case of a conflict this afternoon, sticks can be indiscriminate. Wear this, safety first." Vying shook her head, a hint of confidence on her cool face. "I am capable of protecting myself, so don't worry about me." Looking at the stubborn yet beautiful face before him, Zhou Chu had a sudden thought and took out the pair of ancient love rings from his inventory. "Vying," his voice suddenly softened. "You know, I used to like you a lot, and I wanted to be with you. But—" He slowly put one ring on his hand, then opened his palm and offered the other one to her. "Now that the end of the world has come, no one knows how long they'll live. The past doesn't matter anymore. I just want to ask you, can we still be together?" Bai Ying's body trembled slightly. She looked into Zhou Chu's sincere and burning eyes, and then at the ring on his palm that seemed to carry a sense of destiny. The softest part of her heart was deeply touched. She had liked him too, but for some unspeakable reasons. At this moment, all worries have vanished. She reached out, her fingertips trembling slightly as she took the ring from his palm, and then, under Zhou Chu's expectant gaze, slowly put it on her ring finger. Zhou Chu could no longer contain his excitement, and he pulled her into his arms and kissed her fiercely. Vying responded awkwardly yet enthusiastically. The moment the ring was slipped on, a strange warmth coursed through her body. Their hearts seemed to be completely in sync at that instant, and Vying felt an unprecedented, peculiar urge to absolutely submit to this man. He was her king, her master. This feeling made her feel ashamed, yet also inexplicably excited. They were like lips and teeth, attacking and seizing territory. Zhou Chu's kiss was full of domineering and possessiveness, as if he wanted to make up for all the regrets of the past in this moment. His hand began to wander restlessly, and when that burning hot hand finally climbed the long-awaited, proudly standing mountain, Bai Ying's body suddenly trembled. She instinctively wanted to resist, but couldn't utter a single word of refusal. What shamed her even more was that, under the influence of the unity ring's wondrous power, her body, against her will, gave the most honest and intense response. Zhou Chu also clearly sensed her unusual behavior, and was startled, but was then overwhelmed by an even greater joy. He stopped testing the waters and became even more unscrupulous. The two stumbled and tumbled into the room, eventually collapsing together onto the soft, large bed. Ing! Zhou Chu's breathing became extremely heavy. Vying let out a soft moan from deep in her throat and closed her eyes. A long-planned war is about to begin. Thump! 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 Suddenly, a crisp, untimely knocking sounded at the door. Sis! Zhou Chu! The steak and dumplings are ready. Sister Hong asked me to come and call you for dinner. It was Bai Jing's vibrant voice. Forehead! Interrupted from his good time, Zhou Chu felt an inexplicable anger rush to his head. This sudden interruption finally allowed Bai Ying to regain some strength and rationality. She took the opportunity to push Zhou Chu off her cheeks flushed red. Let's go eat first. She straightened her disheveled clothes, not daring to look Zhou Chu in the eye. But Zhou Chu's gaze turned resentfully to a certain part of his body. Bai Ying glanced at him in the direction of his gaze. Her pretty face flushed even redder, and she spat out. You scoundrel! I don't care! I'm so angry right now! Zhou Chu wailed. Tonight, please! Bai Ying's voice was barely audible, tinged with a shy pleading tone. I have important business to attend to this afternoon. Sigh, all right then. Zhou Chu sighed helplessly, muttering to himself. That Bai Jing, she never comes earlier or later, she always ruins my plans. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying's expression became slightly unnatural, but she still forced herself to stand up and nudged him. All right. Let's go eat. Zhou Chu reluctantly straightened his clothes and followed her out of the room. Chapter 24: The Final Battle. Everyone was starving, and they ate all the steak and dumplings. Just as I finished eating, I heard shouts coming from downstairs. Hey, you surnamed Zhou, come out here! Everyone immediately became alert and grabbed their weapons. Zhou Chu gestured for everyone to remain calm, then walked to the stairwell. On the 19th floor, at the corner of the stairs, stood a thin old man with a cigarette dangling from his lips. In times of war, envoys are not to be killed, the old man said loudly, clasping his hands in a fist salute. Zhou Chu said coldly. So you're not going to hand them over? Spit it out. The old man wasn't afraid of him. He took a drag of his cigarette and said, Hey Zhou! We know you're tough, but if you've got guts, don't be a coward in the stairwell. Dozens of us brothers are waiting for you in the underground parking garage. If you're a man, come down and have a fair fight. If you win, we'll hand over this building to you with both hands. Do with it as you please. But if you don't dare to come, don't blame us for setting the building on fire and bringing in thousands of zombies from outside, so we can all die together. Zhou Chu raised an eyebrow. In this, well-head Lu group, Lu Quan is dead, so it seems a more powerful figure has taken over as the leader. They figured it out. They were no match for each other in a one-on-one fight, and the stairwell was too narrow to take advantage of their numbers. So they decided to challenge each other to a battle in the spacious underground parking garage. If we don't go ourselves, our momentum will be weakened. Those who are watching will have to retreat even further. This is an open conspiracy. Brother Chu, we can't go! Li Feng, quick-witted as ever, immediately stepped forward and said urgently, They outnumber us, and the underground parking garage is full of cars and pillars. What if they set up an ambush? We'll be in the open while they're in the dark. We'll be at a huge disadvantage. Zhou Chu waved his hand, a playful smile on his face. He pointed to the old man downstairs and replied loudly, All right. The underground parking garage, have your people wait. The old man's eyes flashed with joy when he saw that his plan had succeeded, but he still pretended to be calm and cupped his hands in greeting. What courage! After saying that, he hurriedly turned around and went downstairs. Brother Chu! Li Feng and the others wanted to persuade him again. Zhou Chu had already turned around. He opened the precious pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes and handed one to each of the men present. Looking at the worried expressions on everyone's faces, he said calmly and confidently, Trust me. The stairwell restricted the Wei Lu from using his skills, and it also limited his ability to perform. He possessed superhuman strength, an indestructible mind, and the ability to pinpoint sounds. In open areas, he would be an absolute slayer for these ordinary villagers. His biggest worry was that the villagers would use the intricate corridors and rooms of the resettlement housing to wage a guerrilla war against him. Now that these people have gathered together on their own initiative, it actually saves us a lot of trouble. However, these thoughts do not need to be explained to Li Feng and the others. Amidst the swirling smoke, his gaze became incredibly resolute. Grab your weapons and let's go! Zhou Chu instructed Lu Hong and Bai Jing to lock the door, and then took the lead and went down the stairs first. As he walked, he quietly activated his sound localization technique. The 2 apartments on the 19th floor were empty. Sure enough, they all went down. The 18th floor is still empty. Very good. This new leader is a ruthless character. He continued down to the 16th floor before stopping. He could hear the heartbeats and breathing of a man and a woman inside one of the apartments. Do you know this family? He asked Li Feng, who was standing next to him. Li Feng was a SF Express courier in the area and was quite familiar with the situation of each household in the building. Li Feng thought for a moment and replied, Brother Chu, this family isn't Jingtu Lu. It seems to be a brother and sister. The sister is an English teacher, quite quiet, and the brother is still in college. Knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. They knocked for a long time, but the other party still wouldn't open the door. Given the tense situation and the menacing, murderous look on Zhou Chu's face, it was understandable that they wouldn't dare open the door. Zhou Chu lost his patience and said coldly to the door, We're all tenants in this building, not bad people. We're going to have a showdown with the landlords downstairs. If you don't want trouble, stay in your rooms. If you hear me, give me a reply. Otherwise, I'll bang on the door. After a moment of silence, a slightly trembling female voice finally came from inside. I heard it. Zhou Chu nodded and was about to leave with his men. With a creak, the door opened a crack from the inside. A young man wearing black-rimmed glasses, who looked rather refined, peeked out. He was about 20 years old, with a somewhat pale face, but bright eyes. He mustered his courage and looked at Zhou Chu, asking, Are you Zhou Chu? Li Feng whispered in Zhou Chu's ear. This is my younger brother, his name is Aijing. Zhou Chu nodded. The young man's eyes lit up. Are you going to beat up those locals? Zhou Chu nodded and said succinctly, Yes. Can I go with you? Zheng, don't go. It's dangerous outside. A beautiful woman with frameless glasses and an intellectual air emerged from behind the door and grabbed her younger brother. She was dressed casually in a white shirt and jeans, and although she wasn't wearing makeup, her delicate beauty was undeniable. Sis! Don't worry about me. Ajing shook off her hand, somewhat agitated. Those people bullied us terribly. I want revenge. Also, we're out of food. If we don't go out to look for it, are we just going to starve to death at home? But they're going to fight. People will die. The older sister's eyes reddened with anxiety. So what if I die? It's better than starving to death. Following this brother, at least I'll have a full meal. Ajing's attitude was very firm. In the end, his sister couldn't persuade him otherwise and could only watch helplessly as he followed Zhou Chu's group. Along the way, apart from a few rental properties, all the people from Jingtu went down. They've really gone all in. Zhou Chu's ability to locate objects by sound was constantly at work. When the team arrived at the fire door leading to the underground parking garage, he could clearly see the scene behind the door. Two men stood pressed against the walls on either side of the doorway, holding a watermelon knife, a kitchen knife, and an iron bar aloft. Clearly, they were preparing to launch a sneak attack the moment the door opened. About 20 meters away from the main gate, behind a black minivan, 7 or 8 people were squatting, their hands full of stones and bricks. Sure enough, the sacks were already set up, just waiting for me to crawl in, right? A cold smile curled at the corners of Zhou Chu's lips. Chapter 25 Massacre. Zhou Chu discovered that the walls on both sides of the ambush point behind the door were just ordinary brick walls and not load-bearing structures. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. He made a shu gesture to Li Feng and the others behind him, then pointed to the wall on the left. Although Li Feng and the others did not know what he was going to do, they immediately held their breath and stopped because of their absolute trust in him. Zhou Chu silently walked to the left wall. In his radar view, a villager holding a kitchen knife was pressed tightly against the thin brick wall. He raised the crowbar in his hand, pointed the sharpened tip at a certain point on the wall, then lowered his shoulders, twisted his waist, and thrust his hips, concentrating all the power of his body into one point, and suddenly bursting forth. Pfft! With a sickening thud, the seemingly sturdy brick wall, under Zhou Chu's terrifying strength and the sharp penetrating power of the crowbar, became as fragile as tofu. The half-meter-long crowbar sank directly into the wall without any resistance. A short, painful scream came from behind the wall. Zhou Chu immediately pulled back the crowbar, and saw that the tip was covered with bright red blood and some white unidentified tissue. In his radar, the figure behind the wall had already collapsed limply, its body still convulsing. His other accomplice, lying in ambush beside him, was stunned by this sudden turn of events, and bewildered, bent over to check on his partner. Zhou Chu seized the opportunity, aimed at the protruding spot, and stabbed it in hard with the stick again. "Oh, whoa!" A piercing scream rang out, and the man, clutching his bleeding buttocks, rolled over and collapsed. Li Feng, Ajing, and their newly recruited underlings watched in stunned silence, their bodies turning ice-cold. They initially thought Brother Chu was just very good at fighting, but now they realized that this is not even human strength. Who can kill someone by punching through a wall with a stick? This is a godlike or demonic feat. The villagers of Jingtu, on the other side of the door, finally realized that Zhou Chu was ambushing them from behind the wall in a way they couldn't understand. Fear instantly overwhelmed them, and their ambush formation immediately fell into chaos as they fled into the depths of the garage. Seeing that the ambush had been broken, Zhou Chu kicked open the fire door and roared, "Charge! Kill them all!" Li Feng was the first to respond. The fire of revenge was already burning in his chest. He roared, gripping the sharpened steel pipe tightly with both hands, and caught up with the slowest villager. The man was only focused on running away and was kicked to the ground from behind by Li Feng. He stepped forward without hesitation and plunged the steel pipe in his hand into the man's back again and again. "Damn it! I told you not to hit me! Damn it! I told you not to hit me! You bastard! Die! Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!" Upon seeing blood, Li Feng went mad, his eyes filled with such ferocity that Ajing, who was experiencing such a scene for the first time, felt his stomach churn and almost vomited on the spot. Zhou Chu took the lead. With 28 points of strength, he was like a human tank. The crowbar in his hand was as light as a feather. Every swing of the crowbar carried the power to split rocks and shatter monuments. Touching it will cause injury, touching it will lead to death. Moreover, with his global perspective based on sound location, no one could ambush him, and there was no corner for him to hide in. Although the number of people from Jingtulu was large, they were instantly scattered and defeated when faced with the godlike Shou Chu. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound came from the darkness. Ah! A young man following behind Li Feng screamed and staggered backward, a string of blood beads bursting from his shoulder. What is that? Is it a gun? Shou Chu felt a chill run down his spine, and an extreme sense of danger instantly enveloped his entire body, making every hair on his body stand on end. Without a second thought, he roared, "Bone of bronze and brain of iron!" Almost the instant the skill took effect, a crisp ding rang out, and a steel nail of the same type slammed into his chest, bouncing away powerlessly. That was close! Shou Chu looked up, his gaze sharp as lightning, and instantly locked onto a man standing on a high fire hydrant dozens of meters away. The man was thin and had a sinister look in his eyes. He was holding a handful of steel nails in his hand. Super-powered evolver. Found you! So this is your ability! Shou Chu ignored the other small fry, pushed off with his feet, and charged straight toward the superhuman like a cannonball. The man was horrified to see that Shou Chu was impervious to blades and spears. Without hesitation, he swung his hands repeatedly, and the steel nails at his fingertips transformed into deadly silver threads, shooting towards Shou Chu like a tidal wave. These steel nails were incredibly fast and at extremely tricky angles, blocking all of Shou Chu's escape routes, and each one hit its mark perfectly. However, ding! 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 A series of rapid, crisp sounds, like raindrops hitting banana leaves, echoed continuously across Shou Chu's body. Without exception, all the steel nails were deflected by his indestructible skin, leaving not even a white mark. A head of bronze and a brain of iron is the perfect nemesis of this kind of physical piercing ability. No. Impossible! Seeing his trump card attack fail to have any effect, the superhuman's face finally showed despair and fear. Without thinking, he turned around and tried to escape along the pipe. Trying to run now? Too late! Shou Chu rushed to the bottom of the pipe in a few big strides, spotted the other party's position, and suddenly threw the crowbar in his hand like a javelin with all his might. Whoosh! The crowbar spun and flew into the air with a sharp whistling sound. The superhuman, who was running desperately along the pipe, felt a gust of wind coming from behind. Before he could even turn around, the heavy crowbar had already smashed into his back. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body, like a kite with a broken string, fell straight down from the pipe several meters high, crashing heavily onto the concrete ground. He twitched twice and then fell silent. Well, had lose. Last trump card was thus defeated. Inside the garage, all the villagers who were still resisting saw this scene and their faces were filled with endless despair. They could no longer muster the will to resist, so they threw down their weapons and fled in panic to another building. Shou Chu stopped Li Feng and his men from pressing their advantage. The objective of this decisive battle has been achieved. Do not pursue a defeated foe relentlessly. Shou Chu slowly walked to the body of the superhuman, pulled out his crowbar, shook off the bloodstains, and scanned the entire scene with his eyes. From this moment on, this building officially belongs to him. Chapter 26 I'm invincible. We won this battle. A resounding victory. Li Feng! Here I am, Brother Chu. Lock this door securely, and block it with heavy objects. Send 2 people to stand guard here in shifts. Report any disturbance immediately. Yes. Shou Chu looked around. This was the first time he had gone down into the underground parking garage since the zombie outbreak began. No zombies. This place is still a pristine land. More importantly, there are dozens, even hundreds, of cars parked here. Cars are the legs of the apocalypse. They are necessities for exploring the city in the future. If we could take control of this area. No, this area is too big. I can't eat it all right now. Moreover, this place is a maze of interconnected pathways, so it's only a matter of time before zombies get in. Oil. Zhou Chu's heart skipped a beat. The gasoline in the car. This is a strategic resource that is even more precious than food. He strode forward and, upon inspection, discovered that the fuel tank caps of many cars had been pried open, indicating that someone had already gotten there first. Fortunately, most of the cars were still intact. Li Feng! Go up there immediately and find all the usable containers. Get every last drop of gasoline out of these cars. Li Feng was taken aback, then suddenly realized what was going on, and his eyes lit up instantly. Understood. Brother Chu. He hurriedly called out to his men and excitedly went to find the things. When Jingtu Lu and his gang left, they took all the food and supplies they could carry, leaving only some beds, tables, and other things that they couldn't move. But Zhou Chu didn't care. Wood can be used as firewood, clothes can be made into strips of cloth, ironware can be forged into weapons. In the apocalypse, nothing is useless. Most importantly, they have completely taken over the building. Safety is now guaranteed to the highest level. Overall, the battle was thrilling but ultimately safe. His biggest trump card, vying, hadn't even had a chance to be revealed. It was a resounding victory. Looking at the large number of cars, Zhou Chu felt a little anxious. He still didn't have enough manpower. Jump! Zhou Chu ordered. Go upstairs and tell all the residents to come down and help move things and grab supplies. They didn't participate in the fighting, but their involvement in the operation now counts as a contribution. All right, Brother Chu. Although Jing had injured his shoulder, he was so excited that his face turned bright red. He came down with the determination to die, but he didn't expect to win so easily. What's a little shoulder injury? And of course he knew that all of this was because of the godlike man in front of him. Brother Chu, you're awesome. Half an hour later, at Zhou Chu's command, all the surviving tenants in the building came down. Who wouldn't come if there were supplies to be had? You say gasoline can't be eaten? But do you need to cook anything? Do you need a fire to cook instant noodles? It's pitch black at night, don't you want to turn on a light? Soon, buckets and basins of gasoline were carried to the temporary warehouse on the 3rd floor. Everyone was working enthusiastically. Zhou Chu said that as long as they do the work, they can get a share of the gasoline. Even if they don't get any points, they'll still come and do it. Wellhead Lu and his gang have all been driven away, and these indecisive fence-sitters are the next to be purged. Dare not come? Zhou Chu has more than one life on his hands. After the busy period, in the lobby on the 1st floor, Zhou Chu stood at the front of the crowd, his gaze sweeping over everyone. From today onwards, I'm in charge of this building. I don't care what you did before, now you all have only one identity, my subordinates. If you want to live, you have to follow my rules. I will allow you to keep the remaining supplies in your homes. I, Zhou Chu, will not take anything from you. But everyone must work. Standing guard, patrolling, collecting supplies, cleaning. This is the price you have to pay for security. Also, you must absolutely obey my orders. If anyone disagrees, stand up. Lu Quan and the others are your role models. These 3 ironclad rules are simple and brutal, yet they are filled with unquestionable authority. The survivors present were terrified and dared not even breathe. Zhou Chu nodded in satisfaction, and he moved into a large, clean house on the 2nd floor. Of course, he still lived with Lu Hong. Those with good judgment, like Li Feng, have already started to address her respectfully as sister-in-law. To celebrate the victory and to win back the hearts of the people, Zhou Chu brought out another batch of dumplings, vegetables, sandwiches, and the remaining top-grade Wagyu beef, allowing Lu Hong to treat everyone to a good meal. He himself went into the room, closed the door, and began to take stock of the real gains from this battle. His thoughts were focused on the system panel. The system gave him a notification the instant he killed the nail shooting ability user. As soon as he had a thought, the notification message reappeared. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a Tier 1 ability user. Rewards, free attribute points x1, skill removal x1. Zhou Chu's heart suddenly started pounding wildly. Killing superhumans can actually yield attribute points and skills. This has opened a whole new world for him. Gain skill, sharpshooting from hundreds of pace. With his free attribute points, Zhou Chu thought for a moment, and immediately added them to agility. Agility, 7 plus 1 is equal to 8. A warm current surged through his body, and he felt lighter and his reaction speed quickened slightly. Very good. His strength is sufficient for now. His agility and physique are his biggest weaknesses. Then, he focused his attention on the newly acquired skill. Shoot with great precision. This must be the ability of that superhuman to fire steel nails. If I kill a person with superpowers, can I take their superpowers? System, awesome. He clicked on the skill with his mind, and instantly, a vast amount of profound information flooded into his mind. I see. A thought suddenly occurred to him. He remembered the box of high-strength special cement nails. He had one in a previous lottery. The next second, a steel nail gleaming with a cold metallic light suddenly appeared at his fingertips. He flicked his arm. Call out! The steel nail shot out like a silver lightning bolt. Bang! With a muffled thud, the hard cement nail on the distant wall had been completely driven in, leaving only an inconspicuous small hole. Within 50 meters, every shot hits its mark. So strong! Zhou Chu was both surprised and delighted. In his hands, the power of this skill was more than twice as strong as in the hands of that skinny superhuman. The terrifying power of 28 points endowed each steel nail with unparalleled kinetic energy and penetrating power. Its power is probably comparable to that of a pistol. Long-range attack capability. Now, his last weakness has been overcome. Zhou Chu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Now he can use his 100 paces in a willow leaf technique to launch steel nails and carry out precise sniping kills from 100 paces away. In close combat, with a copper head and iron brain protecting him, he is indestructible. Reconnaissance personnel possess a comprehensive perspective, enabling them to locate objects by sound and gain complete insight into everything. Plus 28 points of invincible power. Very good. I'm practically invincible now. Chapter 27 Farming Lottery Points. As night deepened, the entire building fell into a deathly silence. Zhou Chu wandered around the building for a while. The first floor and the basement entrance are the most important entrances to the entire building. Whether it's zombies or people from Wellhead Lu's gang, these are the only two entrances to this building. Of the brothers, Li Feng is the most reliable and the most capable fighter. Zhou Chu arranged for him to live on the first floor and be in charge of guarding the place. Surprisingly, there was also a woman in Li Feng's room. She was in her 20s and quite pretty. Zhou Chu vaguely remembered this woman. She had just graduated from university, and seemed to work at a bank. Li Feng saw Zhou Chu, chuckled, and walked out. Brother Chu! He lowered his voice, a smug look on his face. Xiaoli lives alone and is scared, so I had her move in with me so we can look after each other. Zhou Chu understood immediately and patted Li Feng on the shoulder. Li Feng is now his top lieutenant, and he already has a smart woman who knows whose leg to cling to. Before the apocalypse, Li Feng was a SF Express courier. Zhou Chu didn't know his income, but generally speaking, a pretty young woman from a bank probably wouldn't even give him a second glance. But now, everything is different. You're something else. But don't bully them. Hee hee, how could that be? Don't worry, Brother Chu, we're in a free love relationship. Li Feng winked. I'm not like those beasts like Wellhead Lu. When they reached the 16th floor, Zhou Chu went to visit the injured Zheng again. The kid was full of energy, still looking excited as he lay on the bed, clearly not yet recovered from the intense battle that afternoon. Seeing Zhou Chu, his admiration was palpable, and he struggled to get up and call out, Brother Chu! His older sister, Qin Yu, however, looked at Zhou Chu with obvious resentment in her eyes, clearly blaming him for causing her brother's injury. Zhou Chu didn't mind, offered a few words of comfort, put down some food, and then turned and left. The nail has been pulled out, but we don't know if it will get infected or if it will cause tetanus. We don't have any medication right now, so I hope Ajin can hold on. Thinking of this, an idea struck him. It was time to soak that bag of cement nails in some dirty water and get rid of the rust. Next time he used his 100 paces, 1 shot technique, even if it didn't kill the enemy instantly, he'd make sure they tasted the full force of tetanus. After walking around and returning to their new home on the 2nd floor, Yu was already fast asleep. Hongjie was waiting for him in the living room. Looking at the spacious and bright house, Lu Hong was filled with mixed emotions. She never expected that after the apocalypse, her life would actually get better and better. Although she was still filled with fear, the sense of security that Zhou Chu gave her was something that no man before the apocalypse could provide. Zhou Chu gently hugged her from behind. "Chu, so many people need to eat now, what about your food?" Lu Hong's concerns were not unfounded. "It looks glamorous now, but dozens of people are relying on Zhou Chu for their livelihood." "Sister Hong, don't worry. I have a plan." Zhou Chu's hand had already reached inside and started kneading. I'm still worried." "Don't worry. You have to trust your husband's abilities." The moment the word, husband, was uttered, Lu Hong felt a wave of tingling sensation wash over her, and her body went limp instantly. "Chu! Call me husband." 1,200 words of intense battle details omitted here. Lottery points, plus 28. Zhou Chu was very satisfied. Although Sister Hong was a little tired, she still contributed a lot of ammunition. He looked at the beauty who had fallen into a deep sleep in his arms, but the fire in his heart still had not been extinguished. A second blossoming of love? Sister Hong really can't keep up with this today. But 28 points isn't enough. Far from enough. Zhou Chu put on shorts and quietly crept to the next room. The building has 2 apartments per floor. For safety reasons, Bai Jing and Bying moved down with them and still live in the apartment across the hall. In the darkness, Zhou Chu had just reached the door, but hadn't had a chance to knock. With a creak, the door opened from the inside. Bying stood gracefully at the doorway, wearing a silk nightgown. The cool moonlight shone on her, making her breathtakingly beautiful. "Is she waiting for me?" Seeing Zhou Chu's puzzled look, Bying blushed slightly and explained somewhat awkwardly. "I don't know why. I just suddenly felt that you would come. And then I came to open the door." Is this the power of the unity ring? A meeting of minds. The rest will fall into place naturally. In order not to disturb Bai Jing in the next room, the 2 of them tried their best to suppress their voices. Zhou Chu picked her up and gently placed her on the sofa in the living room. This was Bai Ying's first time. She was completely different from Sister Hong's mature, voluptuous, and fiery passion. She was like a piece of fine, cold jade, initially icy, but slowly, little by little, warmed and softened in your palm. Even more remarkably, because of the unity ring, there seemed to be no barrier between the 2, and their souls were intertwined. Bai Ying could instantly understand Zhou Chu's every intention and respond in the most appropriate way. The lovely girl in his arms was a virgin, her movements were clumsy, and her body was tense. But that perfect synchronization of souls was as if it had been rehearsed 1,000 times. This extreme experience, both strange and familiar, quickly propelled the 2 of them to a blissful state. The rain has just stopped. Zhou Chu looked at the system panel with satisfaction. Lottery points, plus 52. Wow! We made a killing! Zhou Chu was both surprised and delighted. He never expected that Bai Ying's first output of points would be higher than Sister Hong's. Was it because it was their first time together? Or was it because they shared a compassion ring, making their souls more aligned and their synchronization rate higher? Or because Bai Ying is an evolved being? If we work a little harder, wouldn't we be able to draw attribute points again? Zhou Chu was happily thinking about it when he suddenly felt Bai Ying's soft body wrap around him like an octopus. Her eyes held a hint of bewilderment, a hint of shyness, and a hint of an unprecedented longing. Holy crap! Has this unlocked some new form? Chapter 28 Lottery 132 Lottery Points. Zhou Chu looked at the glaring number on the system panel and felt a sudden ache in his lower back. Bai Ying is practically an insatiable succubus. Even with his superhuman stamina enhanced through numerous upgrades, he's finding it hard to keep up. Under the influence of the heart-to-heart ring, as soon as he harbored even the slightest such feelings for Bai Ying, she would involuntarily entwine herself around him like a vine. He was filled with shame, yet he still responded with utmost honesty through his actions. That's really hard to hold back. Last night, Sister Hong emptied my pockets. Tonight, Bai Ying drained me dry again. Even the landlords didn't have any surplus grain. At this moment, Zhou Chu secretly resolved that once he got the attribute points again, he would immediately add them all to his physique. I really can't take it anymore. But when the lottery actually started, Zhou Chu hesitated again. He's no longer the lone wolf he was a few days ago. He has his own small team now. Humans are, after all, social animals. In such a post-apocalyptic world, even if a person manages to survive, they will be driven mad by endless terror and loneliness. Last time Bai Ying was injured, he wanted to try his luck with the medicine in a lottery. Ai Zheng's injury this time made him realize the importance of medicine once again. We must extract some medicine first. System. Specify the drug category for me. The lottery page instantly changed to blue and white, representing the medical field. The prize tray was overflowing with items like bandages, iodine, cold medicine, and anti-inflammatory drugs. There were even outrageous items like scalpels, shadowless lamps, and sterile operating rooms. Pharmaceutical category, 10 tries per round. Come on, let's try our luck. The prize wheel is spinning rapidly. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received Yunnan Bai Yao Spray X10. Damn! What's the use of this thing? Is it for treating sprains and bruises? 10 chances. I worked hard for half an hour to get that. Zhou Chu was not convinced and tried again. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a military-grade field medical kit, deluxe edition. Item description. A large, dark green waterproof bag containing medical suture needles and thread, potent hemostatic powder, high-dose broad-spectrum antibiotics, a whole box of tetanus shots, and an illustrated battlefield first aid manual. Great. This is great. I spent 20 tries to get this. What a steal. With this, Ai Zheng's injury can be cured. I just don't know if there are any doctors or nurses in this building. If not, having Sister Hong or Bai Jing study this manual themselves would be sufficient. Zhou Chu put away the medical kit and continued the lottery draw. The medicine is ready, now let's get some food and water. Just as Sister Hong worried, now that the team is bigger, with more than a dozen people needing to eat and drink, and all of them relying on him to produce everything, the pressure is immense. System. Specify food category. Food category, 3 times per draw. When Zhou Chu first awakened, he couldn't afford to draw much, but now he has over 100 points and is very wealthy, so he can just do a 9 draw in a row. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 5 boxes of cornetto ice cream. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 kilograms of vacuum-packed rice. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 20 bottles of 5-liter purified water. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 double-layer cream cakes. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 5 caddies of frozen pork belly. Good heavens! Zhou Chu's inventory was instantly crammed full. Rice, water, meat, vegetables, everything was there. There were even top-tier luxuries in this post-apocalyptic world, like ice cream and cake. Now, our food supply for the next 2 weeks is secure. With medicine, food, and water, most of the survival problem was solved. But living off his savings is not his style. Moreover, a single building is too small, it's far from sufficient as a safe house. An entire neighborhood might be about right. Zhou Chu planned to take the initiative and go to supermarkets and restaurants outside to find more supplies. With resources, you can systematically occupy more buildings and gradually expand your influence. But if we're going to go out, we have to arm our brothers to the teeth. System. Specify weapon category. The interface has changed again. It really works. 15 times per session, more expensive than medicine. The prize plaque features daggers, longswords, broadswords, even the heaven sword and dragon saber. Let's draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the shadow blade. Item description: a knife hidden in the darkness. A black dagger appeared, about 20 centimeters long. It was completely black, did not reflect light, and was almost invisible in the shadows. The blade is as smooth as a willow leaf and as thin as a cicada's wing. Just looking at it sends a chill down your spine. This is amazing. This is Bai Ying's weapon. Keep drawing. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Dragon Bone Fire Axe. A fire axe with an imposing design. The handle appears to be made of some unknown metal, seemingly indestructible. The blade is incredibly sharp. I love this. So powerful and unrestrained. Completely invincible. One more time. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained high-strength alloy telescopic explosion-proof fork 5. This is great. I'm incredibly lucky. Zhou Chu knew very well that the zombies at this stage were not outrageous in terms of speed and strength. The most troublesome thing was that they were hard to kill and could be infected. With these 5 right forks, you can maintain a safe distance and pin the zombies firmly against the wall, leaving them at your mercy. Equip Li Feng and Qingjing with this, and the team's combat power will soar once again. Zhou Chu had some lottery points left, so he decided to save them up to draw attribute points. These are more than enough for now, and Zhou Chu is quite satisfied. Medical care, logistics, and weaponry, all 3 major problems were solved in one night. Now, it's time for the world outside this building to feel my power. Chapter 29, On the Attack, Headshot Zombies. After a night's rest, everyone in Zhou Chu's fortress had regained their energy. With plenty to eat and drink and morale high, it's the perfect time to set off. Zhou Chu stood by the window on the 2nd floor, carefully observing the route he had already chosen. Manhwa Garden is a gated community. Going out from the back door of their building number 3, passing through a green belt about 10 meters wide, and then climbing over the community's 2-meter-high iron fence, you can reach a quiet path. The path is about 2 or 3 meters wide, with the fence of Manhwa Garden on one side and the high wall of a junior high school on the other. If you keep walking along this road, you'll reach the west gate of the residential area. There's a row of shops lining the street there, restaurants, pharmacies, hardware stores, and their primary destination, a small supermarket. This route avoids the main road of the neighborhood where zombies gather, making it the safest and most efficient option at present. Are you all ready? Zhou Chu turned around and looked at the 5 people behind him who were fully prepared to go. Ready, Brother Chu! Li Feng led the others in a chorus of voices. Each of them wore electric bike and motorcycle helmets, carried blast forks that gleamed with a metallic glint, and wore thick clothing scavenged from Wellhead Lu. Although it was a mismatched outfit, it at least provided some basic protection. Zhou Chu nodded in satisfaction. He left buying at home. This sharpest trump card must be used at the most crucial moment. Now that they have deployed all their main forces, he can't rest easy without a top-tier fighter guarding the base. Set off! At a command, a group of 6 people quietly descended to the 1st floor through the fire escape. Through the glass doors of the lobby on the 1st floor, you can clearly see 2 zombies wandering aimlessly in the green belt outside. Their clothes were already moldy and tattered from the wind and rain, and their exposed skin had a nauseating bluish-gray color, covered with dark green lividity. Half of the cheek of one of them had rotted away, revealing its stark white gums. Vomit! In the group, A young man named Wang Chang couldn't help but gag upon seeing this scene. Damn, that's disgusting! Zhou Chu's eyes sharpened instantly, and he barked in a low voice. Everyone, stay alert! This is our team's first battle! No one is allowed to let us down! Everyone felt a chill run down their spines and immediately abandoned any sense of contempt. Zhou Chu began to deploy tactics, his voice calm yet powerful. Li Feng, you're in a group with Wang Chang. Sun Chao, you're in a group with Zhao Li. Shen Kai, be on standby in case of emergencies. Target those 2 zombies. 2 people each, use riot forks to pin them down from the front. Remember, knock them to the ground or pin them firmly against the wall. Then I'll take care of it. Brother Chu. That thing, can it really hold? Wang Chang was the one who had just gagged. He nervously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling. He wasn't flustered when fighting with Wellhead Lu's gang. But facing a monster that only appears in movies, it would be a lie to say he wasn't afraid. Zhou Chu noticed his nervousness, smiled slightly, and that smile, full of strong confidence, instantly calmed everyone's emotions. I've killed 2 of them myself, so don't worry. These things are nothing special except for being unkillable and infectious. They're about as strong as an average person and not very fast. If the 2 of you take on one, and you manage to hit it with your spears, it won't be able to move. Remember, the most crucial point is, absolutely do not let it scratch or bite you. Also, finish this quickly. Don't make too much noise to avoid attracting more zombies. Zhou Chu's confidence acted like a shot of adrenaline, instilling a sense of confidence in everyone. Alright. Listen to Brother Chu. Kill these damn zombies. Li Feng was the first to respond, his eyes flashing with a ruthless light. With Brother Chu here, what's there to be afraid of? Let's just do it. Sun Chao shouted back. Alright. I'll count to 3, 2, 1, open the door, charge. 3, 2, 1. Rush! Li Feng suddenly flung open the glass door, and the 7 men, like tigers released from their cages, charged out with riot forks in hand and roared. Ho! Ho! The 2 zombies smelled the scent of living people, their turbid eyes suddenly turned around, they let out an excited roar, spread their arms, and pounced forward, swaying as they went. Grass! Li Feng gave a low shout and was the first to rush forward. He gripped the riot fork tightly with both hands, and with all his strength, he thrust it forward at the oncoming zombie. Pfft! The crescent-shaped structure at the front of the blast fork precisely clamped onto the zombie's neck and shoulders. The zombie's enormous forward momentum forced Li Feng to retreat repeatedly, but he gritted his teeth, bulged his arm muscles, and held on firmly. Xiangzi! Help! Wang Chang reacted and charged forward with a roar, using his riot fork to pin the zombie to the waist and abdomen from the side. Damn it! The 2 roared, pushing forward together and sending the zombie staggering back a few steps. It can do it! The 2 were overjoyed. With their combined efforts, the zombie was pinned against the fence of the residential area, waving its claws in vain, unable to move forward even an inch. Well done! Zhou Chu gave a low shout and, having been waiting for a long time, cut in from the side. The dragon bone fire axe in his hand tore through the air and slammed down on the zombie's head. Puff! It's like splitting open a ripe watermelon. Red and white, bursting open instantly. The zombie's body stiffened abruptly, then slid down like a lump of mud. Sold out instantly. On the other side, Sun Chao and Zhao Li also successfully subdued the second zombie with their riot forks. But that zombie seemed to be exceptionally strong. Even after being forked, it struggled frantically and let out roars. Both Sun Chao and Zhao Li were facing this monster for the first time and were extremely nervous. In the chaos, Zhao Li tripped on the steps, stumbled, and lost his balance. Careful! The riot fork in his hand slipped from his grasp instantly. Sun Chao alone simply couldn't control that zombie. Roar! The zombie broke free of its restraints, shoved Sun Chao aside, opened its blood-red maw, and pounced on Zhao Li, who had fallen to the ground. It's over! Chin Kai! Help me! Zhao Li was terrified, his face turning deathly pale. Chin Kai, quick to react, raised his fork and lunged forward, but the zombies rushed between him and Sun Chao. The two were positioned one in front of the other, their formation was in disarray, and controlling the zombies was no longer so easy. Just at this critical moment, a dark shadow flashed past his eyes. It's Zhou Chu. He had arrived unnoticed, and turned around to deliver a powerful whip kick, slamming it hard into the zombie's waist. Bang! The zombie was kicked and rolled over, falling into the bushes. Before it could get up, Zhou Chu had already strode after it, raising the fire axe high in his hand and bringing it down again. Puff! Another thud that made your teeth ache, and the second zombie's head exploded. The whole process was lightning fast. From leaving the house to finishing, it didn't even take a minute. Huff, huff. Li Feng and the others were panting heavily, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. In that short minute, their adrenaline surged wildly, making them more exhausted than running a marathon. We won! They actually killed the zombies with their own hands. Zombies are not invincible. They were very excited. But everyone knew perfectly well that this was entirely thanks to Zhou Chu. Without Zhou Chu's miraculous, deadly axe skills, they probably wouldn't have been able to control it on their own. Zhao Li, who had fallen to the ground, was now filled with fear and shame. His mistake had almost killed him and implicated his brother. Just then, a strong and powerful hand reached out in front of him. It is Zhou Chu. He helped Zhao Li up, patted him on the shoulder, and said in a calm yet encouraging tone, For your first time doing this, you've done a great job. Don't be nervous, you'll get used to it after a few times. Chapter 30: A Clash of Titans. Having dealt with the two roadblocks in the community, everyone felt a little relieved, but their nerves were on edge even more. Because they are about to step out of the last line of defense. The fence of Manhwa Garden residential area is more than 2 meters high and is equipped with sharp anti-theft spikes. But for Zhou Chu and his strong young men, it was no insurmountable obstacle. Zhou Chu took the first run up, braced himself with one hand on the top of the fence, and his agile figure flipped over easily like a cheetah, landing silently. Li Feng, Wang Chang, and others followed closely behind, holding their breath and using both hands and feet to climb over. When the last team member, Chin Kai, landed firmly on the concrete ground outside the residential area, everyone's heart skipped a beat. They came out. They have completely left the safe house in the community. Just a wall away lies the true end of the world. The true unknown. A cold, foul-smelling air, mixed with the stench of decay and blood, filled their nostrils, sending chills down everyone's spines. Everyone perk up! Stay close to me! Keep formation! They were currently on a narrow path, only 2 or 3 meters wide. To the left is the fence of the residential area that I just climbed over. To the right is the bare, moss-covered high wall of the junior high school. This type of terrain has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage lies in avoiding being surrounded on all sides. The downside is that once attacked from both sides, there is truly no way to escape, no way to get out, and no way to fly away. Everyone gripped their riot forks tightly, their palms sweating, and followed Zhou Chu step by step, moving forward cautiously. After rounding a corner, the sight ahead made everyone stop in their tracks. Fine. Ahead was a straight path about 100 meters long. Along the way, a few zombies wandered around in 2s and 3s. After a careful count, there were exactly 6 of them. There were 6 zombies, and they, along with Zhou Chu, made a total of 6 people. 1-to-1. But nobody's naive enough to want to have a one-on-one fight with these freaks. Same as always. Zhou Chu's voice was calm and unwavering. Li Feng, Wang Chang, you two are in charge of the front. Sun Chao, Zhao Li, you two are in charge of the second one. Chin Kai, you take the maneuver. Remember. Same old method, use riot control forks to keep them at bay. Keep your distance, don't let them get close. The rest, leave it to me. Clear. Having gained the experience of their first success, everyone's courage grew considerably, and they responded in unison. Superior! At a command, the troops surged forward like a flood, charging towards the zombies who hadn't yet reacted. Ho, ho! The zombies finally spotted these delicious living people, their murky eyes instantly turning crimson, letting out excited roars as they pounced on them, baring their teeth and claws. You beast! Die! Li Feng took the lead and fought a series of battles. He had completely transformed from an ordinary deliverman into a fearless warrior. He roared, and the riot fork in his hand shot out like a venomous dragon, aiming precisely and fiercely at the neck of the first zombie. Clang! The zombie was knocked back by the enormous impact. Wang Chang immediately stepped in from the side, and the two riot forks formed a stable T shape, pinning the zombie firmly against the wall. Brother Chu! They're here! Zhou Chu's figure flashed in like a ghost. The dragon bone fire axe in his hand drew a deadly arc in the air. Pfft! With a swift and clean strike, the axe fell. The first head exploded. But more zombies rushed in. Sun Chao! Chao Li! Charge! Yes! Sun Chao and Zhao Li simultaneously launched their attacks, successfully trapping the second zombie. Zhou Chu followed up, and another axe blow to the head. The third zombie encountered an accident. Although the riot fork in Qin Kai's hand hit the zombie's chest, the angle was slightly off, and it didn't completely jam it. If he delayed the zombie's advance even slightly, Li Feng and Wang Chang would arrive immediately. But he was alone after all, so he was inevitably nervous. The zombie was also unusually cunning. It suddenly twisted its body and used its shoulder to push aside Qin Kai's riot fork, then pounced on him. Qin Kai was so terrified that he only managed to let out a scream before he was about to be devoured by the zombies. Court death! Just at this critical moment, a loud shout rang out. Call out! A streak of silver light, like lightning piercing the darkness, arrived first despite being delayed. Bang! The zombie's head seemed to have been struck by an invisible bullet, jerking backward and its entire skull flying off. It was Zhou Chu's. 100 paces, one arrow through a willow leaf. With his 28 points of strength, a small cement nail unleashed terrifying power comparable to a sniper rifle. However, although the cement nails had strong penetrating power, they did not directly kill the zombies. The zombie, its face covered in green slime, still staggered as it lunged at Qin Kai, who had fallen to the ground. Fortunately, Li Feng and Wang Chang arrived in time. Li Feng raised the pitchfork high and struck the zombie, knocking it to the ground. Then the two men followed, stabbing the zombie's head repeatedly with their pitchforks. The zombie finally stopped moving. Qin Kai collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, staring at the headless zombie lying at his feet, his back completely soaked in cold sweat. Zhou Chu did not stop, because the three zombies had already rushed in front of him. Having already developed a tacit understanding, Sun Chao and Zhao Li immediately took turns holding off one zombie on each side. Instead of retreating, Zhou Chu advanced and cleaved the head of the middle zombie in half with an axe. Li Feng and the others were thrilled by what they saw. They immediately rushed forward and used their weapons to unleash their fear and passion on the last two zombies. Pfft! Pfft! Finally, all 6 zombies fell, turning into a pile of foul-smelling minced meat. Huff, huff, huff! Li Feng, Qin Jing, and the others leaned against the wall or used riot control forks to catch their breath, their faces covered in a mixture of sweat and splattered blood. This time, they did not rely on Zhou Chu's instant kill, but truly participated in the battle and won. An unprecedented sense of accomplishment and pride welled up in everyone's heart. The path has been cleared away. Moreover, their swift victory prevented them from attracting zombies from other areas. Everything was proceeding perfectly according to Zhou Chu's plan. Zhou Chu walked to the end of the path, cautiously poked half his head out, and looked out at the world. Outside there is a wide road. On the road, there were broken down and wrecked cars everywhere, dried and blackened bloodstains, and even more zombies wandering aimlessly in the sunlight. That was the real apocalyptic scene. Fortunately, the green belts on both sides of the road were exceptionally lush, forming a perfect natural shelter. Their target, the neighborhood supermarket and the pharmacy next door, was surprisingly deserted, with not a single zombie in sight. Perfect. This is a golden opportunity. Chapter 31 How You Duo's Supermarket. Zhou Chu took the lead and was the first to rush into the How You Duo's supermarket. He held the fire axe and cautiously scanned the area. Very good. What incredible luck. There wasn't a single zombie in the supermarket either. Li Feng, Wang Chan, and others followed closely behind and filed in. After confirming that it was safe, everyone couldn't help but let out a suppressed but excited cheer. They did it! They really did it! But soon, the cheers were replaced by the sight before them. The small supermarket was a mess. Shelves were overturned, and various goods and sundries were scattered all over the floor. The air was filled with a nauseating smell of rotting food and dust. Clearly, fierce looting broke out here in the early days of the apocalypse. Even so, those supplies left in corners and under shelves still shone with an alluring glow in everyone's eyes, like mountains of gold and silver. Don't just stand there, Zhou Chu ordered in a deep voice. Load up everything useful. Load up as much as you can. Yes, Brother Chu. As if waking from a dream, everyone immediately took out the oversized woven bags they had brought with them when they left, and began a frenzied looting spree like a locust swarm. Instant noodles, biscuits, sausages. These long shelf-life commodities are in high demand. Take as many as you can. Brother Chu, look! There are still 3 unopened bags of rice here. Over here! There are 7 more large bags of noodles over here. Holy crap! I'm rich! 4 jugs of cooking oil. Various condiments, canned goods, bottled water, and even daily necessities such as toilet paper, toothpaste, toothbrushes, lighters, and candles were all stuffed into the bag. In the short term, these things will not be produced anywhere, and they will likely become hard currency in the future. Wang Chan found a pack of Furongwang cigarettes under a collapsed counter, and his eyes lit up instantly. He looked at Zhou Chu with longing, like a primary school student waiting for a reward. Zhou Chu was amused by his appearance. Smoke if you want. Give me one too. Long live Brother Chu. Wang Chan was so excited he almost jumped up. He hurriedly tore open the cigarette pack, respectfully handed one to Zhou Chu, and then lit it for him with a snap of a lighter. Brother Chu, you go first. He then handed one out to each of the other people as well, and then threw the whole carton of cigarettes into a large woven bag. Suddenly, a truly surreal scene unfolded in the cramped and messy supermarket. 7 men, each with a cigarette in hand, huddled together, puffing away, their faces beaming with satisfaction and contentment at surviving a close call. Awesome! Wang Chan took a deep drag, exhaled a large smoke ring, and exclaimed, Damn, this is the life we should be living! That's right! Sun Chao chimed in. Following Brother Chu, we get to eat meat and smoke cigarettes. Back when we were bullied by those bastard landlords, it was so damn frustrating. Li Feng flicked his cigarette ash, his eyes filled with admiration for Zhou Chu. Putting everything else aside, who can argue with Brother Chu's courage and strength? Now that I think about it, what's the difference between being scared in that building and being in jail? That's right. We're living for ourselves now. We're living for our brothers. In the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, the team's cohesion was elevated once again. After finishing their cigarettes, everyone stomped them out and continued working hard. But soon new problems arose. The bags for 6 people had limited capacity. Looking at the room full of supplies that were still mostly unused, everyone's faces showed expressions of heartache that were almost bleeding. It's all fate. Zhou Chu made a decisive move and waved his hand. It's all right, there's still time. Everyone, go back immediately. Send the things from this trip back first. Then, come back again. Good. Upon hearing this, everyone's spirits lifted. One by one, carrying heavy bags on their shoulders and in their hands, they quickly retraced their steps. It was as if boundless strength had been generated within each of them. Because what they were carrying was not supplies, but the hope of survival. Back downstairs, when the people inside saw that they had actually carried back a mountain of supplies, the entire building 3 erupted in a deafening cheer. Real. Brother Chu really did lead them to retrieve food from the zombie-infested outside. This trip was of extraordinary significance. It proved to everyone that by following Zhou Chu, they no longer had to live off their savings. Those seemingly terrifying zombies are not invincible. When they heard that Zhou Chu was going to organize a second transport team, 6 or 7 more young people volunteered and strongly requested to join. Zhou Chu's gaze swept across the crowd, spotting Gao Jiahao and his classmate Wu Tao, who were also timidly raising their hands. He frowned almost imperceptibly, but ultimately did not refuse. He is now the leader of this team. It would be petty to dwell on past grievances. We should be tolerant of others. So, a large group of more than a dozen people arrived at the small supermarket once again. When there are many people, it's easy for one's mindset to become unsettled. Among the group, several newcomers who were out for the first time, seeing the calm path and the empty supermarket, became bolder. Hey, I thought it was going to be really dangerous, but it's nothing. Yeah. Those zombies are all stupid and slow. With so many of us, we could easily stomp them to death. Gao Jiahao and his classmate Wu Tao were also whispering to each other at the back of the line. If we had known it was this simple, we should have come along the first time. We could have gotten a bigger share. Exactly, look at Li Feng and his gang, all so arrogant. Isn't it just because they were lucky and followed the right people? Damn it! You 2 sons of bitches, shut up! Li Feng had sharp ears and immediately heard their discussion. He turned around abruptly, pointed his finger at them, and cursed back. You fucking take advantage of the situation and then act all high and mighty. Where were you 2 cowards hiding when Brother Chu was leading us to fight the zombies? Gao Jiahao's face turned pale and then red after being scolded. He shrank back and looked at Zhou Chu's towering figure at the front, but ultimately dared not retort. Once inside the supermarket, the veteran team members remained silent and skillfully continued packing supplies. The others who joined later also frantically began looting. Just then, Li Feng's sharp eyes caught sight of Wu Tao furtively, and quickly stuffing something into his pants pocket. He immediately turned around and looked at Zhou Chu. Zhou Chu's ability to identify the location by sound had already allowed him to see everything, and he also saw Wu Tao's little actions. He nodded slightly to Li Feng. Li Feng immediately understood. He strode over and grabbed Wu Tao's wrist. What are you doing? What are you putting in your pockets? No. No! What are you doing, Brother Feng? Wu Tao's face turned pale, and he still tried to deny it. Still dare to talk back? Li Feng didn't hold back, reaching directly into his pocket and pulling out his clothes. Splash! A handful of colorful white rabbit milk candies were scattered all over the ground. Damn it! Hoarding supplies? The evidence is irrefutable and you still deny it? Believe me or not, I'll throw you out to feed the zombies right now. Li Feng's eyes widened in anger as he grabbed his collar. Brother Feng! I was wrong! I was wrong! Brother Chu! Brother Chu! Please forgive me! Wu Tao was so frightened that he immediately knelt down. Zhou Chu then slowly walked over, looking down at him with a cold voice. I set a rule beforehand that all resources would be distributed uniformly. You're out here to do this for the whole team, not just for yourself. Considering this is your first offense and you don't know the rules, I'll let you off this time. His voice suddenly turned stern. If there's a next time, I won't be so lenient. Yes, yes, yes. I understand. Thank you, Brother Chu. Thank you, Brother Feng. Wu Tao kowtowed repeatedly, quickly picking up the milk candies one by one from the ground and putting them into the public supply bag. The minor incident was quickly resolved, but it made all the new members deeply aware of the team's iron discipline. Just then, Gao Jiahao, who had been timid and hesitant, suddenly noticed a staircase leading to the second floor in a corner of the supermarket. Second floor. That's very likely a warehouse. The goods in the warehouse are definitely worth much more than the retail items below. He was overjoyed. We've struck it rich. Our chance to make a name for ourselves has arrived. Let's see what Zhou Chu has to say this time. I found so much rice, surely I should get a few bags, right? He was so excited that he rushed forward without thinking twice. It was pitch black upstairs, much darker than downstairs. He groped his way upstairs, and it took his eyes a while to adjust to the darkness. He squinted and vaguely saw what looked like layers upon layers of sacks piled up in the shadows. It looked like rice? We've made it big. We've really made it big. He was so excited that he didn't notice anything moving on the ceiling above him. Suddenly, a foul-smelling gust of wind rushed towards us from above. In the darkness, a sticky, tentacle-like object covered in suckers lashed out at him like lightning. Chapter 32 Human-Faced Hanging Corpse. From the shadows, a black, slimy tentacle, like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, coiled towards him with lightning speed. Ah! The fear of death caused Gao Jiahao to react with the fastest speed he had ever experienced. He let out a strange cry, and his body, completely instinctively, jerked backward and tumbled down the stairs. The dark shadow whizzed past his forehead. The barbs covering its tentacles instantly tore off a large patch of his flesh. Blood gushed out from his forehead, instantly blurring his vision. Monster! Monster! Gao Jiahao was terrified and scrambled down from the second floor. His crotch was warm, and he screamed incoherently. What monster? Zhou Chu's eyes narrowed. Almost at the same time as Gao Jiahao screamed, his sound localization had already detected the unusual and chilling noise from the second floor. Click, click, click! A tooth-grinding, bone-grinding sound came from the second-floor stairwell. Immediately afterwards, a huge black shadow slowly crawled down. With a flip, it silently climbed to the ceiling on the first floor of the supermarket. Holy crap! What the hell is this thing? Li Feng couldn't help but swear when he saw what the monster looked like, his voice trembling. Everyone present involuntarily took a step back, their faces filled with boundless fear. The monster's appearance was so terrifying that it was completely beyond their comprehension. It has a spider-like, disgusting abdomen covered with green and gray pustules that are still throbbing and dripping foul-smelling slime from time to time. Its limbs had long since degenerated into spider-like slender segments, but at the ends were 5 sharp, knife-like, pale bone claws, which were now deeply embedded in the cement of the ceiling, supporting its massive body. What's most chilling is the human head that's pinned to the front of its body. That face, like that of an ordinary zombie, was deathly pale, devoid of any color. Its cloudy eyes were filled with only gray and white, and half of its cheek had rotted away, revealing the stark white bones and twisted muscle tissue beneath. Zhou Chu stared intently at that face, finding it somewhat familiar. This seems to be the chubby owner of this. How you do? Supermarket? How did he become such a grotesque, inhuman creature? A human face, a hanging corpse. The name instantly popped into Zhou Chu's mind. The human-faced hanging corpse seemed to have also discovered these fresh prey below. On its rotting face, it squeezed out an excited, twisted smile, and a strange, ho-ho sound, like a broken bellows, came from its throat. Immediately afterwards, its mouth suddenly opened wide, splitting open to an incredible angle, almost reaching its ears. Call out! A long, flesh-colored tentacle covered with barbs and suckers shot out like a cannonball toward Wang Chang, who was closest to it. Wang Chang was stunned by the monster's appearance, and had no time to react. Tear! A sharp cracking sound of flesh being torn apart. A large chunk of flesh was instantly ripped from his shoulder, leaving it covered in blood. Ah! Grass! Zhou Chu roared and took a step forward, raising the dragon bone fire axe high and slashing it fiercely at the hanging corpse. However, he was ultimately a step too late. That thing is so fast. Moreover, It was hanging high on the ceiling, and Shou Chu's attack from below was extremely disadvantageous in terms of distance and angle. In the end, his axe blow missed its mark. Run! Run! Two newcomers who came out later in the group completely broke down psychologically after witnessing this bloody scene. Without a second thought, they pushed open the supermarket door and fled for their lives onto the street. The speed at which the human-faced corpse was hanging was extraordinary. It seemed to be attracted by the two fleeing prey, flashing across the ceiling like a ghost, and its tentacles shot out again from its mouth. Pfft! One of the newcomers felt a sudden tightening around his neck, and was dragged backward by a tremendous force. However, an adult man weighs over 100 pounds, and the hanging corpse couldn't seem to lift him completely to the ceiling. It could only suspend him in midair, constantly tightening its tentacles. Now! Zhou Chu seized the opportunity and swung the fire axe in his hand again. This time, he wasn't aiming at the hanging corpse, but at that taut, deadly tentacle. The hanging corpse seemed to sense the power of the axe blow, and it quickly retracted its tentacles, letting out an angry roar. The newcomer, who had been hanging in midair, crashed heavily to the ground, leaving a horrifying, deep purple ligature mark around his neck. He was convulsing violently, foaming at the mouth, and clearly not going to make it. Zhou Chu's expression was solemn. This hanging corpse was no longer the same species as those zombies. The zombies in the past had extremely low intelligence. They only acted on instinct and couldn't dodge, let alone use any tactics. But this hanging corpse can dodge and retreat, so it at least has the intelligence of an animal. It's over, we're doomed. I should have never come. Wah! Among the group, several timid survivors dared not escape, and were terrified by the monster before them, causing them to completely break down psychologically. Shut the fuck up! Zhou Chu's roar, like a thunderclap from a clear sky, instantly silenced everyone's cries. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a big spider. Let's take it! Li Feng, Zhao Li, and the others were jolted back to their senses by his shout. That's right. What's the use of being afraid? The only way to survive now is to fight desperately. Fork it! They roared and raised their riot forks, stabbing them fiercely at the human-faced hanging corpse on the ceiling. The explosion-proof fork is over 2 meters long, enough to reach the ceiling. However, the hanging corpse was moving too fast. It moved swiftly across the ceiling, and all 4 riot control forks missed their mark. A strange, mocking smile appeared on the face of the hanging corpse. Its jaws opened, ready to unleash tentacles once more. This won't do. We'll be worn down by it sooner or later. Just then, Zhou Chu made his move. Whoosh! 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 3 cement nails, already fastened to fingertips, formed a triangular shape, and with a sharp, piercing sound, shot towards the hanging corpse on the ceiling like 3 silver lightning bolts. Shoot with great precision. The hanging corpse clearly sensed the deadly threat emanating from the 3 nails. Its massive body twisted violently, barely dodging the fatal nail aimed at its face. However, it couldn't completely avoid the remaining 2. Puff! Puff! 2 muffled thuds, and 2 steel nails pierced its 2 hind legs. A dark green, foul-smelling liquid instantly burst open. Squeak! The hanging corpse let out an extremely piercing scream. Its injured hind limbs could no longer support its heavy body, and its massive body, like a tattered sack, crashed heavily from the ceiling. Chance! Li Feng! Wang Chang! Now! Kill it! Zhou Chu roared. Ah! Li Feng and Wang Chan had been waiting for a long time. At this moment, the 2 of them charged forward with a roar, fearless of death, and used all their strength to firmly hold the hanging corpse that had just fallen to the ground with their riot forks. Zhou Chu's figure followed instantly, like a black lightning bolt. The terrifying power of 28 points erupted instantly. Die! The dragon bone fire axe in his hand slammed into the face of the hanging corpse. Puff! A loud bang. The hanging corpse's entire head, along with half of its body, was cleaved in 2 by this axe blow. Dark green liquid and twisted internal organs were splattered everywhere. Huff, huff. The group, panting heavily, stared at the still slightly twitching corpse, their hearts filled with lingering fear. This terrifying hanging corpse is finally dead. However, the crisis is not over yet. Brother Chu! Outside! Chin Kai screamed in terror. Zhou Chu turned around abruptly and saw that the horde of corpses that had been wandering the streets in the distance outside the supermarket was now surging toward them like a black tide. At the very front of the horde of corpses was the terrified newcomer who was only concerned with fleeing for his life. Holy crap! This idiot! He attracted so many zombies. It's over! We're surrounded! Li Feng shouted in despair, his voice trembling. Forget about the stuff. Let's go! Zhou Chu made a decisive decision without the slightest hesitation. Quick! Escape through the side path. There's still time. The dark horde of corpses was almost at the supermarket entrance. Zhou Chu told the others to retreat first, while he himself grabbed a riot fork and rushed to the door to cover their retreat. The zombies are getting closer and closer. That chilling, hoarse sound is already deafening. Holy shit! Zhou Chu looked at the two zombies charging at the front, then suddenly leaped forward, unleashing his immense strength of 28 points, and slammed the riot fork in his hand forward. Bang! He sent both zombies flying backwards with his spear. Their falling bodies immediately tripped up several zombies behind them, and the zombies behind them were then tripped up by the corpses in front of them. Like dominoes, in the blink of an eye, a large number of the vanguard of the zombie horde fell. This bought everyone a precious few dozen seconds. Brother Chu! Let's go! But Li Feng and Wang Chang, who had returned, shouted anxiously at him at the entrance of the path. Zhou Chu stopped fighting, quickly turned around, and caught up with the others. As he retreated into the alley, he looked back and saw that the entrance to the supermarket had been completely engulfed by endless zombies. Amidst the dark mass of corpses, Zhou Chu's pupils suddenly contracted. He seemed to see several unusual dark figures suddenly leap up from the horde of corpses and easily jump onto the roof of an abandoned car. Their speed is astonishing. Chapter 33 Sharing Supplies. The atmosphere in the lobby on the first floor of Building 3 was so heavy it was almost palpable. The dozen or so people who fled back in a disheveled state were all injured and covered in dust, their faces filled with lingering fear and frustration. I told you not to go out. You had to go and act all high and mighty. Now look what happened. I got nothing and almost lost my life. I told you I shouldn't have gone. In the corner, Wu Tao's sharp-tongued girlfriend was pointing at her boyfriend, complaining sarcastically. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was like a poisonous thorn, piercing everyone's heart. Some quiet, resentful murmurs began to rise from the crowd. Yeah. It would have been so much safer to stay inside the building. Now 2 people have died. It's all Gao Jiahao's fault. If he hadn't insisted on showing off and going up to the 2nd floor, we wouldn't have attracted that monster. It was Zhou Chu who sent them. He's so capable, how come he couldn't protect everyone properly? Although these voices were faint, they began to spread among the people like a virus. Shut the fuck up! You're talking nonsense! A loud shout, like a thunderclap. Li Feng suddenly stood up, pointing at the whispering people, his eyes bloodshot, like a wild beast about to devour someone. Did we beg you to go? Huh! You all only came running like lapdogs because there was food to be had? If it weren't for that idiot Gao Jiahao insisting on taking credit, how would that mutated zombie have been brought out? If it weren't for those 2 spineless cowards who ran away in a panic, how could they have attracted the entire horde of zombies? Fuck you! We worked so hard out there, risking our lives to make a living, and now because of you bunch of good-for-nothings, that road is blocked. From now on, none of us will get any food. Ever since Li Feng got blood on his hands, he seemed to have undergone a complete transformation, and his speech carried a fierce aura. His scathing rant left the gossiping men pale-faced, heads bowed, too afraid to utter another word. Zhou Chu stood aside, observing coldly, but secretly nodded in approval. Li Feng is a pretty good kid. In a team, having only a leader is not enough. There must also be a vicious dog that dares to bite and knows how to bite, specifically responsible for deterring the scoundrels and doing the dirty work that the leader cannot personally get involved in. However, since Li Feng played the bad cop, it was only natural that he, as the eldest brother, had to step in and play the good cop to appease everyone. He stepped forward, waved his hand, and stopped Li Feng from continuing his tirade. "All right, everyone, say less." His voice was calm, yet it possessed an undeniable power. No one expected the sudden appearance of mutated zombies. In that situation, fear is only natural. Fortunately, most of our brothers returned safely. And we didn't come away empty-handed. He pointed to several full supply bags in the corner. "I'll distribute these things fairly according to our contributions later. As for the 2 brothers who sacrificed their lives, I will provide compensation to their families. The injured brothers will also receive additional compensation." The moment he said those words, the atmosphere in the hall instantly eased. Yes. Even though someone died, they still brought back food. Having food means we can survive. Without food, even if we aren't bitten to death by zombies, we'll starve to death sooner or later. Zhou Chu paused for a moment, and after everyone had processed his words, he slowly continued. "As you all saw just now, that human-faced hanging corpse can move quickly like a spider on the ceiling and walls. I ask you, if it climbed into our building through a window or through the exterior wall, what do you think would happen?" As soon as Zhou Chu said this, the relief and schadenfreude on everyone's faces vanished instantly. Yes. This mutated zombie is completely different from those stupid creatures I've seen before. Not only is it fast, it can also scale walls and rooftops. This is fucking. Even if you block the door and hide at home, it's not safe at all. Seeing the terrified expressions on everyone's faces, Zhou Chu nodded in satisfaction. The illusion must be shattered completely. I can tell you very clearly that the hanging corpse is definitely not the only one. Moreover, in the future, there will definitely be even stronger and more bizarre mutated zombies that will appear. In a one-on-one fight, none of us here can defeat it. It's safe to say we're doomed. The zombies are evolving. Brothers. If we continue as before, fighting each other and waiting to die, I can say with certainty that sooner or later, we will all die at the hands of zombies. No one can escape it." His words silenced the entire hall so completely that you could hear a pin drop. Just then, Old Jing, who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, suddenly raised his hand high in the crowd. He shouted, "Brother Chu is right. We absolutely cannot survive on our own. I, Old Jing, have figured it out. From now on, I am willing to listen to Brother Chu and work with him. If Brother Chu tells me to go east, I will never go west." Zhou Chu was slightly surprised. Why was the cunning and cowardly Old Jing so eager to help today? But he soon realized that Old Jing was a shrewd man who had completely come to terms with reality. When Zhou Chu first recruited his core team, he missed the opportunity because he was afraid. Now, it's his second chance to choose sides. He absolutely cannot miss it again. "I'd love to too. Brother Chu. Count me in." "Me too. Brother Chu, from now on I'll follow you." With Lao Jing taking the lead, the other fence-sitters, who were still hesitating, immediately followed suit and expressed their willingness to completely submit. Zhou Chu nodded. He had achieved his goal. Next comes the most exciting part, distributing the spoils. Li Feng, Wang Chang, Zhao Li, Sun Chao, and Qin Kai, these 5 core members who followed from beginning to end and dared to fight, naturally received the largest share. Each of them received half a bag of rice, several packets of noodles, a bottle of oil, as well as cigarettes and some biscuits, instant noodles, and other snacks. Next came Wu Tao, Gao Jiahao, and the others who went out in the second group. Although they hadn't actually done anything and had almost caused trouble, Zhou Chu still gave them a share as encouragement for their courage to leave the building. Wan Chang and Gao Jiahao, who were injured, received extra canned meat as compensation. Old Jing and the other survivors who didn't dare to go out could only stand by and watch as bags of rice, bundles of noodles, bottles of cooking oil, and even milk candy and cigarettes were taken out of the large bags one by one and handed to the heroes. Zhao Li's wife, Wang Lijuan, was extremely proud at this moment, holding her allocated supplies with her back ramrod straight. Her husband was capable. He had gone out with Brother Chu and brought back so much food. If they were careful with what they had, it would be enough to feed them for many days. The look in her eyes as she looked at Zhao Li was incredibly sweet, and she decided to reward him properly tonight. Sister Wan, you have so much rice. Could you give us a little bit? A former neighbor pleaded in a low voice, her face full of enviousness. Wan Lijuan turned around, hugged the supplies even tighter, and tossed her head back. No way! My husband risked his life to get this. If you want some, tell your husband to go too. The neighbor was so speechless that her face turned red. Helpless, she could only glare fiercely at her timid husband. Useless thing! All you know is eating! 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 Look at Zhao Li! The others were incredibly envious, their eyes practically green with envy. They all secretly resolved in their hearts that next time Brother Chu had another operation, they would definitely be the first to sign up. Damn it, the end of the world is here, nobody knows how long they'll live. Rather than starving to death in a cowardly and repressive way, it's better to follow Brother Chu and go all out. Chapter 34 The Real Gains. Everyone dispersed, satisfied, and returned to their rooms to digest the day's gains and shocks. Zhou Chu also returned to his and Lu Hong's new home. In this operation, Zhou Chu was undoubtedly the most deserving hero. Without him, let alone bringing back supplies, no one would have even been able to touch the fence of the residential area. Therefore, in theory, he should have received the most spoils. However, during the distribution just now, he gave away most of the food and supplies, only taking a few packs of cigarettes and a bag of milk candy for himself. Food? He has plenty. Cigarettes, that's good stuff. He hasn't been able to get any from the system, but these 2 packs of Furongwang cigarettes should be enough to satisfy his craving. As for that bag of milk candy, Zhou Chu watched Lu Hong bustling about in the kitchen, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. This was, of course, to appease Yu. Let's just consider it a little compensation for borrowing Mom's night from her. When Lu Hong saw the bag of brightly colored white rabbit milk candies in his hand, she was first taken aback, and then a warm feeling welled up in her heart. This man, though sometimes domineering and unreasonable, is always so considerate in the details. He truly cherished the mother and daughter dearly. You! She gave Zhou Chu a reproachful look, but the tenderness in her eyes was almost overflowing. Zhou Chu chuckled and took the opportunity to hug her from behind, his large hands starting to grope her without any restraint, giving her a thorough rub. He only let Lu Hong go when she was panting heavily, her face flushed, and she was begging for mercy in a coquettish tone. It's still daytime, business is more important. I'll demand my reward from her properly tonight. Back in his room, Zhou Chu closed the door, and the smile on his face vanished instantly. It's time to take stock of what we've truly gained. System! He brought up the system panel. Host Zhou Chu. Constitution 7. Strength 28. Agility 8. Spirit 8. Remaining chances to win 40. Skills, Iron Head and Iron Brain, sound-based positioning, and excellent marksmanship. Items already drawn. While hunting zombies today, 2 system notifications popped up in his mind, but the situation was too urgent for him to check them carefully. With a thought, the 2 previously ignored pieces of information resurfaced before his eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a regular zombie. You have gained gene points multiplied by 1. Ding! You have defeated a Tier 1 mutant, the human-faced hanging corpse. Congratulations, host, you have gained gene points multiplied by 5. Gene points? What is this thing? What is it used for? As if sensing his confusion, the system thoughtfully displayed a new comment. Gene points, evolutionary energy originating from the most fundamental source of life, which can be used to evolve the skills already acquired by the host. Evolutionary skill? Zhou Chu's heart suddenly started pounding wildly. He immediately looked at his skill bar and sure enough, he found that after the 3 skills, Copperhead and Iron Brain, listen to sound and locate, and 100 steps piercing yam, there was a shiny gold plus sign. Skills can actually be upgraded and evolved? This is too powerful. After the initial euphoria, Zhou Chu quickly calmed down and began to consider which skill to evolve. Copperhead and Iron Brain is the core life-saving skill. Listen to sound and locate is the strategic reconnaissance skill, and 100 steps piercing yam is the newly made-up long-range attack skill. Each and every one of them is crucial. But the immense threat posed by the human-faced hanging corpse today made him make a decision instantly. Strengthening Copperhead and Iron Brain and sound location is currently the most cost-effective choice. Zhou Chu began to deeply reflect on today's battle. He realized he had made a fatal mistake. Although he already possesses abilities far exceeding those of ordinary people, his thinking has not yet been able to completely break free from the inertia of ordinary people. When he entered the supermarket, he saw that it was empty, so he subconsciously relaxed his vigilance and completely forgot that he could use sound location to scan again. It was this oversight that led to the team being ambushed by the hanging corpse, resulting in unnecessary casualties. This mistake must never be made again. While Copperhead and Iron Brain offers unparalleled defense, it requires active activation. If ambushed by a fast-moving monster like the hanging corpse, you might not even have time to react. He focused his mind on the plus sign in Copperhead Iron Brain. In an instant, 3 clear directions of evolution appeared before his eyes. Evolution Path A, Endurance - consumes 5 gene points. After evolution, skill duration is increased by 50%, and stamina consumption is reduced by 30%. Evolution Path B, Vajra Body - consumes 5 gene points. After evolution, skill defense is greatly increased, capable of withstanding stronger physical impacts and energy attacks. Evolution Direction C, Shield of Alertness - consumes 5 gene points. After evolution, if the skill is encountered in a fatal attack while not active, it will automatically activate once, forming an instantaneous shield that completely blocks the attack. Cooldown, 10 minutes. He wants all 3 options. The first one enhances endurance, the second increases defense cap, and the third is a perfect anti-ambush skill. After careful consideration, Zhou Chu's eyes flashed with decisiveness, and he chose the third evolutionary path without hesitation. Endurance and defensive limits are not the most pressing concerns for now. With his current combat intensity, his stamina is more than sufficient, and he has yet to encounter an enemy capable of breaking through his defenses. But the risk of being ambushed is a bloody lesson that just happened today. The fact that a hanging corpse can scale walls and rooftops means that high-rise buildings are no longer safe. And it's impossible for him to use his sound location detection function 24/7. The Shield of Vigilance is a resurrection armor, tailor-made for this situation. It gives you a precious chance to react, allowing you to still have the possibility of counterattacking even when you are in a desperate situation where you are being ambushed. System: Evolve Copperhead, Iron Brain, select the third direction, Shield of Vigilance. Ding! Gene points consumed, multiplied by 5, remaining gene points, multiplied by 1. Copperhead, Iron Brain. Evolution successful. Instantly, a torrent of information far larger and more profound than when he acquired the skill before flooded into his mind. He felt he had a completely new understanding of the concept of defense. Beneath his skin, there seemed to be an invisible energy field closely connected to his nerves. This field usually lay dormant, but whenever it sensed a deadly threat from the outside world, it would erupt instantly, forming an indestructible barrier. Sure! Absolutely. Gene dots are definitely a great thing. I wonder if I'll be able to win in the prize draw? He immediately opened the lottery wheel and started searching in the special categories. Sure enough. The gene points option was listed. However, when he saw the price at the back, he couldn't help but gasp. You need to participate in 50 draws to win once. This price is outrageous. Moreover, most of them have only 1 or 2 gene points. It's not worth the price. Zhou Chu carefully recalled the origin of the gene points. The first notification popped up when I killed one of the 2 ordinary zombies in the neighborhood. The second one appeared when the human-faced hanging corpse was killed. It's reasonable to give only 1 point to a regular zombie and 5 points to a Tier 1 mutant. Moreover, not every ordinary zombie will drop gene points. This means that there is a certain drop rate for ordinary zombies to obtain gene points. Elite monsters like hanging corpse with human face are guaranteed to drop items. All of this still needs to be explored and verified in future battles. But in any case, he now clearly knows that besides the system lottery, there is a second broad road to becoming stronger through initiative. Kill zombies, acquire gene points, and evolve your skills. Thinking of this, Zhou Chu's eyes gleamed with excitement. From now on, go out during the day to kill zombies and obtain gene points. When I get back tonight, I'll have an in-depth chat with Sister Hong and vying to get some lottery points. A two-pronged approach. These days are absolutely wonderful. Chapter 35, Was Wang Chang infected? Zhou Chu didn't rush to rest. He first went to the 4th floor, to Wang Chang's home. Wang Chang and his girlfriend Zhang Fang originally lived on the 23rd floor of a high-rise building. But ever since Zhou Chu drove away, Wellhead Lu, all the core members have voluntarily moved to lower floors. Now, the core strength of the entire team has formed a solid defense system. Li Feng lived on the 1st floor, responsible for guarding the main entrance and the underground entrance. Zhou Chu, along with Lu Hong and the Bai sisters, occupied the 2nd floor, serving as the command center and strongest fighting force for the entire team. Qin Kai and Sun Chao, his 2 best friends, as well as Zhao Li and his wife, all lived on the 3rd floor. Wang Chang chose the 4th floor. The advantages of this arrangement are obvious. First of all, everyone lives close by, so if anything happens, they can quickly assemble and look after each other. Secondly, if anything happens on the 1st floor, whether it's a counterattack by the remnants of Wellhead Lu or a zombie rushing in, they will have enough time to react. Most importantly, there's a power outage and no elevator. Living on the 10th or 20th floor is fine if you don't have to go downstairs, but once you need to go up and down, it's pure torture. Knock, knock, knock. Zhou Chu knocked on Wang Chang's door. The person who opened the door was Wang Chang's girlfriend, Zhang Fang, a girl who looked quiet and pretty. Upon seeing Zhou Chu, she immediately greeted him respectfully. Brother Chu! As one of the first veterans to follow Zhou Chu out to fight, and also a wounded soldier in this battle, Wang Chang naturally received the most generous supplies. Zhang Fang felt deeply grateful to Zhou Chu. Just a few days ago, the two of them were scrimping and saving, barely managing to survive on a few moldy biscuits. Since following Zhou Chu, Wang Chang has eaten his fill for 2 days straight, with meat and vegetables, his mouth greasy with oil. Not to mention that this is the apocalypse. Even before the apocalypse, Wang Chang had never tasted such melt-in-your-mouth top-grade Wagyu beef. Wang Chang was full, and Zhang Fang naturally wouldn't go hungry either. Every time Brother Chu's core team finished a big meal, Li Feng, Wang Chang, and the others would bring some back for the women and children at home. So, Zhang Fang has been able to make ends meet these past 2 days. And today, Wang Chang received so many supplies. For a long time to come, the two of them won't have to worry about food anymore. All of this was caused by the man in front of me. Like Wang Chang, Zhang Fang had long regarded Zhou Chu as a true elder brother to whom she could entrust everything. How is Changzi? Zhou Chu asked in a deep voice. Chang said, he's a little cold. He just ate something and said he wants to sleep for a while. Zhang Fang's face showed a hint of worry. Zhou Chu's heart skipped a beat. He strode into the room and saw Wang Chang wrapped up tightly in a thick quilt. It's summer. The outside temperature is over 30 degrees Celsius, and the room without air conditioning is as stuffy and hot as a sauna. He was wrapped in a blanket, yet his body was still shivering slightly uncontrollably. "Brother Chu! You're here!" Wang Chang heard the voice, turned around and saw Zhou Chu, and struggled to lift the covers and get out of bed. Zhou Chu quickly stepped forward and held him down. "Don't move!" He reached out and touched Wang Chang's forehead. "Scalding hot. You have a high fever? Have you taken any medicine?" "It seems yes." Wang Chang's lips were pale, and he said weakly, "It's okay, Brother Chu. My body is tough. A fever is nothing, I just need a good night's sleep, no need for medicine." Zhou Chu's gaze fell on the wound on his shoulder, which was haphazardly wrapped with a tattered cloth, and his brows furrowed instantly. "No. The wound is quite large and looks deep. Covering it with a rag like that, it's no wonder it's getting infected. Moreover, what injured him today was that bizarre, human-faced hanging corpse. It's a mutant. Who knows if its tentacles carry an even more potent virus? There's a risk that Wang Chang might turn into a zombie. Serum. He only has 3 left. This thing is incredibly precious. He didn't even manage to win another one in the last drug lottery. Now, every one he uses is one less." Zhou Chu's mind raced. It's only been a few hours since Wang Chang was injured, so let's not rush things. If Wang Chang really shows signs of turning into a zombie, then this serum, no matter how precious, must be given to him. There's no question about it. A brother's life is more important than anything else. But what if his fever is just caused by a simple wound infection? Giving him serum now would be a huge waste. But she couldn't stay here and watch over him forever. After a moment's thought, Zhou Chu quickly came up with an idea. He returned to his room on the 2nd floor, found a sturdy nylon rope about the thickness of a thumb, and took out some potent hemostatic powder and broad-spectrum antibiotics from his military medical kit, before returning to Wang Chang's home. He called Zhang Fang in as well, handed her the medicine, carefully taught her how to clean Wang Chang's wounds and apply the medicine, and instructed her to feed him the anti-inflammatory medicine on time. After doing all this, his expression became extremely serious. He said to Wang Chang, "Xiangzi, listen to me. You were scratched by a mutated zombie today, and it's very likely that you've already been infected with the virus." Wang Chang and Zhang Fang were both young people who had definitely seen zombie movies, so they immediately understood what Zhou Chu meant. "Brother Chu, I'll turn into a zombie?" Wang Chang's voice trembled slightly. Actually, he had considered it himself, but he always held on to a sliver of hope. Now that Zhou Chu has said it himself, it's tantamount to sentencing him to death. "Chang!" Zhang Feng's tears welled up instantly, and she gripped Wang Chang's hand tightly. To become a monster who doesn't recognize his own family, and only knows how to eat people is 10,000 times more painful than death. Zhou Chu waved his hand, interrupting their sorrow. "I'm only describing the worst-case scenario. You could be infected. But it's also possible that it's just a common wound infection causing a high fever. Don't worry." His voice was full of unwavering confidence. "Even if you are infected, I have a way to pull you back from the brink of death. All you need to do now is cooperate with me completely." Hearing Zhou Chu say that even if he were infected with the virus, he could still save him, Wang Chang's eyes instantly lit up with hope again. He had personally witnessed Zhou Chu's amazing abilities. Killing someone through a wall. Deflecting steel nails. If Brother Chu says it can work, then it definitely can. Even if Brother Chu said the sun would rise in the west tomorrow, Wang Chang wouldn't have the slightest doubt. He's a very stubborn person. Once he's decided that Zhou Chu is his elder brother, he won't have any doubts. "Okay. Brother Chu. Just tell me. I'll do anything you want." Zhou Chu nodded and took out the nylon rope. "Just in case, let's tie you up first." Wang Chang cooperated without hesitation. Zhou Chu wrapped him in a blanket and then tied him up tightly with rope to ensure that even if he suddenly turned into a zombie, he would not be able to break free. "Fang." He turned to Zhang Fang and said, You stay in this room and watch over him every step of the way. If, and I mean if, he turns pale, his eyes change color, or he makes strange noises, basically, if he shows any signs of turning into a zombie, do nothing. Run out immediately and come to the second floor to call me. Got it?" Although Zhang Fangfang was trembling with fear, she still nodded vigorously. After explaining everything, Zhou Chu went upstairs for a walk. Chen Kai and Sun Chao, those two clowns, were having dinner with Zhao Li and his wife, drinking expired beer they'd found at the supermarket that day, thoroughly enjoying themselves. These two bachelors really know how to live life to the fullest. They eat when they have food, drink when they have water, and who cares if there's a flood tomorrow? Upon seeing Zhou Chu come up, the group immediately and warmly invited him to join them for a drink. Zhou Chu chatted with them briefly, and after confirming that there was nothing unusual, he turned and left. The building is safe and sound right now, and nothing will happen to Wang Chang for the time being. Now it's time to do some personal things. Should we look for Sister Hong? Or buying? Zhou Chu thought for a moment. It's probably not going to work out with Sister Hong. That little one, Yu, is probably busy with her mom reading books and telling stories at this hour, so Sister Hong can't leave at all. As for buying, it's probably hopeless too. Bai Jing's sister-in-law is like a little shadow now, always sticking to her sister, so there's no chance for her to make a move. Zhou Chu touched his nose dejectedly. Does this mean we have to open up a new front? Involuntarily, an image of a beautiful and intellectual woman wearing frameless glasses appeared in his mind. 16th floor, Qin Yu. She is beautiful and has a great presence, a completely different style from Sister Hong's mature charm and Bai Ying's aloof and stunning beauty. Moreover, she is an English teacher. Inexplicably, some commonly used English words that required a teacher's guidance on pronunciation surfaced in Zhou Chu's mind. Speaking of which, I wonder how Aijing's injury is. I haven't seen him come downstairs all day. Yes, as the boss, it's only natural to care about an injured subordinate. With that thought in mind, he felt at ease and started walking towards the 16th floor. Chapter 36 Qin Yu and Qin Jing. Knock knock knock. Zhou Chu knocked on the door for a while before Qin Yu opened it. The door opened a crack, and a pretty, intelligent face wearing frameless glasses peeked out. She looked at Zhou Chu outside the door with a cold expression and icy eyes. She simply blocked the door with her body, showing no intention of letting him in. Is there something you need? Her voice, like her personality, was cool and distant. Zhou Chu didn't mind and asked directly, "How is Aijing?" Qin Yu thought Zhou Chu had come to summon her younger brother again to do those dangerous things involving fighting and killing, and the resentment and anger in her heart surged up instantly. Although she didn't go downstairs today, she heard their discussions when Lao Xin came upstairs. When she heard things like, "Zhou Chu led his men out to fight zombies, and 2 of them died," her impression of Zhou Chu worsened even further. But her good upbringing allowed her to control her emotions, though her tone became even harsher. "Thanks to you, he's still alive," she said coldly. "If that nail had been just an inch lower, it would have pierced his heart. Please don't come looking for Aijing anymore, okay? My brother and I just want to live a peaceful life. We'll find our own food, you don't need to worry about it. Get out. You're not welcome here." Zhou Chu was slightly surprised. Since he purged, Wellhead Lu, although there are definitely still people in this building who are dissatisfied with him in private, Qin Yu is the first person who dares to speak to him in this manner to his face. His gaze sharpened as he carefully examined the woman before him. That's interesting. Seeing that Zhou Chu not only didn't leave, but was also looking at her with great interest, Qin Yu was completely enraged, and she put on a stern face. "What are you looking at? Don't think I'm afraid of you. You killed so many people, when the police come you..." Before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by an anxious voice from inside the room. "Sis! What are you saying? Let Brother Chu in." It was Qin Jing. He heard the noise at the door and came out of the room. "Brother Chu! What brings you here? Come in and sit down. Come in. He greeted Zhou Chu with a warm and admiring smile. Seeing that Qingjing was already able to walk and was full of energy, Zhou Chu was relieved. No need, Zheng. I just came up to see you. He handed over a bag he was carrying. There are some anti-inflammatory drugs, hemostatic powder, and a box of tetanus shots in here. I specifically went to the pharmacy to find them when I went out to search for supplies today. I was thinking that your wound might need these. Upon hearing that Zhou Chu had gone out on an adventure specifically for his younger brother, and had now brought him here, Qin Yu was instantly stunned, and the cold expression on her face cracked instantly. She wasn't stupid. She knew how dangerous it was to be surrounded by hordes of zombies outside. She looked at the medical supplies in the bag, which were like miracle drugs in the apocalypse, and felt a little embarrassed. I might have gone a bit too far with what I just said. Oh my! Brother Chu! You're really my brother! Qingjing didn't care about anything else. He excitedly took the bag as if it were a treasure. Come in! Come in and sit down! Zhou Chu then followed him inside, handed the items to Qingjing, and said meaningfully, I'm not very familiar with using these medicines and needles. However, you could find someone with a high level of education, preferably someone who understands English, to take a look. Qin Yu's face flushed red instantly, and she wished she could disappear into the ground. Qingjing glanced at his sister and said, Sis, what are you standing there for? Go get Brother Chu a glass of water. After Qin Yu left, Qingjing immediately lowered his voice and said apologetically to Zhou Chu, Brother Chu, don't be angry, please don't take it to heart with my sister. She's just been studying too much, and she thinks all the time that the police or the army will come to rescue us. TCH. If there were police, they would have arrived long ago, instead of waiting until now. He curled his lip. I reckon the police station is full of zombies by now. Zhou Chu nodded. Although this kid was young, he saw things much more clearly than his older sister, who was a teacher. Brother Chu, I heard from them that you guys took down an even more powerful mutated zombie today? Qingjing's eyes gleamed with excitement. Sigh. What a pity. If I hadn't been injured, I definitely would have gone with them. My sister, sigh. Zhou Chu patted his hand and comforted him. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Today we were just testing the waters, and we didn't bring back many supplies. As he spoke, as if by magic, he pulled out another small bag from behind his back, containing several kilograms of vacuum-packed rice and a piece of fresh pork belly. Take these and focus on recovering. Once you're healed, come down to the second floor and meet us. He shoved the bag into Qingjing's hand, then leaned closer and whispered, Don't tell anyone. This is special treatment I gave you. Qingjing was so excited that his whole body was trembling. This is rice and fresh meat. Brother Chu. Brother Chu really considers me a trusted confidant. Thank you, Brother Chu. Thank you, Brother Chu. He was so moved he almost cried. Just then, Qin Yu came out carrying 2 glasses of water. Zhou Chu then magically produced a cornetto ice cream and casually placed it on the table. I won't drink the water. Give this to someone who understands English. After saying that, he turned around and left gracefully. In the living room, Qin Yu stared in disbelief at the huge pile of medicines, food, and the cute little dog on the table. She knew she was terribly wrong. Zhou Chu might not be a bad person. See that? Qin Yu! See that? Qingjing finally seized the opportunity and began to give his older sister a stern lecture. What does it mean to be an older brother? This is what an older brother is. Look at all these things, how precious they are now. Your older brother gave them all to us without even blinking an eye. And you? You're always talking behind people's backs, calling them bad people. Murderers. Are there really such good bad people? Would a bad person just give you food and medicine for free? I'm warning you, Qin Yu. From now on, you're not allowed to say another bad word about Brother Chu in front of me. Otherwise, I'll turn against you. As Qingjing spoke, he reached out to grab the cornetto ice cream with a smug look on his face. My brother is awesome. He managed to get ice cream in this weather. Smack! Qin Yu slapped his hand away. Do you even understand English? She glared at her brother, took the ice cream with an air of self-righteousness, carefully tore open the packaging, and began to eat it with relish. It seems I really did misunderstand him. But killing someone is wrong, isn't it? Perhaps he was forced. It was self-defense. Yes, that must be it. In her heart, she silently searched for reasons to exonerate Zhou Chu. Damn it! What do you mean I don't understand English? Qin Jing shouted indignantly. Abandon! 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 Give up! Zhou Chu had just returned to the second floor and hadn't even entered the room when he was stopped by an anxious figure. It was Zhang Fong Fong. Her face was filled with fear. Brother Chu! What happened to Qianzi? Zhou Chu's heart sank. Zhang Fong Fong nodded vigorously, her voice trembling with tears. Zhou Chu immediately rushed into Wang Chang's bedroom on the fourth floor. Sure enough, Wang Chang on the bed was in completely different condition. His face was as white as a sheet, his lips were blue, and he was making unconscious, hoarse sounds. Zhou Chu called his name several times, but there was no response. I was indeed infected. Without any further hesitation, Zhou Chu immediately took out the precious antiviral serum from his inventory. Fong Fong, go out first. Close the door and don't let anyone in. Yes, yes. Brother Chu. He learned from his previous experience treating vying, and before Wang Chang could fully turn into a zombie, he went straight to the bedside and used his knee to firmly press against Wang Chang's back, rendering him unable to move. Then, the needle was plunged in hard. Like vying, after being injected with the serum, Wang Chang was quiet for a moment before letting out a beast-like growl and began to struggle frantically. Fortunately, Zhou Chu was prepared. The nylon rope, as thick as a thumb, bound him up like a dumpling, giving him no chance to break free. After about 10 minutes, Wang Chang's struggles gradually subsided. A while later, Brother Chu! A weak but clear voice came from under the covers. You're awake! How are you feeling now? Zhou Chu breathed a sigh of relief and asked. I feel pain and itchiness all over my body, but it also feels good. Wang Chang's voice was full of confusion. This feeling is so strange. What happened to me just now? You mutated. You almost became a zombie, Zhou Chu said succinctly. He was about to ask if the other person had awakened any superpowers, but then a thought struck him and he swallowed his words. The moment to test humanity has arrived. Huh! I don't remember anything at all. How strange! Wang Chang was still a little dizzy. After a while, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Brother Chu! I think I have superpowers just like you. Oh? What kind of superpower? A smile finally appeared on Zhou Chu's face. Very good, Xiangzi, you passed the test. I can't explain it. But I feel like my body is full of power. It's like I can become as hard as a rock. Brother Chu, could you help me untie this rope? Zhou Chu untied the ropes, and Wang Chang excitedly sat up in bed. He stretched out his arm and, to Zhou Chu's surprise, let out a low shout. Ha! Suddenly, a layer of rock-like grayish-white color and faint texture appeared on his brown skin. His entire arm seemed to petrify in an instant, becoming hard and full of power. He tried tapping hard on the petrified arm with the fingers of his other hand. Clang! Clang! It produced a crisp sound, like striking rocks. This ability seems to be called Iron Body. Wang Chang's tone was filled with unbelievable surprise. Upon activation, the skin will petrify, significantly enhancing physical defense and granting immunity to most pain sensations. Simultaneously, one's strength will receive a slight boost, while movement speed will decrease slightly. Zhou Chu smiled too, a genuine smile from the bottom of his heart. A pure ability designed to be at the forefront and absorb damage. The team's main tank has been born. Great, Xiangzi! Zhou Chu stepped forward and patted his rock-hard shoulder hard, as if he had patted a granite block. This time, our team's combat strength has received another huge boost. Take a good rest and feel your newfound strength. If you feel unwell, come find me anytime. Chapter 37 Sister Hong's Request. Perhaps it's because people are obligated to help others. Having just received milk candy during the day, Yu was exceptionally well behaved tonight, going to bed early and allowing Lu Hong to start her evening work ahead of time. Zhou Chu has now tasted the sweetness of success. Now that he's moved to this spacious room on the second floor, with no more annoying guys eavesdropping next door, he can finally put his skills to good use. The bed is no longer the only battlefield. From the living room to the kitchen and then to the balcony, every inch of space bears the marks of their battles. After the initial shyness and passivity, Lu Hong seemed to have completely opened herself up. She was exceptionally energetic today, using all her charm and her mature, voluptuous body, like a ripe peach, to enthusiastically meet Zhou Chu's every demand. Those sweet moans of pleasure, those alluring glances, drove the beast within Zhou Chu completely mad. After a long while, the wind stopped and the rain ceased. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 26 times the lottery points. Excellent! Excellent! All that hard work wasn't in vain. Zhou Chu lay contentedly on the bed, holding Lu Hong, who was covered in sweat and clinging to him like an octopus, in his arms, while he was still wantonly playing with her with one hand. Adding the remaining 40 draws, you now have 66 draw points. Maybe if I try harder, I can reach 100 attempts tonight, and get another attribute point. He was feeling quite pleased with himself, when Lu Hong in his arms suddenly stirred and gently drew circles on his chest with her slender fingertips. Chu! Her voice was hoarse and languid, as if she had just finished consuming passion. Sister, I want to ask you for a favor. Oh? Zhou Chu raised an eyebrow. Shelley came to see me before you came back. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chu's heart stirred, and he guessed what Lu Hong was about to say. Seeing that Zhou Chu remained silent, Lu Hong mustered her courage and continued. Didn't Xiao Gao go out with you today? He got injured. Xiao Li just told me, crying, that he has a very high fever, at least 40 degrees Celsius. He's wrapped in a blanket and is still shivering. And then? Zhou Chu's tone remained as calm as ever. Lu Hong gritted her teeth, snuggled closer to him, and said softly, She wants me to ask you if you can give them some medicine? Fever reducers or anti-inflammatory drugs are fine. Right now, you're the only one in this building who has medicine. Zhou Chu sneered inwardly. High fever? Malaria? These symptoms are almost identical to those of Wang Chang before. This is clearly a sign that he is about to turn into a zombie. Ordinary anti-inflammatory drugs and fever reducers are useless. The only thing that could save him was the incredibly precious antiviral serum he had. But now, he only has 2 left. This is our trump card, meant to save our lives. It's meant to save our core brothers. How could we waste it on a piece of trash like Gao Jiahao? However, he naturally wouldn't tell Lu Hong these inside details. Zhou Chu stretched and said impatiently, Sister Hong, I'm not trying to be mean, but you know how Gao Jiahao treated you and me before. I didn't kill him myself, and just threw him out to feed the zombies. That's already being merciful for your sake. Now you want me to use precious medicine to save him? What is Yang Li thinking? Has she gone mad? Let me tell you, medicine is a non-renewable resource. Once it's used up, it's gone. What if one day you get a fever, or you get sick, and we run out of medicine? No. Absolutely not. Zhou Chu shook his head like a rattledrum, his attitude resolute. Chu! Seeing that he wouldn't listen to reason, Lu Hong gritted her teeth and lay on top of him, her 2 amazingly full breasts pressed tightly against his chest, gently rubbing against him. Good Chu. Her voice instantly became soft and sweet, full of coquettishness. I know that what Xiao Gao did before was wrong. But didn't you break his hand and lock him up for so long to punish him? Now you are the queen of this building. A queen should be more magnanimous. Besides, Xioli, she's truly my best friend, like my own sister. She came to me crying and begging, I couldn't just stand by and watch her die. As her brother-in-law, you have to do something. Please, sister. Please. I never ask you for anything, but this time, please do me a favor. Seeing Lu Hong acting like a little girl, acting coquettishly and shaking herself, looking so charming and pitiful, Zhou Chu felt a surge of lust rise up again. He smirked and said with a wicked grin, "Beg me? Heh, I wonder who was begging me to spare her in bed just now. Oh. You're so annoying. I'm being serious." Lu Hong blushed at his words and lightly punched him with her fist. Zhou Chu was driven to desperation by her nagging. Anyway, they didn't know about the serum. If they just needed some anti-inflammatory medication, he had plenty in his military medical kit. However, we can't let them get away with this cheap deal. He sighed, feigning difficulty. Sigh, there's just no way to deal with my sister Hong. My little darling asked me to, so I really couldn't bring myself to refuse. However, he changed the subject, his large hands becoming increasingly restless. I'm being asked to rescue my enemy without any benefit whatsoever. I'm still a little unhappy about it. When Lu Hong heard that he had finally relented, she was overjoyed and gave him a flirtatious glare. My sister, inside and out, top and bottom, is already yours. What more do you want? Zhou Chu leaned close to her ear and whispered something in a voice only the two of them could hear. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong's already flushed face instantly turned bright red, reaching her ears. She was both ashamed and embarrassed, and punched him hard. It's so dirty. I don't want to. Zhou Chu chuckled, shrugged, and said nonchalantly, Well, there's nothing I can do about it. Looks like you don't want to help your best friend, Sister Hong. It's not that I'm being disrespectful. Lu Hong was at her wit's end. She knew that if she didn't agree today, this young man would absolutely not budge. She buried her face in Zhou Chu's chest, her voice barely audible. I don't know how, I've never done this before. Zhou Chu became even more excited upon hearing this. It's okay. It's okay. Come on. Let your husband teach you himself. Just do it a few more times, and you'll get it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 48 times your lottery points. So tall? Zhou Chu was both surprised and delighted. Sure enough, the reward for unlocking a new feature for the first time was generous. Adding to the previous 66 attempts, the lottery points have once again successfully surpassed 100. Later, if there's still time, I'll go next door and have some fun with buying. Looks like I'll still have some attribute points left after drawing them tonight. Zhou Chu put on his clothes with satisfaction. Sister Hong, you rest first. I'll go upstairs and check the situation. However, I want to make it clear beforehand. If necessary, I can give him anti-inflammatory drugs and fever reducers out of respect for you. But I'm not a doctor, so I can't guarantee that I can cure him. He left behind this ambiguous statement, then turned and walked upstairs. Chapter 38 Lu Hong's Thoughts. Watching Zhou Chu put on his clothes and leave, Lu Hong, lying on the bed, curled up a cunning, victorious smile, like a little fox. Today, her initiative to plead for Yang Li was not a momentary act of weakness, but a well-thought-out and important move. Before the zombie outbreak, she and Yang Li had a pretty good relationship. Both were beautiful, so it was natural for them to be close. She was experienced in life, while Yang Li was relatively simple-minded. As she herself said, they were like sisters. But after all, they are only, like, sisters, not real sisters. In the apocalypse, Lu Hong, who had experienced hunger, knew better than anyone how precious supplies were. Anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics, these life-saving things, every dose is one less. Doesn't she understand? She understands perfectly. Her friendship with Yang Li wasn't so close that she would give up her own man's life-saving medicine to save someone else's boyfriend. Why did she do that? Of course, it's still because of Zhou Chu. Zhou Chu's superhuman strength and his endless stream of amazing abilities. Although Lu Hong never asked, she was very clever and could guess that Zhou Chu had probably awakened superpowers, just like in the movies and TV shows. With a zombie outbreak and humanity on the verge of destruction, what's so strange about a few superheroes appearing? She accepted this quickly. This little man of hers can torment her 5 or 6 times a night, and the next day he can still go out full of energy to fight people and kill zombies. What else could this be but Superman? The problem is, in this chaotic apocalypse, can Lu Hong, with her fierce and powerful nature, hold on to such a man on her own? Forget about tying them up, they're barely getting enough to eat. Lu Hong clearly remembered that when she knocked on Zhou Chu's door on the first night, he was nowhere near as formidable as he is now. But recently, it's like he's taken a magic pill. He's getting better every day. The sessions are getting longer, and the tricks are getting more and more varied. After a whole night of turmoil, she was still full of energy the next day. After a series of battles, even Lu Hong had no choice but to raise her hands in surrender and beg for mercy. It is said that there is no land that is overcultivated, only oxen that are worked to death. The problem is, if this cow were a superpowered cow, then it would be a different story. Moreover, Lu Hong, having been through similar experiences, could see right through the shady dealings between Zhou Chu and Vying, the twin sister next door. Last night, Zhou Chu sneaked out and didn't return until midnight. Did he really think she was asleep and didn't know? Now that the apocalypse has arrived, the moral shackles that society used to have long been shattered. How could a man like Zhou Chu, who is like a savior, possibly live his life with only one woman? Just like you, the Great's flood control efforts, it's better to dredge than to block. Even if he didn't have a formal title yet, his lawfully wedded wife wouldn't be able to control him at this point. Lu Hong was acutely aware of this harsh reality. She was a very clear-headed and intelligent woman. Given this, it is foreseeable that in the not-too-distant future, Zhou Chu may have a 3rd or 4th woman by his side, or even, to exaggerate a bit, 7, 8, 9, or 10. So, are we just going to do nothing and watch helplessly? That definitely won't work. When she first followed Zhou Chu, all she asked for was a bite to eat and enough for Yi to survive. That would have been enough for her. But now that life is becoming more and more comfortable, she naturally has more ideas. In the future, as Zhou Chu attracts more and more women, will she still be able to enjoy the unique treatment she has now? Will her daughter Yu still receive Zhou Chu's unconditional love as she does now? Even if Zhou Chu treats everyone equally, isn't the love and resources that belong to him diluted and taken away by more than half? The mere presence of the aloof and stunningly beautiful Vying already posed a significant threat to her. What's more, she had an identical twin sister. Which man can resist the temptation of a threesome? Especially with exquisite twin sisters? Since he doesn't have a younger sister, how can he compete with others? Thinking of this, her gaze fell on Yangli. Yangli is a typical love-struck girl, completely controlled by her useless boyfriend Gao Jiahao. But this precisely illustrates that, if the right methods are used, it's relatively easy to manipulate Yangli. If I extend a helping hand to her at this time and give her some genuine care and assistance, I am sure I can win her unwavering loyalty. When the time comes, with Yangli and I united as sisters, how could we possibly fail to hold on to this scoundrel's heart? Gao Jiahao? People like that won't live long. Even if he lived, he couldn't protect the beautiful Yangli. As Lu Hong thought about it, she subconsciously stroked the fullness of her breasts, a slight smile playing on her lips. Yangli is young and beautiful, like a rosebud about to bloom. And I, mature and alluring, am like a juicy peach. With the two of us working together, are we afraid we can't beat those Bai sisters? At the very least, they can fight to a draw. Yes, that's it. As Zhou Chu was going upstairs, he had no idea that a magnificent palace intrigue was already unfolding in his woman's heart. There was a moon tonight, so the hallway wasn't too dark. However, the fire escape in this resettlement building was cluttered with all sorts of random debris, making it difficult for him to walk. Having learned from the daytime experience, Zhou Chu kept his sound location identification skill constantly active. That elusive, hanging corpse had left a very deep impression on him. In this pitch-black place, he had to remain constantly vigilant and absolutely could not afford to be ambushed again. Soon, he arrived at the 18th floor. Just as he was about to continue upwards, his radar vision suddenly detected two men talking in hushed tones near the elevator lobby on the 20th floor. One of them seems to be Wu Tao. And another one is Gao Jiahao? After Zhou Chu and the others moved to the second floor, Gao Jiahao and Yang Li moved back to their original room on the 20th floor. Zhou Chu knew this. But didn't Lu Hong say that he had a high fever, was shivering all over, and was about to die? How do you still have the energy to come to the hallway and chat with people? Perhaps the rate at which each person becomes infected and turns into a zombie is different. Wan Chang's symptoms appeared in the afternoon, while Bai Ying's symptoms lasted for almost 24 hours before she completely mutated. He focused his attention on the past. Give me the medicine right now! If I don't take it, I feel like I'm going to burn to death. It was Gao Jiahao's voice, weak but with a hint of impatience. Damn it, my whole body is in excruciating pain. It feels like ants are crawling in my bones. Wu Tao also has medicine. The medicine. I only have a few pills left. Wu Tao's voice sounded hesitant. Ahao, it's not that I don't want to help you. This medicine is worth a fortune right now, it can't be bought with anything. We're classmates, that's why I'm willing to give it to you. Gao Jiahao said impatiently. I know. Stop talking nonsense and give it to me. Wu Tao's tone suddenly became strange. Yan Li, she really agrees? You're not lying to me, are you? What if she refuses after I go in? She'd definitely agree. Let me tell you, she's completely devoted to me. Gao Jiahao's voice was full of boasting and disdain. Just tell her you have medicine that can save my life, and she'd agree, wouldn't she? Forget sleeping with you, she'd even be your dog. Do whatever you want with her. Zhou Chu listened downstairs, a question mark slowly appearing above his head. What's this green-haired turtle Gao Jiahao up to now? He sold his girlfriend for a few worthless pills. Then don't lie to me. Wu Tao's voice was filled with lewd excitement. Otherwise, we brothers won't be able to stay together. I'm absolutely not lying to you. Go quickly. Give me the medicine first. Wu Tao was still a little worried, so he thought for a moment and said, How about this? I'll give you one first to tide you over. I'll give you the other two after I'm done playing. Anyway, you can only take one pill every 6 hours, okay? Okay. Give it to me now. Hurry up. In Zhou Chu's radar vision, Gao Jiahao took a pill from Wu Tao's hand, swallowed it as if it were a precious treasure, and then turned around with satisfaction, limping upstairs. Wu Tao rubbed his hands excitedly, straightened his clothes, and quietly pushed open the door to room 2001 and went inside. Interesting. How interesting. A smile of anticipation, as if watching a good show, appeared on Zhou Chu's face. Chapter 39 Yang Li's Collapse. Filled with lewdness and excitement, Wu Tao quietly pushed open the door to room 2001. Yang Li. He's been coveting this woman for a very, very long time. Back in college, Yang Li was the undisputed beauty of her department, with suitors lining up from her dormitory to the school gate. Wu Tao was nothing more than an insignificant nobody who could be easily lost in a crowd. He could only be secretly glanced at from afar, and he didn't even have the courage to go up and talk to him. After graduation, they unexpectedly ended up renting in the same building and became neighbors. The former beauty queen of the department seems to have lost her luster, becoming a relatively unknown online streamer. But even so, in his eyes, she remains so unattainable. Who would have thought? What goes around comes around. Today, right today, I actually managed to win over this goddess I used to not even dare to look at properly with just a few fever-reducing pills. The apocalypse is a fucking wonderful thing. Suppressing his excitement, he walked to Yang Li's door and gently knocked. Who is it? The door opened, revealing Yang Li's face, which looked somewhat haggard but still undeniably beautiful. Wu Tao! Yang Li was somewhat surprised to see him. She carefully hid the precious supplies she had been allocated that day. Deep down, she felt a sweet warmth in her heart. My boyfriend, Gao Jiahao, may be a little cowardly at times, but he's still very reliable when it really matters. Look, you went out with Shou Chu today, and you risked your life to bring back so much food, didn't you? I knew I hadn't misjudged him. But Ahao is injured and has a high fever, so his condition is very dangerous. In the afternoon, having no other choice, she had to swallow her pride and go down to beg Lu Hong. Lu Hong readily agreed, patting her chest and promising that she would definitely get some medicine from Shou Chu that evening. But Gao Jiahao was in so much pain that he struggled to get up and said he would go to his classmates to think of a solution. Where's Ahao? Did he come looking for you? Yanli asked anxiously. Yes, he came to see me. As Wu Tao spoke, he walked in on his own and then casually plopped down on the edge of Yang Li's bed, which still smelled faintly of fragrance. What are you doing? Wu Tao's appearance today, with his undisguised and aggressive gaze, gave Yang Li a sense of instinctive danger. I gave him a fever reducer, Wu Tao said leisurely, crossing his legs. I think he should be fine now. Oh? Really? Then thank you so much, Wu Tao. Yang Li was overjoyed upon hearing this, and her wariness lessened considerably. A malicious smile appeared on Wu Tao's face. He suddenly stood up, took a step forward, and grabbed Yang Li's wrist. So, how are you going to thank me? His voice became slurred. Ahao said you'd repay me properly. You let me go. Yang Li was shocked and tried desperately to break free. What are you pretending to be innocent for? Wu Tao's other hand also started to wander. When you're live streaming online, aren't you always selling your lust to those old perverts? What? You're acting like a chaste and virtuous woman here? Besides, do you think my medicine is given away for free? Wu Tao grinned maliciously and forced her step by step into the corner of the wall. Get out! If you come any closer, I'll call for help. Ahao, if Ahao finds out, he'll beat you to death. Yang Li threatened, her voice stern but her heart filled with fear. TCH, still bringing up Ahao with me? Wu Tao said as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. My dear Lily, do you really think he's anything good? He already made a deal with me. I'll give him the medicine to save his dog's life. You sleep with me. What? These words struck Yang Li like a bolt from the blue, leaving her completely stunned. Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! Ahao! Ahao! Help! She screamed in panic, but Wu Tao had already closed in, his hands gripping her shoulders tightly like iron clamps. Humph, sleeping with Ahao is fine, but sleeping with me is not. What's the difference? Wu Tao grabbed Yang Li, who was struggling, and began to roughly tear at her clothes. Did I take this medicine for nothing? You can seduce that kid Shou Chu, but you can't stay with me? Let me go! I never slept with Shou Chu. Help! Let go! Tears of despair streamed down Yang Li's face. Because she knew that Gao Jiahao was really capable of doing such a thing. Last time, in order to get back to his room, didn't he also encourage himself to seduce Shou Chu? Just when she was feeling hopeless and ready to give up, she heard Wu Tao mention Shou Chu's name. As if grasping at the last straw, she screamed with all her might. Let me go! Shou Chu said. In this building, no one is allowed to force others or steal from others. Aren't you afraid he'll kill you? Yang Li's words made Wu Tao freeze abruptly. Shou Chu's demonic figure instantly appeared in his mind. Shou Chu did indeed say that. If he found out But the arrow was already on the bowstring, and he had no choice but to release it. Driven by lust, his desire had already overcome his fear. Damn it! Gao Jiahao himself agreed, this is their deal. What business is it of Shou Chu's? Even if Shou Chu wants to punish them afterward, so what? I'll have my fun first. Damn it! Don't try to scare me with Shou Chu. I don't give a damn about him. Wu Tao was furious and got more and more excited as he spoke. Ahao has already agreed, what business is it of his? Let me tell you, Even if the King of Heaven himself came today, it wouldn't matter. I'm going to have you. He roared and shoved Yanli onto the bed. Yeah? So, what I said no longer has any effect, right? A cold voice slowly rang out from the doorway. Wu Tao was startled and his whole body trembled. He turned around abruptly, and saw Zhou Chu's tall figure standing there quietly. Brother Chu! Brother Chu! Wu Tao's body went limp instantly. He tumbled off the bed with a thud, kneeling on the floor, trembling like a leaf. I've said it before, I'm in charge of this building. No one is allowed to hit, smash, steal, or rob. What are you doing now? Zhou Chu walked slowly toward him, step by step. Brother Chu! I was wrong! I was really wrong! It was Gao Jiahao. He made me do it. Please forgive me. Wu Tao was so scared that he wet himself and kowtowed desperately, begging for mercy. I can tell you have a really bad memory. Zhou Chu walked up to him and shook his head. You never seem to learn your lesson, time and time again. He slowly lifted his foot. Ah! Wu Tao let out a blood-curdling scream that sounded inhuman. His right hand was stomped hard on the cement floor by Zhou Chu's hard-soled boots. Snap! Snap! The sound of bones cracking could be clearly heard in the deathly silent room. Zhou Chu's foot even twisted forcefully, as if crushing a cigarette butt. Blood and gore. Wu Tao was in so much pain that he almost fainted. Clutching his hand, which had turned into a pile of mangled flesh, he scrambled away. Yanli quickly got out of bed and tremblingly straightened her torn clothes. Thank you? Zhou! Brother Chu. Before the apocalypse they were roommates, but they didn't interact much. In just half a month, their statuses had become worlds apart. I almost got defiled because of a tiny fever reducer. But he had become the king of this building, whose word could decide life and death. Zhou Chu was both angry and speechless looking at her distraught appearance. This woman has a smart face, but unfortunately, she has a pig's brain. He sighed and said, Sister Hong was worried and asked me to come up and check on you. Luckily, I arrived just in time. He paused, then took out a box of fever reducers and a box of anti-inflammatory drugs from his pocket, and placed them on the table. The world is different now, so keep your eyes open and be more careful, Zhou Chu said, then turned to leave. Thank you, Brother Chu. Thank you, Brother Chu. I understand. Yanli looked at the medicine on the table, her face flushed, tears of gratitude streaming down her face. Zhou Chu walked to the door, then stopped and added without turning his head. If you want to thank someone, go thank Sister Hong. You know I'm not that kind-hearted to bring you medicine on my own initiative. He had barely finished speaking when suddenly, a man's heart-wrenching, terrified scream came from upstairs. Help! Help! Zombies! There are zombies! What? Has Gao Jiahao mutated? Chapter 40. 1-on-2 Battle. Before Zhou Chu could finish speaking, a woman's heart-wrenching, terrified scream suddenly came from upstairs. Help! Help! Zombies! There are zombies! Grass. This guy has mutated after all. Zhou Chu's expression instantly turned extremely solemn. Without the slightest hesitation, he frantically rushed upstairs. The screams came from the 22nd floor. Damn it! What's that idiot doing up to the 22nd floor instead of staying in his room? He rushed to the 22nd floor in a few breaths, taking 3 steps at a time. He saw that the door of one of the apartments was tightly closed, but from inside came a woman's screams and loud banging sounds. The door was locked from the inside. Open the door! Open the door now! Zhou Chu roared as he pounded on the security door. However, apart from the woman inside emitting even more piercing screams, no one responded. He might have already been pounced on by a zombie. We can't wait any longer. A cold glint flashed in Zhou Chu's eyes, and with a thought, the imposing dragon bone fire axe instantly appeared in his hand. He took a deep breath, channeling his terrifying 28 points of power into his arms without reservation. Open it for me! Clang! A deafening explosion. The sturdy steel security door was cleaved open with a single blow of his axe, leaving a huge gap. The door lock structure deformed instantly. Clang! Clang! 2 more blows. The sturdy security door was as fragile as a sheet of paper in the face of his superhuman strength. He cleaved the door in 2. He kicked open the broken door frame and rushed inside. The sight in the living room made his eyes widen in horror. Really? Gao Jiahao has completely turned into a zombie. His once handsome face is now covered with bluish-black veins, and his eyes are only a terrifying gray-white. His body is straddling a woman who has already died in an extremely savage position, his blood-red mouth wide open, frantically tearing at her flesh. Hearing the loud noise at the door, it turned its head sharply, its face covered in blood and bits of flesh facing Zhou Chu. Roar! It let out a furious roar that was not human, abandoned the food beneath it, and pounced on Zhou Chu on all fours like a hunting cheetah. Good timing! Instead of retreating, Zhou Chu advanced, his fire axe drawing a sharp arc in the air, carrying the force of thunder, and slashed fiercely at its head. However, what happened next made Zhou Chu's pupils shrink sharply. The Gao Jiahao zombie didn't just take the hit like the ordinary, slow-moving zombies. Its body twisted to the side at an incredible angle. Call! Zhou Chu's axe strike, which he was determined to deliver, actually missed its scalp. Wow, so fast. Moreover, it's incredibly agile. Just as Zhou Chu's axe missed its mark, the old force dissipated and the new force had not yet been generated. The monster swung its claw, accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound, fiercely plucked at Zhou Chu's heart. Holy crap! It's a mutant species! Zhou Chu's heart skipped a beat, and instantly, his formidable fighting instincts were unleashed to their fullest potential. He abruptly shifted his stance, leaning backward at an extreme angle, while simultaneously roaring inwardly. A head of bronze and a brain of iron! Whoosh! The gleaming claws grazed his nose, and the force of the wind they created even made him feel a slight sting. That was close. In this exchange, Zhou Chu and Gao Jiahao zombie instantly switched positions. He dared not be arrogant in the slightest again. Sound localization activated. In an instant, every blade of grass and every tree in the room, and every muscle movement of the monster's body, formed an incredibly clear three-dimensional image in his mind. The Gao Jiahao zombie missed its first attack, and a bizarre, mocking smile appeared on its rotting face. It opened its massive maw and, once again, transformed into a blur as it pounced. Whoosh! 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 Zhou Chu neither dodged nor evaded. With a flick of his wrist, 3 cement nails that had been held in place by his fingertips shot out in a triangular formation. It dodged 2 steel nails that had exploded in its head, but did not dodge or avoid the one that hit its chest. Puff! The steel nail pierced through the body. However, it acted as if nothing had happened, only pausing slightly, its attack not diminishing at all. Zhou Chu swung his fire axe and charged forward. Clang! The axe blade and the claws collided in midair, sparking a string of dazzling sparks. The monster's claws were incredibly hard. The 2 men darted back and forth like whirlwinds in the small living room. Zhou Chu, relying on his absolute strength and invincible defense, firmly held the upper hand. He cleaved the Gao Jiahao zombie's shoulder with an axe, almost severing half of its body. But the monster seemed to feel no pain at all, and its attacks became even more frenzied. Just then, a panicked figure ran up from the stairwell. It's Yang Li. Ah how! Ah how! What's wrong with you? She was terrified when she saw Gao Jiahao's inhuman appearance, but instinctively, she still wanted to go forward and check on him. Damn it! Are you fucking stupid? He's already turned into a zombie. Get the hell out of my way! Zhou Chu was so angry at the sight that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Upon hearing Yang Li's voice, the Gao Jiahao zombie seemed to hesitate slightly from its frenzied actions. But the next second, The instinctive desire for fresh flesh and blood completely overwhelmed the last shred of humanity it had left. It roared, abruptly abandoned Zhou Chu, and turned to pounce on Yang Li. Court death! Zhou Chu rushed forward in one stride, his fire axe acting like a wall, forcefully pushing it away. However, at that moment, the female corpse on the ground, which had already been gnawed beyond recognition, suddenly made a strange, hoarse sound. Her bones made a series of crisp, crackling sounds, and she slowly stood up from the ground in an extremely bizarre, reverse joint posture. Damn! This one mutated too. 1 against 2. There is also a mutated elite monster whose speed and strength far exceed those of ordinary zombies. Meanwhile, Yang Li was still crying and sobbing, screaming in anguish. Ahow! Ahow! Don't scare me! Look at me! Shut up! Enraged, Zhou Chu turned around and kicked the woman who was in his way out of the room. The newborn female zombie swayed and moved slowly, seemingly just an ordinary species. Zhou Chu made a decision instantly without hesitation. Let's deal with this weakling first, then focus on dealing with Gao Jiahao. He flashed forward and charged towards the female zombie. The female zombie didn't dodge. She simply opened her arms and lunged straight at Zhou Chu. Die! Zhou Chu swung the fire axe in a wide arc, and with one clean and decisive blow. Puff! The female zombie's head exploded. Just then, Gao Jiahao zombie roared and pounced on him from behind again. Zhou Chu didn't even turn his head, and swung his hand back again. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 steel nails were aimed precisely at its knees. Pft! Pft! No matter how fast Gao Jiahao zombie was, it couldn't outrun Zhou Chu's 100 paces and a willow leaf. Its legs went weak, it staggered, and fell heavily to the ground. Great opportunity! Without any further hesitation, Zhou Chu leaped high into the air, gripped the fire axe tightly with both hands, and brought it down hard on the head. However, just as the axe blade was about to fall, Gao Jiahao zombie suddenly turned his head to the side in a moment of crisis. When? A loud bang. Zhou Chu's fire axe cleaved deep into the hard floor, almost touching its scalp. The floor shattered instantly. The axe blade cleaved through the floor slab and became firmly wedged into the reinforced concrete below. Roar! Gao Jiahao zombie seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and with a sudden push of his hands, he raised his upper body. Hold! From its gaping maw, a long, thin, scarlet tentacle shot out like lightning toward Zhou Chu's face. This guy has actually evolved into a terrifying form just like the human-faced hanging corpse. The two were so close that their sneak attack was as fast as lightning. Get the hell out of my way! Zhou Chu roared and, at the last second, jerked his head to the side, dodging the fatal blow. At the same time, his left hand had already grabbed the tentacle. Come here! His left arm muscles bulged instantly, and a terrifying force of 28 points erupted. However, roar! The Gao Jiahao zombie also unleashed an astonishing power. It gripped the ground tightly with all 4 limbs and struggled frantically backward. The man and the corpse were locked in a stalemate. Zhou Chu's pupils suddenly contracted. This was the first time since he had increased his strength points to 28. The first time he had encountered an opponent who was evenly matched with him in terms of strength. This mutant is far stronger than that human-faced hanging corpse. Just as the stalemate reached a critical moment, a black shadow, moving so fast it was almost invisible, flashed in through the dilapidated doorway like a ghost. Pfft! A dull thud as a sharp blade pierced flesh. A jet-black dagger pierced deeply into the back of Gao Jiahao zombie. From behind. Vying! She's here! If this knife were to stab a human, it would be absolutely fatal. However, zombies are not human. The penetrating wound to the back had no effect on it. It only let out an even more ferocious roar because of the pain. Attack its head! Its weak point is its head! Zhou Chu shouted immediately upon seeing this. Bai Ying's eyes were as cold as frost. Without the slightest hesitation, she flicked her wrist and drew out the shadow blade, aiming straight for its vital point at the back of the head. Roar! Beset on all sides, the Gao Jiahao zombie finally gave up its struggle against Zhou Chu. It roared and pounced on Zhou Chu. Good timing! Die! Zhou Chu's right fist was already poised to strike. Zhou Chu grabbed the tentacles of Gao Jiahao zombie, and he couldn't even dodge with his head. Puff! One punch! Gao Jiahao's head was completely sunken in half. Die! 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 Zhou Chu, acting like a madman, pressed his advantage relentlessly. One punch! And another! Bang! 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 Like a pile driver, he kept pounding it until the head was completely smashed into a shapeless pile of red and white mud. Huff, huff! Zhou Chu slowly stood up, shook the sticky filth off his fists, and gasped for breath. Chapter 41 Preparing the Army and Horses. Zhou Chu changed his original plan. For 5 consecutive days, he did not step out of building number 3. Since awakening the system, whether facing ordinary zombies or the rabble of Wellhead Lu, he has almost always achieved victory with overwhelming force. This inevitably gave him the illusion that he was invincible. However, the human-faced hanging corpse and the mutated Gao Jiahao were like 2 basins of icy well water, drenching him from head to toe. Although he ultimately won. But the victory was not easy. Especially in the battle against Gao Jiahao the zombie. The opponent had just completed his mutation, yet he was able to rival him in strength. If Vying hadn't arrived in time, although he could have won, he would have paid a heavy price. The alarm bells have already rung. There are always people more capable than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. As the old saying goes, those who drown are often the ones who know how to swim. Thinking they've gained some skill, they recklessly wander into this cannibalistic apocalyptic world, only to die even faster than ordinary people. Therefore, after personally blowing Gao Jiahao's head apart, Zhou Chu chose to rest and recuperate. Of course, he wasn't idle either. Most importantly, you need to improve your own abilities. Zhou Chu adopted the most direct and efficient method, seclusion and arduous cultivation. Of course, his repair is different from others. He kept seeking out Lu Hong and buying for in-death exchanges, frantically racking up lottery points. After increasing his strength to 28 points, his physique seemed to undergo a dramatic change, and he became like a tireless bull. There were no secrets between him and Lu Hong anymore, and through countless practical explorations, they unlocked several new production techniques. Now, Lu Hong can consistently contribute more than 20 points of output to him each time. Buying, on the other hand, made him crave more. Under the influence of the Unity Ring, the two are perfectly in sync. A single glance or gesture is enough for the other to understand instantly. This ultimate harmony of mind and body makes their productivity astonishingly high. However, the points Buying contributes are gradually decreasing, usually around 20 points each time. The only thing that gave Zhou Chu a headache was Bai Jing's sister-in-law. She probably already knows about her sister's relationship with Zhou Chu. Now, every time she sees Zhou Chu, she gets angry, glaring at him with her big eyes, looking like her most beloved toy has been stolen by a bad guy. At the same time, Zhou Chu also took charge of managing the other survivors in the building. He assigned specific tasks to everyone, to reinforce building number 3. In particular, the protection of balconies and doors and windows is of paramount importance. That human-faced hanging corpse that could fly over rooftops and walk on walls left a huge shadow in everyone's hearts. Fortunately, during the construction of this community, every household installed thick security windows for safety. What the survivors needed to do was to dismantle all the useless bedboards, table legs, cabinet doors, etc., that they had scavenged from Wellhead Lu's house, and then use the cement nails and wire provided by Zhou Chu to firmly fix these wooden boards and iron bars to the inside of the security window, forming a second and third sturdy protective barrier, Zhou Chu took out a large amount of food he had won in the lottery as payment for this project. With food available, the survivors in the building worked enthusiastically and with great passion. Even if Zhou Chu hadn't given the order, they would have had to grit their teeth and do the job for the sake of their own lives. Now, Brother Chu is not only leading the organization, but also distributing food. With that kind of drive, how could they not be even more motivated? Zhou Chu did not assign these menial tasks to core combat team members such as Li Feng, Wang Chang, Chen Kai, and Zhao Li. He organized these people separately and conducted high-intensity tactical drills in the lobby on the first floor every day. After Wang Chang awakened his iron body, Zhou Chu gave him 2 police riot shields that he had won in a lottery. When he activates his superpower, holding 2 shields and crouching on the ground, he becomes like an insurmountable wall of steel, exuding a reassuring sense of power. In addition to each of them having a riot fork, Zhou Chu also had Li Feng, Qin Jing, Sun Chao, and Zhao Li modify crowbars and fire axe handles to make several simple long guns themselves. Every day, they practice countless times. With Wang Chang holding off the simulated zombie attacks, they would precisely thrust their deadly spears through the gaps in the shields. With the medicine provided by Zhou Chu, Qin Jing's injuries had almost completely healed in just a few days. Ever since Zhou Chu personally delivered medicine and ice cream to their door last time, his sister Qin Yu's attitude towards Zhou Chu had also undergone a complete 180-degree change. When she sees Zhou Chu now, although she is still somewhat unnatural, her eyes have become less wary and more curious and admiring. Seeing Qin Yu's changed attitude towards him, Zhou Chu was also very pleased. It seems that the third front has been opened up smoothly, and it's not far from the official firing of cannons. As for Yang Li, after Gao Jiahao died, she cried bitterly and became completely dejected, like a withered flower that had lost all its moisture. Lu Hong was kind-hearted and would call her up to the second floor every day to cook with her or help organize supplies. Yang Li just did these things like a walking corpse, either crying nor making a fuss, and she didn't say a word. If Zhou Chu hadn't been so adamant in his opposition, Lu Hong would have even considered bringing Yang Li to live next door. However, Yang Li now lives alone on the 20th floor, so no one dares to make a move on her. Everyone knows that she is now Lu Hong's close friend. And Lu Hong is everyone's sister-in-law. Anyone who dares to touch her is going against Brother Chu. Inside the room, Zhou Chu activated the system. After several days of hard work and lottery points, his system panel has undergone tremendous changes. Host Zhou Chu. Constitution 17. Strength 39. Agility 15. Spirit 12. Remaining chances to win 13. Skills, Iron Head and Iron Brain, Shield of Alertness, Sound Location, Sharpshooting from afar, and a single slash amidst the wind. Items already drawn. Physical fitness, agility, and mental state have all improved significantly. And its strength has reached a terrifying 39 points. Right now, he's absolutely a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. A new skill has been added to the skill bar. Wind-facing slash. Skill, wind-facing slash. Active skill. Concentrate all your strength and momentum into the blade, unleashing a powerful and fierce slash. It can create a crescent-shaped, sharp blade aura, dealing devastating damage to enemies in a straight line. Consumes a large amount of stamina, with a 3-minute cooldown. This is a pure, wide-range attack skill. After mastering this skill, Zhou Chu felt that he had a completely new understanding of the weapon, knife, and was no longer the novice who could only slash and hack randomly. In terms of supplies, food and water were piled up in his inventory. He had also replenished his medicine supplies considerably, and most importantly, he had taken out 2 more boxes of antiviral serum, a total of 10 vials. Other weapon categories, such as knives, swords, and daggers, were also drawn in large quantities, but unfortunately, a pistol was still not drawn. No more powerful firearms appeared on the prize plate. It seems that the upper limit of the beginner jackpot is about here. Now, his own strength has greatly improved. Li Feng and Wang Chang's combat team has expanded to 7 people. They practice every day and have developed excellent teamwork. They are no longer the rookies they were when they first went out. The entire building number 3 was also reinforced thoroughly, making it as solid as a rock. Everything is ready. Zhou Chu stood by the window, looking at the zombies still wandering around the neighborhood, his eyes flashing with cold, killing intent. It's time to use them to practice and let the brothers see some blood. Chapter 42, Another Attack. 4 Gene Points. After resting for about 10 days, Zhou Chu decided to strike again. However, this time, he wasn't there to collect supplies. It's for the gene points. He had already tasted the benefits last time. Killing zombies earned him gene points. And gene points could be used to upgrade skills. This was definitely a resource no less important than lottery points. However, there are choices when it comes to fighting monsters. Killing mutants guarantees gene points, but those things are both fierce and unpredictable, so the risk of failure is very high. They are far less cute than ordinary zombies that only know how to be straightforward and howl. Steadily, one by one, they hunted down these ordinary zombies. Even if the drop rate is low, as long as you kill enough, you can accumulate a lot over time. Many grains of sand make a tower. Moreover, Li Feng, Wang Chang, and their elite extermination team are now well trained and no longer the rookies who would turn to jerk at the sight of zombies. They were there to keep the zombies at bay. All you have to do is follow behind, comfortably be a kill-stealing dog, and be responsible for the final finishing blows. This upgrade route couldn't be safer. It's so reliable. Zhou Chu stood at the second-floor window, looking down at the dense, still wandering horde of zombies below, his eyes gleaming with greed. This isn't some man-eating monster at all. These are clearly walking experience gift packs. However, it remains to be seen whether Wang Chang and Vying can upgrade their superpowers through this method. I have to give it a try. Let's set a small goal first. Get all your skills to level 2 first. He led Li Feng and others to resist, Wellhead Lu, and helped them reclaim the supplies that rightfully belonged to them. They even used their precious lottery points to draw food to feed them. As the saying goes, an army is raised for 1,000 days, but used for only one. Today, it's time to make a difference. Zhou Chu personally opened the heavy glass door on the first floor. Not far away, 2 wandering zombies immediately heard the sound. Their rotting heads suddenly turned around, drool dripping from their mouths, and they let out an excited roar before staggering forward. Ho, ho! Formation! Li Feng roared. Everyone quickly took their positions according to the tactics they had practiced countless times before. Wang Chang's eyes widened in anger, and the muscles in his arms bulged instantly. He held 2 black police shields high, and at the same time, a layer of rock-like grayish-white color and faint texture, as if alive, quickly covered his skin. Iron body activate. Roar! You beast! Take this! He roared, like a tiger descending a mountain, advancing instead of retreating, and took the initiative to meet the enemy. The 2 shields in his hands were like 2 moving walls, pushing forward fiercely. Bang! Bang! The 2 zombies were knocked back by his terrifying strength, their forward momentum abruptly halted. Now! Li Feng and Zhao Li had been waiting for a long time. They followed on either side of Wang Chang, and without Zhou Chu's order, the riot forks in their hands, one on the left and one on the right, were like 2 venomous snakes, once again accurately pressing against the necks and chests of the 2 zombies. Great opportunity! Qin Jing, Sun Chao, and the others immediately followed behind Wang Chang's broad figure, and thrust their long, sharpened crowbars through the gaps in the shields. Pft! 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 For a moment, the sound of sharp blades piercing flesh was incessant. In an instant, more than a dozen bloody holes were pierced through the bodies of the 2 zombies. Despite being restrained by so many people, they roared madly and waved their claws, but they could not move an inch. Finally, Zhou Chu quickly caught up. He raised the dragon bone fire axe high and slammed it down hard on those 2 heads. Pft! Pft! The two heads exploded instantly. Green pus and reddish-white brain matter spilled all over the ground. It was a success. Clean. Neat. With the combined efforts of several people, the two zombies were completely defeated before they even had a chance to fight back. Huff, huff. The group, panting heavily, looked at the two corpses on the ground that were still twitching slightly, and then exchanged a smile. Ha ha! Brother Chu's tactic really worked. Damn! That feels great. Damn! I thought he was something special. He's nothing special. Zhou Chu smiled slightly. Just as I had envisioned, this tactic was a great success. Wang Chang holds the line, Li Feng controls the situation, the others deal damage, and he finishes off the last enemy. Safe and efficient. While you can take down these ordinary zombies by yourself, it's nowhere near as safe as doing it this way. Although neither of these two zombies dropped any gene points. But it's okay. Keep going, it will come out eventually. Just then, startled by their fighting and shouts, 5 more zombies staggered and approached them from a distance. Seeing this, Li Feng immediately shouted, Damn! 5 of them have arrived at once! Everyone, stay alert! Zhou Chu grabbed Wang Chang, who was about to rush over. Qiangzi, don't be impulsive. Don't rush out. Everyone take a few steps back. Lure them to the door. Then we'll kill them. Yes. Brother Chu is right. Everyone take a few steps back. Maintain formation. The group quickly retreated, ready for battle. However, 5 zombies were still a bit of a challenge for their newly formed squad. Zhou Chu's gaze shifted to the black figure beside him, who remained silent like a shadow. He didn't speak, but conveyed a thought to Vying in his mind through the unity ring. You help me keep an eye on our backs and flanks. If any escapees get through, or if anyone is in danger, you act immediately. Vying was dressed in a black, tight-fitting tracksuit that allowed for easy movement, perfectly outlining her shapely and powerful figure. She seemed to blend into the shadows, her aura completely concealed. She narrowed her clear, almond-shaped eyes slightly and nodded gently. The battle has begun again. Chapter 43 Heroic Treatment. Ho! 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 5 zombies, roaring like sharks that have smelled blood, charged at us one after the other. At the forefront, Wang Chang's eyes were wide with rage, and the muscles in his arms bulged once more. He pinned the 2 huge black shields to the ground like iron gates. Wow! Iron body! With a roar, a layer of rock-like grayish-white liquid once again covered his skin. After activating his superpower, he felt his strength increase slightly once more. Bang! Bang! The 2 zombies charging at the front slammed into his shield with 2 dull thuds. Wang Chang didn't budge an inch. But then, the 3 zombies behind them, like battering rams, crashed into us one after another. Thump! 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 The terrifying impact of 5 zombies stacked together was almost too much for Wang Chang, who had activated his superpowers. 2 deep furrows were dug into the ground beneath his feet, and his body involuntarily slid back several steps. You beast! Take this fork! Li Feng and Zhao Li had been waiting for a long time. They roared and thrust their riot forks out from Wang Chang's defensive positions on both sides, each pinning down a zombie and greatly relieving the pressure on Wang Chang. However, the 2 zombies in the middle that were blocked by the shield had already frantically stretched their withered yet sharp arms through the gaps in the shield. A pale claw with black nails was less than a few centimeters away from Wang Chang's face. Although Wang Chang had activated his superpower and was unaware of pain, his instinctive reaction as a human being was still to instinctively tilt his head back to dodge the deadly claws when faced with the imminent threat of death. His slight dodge widened the gap between the 2 shields even further. A zombie seized the opportunity and squeezed in with half of its rotting body. Damn it! The formation is about to break! Li Feng exclaimed in alarm. At this critical moment, Qin Jing, who had been following behind Wang Chang, suddenly let out a roar. Monster! Die! Instead of retreating, he advanced, and the crowbar in his hand, like a venomous dragon emerging from its cave, stabbed out from above Wang Chang's shoulder with lightning speed. Puff! His thrust was both ruthless and precise. The sharp blade, with perfect precision, pierced deep into the zombie's wide-open eye sockets, all the way to the hilt, and emerged from the back of its head. Headshot. One fatal blow. Wang Chang snapped back to his senses instantly. He roared and kicked the dead zombie corpse away with all his might. Then he slammed the two shields together, and regained his footing. Just as Zhou Chu was about to make his move, a relieved smile appeared on his face. Qingjing, that kid, has actually improved so quickly. Back when we were fighting in the underground parking garage, he was so scared that he was trembling, and even threw up. This time, when his teammates were in danger, he was the first to step forward and delivered such a beautiful game-winning shot. Excellent. He's a promising talent. Encouraged by Qingjing, Wang Chang regained his composure, and the other team members quickly followed suit, frantically thrusting their spears at the controlled zombies. It doesn't matter if you can't reach the head right now. Stab the leg. Stab the waist. Although zombies are not afraid of pain, their speed will still be slowed down, and their movements will be hindered if their hamstrings are severed or their bones are broken. Once it slows down, its head becomes a sitting duck. Pft. Pft. In less than 3 minutes, Zhou Chu had killed the remaining 4 zombies one by one with headshots. Huff, huff, huff. Everyone was exhausted and drenched in sweat, leaning on their weapons and panting heavily. But their faces shone with an unprecedented, excited light. They won again. Damn! That feels great! 5 zombies were killed just like that, something they never dared to imagine before. However, they were also exhausted and felt very tired. Just as everyone was preparing to retreat back to Building 3 to rest and recuperate, a joyful shout suddenly came from a building across the street. Brothers! Well done! Awesome! When everyone looked up, they saw that a survivor was leaning out from a balcony of Building 7 across the street, waving vigorously at them. Then, it was as if a chain reaction had occurred. You've got guts, brothers! These damn zombies deserve to be killed like this. Can I join in too? I've wanted to do this to these beasts for a long time. Brothers! You guys are amazing! You're like gods descended from heaven. People from other floors of Building 7 across the street, and even Building 4 next door, started sticking their heads out and cheering loudly at them. Since the zombie outbreak, the entire Manhwa Yuan has been plunged into a deathly silence. Therefore, as soon as Zhou Chu and his fully armed squad came out of Building 3, they immediately attracted the attention of the bored survivors who were sunbathing on their balconies waiting to die. When they saw that this squad wasn't running away, but instead taking the initiative to attack, and with their perfect teamwork, they were cleanly and efficiently killing those seemingly invincible zombies one by one, everyone was deeply shocked. These ordinary zombies are not invincible, a fact that many people actually understand. But knowing this is one thing, but actually being asked to take up a weapon and fight hand-to-hand with those painless and fearless monsters, who would dare? Zhou Chu's team was the first in the entire Manhwa Garden. The first team to dare to take the initiative, and clear out the zombies. They couldn't help but admire him. Brothers! Could you also help kill some of the zombies downstairs? Yeah! We'll come down and fight alongside you! We'll wipe out all these zombies! The first person to shout from Building 7 yelled from afar. Hearing these heartfelt expressions of admiration and praise, Li Feng, Wang Chang, and the others all wore expressions of immense pride and satisfaction. It feels so damn good to be treated like a hero. However, at that moment, there was a sudden loud bang. About 100 meters away from Zhou Chu and his group, a glass beer bottle fell from the sky and exploded on the concrete ground. Zhou Chu's eyes narrowed instantly. He looked up sharply in the direction from which the loud noise came. Really? In the neighboring Building 2, in a window on a middle floor, there was a man holding a second beer bottle, ready to smash it down again. Damn it! It's those Wellhead Lu gang of bastards again! Li Feng cursed angrily. There are those who admire them, and there are those who hate them. What is this idiot trying to do? He's so far away, does he want to smash us to death with a bottle? Wang Chang said disdainfully. Zhou Chu's face instantly darkened. He wasn't going to smash us up. He's trying to lure all the zombies in the area here. Before he could finish speaking, another loud bang rang out. The second bottle exploded again. The people in Building 7 across the street also discovered the sinister intentions of the people in Building 2 and immediately started cursing. Damn it! You idiot in Building 2, what are you doing? Fuck your mother! Are you deliberately trying to harm people? You bastard, the first thing I'll do when I get out of here is kill you! Lu's men were not to be outdone and retaliated with insults. You out-of-towner, keep yelling! If you yell again, I'll kill you tonight! You fucking dare give me your room number! I'll do you right now! The zombies that were originally wandering around the neighborhood were immediately attracted by the loud noise. Like flies that smelled blood, they began to swarm frantically toward the place where the bottle exploded. Soon, several zombies spotted Zhou Chu and his group standing in the open space. Hee hee! Immediately, 3 zombies broke away from the main force and charged towards them, roaring. Damn it! Prepare for battle! Li Feng roared. Brother Chu! I think I can't use my superpower anymore! Wang Chang suddenly said anxiously. He felt as if his body had been hollowed out, and he couldn't muster any strength at all. Zhou Chu nodded, not surprised. While his iron body was powerful, it also consumed a great deal of energy. The recent continuous battles had exhausted all of his stamina. You all retreat back into the building. I'll cover your retreat. Zhou Chu remained completely calm. He tossed the riot fork to Li Feng, and with a flick of his wrist, a simple-looking Miao sword with a long, narrow blade appeared in his hand. Skull Crusher Qi family Miao saber, passed down from a famous Ming Dynasty general who fought against Japanese pirates. The saber is 3 feet 8 inches long with a handle 1 foot 2 inches long. It can be used as both a spear and a slashing saber, making it extremely lethal. Special effect, strength +5. The 3-headed zombie is right in front of us. Instead of retreating, Zhou Chu advanced, his feet shifting slightly, and his long sword, like a venomous snake striking its tongue, silently swept forward. Whoosh! A cold, sharp blade flashed by. The zombie charging at the front suddenly froze, its head shooting into the air, tumbling twice before crashing down. The second zombie is already close. Zhou Chu neither dodged nor evaded, but suddenly ducked down, and the long sword in his hand drew a strange arc from bottom to top. Sizzle! The zombie's back and internal organs were completely severed by this knife. It screamed and fell to the ground. Before it could struggle, Zhou Chu had already taken a step forward, and with a backhand slash, cleanly and neatly ended its life. When he turned around, the third zombie had already fallen silently to the ground. A jet-black dagger was stuck in the back of its head. Vying stood beside the corpse, gave him a playful smile. 3-headed zombie, instantly killed. Chapter 44 Trap. Under Zhou Chu and Vying's cover, everyone safely evacuated back to the lobby of Building 3. Although it was safe, the short stretch of road in front of the entrance that had just been cleared was now crowded with zombies again. The atmosphere in the hall was oppressive and filled with anger. Damn it! Those bastards wellhead Lu! They even dared to play dirty tricks on us! Li Feng was so angry that he slammed his fist on the wall, making a dull thud. Damn it! These scumbags! They've lost their homes and they still dare to act arrogantly. Wang Chang also cursed angrily. Exactly! We have to settle this score with them. A bunch of cowards who only dare to pull dirty tricks behind people's backs. If you have the guts, come out and fight for real. Brother Chu, give the order. We'll storm over there now and slaughter them in Building 2. A burning rage was raging in everyone's hearts. One second he was being worshipped as a hero, and the next he was being betrayed by such despicable means. This is an utter disgrace. Zhou Chu glanced at everyone slowly and then spoke. Everyone, take a 2-hour break. Meet in the underground parking garage in 2 hours. He paused, then spoke slowly and deliberately. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. After saying that, he turned around and went straight upstairs without looking back. There was a brief silence in the hall. Immediately, a deafening cheer erupted. Wow! Brother Chu is awesome! Charge through building 2! Charge through building 2! Damn! That's what a boss is like! So cool! So satisfying! Following a boss like that, I'd die happy! 2 hours later. In the underground parking garage, in front of the fire door leading to building 3. Zhou Chu looked at the newly regrouped and menacing team in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. After a brief respite and the build-up of emotions, everyone's eyes were burning with the flames of revenge, and their morale had reached its peak. Set off! Several zombies were already wandering in the distance inside the garage. Fortunately, the car and the pillars provided excellent cover, and Zhou Chu and his companions were not discovered by the zombies. At Zhou Chu's instruction, Vying locked the door leading to the underground garage from the inside again, completely eliminating any worries. The group of more than 10 people, under the cover of a row of cars, quietly made their way to the underground entrance of building number 2. The underground entrance to building 2 wasn't far away, but the thick fire door was locked tightly. Zhou Chu stepped forward, grasped the doorknob, and pushed hard. It didn't budge an inch. He pressed his ear against the door and activated his sound localization technique. Very good. Behind the door, a large amount of heavy objects blocked it. Moreover, there were 5 or 6 men, holding various sharp weapons, holding their breath and waiting for the attack. It seems that Lu the Wellhead and his gang of scoundrels had already guessed that they were coming and had taken precautions in advance. But you think you can stop me with just a door? Innocent. Zhou Chu gestured for everyone to take a few steps back to create a safe distance. Then, he took a deep breath, took a short run up, clenched his right fist, and slammed it into the concrete wall next to the fire door like a cannonball. Boom! A loud bang, like an explosive device detonating. How could this thin, non-load-bearing brick wall possibly withstand his inhuman, terrifying strength? The wall shattered instantly. A villager behind the wall, who was holding a kitchen knife and preparing to launch a sneak attack, didn't even have time to scream before his internal organs were shattered by the terrifying penetrating force, and he was sent flying backward like a broken sack. Humph! Never learns a lesson. Damn it! They've broken in through the wall! Through the wall! The remaining few were terrified by this godlike and demonic method. But before they could react, Li Feng, Wang Chang, and the others roared and charged in through the huge hole like tigers descending a mountain. Kill! Wang Chang roared, and his iron body activated instantly. He raised his twin shields high, like a moving city wall, and slammed into an enemy who was preparing to fight back. The cleaver in the man's hand struck Wang Chang's petrified arm with a crisp clang, leaving not even a white mark. Following closely behind Wang Chang, Zhao Li thrust his spear out with pinpoint accuracy through the gap in the shield, like a venomous snake emerging from its hole. Pfft! The man screamed in agony, clutching his pierced abdomen, and collapsed in pain. On the other side, Li Feng was even more valiant. He viciously jabbed the riot fork in his hand into the waist of another enemy, and then with a sudden burst of strength from his arms, he actually lifted up a grown man weighing over 100 pounds and slammed him hard against the wall. Qin Jing followed closely behind, and without hesitation, used the crowbar and spear in his hand to pin the man to the wall. Within just a minute or two, the narrow entrance was already a river of blood. The villagers of Jingtu were utterly terrified by the massacre. Run! Run! Go and inform Brother Mang immediately! The remaining 3 people scrambled and crawled, then turned and fled frantically upwards. Damn it! Don't let them get away! Li Feng was caught up in the killing frenzy and, without thinking, immediately grabbed the still-dripping riot fork and chased after them. Zhou Chu's brows furrowed slightly. He smelled a strong odor of gasoline. Something's not right. Upon reaching the first floor, the 3 villagers from Jintu Lu did not continue to escape up the stairs, but instead left the stairwell and fled into the lobby on the first floor. The group followed closely behind and entered a narrow passageway that was about 2 meters wide. Ahead is the lobby on the first floor of Building 2. Behind is another path leading to the back door of Building 2. Just as Li Feng was about to catch up with the 3 deserters, suddenly, 7 or 8 villagers known as Wellhead Lu appeared from the corner of the main hall. Each of them was holding a beer bottle with a cloth strip plugged at the neck, and orange flames were burning on the cloth strip. This is a Molotov cocktail? Zhou Chu's pupils suddenly contracted. Not good. He turned around abruptly, and from the back of the aisle, 7 or 8 more people surged out. They were also holding burning beer bottles, completely blocking their escape route. Damn! We've fallen for their trap! Li Feng and the others realized what had happened, their faces turning deathly pale instantly. Leading the group was none other than Lu Meng, the new leader of the Wellhead Lu gang. He looked at Zhou Chu and the others, who were trapped in the narrow passage and had no way to move forward or backward, and a ferocious and triumphant smile appeared on his face. You, surnamed Zhou! You think you're so tough? I'll see if you can even withstand this fire. Die! He roared and was the first to smash the Molotov cocktail in his hand. Bang! The bottle exploded with a bang at Zhou Chu and the others' feet. The pungent smell of gasoline instantly filled the air, and raging flames leaped up to more than a meter high, forming an insurmountable wall of fire. Throw them! Throw them all away! Burn them to death! Chapter 44. A single slash against the wind. Bang! 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 A dozen or so Molotov cocktails came hurtling towards us from both the front and back, like meteors. The glass bottle exploded with a loud bang in the narrow passageway, and the pungent smell of gasoline instantly filled the air. The next second, boom! The orange-red flames suddenly shot up to a height of more than a person, instantly turning the entire passageway into a deadly fire alley. The scorching waves, mixed with billowing black smoke, rushed towards us. Damn it! Retreat now! Ouch! Damn it! My hand! Ouch! It's burning me! Help! The team instantly descended into chaos. Li Feng and Wang Chang, who were at the forefront, inevitably got splashed with gasoline, and their trouser legs and sleeves were instantly set ablaze, turning them into 2 human torches. Retreat? How do I get a refund? Zhou Chu knew that the stairs they had come up on were also made of gasoline. If they retreated now, covered in flames, the fire would only intensify, and everyone would burn to death in the basement. Blocked ahead and pursued from behind. There's no way to go to heaven, and no way to go to hell. This is a meticulously designed doom trap. It's over. We're going to be burned alive here. Despair. At this critical moment, a loud shout, like a thunderclap from a clear sky, exploded in everyone's ears. Fuck your way out! It's Zhou Chu. His eyes were bloodshot, and instead of retreating, he advanced. He suddenly pushed off the ground and shot into the sky like a cannonball, instantly leaping over Li Feng, Wang Chang and the others who were blocking his way, and rushing directly towards the raging wall of fire. Damn it! That's him! Quick! Smash him with bottles! Burn him alive! At the end of the corridor, Lu Meng saw that Zhou Chu dared to charge into the enemy lines, and a ferocious and triumphant smile appeared on his face. The 7 or 8 villagers behind him immediately threw all the remaining Molotov cocktails they had at Zhou Chu, who was in midair. In midair, Zhou Chu had nowhere to grab onto and was about to be hit by those flying fireballs. Just then, he moved. He suddenly reached out, and the Skull Crusher Chi family Miao blade instantly appeared in his hand. He twisted his waist in midair, channeling all the power in his body through his arms into the blade. Facing the wind, 1 slash, a single strike. He faced forward, and with all his might swung his sword out. Buzz! A strange buzzing sound, as if the very space itself was trembling, rang out. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. A bright, crescent-shaped, solidified blade of light suddenly detached from the tip of the Miao sword. This blade of light, only a little over half a meter long, was condensed to the extreme. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, emitting a sharp shriek. Even the raging flames were forcibly pushed aside by this unparalleled blade energy, forming a brief vacuum channel. The blade flashed by, as fast as lightning. It instantly passed through the bodies of the 7 or 8 well-head Lu villagers, and then, with its momentum undiminished, crashed heavily into the wall at the end of the passageway. Boom! A loud bang. The sturdy wall shattered instantly, as if hit by a cannonball, leaving a terrifying, smooth, mirror-like knife mark half a foot deep. The 7 or 8 villagers known as well-head Lu, who had been grinning maliciously, suddenly froze in place, their expressions permanently frozen in that moment, as if struck by a spell. The next second. Puff! Blood gushed out like a fountain from the waist of each of them. The upper bodies of everyone slid down neatly from the waist, landing on the ground with dull thuds. Their lower bodies, however, remained strangely upright for 2 seconds due to inertia before collapsing with a thud. Cut in half. One cut. Just one cut. It completely dominated the scene. Zhou Chu's figure also passed through the wall of fire at this moment, landing steadily on the ground. Without even glancing at the corpses that had been cut in two, he quickly rolled on the ground a few times to completely extinguish the flames that had touched his body. Quick! Everyone come here! Roll on the ground! Li Feng, Wang Chang, and the others finally snapped out of their shock from the hellish flash of the blade. Despite the excruciating pain from their burns, they staggered and scrambled out of the inferno, mimicking Zhou Chu's actions by rolling wildly on the ground. Fire extinguisher! With a thought, 2 large dry powder fire extinguishers instantly appeared in Zhou Chu's hands. He had won them in a random lottery and initially thought they were useless, but unexpectedly, they became the key to saving his life today. He pulled the safety pin and sprayed Li Feng and Wang Chang, who were still groaning, with a torrent of saliva. The white powder instantly covered the flames on their bodies. Then, he tossed the fire extinguishers to the 2 men, then took out a few more and distributed them to the others. Everyone worked together in a flurry of activity, and finally managed to extinguish most of the flames on their bodies and the ground. Although they escaped with their lives, everyone looked extremely disheveled. Everyone's clothes were burned to shreds, their faces and hands were covered in blisters, and their hair was burned into curly, charred yellow, emitting a foul smell of burning protein. Meanwhile, at the other end of the passage, the 7 or 8 villagers known as well-head Lu, who were responsible for blocking the way back, were completely terrified by what they saw. What did they see? 1 slash, just 1 slash, and he cleaved everyone in front of him in 2. Is this even human? This is a devil. They turned around and tried to run away. But escape? Where can we escape to now? Ahead of them was a still burning sea of fire. There was a back door, but outside it were hordes of zombies. Zhou Chu slowly stood up. He picked up a Molotov cocktail that had not yet been lit from the ground, weighed it in his hand, and a cold, cruel smile appeared on his face. You want to burn me alive? Now it's my turn. No! No! Spare me! Those men were so terrified they wet themselves and knelt down begging for mercy. Zhou Chu's eyes remained completely calm. With a flick of his wrist, several cement nails that had been embedded in his fingertips shot out. Pft! 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 With a few muffled thuds, several bloody holes instantly appeared on the thighs of those men, and they rolled on the ground in pain. Die! Li Feng and Wang Chang, enduring excruciating pain, picked up the Molotov cocktails from the ground, their eyes burning with the flames of revenge. You bastard! You dare to play dirty tricks on us? Die! Burn, you beasts! Burn, you all! They smashed the Molotov cocktails in their hands hard. Boom! The flames rose again. Those villagers from Jingtulu were burned alive and turned into charcoal amidst a sea of fire and shrill screams, gradually falling silent. Huff, huff. Zhou Chu and the others were all injured and covered in dust. Damn it, I've never suffered such a huge loss even when fighting zombies. Fortunately, they were all superficial burns and did not involve any serious injuries. Qin Kai, Lao Zhao, get the remaining fire extinguishers and put out the fire completely, Zhou Chu said calmly, looking at the still burning corridor. Brother Chu, why are you even putting out the fire? Just let it burn, Zhao Li said angrily. It would be best to set this whole building on fire and burn these bastards to death. Zhou Chu gave him a cold look. How can we get up there if we don't put out the fire? If we don't go up, how can we seize their supplies? We've suffered such a huge loss, are we just going to let it go like this? He looked around at everyone, and a devilish smile slowly appeared on his face. We must plunder every last grain of their supplies. We must kill every single one of them who dares to resist. Didn't I, Zhou Chu, come here for nothing? Chapter 45 Zhou Chu's Revenge. A head made of copper and a brain made of iron cannot prevent fire or water damage. Since Zhou Chu awakened the system, everything has gone smoothly for him, and he has never suffered such a big loss before. The burning blisters on his face and arms were a constant reminder of how dangerous the battle had been. This physical pain ignited a long-suppressed, raging fire within him. Without some thunderous and decisive measures, some people will never know what fear is. From Lu Quan at the very beginning, to Lu Erge later, and now to Lu Meng who is playing with fire. This bunch of scum, well-headed Lu, have repeatedly provoked his bottom line. The previous counterattack was too weak. Although today, all of these, well-headed Lu, men who dared to resist have been killed by him. But that's not enough. That's far from enough. The flames have been extinguished. Zhou Chu slowly stood up. That wind-facing slash was incredibly powerful, but it also consumed a tremendous amount of energy, almost instantly draining half of his strength. But he didn't care. Right now, all he wants to do is kill. Walk! Zhou Chu took the lead, kicking open the fire door leading to the stairwell and heading towards the second floor. The door to the second floor room was ajar. A rather plump-looking woman was furtively peeking out, nervously observing the situation downstairs. The continuous screams and explosions downstairs had terrified her, but she couldn't be sure which side had won. When she realized that the first person to walk up the stairs was Zhou Chu, her pupils instantly contracted. Ah! She let out a scream that sounded inhuman, and without thinking, she yanked her head back and desperately tried to close the door. A cold, cruel smile appeared on Zhou Chu's face. Close the door? Is it useful? He gave a cold wink. Wang Chang immediately understood. He used the fire axe in his hand as a hammer, smashing it hard against the lock of the security door. Bang! 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 Open the door! Fuck you! Open the door for me! Li Feng roared back, his voice filled with bloodthirsty madness. You won't open the door, huh? Fine. We'll break it down and kill everyone inside. Leave no one alive! Zhou Chu's ears twitched slightly. Sound location activated. Very good. Behind the door, a short, stout middle-aged woman with a fierce face was holding a gleaming dagger tightly in both hands, holding her breath, and trembling all over, hiding in the blind spot behind the door. Trying to launch a sneak attack? Be careful, Zhou Chu whispered to Li Feng and Zhao Li beside him. There's an old woman behind the door with a knife. She's trying to ambush us. Li Feng and Zhao Li's eyes were already bloodshot. Upon hearing this, they simply nodded with a sinister grin, raising their crowbars, rifles, and fire axes even higher. With a few more powerful slams from Wang Chang, a loud bang resounded, and the entire door lock, along with a small piece of the door panel, was smashed away. Wang Chang kicked open the rickety iron gate. Sure enough, behind the door was that short, fat woman with short hair and a fleshy build. Aya! Seeing Wang Chang's towering figure, she let out a piercing scream in terror, and wildly slashed at Wang Chang's chest with the sharp knife in her hand. Her ferocity was no less than that of a grown man. However, Wang Chang had been warned by Zhou Chu and was already prepared. He took a small half-step back. Zhao Li and Li Feng, who were beside him, had already pounced on him like two hungry wolves, one on the left and one on the right. Pft! Pft! Two muffled thuds of sharp blades piercing flesh rang out almost simultaneously. The extended crowbar in Zhao Li's hand and the fire axe in Li Feng's hand pierced through the fat woman's chest and abdomen in an instant. Ugh! The woman let out a painful groan, and the sharp knife in her hand clattered to the ground. Chen Kai and Sun Chao, who were following behind, showed no mercy. They kicked her, sending her flying. She crashed heavily into the living room wall and rolled to the ground. The woman lay on the ground, blood gushing from her mouth, yet she was still breathing, viciously cursing in the local dialect. "Fuck your mother! You dare to curse?" Sun Chao plopped down on the woman's stomach, swung his arms, and slapped her dozens of times with both hands. Those men from the Weldwelling family downstairs died way too quickly. Sun Chao and the others hadn't even unleashed their anger yet. Zhou Chu's gaze fell on the mountain of supplies piled up on the living room table. The rice from various brands was all opened, in half packets or small half packets. There were also various cooking oils, all different brands, in varying quantities. Instant noodles, biscuits, canned goods, all were piled up haphazardly together. Clearly, these things were not bought by them, but were stolen from other survivors, house by house. Judging from their appearance, this family has done quite a few bad things. The fact that they could openly display so many stolen goods shows they weren't afraid of being robbed. I wonder if the man in this house was either cut in two by his own sword or burned to a crisp. Who cares? Take it all away! Not a single grain of rice is allowed to remain, Zhou Chu coldly ordered. Brother Chu! There's more here! Li Feng's voice was filled with surprise and joy. In the bedroom, rice, oil, and flour were piled up like mountains. This is Jingtu Lu's supply warehouse. We're rich. This is even easier than winning the lottery. Cool. An unexpected delight. It seems that the owner of this house holds a very high position in Jingtu Lu. Just then, Qin Jing, in a guest room, suddenly let out an angry shout. Brother Chu! Brother Chu! Come quick! Upon hearing this, Zhou Chu immediately strode inside. As soon as I entered the bedroom, a foul stench hit me. Inside the room, a young woman was in an extremely humiliating position, her limbs spread wide, tightly bound to the bed with ropes. She was completely naked, without a single piece of clothing. His body was covered in bruises and all sorts of shocking wounds and bite marks. Hold! These beasts! Even though Zhou Chu's heart was as hard as iron, seeing this hellish scene before him, the anger in his chest suddenly flared up to its peak. The woman seemed to have lost consciousness. Upon hearing the sound, her empty eyes, hidden beneath her disheveled hair, opened slightly, revealing a hint of terror. Zhou Chu strode over, grabbed the blanket next to him, and covered her with it. Don't be afraid. His voice softened unconsciously. We're from Building 3, we're here to rescue you. Upon hearing this, the woman's empty eyes seemed to regain a glimmer of focus. She stared blankly at Zhou Chu for a long time, as if it were an eternity, before finally reacting. 2 lines of tears silently slid down her bruised eyes. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but she was too weak and could only make a hoarse sound, like air leaking out. Zhou Chu leaned down and put his ear close. Please, please. Kill me. Zhou Chu's heart skipped a beat. This woman's body was still alive, but her soul had long been utterly destroyed by these beasts. He paused for a moment, then leaned close to the woman's ear and said, word by word. Dying is easy. But before I die, I'll take my revenge. Upon hearing his words, the woman's previously lifeless eyes suddenly flashed with an extremely terrifying light. It's hatred. It is a hatred powerful enough to burn everything. At this time, the other survivors from Building 3 also arrived on the second floor. There are too many supplies to move later, so we need manpower. 2 women, come here! Zhou Chu shouted towards the door. Untie her ropes, put her clothes on. Then, carry her over to our side. Find someone to take good care of her. Yes, Brother Chu. The rest of you. Take all the supplies away from here. Don't leave a single needle behind. After we finish moving here, come with me to the next place. Zhou Chu walked out the door, but hadn't gone more than a few steps. Suddenly, he heard a woman's shrill scream coming from the room behind him. He turned around and, through the crowded throng, saw the woman who had just been rescued snatch a sharp knife from somewhere. She was straddling the old woman who was still cursing on the ground, and with all her might, she was frantically stabbing her again and again. Pft! 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 Blood splattered everywhere. In the apocalypse, only by becoming more ruthless than wild beasts can humans survive. Chapter 46: The Final Resistance. The old woman's shrill screams from the second floor lasted for more than 10 minutes before gradually fading away, until finally, she breathed her last. The entire corridor was deathly silent. Everyone was terrified and fell silent by this bloody and direct revenge. Zhou Chu's face, however, remained expressionless. The rest was much easier. It's the same apartment on the second floor, across from the old woman's. Before Wang Chang could even smash the door a second time, it creaked open from the inside. A middle-aged man with a deathly pale face, along with his wife who was already trembling with fear, knelt down on the ground with a thud. "Brother, spare me! Brother, spare me!" The woman in her 30s cried and called out desperately, her forehead soon bleeding. "Please, please leave us some food! We only have this much left." Li Feng led his men inside and searched the place, only managing to find a small half-bag of flour and a few packets of compressed biscuits in a corner of the kitchen. It seems that not all people from Wellhead-lu were like that old woman next door, who robbed so many supplies. Zhou Chu looked at the couple, who were terrified, and slowly spoke, his voice devoid of any emotion. "If you behave yourself, I'll spare your lives." After saying that, he gestured to Li Feng and threw the packs of compressed biscuits back to them. The woman stared at the cookies on the ground, stunned for a moment, and then burst into a hysterical wail, as if she had just survived a disaster. Zhou Chu ignored them and turned to walk towards the 3rd floor. 3rd floor, 4th floor. The situation is largely similar. There were a couple of foolish families who still wanted to do what that old woman did before, locking themselves in their doors and putting up a stubborn resistance. Zhou Chu's methods for dealing with such fools have always been simple and brutal. Wang Chan used a fire axe and forcefully broke down the door in just a few strokes. After rushing in, Li Feng, Qin Jing, and the others, like hungry wolves, beat any male in the house who dared to resist mercilessly. Beat them until their bones are broken and they beg for mercy on their knees. Then, they ransacked their house, leaving not a single grain of rice behind. On the contrary, Zhou Chu would show his benevolent side to those who opened the door for him. Not only did he not harm them, he even left them a little food so they wouldn't starve to death immediately. "Those who obey me prosper, those who defy me perish." These are the 8 characters. When the group reached the 6th floor, they finally encountered some decent resistance. 5 or 6 muscular-looking men, armed with hammers, knives, and steel pipes, completely blocked the stairwell leading from the 6th to the 7th floor. The leader was a middle-aged man with glasses and curly hair. He was holding a gleaming watermelon knife and shouted loudly at Zhou Chu downstairs. "Zhou Chu! Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt its debtor. It was Lu Quan and Lu Mang who offended you. If you seek revenge against them, we have nothing to say. But not all of the Wellhead Lus have harmed you. They haven't all robbed your tenants of their belongings. Don't come up here again. If you do, we'll fight you to the death." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chu stopped in his tracks, a cold smile, as if he were watching a clown performance, appearing on his face. "You want to fight me? Do you have the capability?" He slowly walked up a few steps, his gaze like a sharp sword, sweeping over Curly and the several men behind him who were sweating nervously. That's right, I admit it. If all of you wellhead lose people were killed, there would definitely be 1 or 2 innocent people among them. But so what? I can't care about all that. I don't have the time to go through each and every one of you to figure out whose hands are clean and whose are dirty. His voice suddenly rose in pitch. I'll say it again. In this building, anyone who disobeys me will be killed. Now, hand over all your food and weapons. I'll spare your lives for now. Otherwise, all of you will die. The middle-aged curly-haired man was so angry by his words that he trembled all over, and his face turned as red as a pig's liver. Zhou Chu, don't push your luck. This is illegal. If you push us too far, even a rabbit will bite. This is outrageous. Zhou Chu laughed out loud as if he had heard the funniest joke. Fine, then I'll explain the reason to you. Among you, who hasn't had the blood of a tenant on their hands? Who hasn't stolen something from someone else? Come on, step forward, let me see. The middle-aged curly-haired man and the men behind him looked at each other, speechless. Indeed. After the zombie outbreak, the morals in the building had long since collapsed. The Wellhead Lu gang, relying on their numbers and power, act as local tyrants in this building. Although most of them have never committed acts that cross the line, such as murder or rape. However, they have all done things to varying degrees, such as bullying others, robbing tenants of their food, and using threats and inducements. They even take pride in doing so. Looking at their guilty expressions, Zhou Chu's sneer deepened. What? Can't you speak? Since you're all unclean, then in my eyes you're all damn trash. I'll count to 3. If you don't hand over your food and lay down your weapons, I'll personally wipe you all out, one by one. Kill! 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 Li Feng, Wang Chang, and the others behind Zhou Chu roared in unison. They raised their blood-stained weapons high, exuding murderous intent. The terrifying aura that gathered together was like a mountain, pressing down heavily on the hearts of Curly and the others. 1. Zhou Chu slowly uttered the first number. Curly-haired man's face was a mixture of emotions, and cold sweat had soaked his back. Spell? Damn it, what are we going to fight with? Zhou Chu is a monster. He has superpowers. This fact has already spread throughout their Wellhead Lu group. Killing through a wall. Invulnerable to knives and bullets. Damn it. Those idiots Lu Mang and his gang. They know this god of death has superpowers, yet they still provoke him time and time again. Now look what happened. They've gotten rid of themselves and ended it all, but they've killed us all. Let alone Zhou Chu, just his dozen or so ruthless henchmen who had just killed someone were enough to give them a run for their money. He was hesitant, torn between his own mind and his own will. Suddenly, 2 crisp clanging sounds came from behind. 2 young people, unable to withstand the immense psychological pressure, were the first to throw away their weapons. Once one person takes the lead, the psychological defenses of the rest collapse instantly. Clang! Clang! The weapons were thrown to the ground one by one. The middle-aged curly-haired man closed his eyes. He knew that all was lost. He let out a long sigh and threw the watermelon knife in his hand onto the ground. The last resistance crumbled. Chapter 47 Hell on Earth. With the last few stubborn resistors' weapons falling to the ground with a clang, the resistance of the Lu family in building number 2 had completely collapsed. Zhou Chu didn't give the ashen-faced, Wellhead Lu villagers another glance. He handed over the task of scavenging supplies to Li Feng and Lao Jing, while he led Wang Chang, Qin Jing, and other core combatants to continue to the higher floors. The higher the floor, the fewer local villagers lived there. Above the 12th floor, apart from a few empty rooms, the rest were occupied by out-of-town tenants like Zhou Chu. Bang! Wang Chang kicked open the door to room 1301. A stench so strong it almost made you faint wafted out of the house. Inside the room, a man was chained to a stainless steel security window like a dead dog. His body was covered in wounds, old ones piled on top of new ones, with hardly a patch of uninjured flesh. In front of him was a dog bowl containing a stale, unrecognizable paste. In the bedroom next to his, 2 corpses lay on the bed, one large and one small. Zhou Chu couldn't bear to watch any longer. Bang! The door to room 1402 was kicked open. Inside the iron cage on the balcony, a young man with one eye gouged out was locked up. Outside the cage, a girl, also barely clothed and with disheveled hair, lay lying. After Wang Chang released the young man hugged the girl and cried bitterly. Then, without saying a word, the 2 of them jumped off the balcony. 1501. 1602. Scene after scene. Incident after incident. A zombie outbreak has occurred, and the apocalypse has arrived. Society has completely collapsed. Morality has been completely lost. When the evil in people's hearts is no longer restrained by law and order, it is like a prehistoric beast breaking free of its cage, and the things it does are simply outrageous. Those unarmed out-of-town tenants in this building are lambs to the slaughter. Men were treated like slaves, beaten at will, unable to live or die. And those young, attractive women were reduced to playthings of those beasts, wantonly humiliated, exchanged, and shared. Li Feng, Wang Chang, and the others stared at the horrific scene before them, their eyes bloodshot and their fists clenched so tightly they cracked. But along with their anger, they also felt a lingering fear in their hearts. The tragic fate of Building 3 has an even bloodier and more brutal sequel here. If it weren't for Zhou Chu's sudden emergence. If it weren't for this godlike man who, with overwhelming force, wiped out the scum from Building 3. Will they end up like the people in front of us? He was beaten half to death, and his woman, his wife, was taken away by those beasts and wantonly humiliated. At this moment, their awe and gratitude towards Zhou Chu reached their peak. As Zhou Chu looked at the hellish scene before him, the killing intent that had long since cooled in his heart surged once more. He knew that without the system and without the superhuman power, he might not be much better than the people in front of him. These scumbags, wellhead Lu. Not a single one can be left alive. According to the confessions of the villagers who had just surrendered, Lu Meng, the ringleader, had already been slashed in 2 by himself in the fire alley downstairs. The vicious old woman on the 2nd floor, Lu Meng's wife, had also been stabbed to death by the vengeful girl. So now, there's one last culprit among, wellhead Lu, who hasn't been found yet. That's the guy with the buzz cut who threw glass bottles from upstairs, attracting zombies and almost killing them all. Old Zheng! Zhao Li! Zhou Chu's voice was icy cold, devoid of any warmth. You two, take a few men and stay here. Rescue all the imprisoned brothers and sisters. Calm them down. Take a head count and register them. Yes, Brother Chu. The rest of you, keep searching upstairs. Zhou Chu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Today, even if we have to turn this building upside down, I'll find that bastard. Yes. Now, without Zhou Chu giving any orders, both his own core subordinates and the Jingtu Lu, villagers who had just surrendered, were eager to find the culprit and tear him to pieces. If it weren't for that idiot's cleverness in provoking Zhou Chu, this powerful figure from across the river, how could they have ended up with such a tragic fate of family ruin and death? One layer. And another. Finally, when they rushed to the rooftop of the 25th floor, the crew-cut man, who had nowhere to escape, was successfully cornered by the crowd. Behind him was 100 meters above the ground, and an abyss deep enough to shatter a person to pieces. In front of him stood Zhou Chu, and a dozen or so avengers whose eyes were like those of hungry wolves, wishing they could devour him alive. Thump! The man with the buzz cut instantly broke down. His knees buckled, and he knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, desperately kowtowing. Brothers! Brother Chu! I was wrong! I really know I was wrong! Please! Please, for the sake of us all being from the same village, spare my dog's life! He cried and screamed, trying to crawl over and hug Zhou Chu's leg like a maggot. Hold him down! Zhou Chu coldly uttered 3 words. Li Feng and Wang Chang immediately stepped forward and, like grabbing a chick, pressed him firmly onto the cold cement ground. At this moment, The huge commotion that Zhou Chu and his group made in Building 2 had already alarmed the entire Manhwa garden community. On the rooftop of Building 1 next door, inside the windows of Buildings 5, 6, and 7 across the street, all eyes were focused on this place. They saw Zhou Chu, his menacing group behind him, and the crew-cut man pinned to the ground like a dead dog. Everyone held their breath. Zhou Chu slowly walked to the edge of the rooftop. He looked down at the zombies below, which looked like ants, and felt the prying eyes coming from all directions. He turned around and spoke loudly. I, Zhou Chu, am not a good person, but I do believe in rules. I will not attack unless attacked. His voice suddenly turned fierce, like a thunderclap. If anyone offends me, I will kill them. You attacked us from behind, throwing bottles and attracting zombies, trying to kill us all. According to my rules, how should I deal with you? The man with the buzz cut was so terrified that he soiled himself, struggling frantically. I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Give me a chance. I'm willing to be your slave. Zhou Chu ignored him and simply addressed Li Feng and Wang Chang, saying calmly, let him go down and reunite with his good brothers. Yes, Brother Chu. Li Feng and Wang Chang grinned maliciously, one grabbing the man's hands and the other his feet, lifting him up like trash. No! Amid the man's heart-wrenching screams, he was violently thrown off the 25th floor rooftop. A dark shadow streaked across the sky, tracing a desperate parabola. A few seconds later. Bang! With a muffled thud, a small commotion instantly broke out among the zombie horde downstairs. On the rooftop, there was a deathly silence. All eyes were fixed in awe on the man who stood against the wind, looking like a god or a demon. Chapter 48 Inventory, Mountains of Supplies. In the lobby on the first floor, all sorts of supplies scavenged from each household in Jingtulu have been sorted and piled up into small pyramid-like mountains. That sight was enough to drive anyone who had ever starved during the apocalypse mad on the spot. Food. At the very center is the very foundation upon which everyone depends for survival. It has to be said that Lu's men are not simple. They couldn't have gathered so much supplies by robbing tenants alone. Most likely, they had channels that Zhou Chu was unaware of, and they had stockpiled supplies before the zombie outbreak. However, now it all benefits Zhou Chu. There were more than a dozen bags of rice, probably weighing several hundred pounds. There were also 7 or 8 bags of snow-white flour, and next to them were mountains of dried noodles and instant noodles. Compressed biscuits, canned goods, sausages. These durable and long-lasting commodities are countless. There was even an entire wall stacked with various precious condiments such as oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. And dozens of kilograms of dried cured meat and salted meat, emitting an enticing aroma. Arms. Next to the food mountain is another small mountain. Various sharpened kitchen knives, watermelon knives, steel pipes, crowbars, fire axes, hammers. These were originally the weapons that Wellhead Lu used to bully others, but now they have all become Zhou Chu's spoils of war. Daily necessities. Cigarettes, liquor, toilet paper, lighters, batteries. These scarce resources, comparable to gold in the apocalypse, were neatly stacked together. Zhou Chu sat there casually in a chair, smoking a cigarette. Surrounding him were Li Feng, Wang Chang, Qin Jing, and other core henchmen, some standing and some sitting, each holding a soft Shonghua cigarette surrounding him like a star around the moon. The counting and registration work was organized by the experienced Lao Jing, while Lu Hong, Bai Jing, and Qin Yu took notes diligently with paper and pen. With the exception of a few elderly and weak people who were too weak to walk, almost all the survivors in Building 3 had gathered here. Today is their day of great harvest. Zhou Chu had said before that as long as everyone participated in labor, cleaning up the battlefield, and moving supplies, everyone would be able to get food. To them, this kind of work, which only requires a little physical effort and involves carrying and lifting, is practically like picking up free food. Upstairs, the survivors of Wellhead Lu, who had been ordered to stay in their rooms, hid behind the doors, listening to the deafening cheers coming from downstairs, their hearts breaking. Those were supplies they looted from their own homes. In the apocalypse, the lack of food was a death sentence for them. But what can they do? We are at their mercy, like fish on a chopping board. Zhou Chu spared their lives instead of killing them all, which was already an act of immense mercy. However, several shameless and shrewd women had already secretly inquired with the members of Building 3 who were in charge of guarding it. I heard that under Zhou Chu, as long as you are willing to follow orders and work honestly, even if it is just doing some repairs or cleaning, you can still get enough food to fill your stomach. If that's really the case, then it doesn't seem like it's not such a bad thing. Before, when they were with Lu Quan and Lu Meng's gang, their supplies were never shared with ordinary villagers like them. Moreover, as supplies became increasingly scarce, who knew if those inhuman beasts would prey on the women and children of their own village just to survive? Thinking about it this way, if you really could get food as long as you worked, it would seem more secure than before? As for those scum who died. So what if he's dead? What does it have to do with me? The tenants of Building 2 who had just been rescued were now unleashing amazing energy. Although they were still very weak, they all persevered and ran around helping to move supplies. Zhou Chu had personally promised them that each of them would receive enough food to survive. At this moment, in their hearts, Zhou Chu was no longer the ruthless demon king who killed without blinking an eye. He was a living bodhisattva who saved them from the abyss. Even Wang Chang and Li Feng, who looked fierce and menacing, became incredibly kind and lovable in their eyes. Brother Chu, all supplies have been inventoried. Holding the completed list, Old Jing was so excited that his voice trembled slightly as he respectfully stepped forward to report to Zhou Chu. Zhou Chu slowly exhaled a smoke ring and nodded. Read. Yes. Old Jing cleared his throat and, with all his might, read out the numbers on the list aloud. Rice, a total of 650 jin. 170 caddies of flour. 112 packs in total, including dried noodles, instant noodles, and compressed biscuits. Cooking oil, 23 barrels. 14 packets of salt. Every time he read out a number, a deafening cheer erupted from the crowd. After he finished reading, Zhou Chu slowly stood up. All eyes instantly turned to him. He knew that now was the time to divide the spoils. He first had someone set aside half of the food as public supplies for the team, which were then stored and managed by Lu Hong for daily public expenses. Next came the rewarding of those who had contributed. Li Feng, Wang Chang, Chao Li, Qin Kai, Sun Chao, Qin Jing, and all the brothers who participated in today's battle. Step forward. A dozen or so people immediately stood up with their heads held high. Zhou Chu pointed to the mountain of supplies and waved his hand. These are what you risked your lives for. Take them yourselves. Awu. Li Feng and Wang Chang, the older folks who followed Zhou Chu, were a bit better off. They were just grinning from ear to ear. Ha! Working with Brother Chu is fucking awesome. Yes. Now, at least for a month, we won't have to worry about food. Those who had just joined the combat team, such as Lu Meng and Gao Fei, were so excited that their eyes turned red. How many days? How many days has it been since I've seen so much grain? Damn! This rice smells so good. I feel like I could eat 2 big bowls of it raw right now. A few days ago, although Zhou Chu also distributed food, it was distributed according to the number of people, and the quantity was strictly controlled. This time, getting so much in one go was something they never dared to dream of before. Next up were the residents of Building 3 who helped move the supplies, and the tenants of Building 2 who had just been rescued. Although you didn't participate in the battle, you still made contributions. Each of you will receive 5 caddies of rice, 1 caddy of flour, biscuits, instant noodles, oil, and salt. Everyone cheered and jumped for joy again. Brother Chu! Brother Chu! It's unclear who started it, but soon, everyone in the entire hall was spontaneously and with all their might chanting the name. Zhou Chu remained calm and composed, sitting back down on the sofa, casually smoking and enjoying the overwhelming cheers and applause. This scene was deeply imprinted in the eyes of Qin Yu among the crowd. Looking at the man who was worshipped by everyone, like a king, and at the composure and domineering aura on his face that were beyond his years, something deep in her heart was completely touched. Turn out to be. He truly was the only hero in this chaotic world. Chapter 49 Seal Oil Ointment. After checking his system panel, Zhou Chu discovered that he had not gained any gene points in this battle. It seems that only by personally killing zombies and mutants can one obtain that magical evolutionary energy. However, he gained something far more precious than a few gene points. First and foremost, it's about territory. His sphere of influence expanded from the isolated Building 3 to a stable area that includes Building 2 and connects to the underground parking garage. This is not simply a matter of doubling the size of the territory. This means he has more room to live, more strategic depth, and more resources. This is another solid step towards his grand goal of turning the entire Manhwa Yuan into an impregnable safe zone that belongs to him. Secondly, and most importantly, is people's hearts. He gained the heartfelt and genuine loyalty and submission of all the survivors in the building. This kind of thing can't be easily accomplished by simply distributing some food or displaying force a few times. A completely new and unbreakable order has now been formed in Building 3 and Building 2. Wherever Zhou Chu went, everyone, whether his former comrades in arms or the villagers of Jingtu Lu, whom he had just conquered, would immediately stop what they were doing, respectfully step back, bow their heads, and address him as Zhou Chu. Brother Chu. In the past few days, Zhou Chu allowed Li Feng and Xiangzi to relax and rest. He himself also secretly took a break. The survivors in the building no longer need him to give any orders. Everyone is working automatically and conscientiously. Strengthening defenses, cleaning, organizing supplies, everything is in perfect order. Li Feng, Wang Chang, Lao Jing, and with the addition of Sister Hong and Bai Jing, they managed the entire building very well. Zhou Chu was happy to be a hands-off manager. Today, Sister Hong took Yu to the public warehouse, on the 3rd floor to organize supplies. He originally wanted to hang out with Vying, but Bai Jing was always haunting him. Zhou Chu is now lying on the sofa, studying the lottery plate. Brother Chu! You're home! Are the blisters on your hands any better? Ai Zheng's voice rang out from the doorway. Zhou Chu lazily raised his arm, looked at the blisters that hadn't subsided, and couldn't help but grin. That day in Building 2, he was splashed with gasoline from a Molotov cocktail. Although he reacted quickly and extinguished the flames in time, he was still left with a large number of blisters. Among all the medications he drew, there were antibiotics and painkillers, but conspicuously, not a single one was a burn ointment. Hey! Look for yourself! Zhou Chu handed over his arm. There's more! Ouch! It hurts like hell to touch it. Qin Jing leaned over and glanced at it, then immediately said, Brother Chu, wait a minute! My sister has a bottle of seal oil ointment. It's really effective for treating burns. Do I look much better? I'll ask her to come and apply it for you. After saying that, the kid looked at Zhou Chu with a mysterious expression. Zhou Chu was somewhat puzzled. Why is this kid acting so strangely today? If you have ointment, you could just bring it to me directly. Why do you have to make his sister apply it for me personally? Don't I have hands? Should I have his sister apply it for me? Looking at Qin Yang's winking expression, Zhou Chu quickly realized what was going on. Seeing that he didn't object, Qin Jing stuck out his tongue, lowered his voice, and whispered in Zhou Chu's ear. Brother Chu, to be honest, it was my sister who wanted to come, but she was embarrassed, afraid that you would refuse her and make her lose face. Huh? What do you mean? Hey! Qin Jing scratched his head. Didn't she misunderstand you before, always thinking you were a bad person, and even talk back to you a few times? Now that she has seen with her own eyes how you treated your brothers and the rescued neighbors, she knows how terribly wrong she was. So, she wanted to take this opportunity of delivering medicine to personally apologize to you. Look, Brother Chu, how about we give her some face? Sure. What's wrong with that? Zhou Chu laughed. I'm a grown man, why would I argue with a woman? Let her do it. Okay. Qin Jingxing went out excitedly. Not long after, a soft knocking sound rang out. The door's unlocked, come in, Zhou Chu called out. The door was gently pushed open, and Qin Yu appeared in the doorway. Brother Chu. Brother Chu. Zhou Chu remained lying on the sofa, watching her with a leisurely air. Today, Qin Yu is clearly dressed up carefully. She wore an elegant, flowing off-white floor-length dress that perfectly accentuated her tall and curvaceous figure. The sophisticated frameless glasses on her face were replaced with a pair of rose gold-rimmed glasses. Her long, jet-black hair was carefully styled up, revealing her slender, fair neck, as graceful as a swan's. She was like a delicate and elegant angelica flower quietly blooming amidst the ruins of a post-apocalyptic world. Teacher Qin, what a rare guest! Zhou Chu teased deliberately. Come, sit here. He patted the sofa next to him, making way for a large space. Qin Yu's pretty face flushed slightly. She thanked him and then sat down at the other end of the sofa, maintaining a polite yet distant distance from him. As Zhou Chu got closer, he could clearly smell the faint, unique fragrance emanating from Qin Yu, a fragrance that seemed to be a mixture of books and orchids. He couldn't help but feel a little distracted. Brother Chu, this ointment is really effective for burns. I applied it to Ajing yesterday, and he's much better today. Qin Yu's voice sounded somewhat uneasy. She carefully placed a tube of dark gold ointment on the coffee table. Thank you so much, Teacher Qin. Zhou Chu immediately put on a pain mask, grimacing as he said, I really do need this burn ointment. Look at these blisters, ouch. They hurt so much to touch. Brother Chu, please don't say that. This is what I should do, Qin Yu quickly said. It's just a tube of ointment. Compared to what you've done for all of us, it's nothing at all. I didn't know you well before, and I spoke to you like that. I was so rude. I'm so sorry. Qin Yu blushed, stood up, and bowed deeply to Zhou Chu. As she bent down, the beautiful scenery flashed by. So big? I can't tell. Zhou Chu waved his hand generously. Hey, Teacher Qin, sit down. It's all in the past. You didn't know me before, so it's normal that you thought that way. I didn't take it to heart. Speaking of which, I admire teachers like you the most. Sometime I'd really like to ask you for some pointers on fluent English. Maybe someday, cough cough, if I have the chance, I can travel abroad. Zhou Chu felt a little embarrassed halfway through his sentence, and gave a dry laugh. Given the current situation, it's hard to say whether there are any foreign countries left on Earth. Qin Yu quickly changed the subject. Brother Chu, you should try this ointment first. It's really effective. Good. Zhou Chu picked up the ointment, unscrewed the cap, and then clumsily applied it to his right arm with his left hand. Ouch. No. My left hand won't cooperate. This spot is a bit hard to apply. He pretended to struggle for a while, then finally gave up. Helplessly. Never mind, I'll ask Ajing or Xiangzi to help me apply it when they get back. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu nodded and said, Okay, then I won't disturb your rest any longer. As she spoke, she got up to say goodbye. Huh! Zhou Chu let out a wail in his heart. You woman, why don't you play by the rules? If it were Sister Hong, would I even need to give her a hint? She would have already understood and come over to me. You, Qin Yu, are you really made of wood? But wood has its own charm too. Zhou Chu's eyes darted around, and he immediately resumed his performance. He looked at his arm and sighed deeply. Okay. Oh, what a pity. If I had applied the medicine earlier, these blisters would have healed faster. It's a shame I can't apply it myself right now. That brat Jing, I don't know where he's off gallivanting off to again. Xiangzi, that rough old man, his hands are rougher than sandpaper. If I let him apply it, he'd probably rub a layer of skin off me. Oh well, whatever, let it be. Let it hurt. Even if Qin Yu were completely oblivious, she could still hear the strong implication in his words. Looking at Zhou Chu's pitiful appearance, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. That smile, like a gentle spring breeze, seemed to brighten the entire room. Then let me apply it for you. Her voice was barely audible. Oh? Is that all right, Teacher Qin? Zhou Chu immediately put on a flattered expression. Then, I'm so sorry. Qin Yu rolled her eyes at him helplessly. This man was clearly a bad guy, but he insisted on pretending to be a gentleman. She sat down again, unscrewed the ointment, and carefully applied it to the blisters on his arm with her slender, fair fingertips. A man and a woman, alone in a room. And they are so close. The atmosphere began to become somewhat ambiguous. The cool ointment, along with Qin Yu's soft, slightly trembling fingertips, gently glided across his skin, bringing waves of tingling, electric-like sensations. Zhou Chu stared intently at Qin Yu's pretty face, which was so close to his. He could clearly see that her long, butterfly-like eyelashes were trembling slightly with nervousness. A charming pink blush had quietly crept up her snow-white neck to her delicate earlobes. Next, continue. Wow! Some things don't look big from a distance. But if you get closer and take a closer look, they're actually quite large. Plump and round. The idea that things appear smaller when far away and larger when close is indeed true. Finally, I finished applying the ointment to the blisters on my arm. Qin Yu had just breathed a sigh of relief and was about to put down the ointment. Zhou Chu pointed to his cheek. Ahem, well, could you please trouble Teacher Qin here as well? He said in a half-joking tone. I make a living with my face. This face needs to be well protected. I absolutely cannot have any scars. Helpless, Qin Yu cursed, rogue, inwardly, but still had no choice but to pick up the ointment again and bring it closer to his cheek. Qin Yu's breath was as fragrant as orchids, and the little beast in Zhou Chu's heart kept howling, unable to contain itself any longer. The moment her slightly cool, soft fingertips touched Zhou Chu's cheek skin, Zhou Chu suddenly moved. He reached out and wrapped his arm around Qin Yu's waist, then lowered his head and kissed her. Chapter 50 Qin Yu's defense line. Looking at Qin Yu's pretty face, so close to his own, flushed with a captivating blush of shyness, Zhou Chu felt the sleeping beast within him awaken completely. He suddenly reached out and wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Then, to Qin Yu's astonishment, he kissed her fiercely. Ugh! Qin Yu's body froze instantly. My mind was completely blank. A strong, aggressive masculine scent, carrying a faint hint of tobacco, swept away all her thoughts like a burst dam. How dare he? How could he do this? But why don't I want to push him away at all? Qin Yu felt as if all her strength had been drained from her body. She, uncontrollably and slowly closed her eyes. It's over. I've completely fallen for him. Zhou Chu felt the instantaneous transformation of the beauty in his arms from stiff to soft, and his heart was filled with joy. There's hope. There's definitely a chance. Without any further hesitation, his tongue, with overwhelming force, pried open the defenses of those pearly teeth that had stood guard for over 20 years and had never been breached by a man. No. Don't. From deep within Qin Yu's throat, a soft moan, like a kitten's whimper, escaped her lips, a moan that she herself found incredibly shameful. To Zhou Chu, this feeble refusal was nothing short of a clarion call to launch his all-out offensive. Zhou Chu lifted Qin Yu up by the waist and, with a slight effort, flipped her over onto the large, soft sofa. His hands began to roam freely over her body. No! No! As Zhou Chuna reached under her skirt, tracing her thigh upwards, he was about to reach that mysterious end point that no one had ever explored before. Qin Yu's body jolted violently. Her long-lost rationality returned instantly. She suddenly opened her eyes. No! We absolutely cannot do this! An unknown force made her suddenly press her hands against Zhou Chuna's chest, while her other hand pressed down hard on her last line of defense that was about to be breached. Her face was flushed, Her breathing was rapid, and her voice trembled violently with shame and excitement. No! No! Zhou Chu! You need to show some respect! Zhou Chu stopped what he was doing. He looked down at the pitiful face beneath him, and a wicked, playful smile slowly crept onto his lips. Why not? His voice, slightly hoarse and magnetic, struck deep into Qin Yu's soul. Don't you like me? Boom! This simple and direct question exploded in Qin Yu's mind like a nuclear bomb with a yield of millions of tons. She was stunned. Do you like it? How could I not like it? This man, like a god or demon, descended from the sky and rescued her and her brother from the abyss of despair. He is powerful, domineering, and decisive, yet he is also meticulous and full of protectiveness towards his own people. He is the only light in this cannibalistic apocalypse. It is the support that every woman dreams of. But, Sister Hong treats me like her own sister. Qin Yu avoided Zhou Chu's burning gaze, which seemed to see right through her, and used all her strength to squeeze out a reason that even she herself felt was incredibly weak. We can't let her down. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chu's smile became even more amused. Oh? Then you can go ask Sister Hong if she minds? He leaned close to Qin Yu's ear and whispered. I'll tell you a little secret. She's very generous. In fact, she might even be more eager than I am for you to join our family soon. You bastard! Shameless! Qin Yu was so ashamed by his blatant words that she wanted to disappear. Yes. I'm a bastard! I'm shameless! Zhou Chu didn't deny it, his hands starting to wander again. But I just like you. What can I do? You let me go. In short, it just won't do. We can't do this. Qin Yu made her last, feeble attempt at resistance. Seeing her defiant attitude, Zhou Chu finally sat up. Well, a forced marriage may quench thirst, but it will never be sweet. It seems that Qin Yu, this dullard, who has read too many books, still needs to be slowly tamed. However, Qin Yu's performance suggests that this is very likely her first time. This gives us even more reason to take it down. First blood. The system should give extra rewards. Seeing that Zhou Chu had truly let go of her, Qin Yu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She hurriedly got up from the sofa and frantically tried to straighten her already disheveled long dress. She took a few steps, then seemed to remember something, turned back to look at the blisters on Zhou Chu's arm, and said with some concern. That ointment, remember to apply it several times. It works very well and won't leave scars. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chu immediately seized the opportunity and put on an innocent smile. Then can you come and help me apply it again tomorrow? Don't want. Qin Yu was both embarrassed and angry. She stomped her foot, turned around, and quickly walked towards the door. She was about to open the door. Zhou Chu's voice suddenly rang out behind her. Qin Yu! Qin Yu stopped in her tracks. Do you know? Zhou Chu said slowly, his voice no longer carrying a trace of frivolity. You are still using those pre-apocalyptic rules and regulations to measure this world that has now completely collapsed. In your eyes, the problem between us is a moral problem. But open your eyes and look outside. Tell me, does morality still exist? In my eyes, in this world where you could become a lump of rotten flesh in a zombie's mouth at any moment, all morality and all rules are fucking bullshit. His voice suddenly became impassioned. Only one thing is true. That is, you like me, and I like you. That's enough. I won't force you. I will wait for you. I'll wait until the day you understand. Qin Yu practically fled from Zhou Chu's room. She leaned against the cold wall, panting heavily, feeling as if her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Zhou Chu's last words kept echoing in her mind. He's right. This world has no rules anymore. Survival is the only truth. But... Chapter 51 The Queen of Building 7. Taking the initiative to come to the door. Brother Chu! Someone from Building 7 has come again. She said she wants to see you. Li Feng jogged along, a hint of excitement on his face. Zhou Chu was looking at a pile of supplies that had just been inventoried and was feeling worried. Rice and flour are now piled up like mountains. However, there is still a serious lack of protein in vegetables and meat and eggs. These things are now being sustained by his lottery draws. Before, it was just him and Sister Hong. If they won 5 gene of vegetables, it would last them a long time. Now it's different. Even if they win 50 gene, each person will only get 1 or 2 leaves. Furthermore, using lottery points to draw food is a real waste. Wouldn't skill points and attribute points be better? But if you only eat rice and don't eat vegetables or meat, your health will definitely suffer in the long run. We still need to find a solution. In the apocalypse, population is the greatest resource. Although these people can only do manual labor now, I support them like a nanny. This is not just a moral issue, but rather his firm belief that these people will bring him huge rewards in the future. Li Feng, Wang Chang, Zhao Li, and Qin Jing all grew and evolved in this way, especially Li Feng, who can now stand on his own. Isn't this a typical example? He nodded when he heard Li Feng's words. Okay, just find an empty room and settle her in. Make the rules clear. Follow my rules and you'll only get food if you work. In the past few days, survivors from other buildings have been venturing through the perilous underground parking garage to seek refuge in Building 3. Zhou Chu's reputation has already spread far and wide. In the hearts of those migrant tenants who were being oppressed to the point of death by local forces, he was the only savior. Of course, in the end times, people's hearts are treacherous. Many more people are still observing from a distance with a skeptical attitude. Only those who are truly starving and about to die, or those who are being bullied by other forces to the point of being unable to survive, dare to risk their lives and come to seek refuge. Zhou Chu welcomes all these people. Li Feng added, No, Brother Chu. I think you should go see her in person. She claimed to be the building manager of Building 7. Building manager? What kind of official position is this? Zhou Chu pondered for a moment, then burst into laughter. Most likely, it's a leader or something chosen by the survivors in Building 7. That's interesting. Ah Jing leaned close to Zhou Chu's ear and whispered with a wink. Brother Chu, that girl is an absolute stunner. Even more cough cough, anyway, she's incredibly hot. You little brat. What's the meaning? Am I Zhou Chu, the kind of lecherous man who can't resist beautiful women? Beauty? Joke. In my family, there's Sister Hong, vying, and your intellectual yet secretly passionate older sister Qin Yu. Aren't they all stunning beauties? Do I need beautiful women now? Cut. Although he thought that way, his body betrayed him and he stood up. Let's go. We absolutely have to go see him, he said righteously. He's the building manager of Building 7, after all. I have to give him that face. We arrived at the lobby on the first floor. When Zhou Chu saw the so-called building manager, even though he was used to seeing beautiful women, his heart still skipped a beat. She really is a beauty. Moreover, it is the best of the best. If we were to rate Lu Hong's looks as an 8.5 out of 10, and Vying and Qin Yu as a 9 out of 10 then. The woman in front of me named Linya is at least a 9.5 out of 10. She sat quietly in Zhou Chu's living room. The scene was ordinary, yet her presence seemed to cast a soft, cinematic filter, instantly elevating the room's ambience several notches. She had a neat, shoulder-length bob and wore a well-tailored black women's suit that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous, supermodel-like figure. A delicate oval face, unadorned yet surpassing countless others in beauty. Her eyes are cool and aloof, her aura powerful. She is like a snow lotus blooming atop an iceberg, noble, cold, and captivatingly alluring. Holy crap! She's practically a female celebrity. Seeing Zhou Chu enter, Linya slowly stood up. She was also sizing up the man in front of her, who had stirred up a storm in the entire Manhwa garden in just a few days. The man before you wasn't particularly tall, nor was he the muscular type. But as he walked towards you step by step, the invisible yet palpable sense of oppression was like seeing a ferocious tiger, ready to devour its prey, closing in on you. Linya felt the hairs on the back of her head stand on end. Danger! Extreme danger! His features were striking, possessing a sharp, masculine beauty. On his left cheek were a few faint blisters, likely from a burn. But these didn't detract from his beauty. Instead, they added an indescribable, sharp, and wild quality to his appearance. This is an extraordinary man. Linya made a decision in her mind instantly. I'm so glad I came today. Hello, Brother Chu. My name is Linya, you can call me Xiaoya. I'm from Building 7. With a single sentence, Linya introduced herself clearly and confidently. Zhou Chu nodded, secretly praising him. No wonder he's a building manager. His demeanor is truly exceptional. Linya, hello? Please have a seat. He casually picked up the half-empty pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes on the table, took one out, and handed it over. Want one? Linya's gaze lingered on the pack of cigarettes for a moment. She saw it as soon as she came in. In the apocalypse, cigarettes are a more precious form of currency than gold. Many people would fight to the death for a single cigarette. And this man just casually tossed a whole pack of top-grade, soft Zhonghua cigarettes onto the table, letting anyone take them. People outside say that Zhou Chu in Building 3 has an outrageously abundant supply of goods. It seems that it truly lives up to its reputation. She smiled and shook her head. No, thank you, Brother Chu, I don't know how. Zhou Chu didn't mind, took out one himself, and put it in his mouth. Qin Jing, who was standing nearby, immediately came over and lit it for him with a snap. Zhou Chu took a deep drag and exhaled a smoke ring. Jing, you all go out first. I want to talk to Miss Linya alone. Yes, Brother Chu. Qin Jing and the others immediately and respectfully withdrew, closing the door behind them. There was a strict hierarchy, with a clear distinction between superiors and inferiors. Linya was shocked once again. She was stopped as soon as she reached the underground entrance of Building 3. The men who stopped her were all burly and vigorous, with sharp eyes and an incomparably fierce killing intent emanating from their entire bodies. The captain named Li Feng was even more so. That's the terrifying aura that only someone who has truly fought their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood can possess. Although she herself was also a superhuman, Linya knew very well that if a conflict really broke out, and it became a life-or-death battle, even if she could win, it would definitely not be easy. Yet this group of fierce and ruthless people became as docile as lambs in front of this young man. This further demonstrates that Zhou Chu is an unfathomable person. No wonder he was able to uproot the remnants of Wellhead Lu, who were entrenched in Building 2 in just a few hours. Zhou Chu stared at Linya's beautiful eyes, which were filled with a strange light, and the look of shock on her face never stopped. Hey! Has Lao Tzu's kingly and domineering aura become this strong now? In just one meeting, this queen-like, top-notch mature woman was completely convinced and utterly impressed. Ha! I'm really awesome. He flicked his cigarette ash, breaking the silence. Miss Linya, so what brings you here today? Please get straight to the point. Linya hesitated for a moment, a hint of difficulty appearing on her usually cool and beautiful face. But she still took a deep breath, stood up, and bowed slightly to Zhou Chu. Brother Chu, I'm representing Building 7 and I'd like to discuss a collaboration with you. Cooperate? A playful smile appeared on Zhou Chu's face. He slowly stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, then raised his head, staring intently into Linya's beautiful eyes, and said slowly, word by word. I'm the kind of person who won't get up early for nothing. Tell me, what are the benefits of cooperation? Miss Linya. Chapter 52 Ice Queen? You have no right to negotiate with me. Linya was stunned when she heard Zhou Chu's blunt and undisguised question. Is it really that direct? Before setting off, she had thoroughly studied Zhou Chu. Zhou Chu was ruthless and decisive in dealing with his enemies, but he was very caring towards his own people, and could even be described as exceptionally benevolent. Therefore, she had already prepared a perfect strategy for this meeting. First, bestow upon him a few high praises such as, the greatest hero of our time, and the savior of the tenants, elevating him to a moral high ground. Then, appeal to his emotions and reason, using the principle that we are all outsiders and should unite and help each other, to put pressure on him. She believed that as long as she humbled herself enough and promised some benefits, this seemingly idealistic young man would definitely agree to her alliance request. However, all her calculations and strategies were shattered by Zhou Chu's simple and blunt question. What benefit do I get? This guy. He doesn't play by the rules at all. Even before the apocalypse, the most greedy and shameless business rivals would at the negotiating table first say a few polite words like, "It's been a long time, Mr. Lin," or, "The weather has been nice lately," before slowly getting to the point. Who does that? He just walks in and flips the table, asking you for some kind of benefit. This completely stumped Linya. But she was, after all, a business queen who had weathered many storms. Although she was utterly shocked inside, she still maintained that calm and professional smile on her face. "Brother Chu, you're so straightforward." She took a deep breath, preparing to regain the initiative. "I heard that after you cleared out the thugs in Building 2, you also took the initiative to help those oppressed tenants. Your unparalleled benevolence is now known throughout the entire neighborhood. The survivors in Building 2 are all praising you as our hero of our time." Stop. Zhou Chu didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, simply waving his hand impatiently to interrupt her empty flattery. "Miss Linya, I know very well what kind of person I am, and I don't need you to flatter me. This is the apocalypse, not your company's conference room. Stop with the roundabout talk, it's a waste of everyone's time." His gaze finally shifted from the ashtray, like two sharp swords piercing Linya's eyes. "Now I'm only giving you one chance. Tell me two things. First, what exactly is the situation in your Building 7? Secondly, why should I help you? Or rather, what benefit would I gain from helping you?" Simple. Rough. Overbearing. Linya felt her heart being gripped tightly by his oppressive gaze. Her once proud business acumen, negotiation skills, and ability to control the situation all instantly became ineffective in the face of the unreasonable and absolute dominance of the man in front of her. She knew it very well. Zhou Chu has the right to be domineering. And indeed, I had no room to bargain with him. Zhou Chu ignored her and lit another cigarette, as if he were the only person left in the room. "What is the situation with Building 7? He actually knew far more than Linya imagined. In the past few days, people from other buildings have been escaping to Building 3 one after another. Zhou Chu would ask each person who escaped in detail about their situation. With each piece of information corroborated, he already had a general understanding of Building 7. Building 7 is similar to Building 3 in that the tenants are from out of town. They fought back in desperation and drove away the local landlord. It is said that there is a company dormitory in Building 7, where more than a dozen young and strong men live. Colleagues from the same company are naturally more likely to stick together in the apocalypse. And the woman in front of me. Zhou Chu glanced at her expensive suit and the exquisite women's watch on her wrist. Unlike ordinary employees, he seems more like a boss, or, at least a senior executive. However, the landlords of Building 7 are all from Wangjiali village. The Wang family is the most powerful force in this neighborhood. Manhwa Garden has a total of 12 high-rise buildings, and this village alone occupies 6 of them, from Building 7 to Building 12. The tenants in Building 7 drove away their villagers, which is like pulling a tooth right in front of a tiger. How can they possibly have an easy life? Now, as time goes by, everyone has realized that ordinary zombies, once organized, are not so difficult to deal with. Presumably, those people in the Wang family have long been eyeing the lucrative prize that is Building Number 7. At this point, you still want to play cooperation or alliance with me? Don't you know how to humble yourself? When you ask someone for a favor, you need to have the right posture, scratch that, attitude. Zhou Chu sneered inwardly, but didn't say anything. Seeing that Zhou Chu remained silent for a long time, Linya finally couldn't bear the suffocating pressure any longer. Yes, Brother Chu, you're right. She took a deep breath, completely letting go of all pretense and pride. Then I'll just say it directly. Since the zombie outbreak, the landlords of our Building 7 have taken advantage of their numbers to humiliate us tenants in every way. They stole our supplies, smashed our doors. They even dragged away several young girls. Many of my company's employees also live here and have suffered inhumane treatment. Fortunately, I awakened my superpower in this desperate situation, which allowed me to lead the other tenants and drive those beasts out. At this point, Linya paused deliberately, looking intently at Zhou Chu. Her meaning was very clear. I, like you, am also a person with superpowers. We are the same kind. Therefore, you need to give me enough respect. However, Zhou Chu's face remained calm and composed, without even lifting his eyelids, as he simply uttered 4 words. Go on. Linya clenched her teeth secretly. No way. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. However, our Building 7 is currently outnumbered and outmatched. Buildings 9, 10, 11, and 12 behind us are all controlled by the Wang family. We are like an isolated island, and we could be submerged by them at any moment. Food is dwindling. I think only when we, the oppressed outsiders, truly unite, will we have a sliver of hope to fight against those local forces. This is what I wanted to discuss with you, Brother Chu, a collaboration. As for the benefits you mentioned, Brother Chu. She mustered her spirits, trying to increase her leverage. First of all, if our 2 families form an alliance, it will be much easier for us to survive in this chaotic neighborhood than if we go it alone. I think that's the biggest benefit. Secondly, my company's transit warehouse is on the 6th floor of Building 7. There are still quite a few supplies inside. If you need them, Brother Chu, I can share some of them. Brother Chu, what do you think? After Linya finished speaking, she looked at Zhou Chu quietly, waiting for his reply. Zhou Chu suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter filled with undisguised and blatant mockery. Miss Linya, you have excellent speaking skills. If you became a live streamer, you would definitely be very popular. You... Brother Chu, what do you mean by this? Linya's expression changed instantly. Zhou Chu slowly stood up, his tall figure casting a huge shadow that completely enveloped Linya. You're absolutely right. We're all tenants, and if we stick together, it's definitely easier to survive. In fact, that's what I think too. His tone suddenly shifted, becoming incredibly cold and cruel. But the problem is, you guys are too weak. So weak, they don't even deserve to be my ally. Believe it or not, right now, I don't even need to lift a finger. I can just have Li Feng take 10 brothers over there, and they can easily wipe out your entire Building 7. He leaned down, bringing his face almost touching Linya's, and said word by word. You say you're also a superhuman. I can tell you with certainty that your superpower is very weak. So weak, you might not even be able to protect yourself. Am I right? Nonsense. If someone awakened a very strong superpower, would they need to pitifully come to our alliance? Even if they awakened superpowers like Bai Ying's, Zhou Chu was certain that the people of Wenjia village would never try to harm them. Tell me, with your abilities, how can you cooperate with me? What do you have to offer? Cooperation? Do you even have the right to do that? As for that supply warehouse you mentioned, Zhou Chu's face revealed a devilish smile. To be honest, I am actually quite interested. But I don't need you to share . Because, as long as I take you all down, then everything in the warehouse will be mine, won't it? What do you think, Miss Linya? Chapter 53 Subjugation. Zhou Chu's overt scheme. What? For the first time, an expression of disbelief and shock appeared on Linyana's icy, pretty face. Zhou Chu's blatant and undisguised threat struck her heart like a dagger. He... How dare he? How could he be so shameless? Have I walked into the lion's den today? Moreover, what terrified her most was that what this man said seemed to be entirely true. With his terrifying strength that allowed him to easily wipe out Building 2, is it really difficult for him to take over his small Building 7? No. Impossible. Linya was both shocked and furious. An unprecedented sense of humiliation erupted like a volcano, instantly overwhelming all her reason. She suddenly stood up from the sofa, and a layer of frost appeared in her clear, beautiful phoenix eyes. She dared to come to the meeting alone. How could she not have any trump cards up her sleeve? You stinky man. You've really angered me. Special ability, frost control. Buzz! A visible, extremely cold white wave of energy suddenly spread wildly outwards from her body. The temperature in the entire room dropped by more than 10 degrees in that instant. On the coffee table, the glass of water, still steaming, suddenly crackled and condensed into a thick layer of ice crystals at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tiny ice crystals even floated in the air. However, faced with this terrifying cold that could freeze an ordinary person instantly, Zhou Chu didn't even flinch. He remained lounging on the sofa, watching Linya's flustered state, his playful smile only deepening. Oh? You want to make a move? You give it a try. 3 simple words, a light touch. Yet it carried an absolute confidence that seemed to come from a god, looking down upon all living beings. Linya's body suddenly stiffened. Her right hand, which was already raised and had an ice spike gleaming with a deadly cold light gathering in her palm, froze in midair, unable to move forward even an inch. What to do? Legend has it that Zhou Chu is invulnerable to swords and spears. A few days ago in Building 2, those idiots, had Lu set up a deadly fire trap with Molotov cocktails, but he came and went as he pleased, as if he were strolling in a garden. He was not afraid of fire. How much harm could my little bit of frost possibly do to him? Just as she was torn between her inner thoughts and her own indecision, Zhou Chu moved. He slowly stood up and walked step by step to Linya. Then, to Linyana's astonishment, he reached out and gently grasped the ice cone in her palm, which was still gathering cold energy. Crack, crack! That ice spike, strong enough to pierce steel plates and incredibly hard, was easily crushed into countless ice crystal powders in his hands, just like a fragile biscuit. This is your special ability? Not bad, not bad. Quite pretty. He brushed the ice shards off his hands and continued. Your mental strength probably can't support you firing several ice spikes like these, right? 3 shots? Or 4? A cruel smile curved Zhou Chu's lips. He leaned down, whispered in Linya's ear. Believe it or not, the moment you throw that ice spike, I can blow your head off. These words were 1,000 times colder than the ice pick in her hand. In an instant, all of Linya's courage and anger were frozen. She had always had a smooth and successful life, a privileged daughter of heaven. When had she ever suffered such humiliation and threats? So be it. A surge of heat rushed to the top of her head. I'll fight you to the death. However, just as she was preparing to disregard everything and fight to the death, Zhou Chu suddenly smiled, and the terrifying aura that had been pressing down on her heart like a mountain vanished without a trace. He patted Linyana's shoulder, which was trembling slightly with anger, and then sat back down on the sofa. Okay. Miss Linya, the strength test we just had is now over. Now let's talk about real cooperation. Zhou Chu lit another cigarette, as if the person who had threatened her like a demon was not him at all. What? What's the meaning? Linya was completely stunned. She was prepared to fight to the death, even if it meant mutual destruction. Result. But then he suddenly stopped. My pants, ugh. I've activated my superpowers, I'm ready to fight you to the death. And you're telling me you're not going to fight anymore? This fucking... It's making me feel so uncomfortable, stuck in this predicament. For the first time, Linya swore without any regard for her image. Zhou Chu felt incredibly satisfied looking at her frustrated and helpless expression. That's exactly how it should be. I want you self-righteous elite beauties to experience one climax, after another in front of me. This experience is simply amazing. Taking down your Building 7 would indeed be a piece of cake for me. Zhou Chu slowly exhaled a smoke ring, his voice becoming calm and magnetic. But that's not what I want. You're right, we outsiders can only survive better by uniting. But... His tone suddenly shifted, becoming incredibly forceful. This alliance must, and can only, be done according to my rules. I, Zhou Chu, have no interest in being a king. However, these are extraordinary times. A team can only have one voice. A unified and absolute command is a necessary condition for survival. I understand your predicament. Those people in the Wang family are no saints. It's only a matter of time before they take action against your Building number 7. My goal is to transform the entire Manhwa Yuan into a safe zone. So, sooner or later, there will be a decisive battle between me and them. Our enemies are united. He looked at Linya and finally revealed his irrefutable, open scheme. Now I'm giving you a choice. First, you, along with your Building 7, will be completely under my command. From today onwards, you will be my deputy. I assure you, your subordinates will enjoy the exact same treatment as my current subordinates. Together, we will wipe out the Wang family and unify the entire community. He paused, then his devilish smile returned to his face. Or secondly, you can refuse me. But I think that without you as the building manager, the other residents of Building 7 would welcome a more powerful new owner who can provide them with food and security. After listening, Linya waited for a long time before a bitter smile appeared on her face. Choose? Do I even have a choice? It was gone the moment I stepped into this room. Zhou Chu, this man, has taken absolute strength and superb skills to the extreme. If you want to fight, then fight. If you want to make peace, then make peace. The initiative was firmly in his hands from beginning to end. All the strategies and rhetoric that I was so proud of seemed as ridiculous as children playing house in front of him. Without strength, everything is like a tree without roots or water without a source. In fact, what Zhou Chu said is entirely reasonable. The strength of Building 7 itself is indeed too weak. So weak that it is not even qualified to talk about an alliance with him. Become his subordinate. Perhaps that's a good option. After all, in this cannibalistic apocalyptic world, survival is the top priority, isn't it? Linya's mind works incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, she had completely come to terms with reality. She's a businesswoman. It's in her nature to seek profit and avoid harm, and to go with the flow. She saw Zhou Chu light another cigarette. She stepped forward and picked up the lighter from the table. Clatter. A small flame leaped from her slender, fair fingertips. She bowed slightly and lit a cigarette for Zhou Chu. Then, she raised her head, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes looking at Zhou Chu. Brother Chu! From this day forward I, Linya, and the entire Building 7, will follow your lead without question. Zhou Chu smiled with satisfaction. He reached out and gently patted the back of Linya's soft, smooth hand. Very good. Welcome to the team, Xia. Chapter 54 The Authority of God. A Gift. Linya is gone. When she arrived, she held her head high, like a queen coming to negotiate. When she left, she lowered her head and acted respectfully, like a maid who had just gained her master's favor. Zhou Chu promised her that he would personally lead a team to Building 7 2 days later to formally complete the handover. Why 2 days later? Because, in these 2 days, Zhou Chu has something even more important and extraordinary to do. He wants to create superhumans. He wanted to personally infuse his core team with divine power. Before Linya left, Zhou Chu asked him a very core and crucial question. What is the name of her special ability, and how did she acquire it? A person with superpowers can only be considered to have truly and completely surrendered, from the inside out, if they are willing to reveal their greatest secret, the origin and details of their superpowers, without reservation. Linya knew she had no choice. She told Zhou Chu everything she had experienced without reservation. It turns out she's the owner of a live-streaming e-commerce company. Manhwa Garden wasn't far from their company, so she rented several units there. 2 of them were used as dormitories for out-of-town employees. The other 2, larger units, were converted into transit warehouses for the company. Their live-streaming rooms sell almost everything, from agricultural products and cosmetics to various popular snacks. And those partner brands, to show their sincerity, certainly won't just send 1 or 2 packages each time they send samples. At the very least, it's a box or 2. This transit warehouse is where these massive amounts of samples are temporarily stored. Although it was nominally just a sample, over time it has filled up completely filling both large apartments. Food, supplies, drinks, piled up like mountains. When zombies began to appear sporadically in the city, but before order had completely collapsed, Linya, who was focused on her career, made the same mistake as most people. She became careless. She didn't take it seriously at all. It wasn't until later, when the situation outside got worse and worse, and her own supplies started to run out, that she suddenly remembered this treasure trove that she had forgotten in a corner. To her surprise, when she finally arrived at the warehouse after a long and arduous drive, she found that the employees who lived there were also terrified and were frantically grabbing supplies from the warehouse, preparing to flee for their lives. But something even more terrifying happened then. At that moment, a male employee who was responsible for carrying snacks suddenly screamed and collapsed to the ground, convulsing all over. Before anyone could react, he suddenly leaped up from the ground, his eyes turning completely gray, and roared as he lunged at the nearest employee. Zombies! Zombies have appeared in the warehouse. In the chaos, another employee turned into a zombie, and the remaining few were also pounced on by zombies, pinned to the ground and frantically bitten. Linya's hand was also scratched. She managed to escape with all her might, closed the door, and stumbled her way to an empty dormitory room upstairs. Then she developed a high fever. A whole day and night. She lay on the cold floor, her body burning hot, her consciousness fading. Just when she thought she would eventually become one of those man-eating monsters, a miracle occurred. Not only did she survive, but she also unexpectedly awakened the power to control frost. My special ability is called Frost Control. Linya stretched out her fair palm, and a wisp of visible cold air slowly condensed in her palm. It can condense the moisture in the air and shoot out ice spikes. But a bitter look appeared on her face. Unfortunately, this ability consumes a lot of physical and mental energy. At my current level, even if I try my best, I can only barely fire 2 shots in a row. Any more than that and I will faint from exhaustion. Such a superpower is enough to take down 1 or 2 unsuspecting ordinary villains by surprise. But to use it to fight against those dozens or hundreds of thugs in the Wang family is simply a pipe dream. She paused, then added, By the way, Brother Chu, in our Building 7 besides me, there's actually another superhuman. She's also one of my employees, and her awakening process was similar to mine. We were both infected by zombies, but luckily we survived. However, the ability she awakened is even less offensive than mine. Linya's words were very sincere. As Zhou Chu listened, he discreetly used his sound localization technique to carefully perceive her heartbeat and breathing rhythm. Steady, powerful, and without any sign of lying. Very good. Everything she said was true. Based on Bai Ying's and Wang Chang's experiences, as well as Linya's intelligence, Zhou Chu had already made a complete judgment in his mind. If you are first infected with the zombie virus, and then interrupt the zombie transformation process in some way, there is a very high chance that you will gain superpowers. As for what kind of superpower one can awaken, that depends entirely on individual physique and luck. The kind of wild awakening that Linya and the others relied on willpower to endure had a low success rate. Out of 100 infected people, if even one survived, it would be considered extremely lucky. But Zhou Chu is different. He possesses antiviral serum. He possesses a miraculous medicine that can 100% stop the transformation of corpses. What does that mean? This means that activating his superpowers is completely risk-free for him. He still has 10 vials of serum in his possession. In theory, he could mass-produce 10 loyal superhuman subordinates in one go. But he doesn't intend to do that. Why? Because gifts are rare, only those who receive them will be deeply grateful, moved to tears, and regard you as a true god. If it were like cabbage, with everyone getting a share, there would be no gratitude. In fact, some people might even harbor resentment because their awakened abilities weren't strong enough. That's just how human nature is. Zhou Chu was well versed in this principle. He decided that this time, he would activate 3 first. Including Vying and Wang Chang, who have already awakened, and himself. 6 superhumans. Such a powerful team would be an invincible force in this small Manhwa garden, unstoppable by any force. As for which one to activate first? Li Feng is loyal and capable of great things. Zhao Li is calm, experienced, courageous, and resourceful. Sun Chao Chen Kai. In his mind, the names of his key subordinates slowly flashed by. That afternoon. Building 3, second floor lobby. All 13 of Zhou Chu's core combat team members have arrived. Zhou Chu sat in the center of his personal leather sofa, while the others stood or sat, forming a semicircle. All eyes were focused on him with awe. 13 people. Zhou Chu nodded. From being all alone to today, it has only been a little over half a month. Now, he has 13 core members under his command who are capable, courageous, and absolutely loyal. This speed isn't slow. However, the thought of the outside world and the ever-evolving, increasingly terrifying zombies filled Zhou Chu with a sense of urgency. We must become stronger as soon as possible. He tore open all the unopened packs of soft Zhonghua, cigarettes on the table, and threw them on the table. Take whatever you like, don't be shy. Then, he cleared his throat and slowly began to speak. Today, I have some good news to share with everyone. I've reached an agreement with Linya from Building 7. Starting today, Building 7 will officially be under our control. We'll complete the takeover in 2 days. If all goes well, by then our territory will have 3 whole buildings. Boom! His words shocked everyone present. Everyone looked at Zhou Chu as if he were a god. Holy crap! Brother Chu is indeed Brother Chu. Without a word, without even shedding a drop of blood, they've secured another building? You should know that they went through a baptism of blood and fire to capture building number 2, and were even almost wiped out by a fire attack. But Brother Chu only chatted with that Ice Queen and won her over directly? Brother Chu is awesome! Li Feng was the first to react, excitedly pumping his fist. Damn! A unified neighborhood is just around the corner. Brother Chu is awesome. Now we've taken over a quarter of the entire neighborhood. Ajeng, that kid, has gone bad now. He was smoking a cigarette, blowing out a smoke ring, and grinning mischievously as he said, In my opinion, it must have been Brother Chu who, with just a few words, managed to seduce that Queen Lin completely. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into knowing laughter that even men could understand. Zhou Chu waved his hand, looking modest. That's an exaggeration. Half-hearted. It can only be considered half-hearted. Ha 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 ha! Brother Chu is too modest. Once the laughter and chatter subsided, everyone quieted down again. The smile on Zhou Chu's face slowly faded. He dropped another bombshell. Our territory is getting bigger and bigger, and our enemies are getting stronger and stronger. But our team's strength is about to fall behind. Especially those with superpowers, including me, there are only 3. So... He paused, his gaze slowly sweeping over everyone present. I've come up with a solution. There's a way, with a certain chance, to activate your superpowers on your own. Now, does anyone have any ideas? Boom! If the news just now was a surprise, this news is nothing short of a miracle. The entire hall erupted in chaos. Everyone's gone mad. Activating superpowers? Holy crap! What did we just hear? Is Brother Chu some kind of deity descended from heaven? He can actually activate superpowers on whomever he wants? Superpowers. Those are special abilities. Who the hell wouldn't want that? Let alone someone like Brother Chu, who can kill anyone in his way. Or someone as fast as vying, who is as swift as a ghost. Even if someone like Wang Chang could turn into an unbreakable rock, that would be incredibly awesome. Almost instantly. Swish, swish, swish! Everyone present raised their hands. Brother Chu. Choose me. Me. Brother Chu. Old Zhao, will be the first to sign up. I'll go through fire and water without batting an eye. Brother Chu. Ajin wants some too. Brother Chu, for my older sister's sake, you have to consider me first. Hey, you little rascal, you've learned to use nepotism now? My sister and I are completely innocent, nothing has happened yet. Looking at their faces, flushed red with excitement, Zhou Chu slowly held up 3 fingers. But right now, there are only 3 spots available. Chapter 55 The Selection. 3 Trusted Men. There are only 3 spots available this time. It was like a bucket of ice water being poured over your head. The once noisy hall instantly became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. 3. There are only 3 spots available. There were 13 core combat members present. This means that 10 people will miss out on this miraculous opportunity to rise to the top. Why are there only 3? It's over, I'm definitely not going to make it. Everyone's heart jumped into their throats. Zhou Chu took in everyone's expressions. I've thought about it. Li Feng, Zhao Li, and Qin Zheng. You 3, step forward. The 3 people whose names were called were first stunned, and then a surge of joy instantly overwhelmed all their reason. Me? Brother Chu? Is it me? You chose me? Oh my God! Am I dreaming? Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Superpowers. They're about to gain superpowers. From now on, they will transcend the realm of mortals and become true powerhouses like Brother Chu, Vying, and Wang Chang. This is evolution. It's a leap in the level of life. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, what Zhou Chu bestowed upon them was not just simple superpowers. It's a privilege. It's a status. It's the capital to survive. It's like they've been given a second life, a brand new and radiant one. Li Feng is doing a little better. After all, he was the first elder to follow Zhou Chu. These days, whether it was fighting zombies or battling, Wellhead Lu, he was always the one who rushed to the front. You've done a great job. He believed that he should at least have one of those 3 spots. But when he actually heard his own name, he couldn't help but tremble. Zhao Li and Qin Jing were completely stunned by this huge surprise that came from the sky. Zhao Li considered himself to be one of the older brothers, and his skills were far inferior to those of the younger ones. In fact, on their first trip out to kill zombies, he almost dragged his teammates down with him due to a mistake. He thought that he was already content that he could follow Zhou Chu and get some food to support himself and his wife. Unexpected. Brother Chu actually gave me such a precious spot. This kindness, this trust. Truly, unparalleled. Qin Jing felt like he was about to faint from happiness. Joking aside, he knew very well that among this group, in terms of seniority, he couldn't compare to Li Feng and Zhao Li. In terms of composure, he couldn't compare to Chen Kai and Sun Chao. He'd even embarrassingly vomited during the basement battle. That was a stain on his entire life. Unexpectedly. Brother Chu actually chose me. Could it be? Could it really be because of my older sister? Yes. That's definitely possible. No way. Qin Yu, that bookworm, has never even been in a relationship. So dull and clueless, what if she drives Chu go away one day? My royal relative status would be ruined. When I get home tonight, I have to give her a good lecture. He imparted all his experience of being a simp for over a decade to her without reservation. She has to make Chugu feel, cough cough, she has to serve him comfortably. Where can you find such a brave, handsome, and loyal brother-in-law? If I miss this opportunity, and it prevents me from becoming Brother Chu's brother-in-law, I'll definitely turn against her. Those who were not selected, such as Chen Kai and Sun Chao, inevitably showed a deep sense of disappointment and envy on their faces. But no one dared to raise any objections. Zhou Chu swept his gaze across the crowd, taking in the various expressions on their faces. He had already weighed these candidates in his mind countless times. Li Feng, the earliest follower, the most loyal, and also his number one general, must be the first to be strengthened. Although Zhao Li is older, he is steady, reliable, and experienced, making him an indispensable stabilizer for the team. Qin Jing, though young, is courageous and resourceful, making rapid progress, and he idolizes himself to the core. With a little more training, he will definitely become a great general capable of leading independently in the future. These three individuals are top-notch in terms of both ability and loyalty. He looked at those who had not been selected and said slowly, Sun Chao, Chen Kai, I was originally considering the two of you. However, considering that you two are inseparable, like conjoined twins, if we only choose one, the other will definitely feel bad. If we choose both, there won't be enough spots. So, I will not choose you for this batch. Upon hearing this, Sun Chao and Chen Kai felt their resentment lessen somewhat. So, Brother Chu did consider us after all. Zhou Chu continued. However, don't worry. This is only the first batch. As long as you perform well and work for me, I guarantee everyone will have a chance. At most, in 10 days I will select 3 more. Hearing that there was still a chance, the remaining people all showed excited smiles. Yes. I joined late and haven't contributed enough, so this amazing opportunity will definitely come later. As long as there's an opportunity. Just then, Li Feng suddenly stepped forward and knelt down on one knee with a thud. He raised his head and swore a blood oath. Brother Chu! Without you I, Li Feng, would have died out there long ago. Today, you have given me a new life and bestowed upon me superpowers. From now on my life, Li Feng's life, belongs to you. We'll come through water. We'll go through fire. Without a single word of hesitation. If anyone harbors even the slightest disloyalty, they shall be worse than pigs or dogs, and die 1,000 cuts through their heart. Upon seeing this, Zhao Li and Qin Jing immediately followed suit, kneeling on one knee and roaring in unison. If you harbor any disloyal thoughts, you shall be worse than a pig or a dog. May you be pierced through the heart with 1,000 cuts. Good. Zhou Chu slowly stood up. Stretch out your hands. Open your palms. Without a doubt, the three immediately opened their palms and raised them to their chests. Zhou Chu glanced at Vying beside him. Vying nodded, and then her figure flashed. Hiss! 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 3 soft sounds rang out almost simultaneously. Li Feng, Zhao Li, and Qin Jing felt a slight pain in their palms as a wound about 5 centimeters long appeared on their hands. Wow, so fast! No one even saw how Vying moved. Immediately afterwards, Vying came up carrying a silver tray. On the tray was a small brush and a bowl of dark green, viscous liquid that emitted a faint fishy smell. That is... zombie blood? Zhou Chu picked up a brush, dipped it in the foul-smelling liquid, and then, under the horrified gazes of the 3 men, personally and carefully applied the virus to the wounds on their palms. Hiss! Qin Jing, a Zheng, was the first to gasp. A sharp pain, like being branded with a hot iron, instantly spread from my palm throughout my entire body. However, all 3 of them gritted their teeth and endured the excruciating pain without uttering a single groan. Because they trust Brother Chu. Vying then brought over several thumb-thick nylon ropes that she had prepared beforehand. Come on! Tie all 3 of them to the chairs! As everyone watched the activation ritual before them, which involved bloodletting, poisoning, and binding, they felt a sense of unease, yet also a strange, sacred solemnity. Everyone was on edge. You may develop a high fever and experience body aches. These are all normal phenomena. Today, we will all stay here, We will not go anywhere. Together, witness the birth of 3 new powerhouses in our team. I hope your superpowers will surprise me. Chapter 56 Miracle 3 Superpowered Individuals, Part 1. None of the survivors left. They await the arrival of a miracle. They await the birth of a powerful being. Li Feng, Zhao Li, and Qin Jing, who were tightly bound to 3 chairs, were currently experiencing hellish torture. Their body temperature is rising higher and higher. His skin was burning hot, like a red-hot iron. The expression on his face grew increasingly painful and distorted. They were all gritting their teeth and using all their strength to fight against the terrifying power within them that was enough to tear their souls apart. Heh heh. Qin Jing was the first to react. Unconsciously, he began to let out low growls, like those of a wild beast. Quick, look! Ah Zheng's face! A terrified scream erupted from the crowd. Qin Jing's face was turning deathly pale at a visible speed. Dark blue veins, like writhing earthworms, spread upwards from his neck. His eyes also began to roll upwards, leaving only a horrifying, cloudy white. His consciousness was beginning to fade. I'm going to turn into a zombie! Gao Fei screamed in terror. Splash! Everyone watching instinctively took several steps back, knocking over a large number of chairs and stools. Shou Chu has made his move. With a flick of his wrist, an antiviral serum emitting a pale blue fluorescence appeared in his hand. He walked up to Qin Jing, pulled out the needle cap, and plunged the needle into Qin Jing's arm. Roar! As if he had been violently stimulated, Qin Jing suddenly raised his head and let out a furious roar filled with rage. He struggled frantically, trying to attack Shou Chu in front of him. However, the nylon rope, as thick as a thumb, bound him up like a rice dumpling, making him unable to move at all. Shou Chu reached out his other hand and gently placed it on Qin Jing's head, which was trembling violently from the pain. The terrifying power of 39 points erupted instantly. Qin Jing's violent body was as if it were being suppressed by an invisible mountain, and he could no longer move an inch. Then, Shou Chu closed his eyes, his lips moving slightly, as if he were reciting some ancient and mysterious incantation. This scene was deeply imprinted in the eyes of everyone present. That was just like a legendary god enlightening his most devout mortal believer. Just like the Bodhi Patriarch, on Lingtai Fansun Mountain, gently stroked the head of the Monkey King and taught him the method of immortality. It's like a savior comforting his lost lambs with his holy hands. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the window, bathing Shou Chu and Qin Jing in a sacred golden halo. Gods, immortals! Brother Chu! Brother Chu, he's a living god! In the crowd someone, I don't know who, was the first to mutter to themselves. Immediately, this thought, like a wildfire, ignited everyone's hearts. Finally, under Shou Chu's miraculous soothing, Qin Jing's violent body gradually calmed down. The veins on his face slowly receded, and his breathing became even and powerful. A brand new and powerful life force is emerging within him. Next up is Li Feng. It's Zhao Li. The two of them, just like each other, experienced the hellish cycle of going from the brink of becoming zombies to being reborn from the ashes. It wasn't until after 7 p.m. The evolution of the 3 was finally and completely completed. Shou Chu slowly sat back on the sofa, and Vying immediately handed him a glass of warm water, just like the most considerate little maid. Shou Chu took a sip of water and exhaled a long breath. Oh shit! This, confirm it, ceremony was half real and half fake. It required both mental and physical effort, and one had to maintain the demeanor of an enlightened master at all times. It was even more tiring than fighting a second-tier mutant for 300 rounds. Looking at Shou Chu's slightly tired appearance, Vying couldn't help but recall the scene when he helped her activate her superpower. This guy stubbornly clung to me for over half an hour without me even realizing it. They even shamelessly claimed that what they had in their pocket was an air conditioner remote control. Pooh! Rogue! The more she thought about it, the funnier it became, and she couldn't help but chuckle to herself. Zhou Chu glanced at her, touched his face, and looked puzzled. What's that girl laughing at? Could it be that Lao Tzu's charm is so powerful that just looking at him makes her smile with happiness? Yes. That must be it. Okay. Considering how busy you've been all day, I'll reward you extra tonight. Ah, jump! Zhou Chu cleared his throat, regaining his authority. You go first. Show the brothers your newfound power. Yes, Brother Chu. Qin Jing was so excited that his face turned bright red. He jumped up from his chair, feeling an unprecedented, explosive power coursing through his body. Brother Chu! My brothers! My special ability is called lightning speed! Damn it! I feel like I'm ridiculously strong right now. Oh no, I think I'm almost invincible. Brothers! From today onwards I'll carry. Seriously, I'm not bragging. He was so excited that he became somewhat incoherent, gesturing wildly. Zhou Chu and the others were amused by his childish and immature behavior and burst into laughter. All right. Stop bragging. Just tell me already, what ability do you have that's so amazing? Exactly. What does lightning flash mean? Can it discharge electricity? Qin Jing raised his eyebrows smugly, picked up a steel pipe from the corner, and said to the crowd, Come on, brothers, make room. Watch carefully. This skill has 2 parts. He took a deep breath and suddenly let out a low shout. First move, lightning step. Before he could finish speaking, his figure flashed. In the room, it was as if a blinding bolt of lightning had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The next second, he appeared at the gate 3 meters away as if he had teleported. Holy crap! Where are they? How did they get there? Everyone was stunned. Zhou Chu's eyes also suddenly narrowed. Wow, so fast. Even with his enhanced physical abilities, he could only catch a blurry afterimage. This speed is ridiculously fast. However, before everyone could recover from their shock, Qin Jing roared again. Second move, Thunderstrike. The moment he appeared at the door, he suddenly raised his hand, and a steel pipe in his hand stabbed fiercely into the thick steel security door. Sizzle! The tip of the steel pipe was flashing with a visible blue-white arc of electricity. Puff! That seemingly indestructible security door was as fragile as paper, easily pierced right through by him. Even more striking are the charred marks left on the entire door panel, as if it had been electrocuted. Hiss! The entire hall fell into a deathly silence instantly. Everyone was looking at Qin Jing as if he were a monster. This is fucking, that's too intense. Keep in mind, this is a steel security door. Even if Wang Chan put all his strength into it, and used a fire axe to chop it open, it would take him several tries to break it. And yet he was pierced through in a single blow? Envious. Envy. Hatred. At that moment, everyone who was not selected was filled with deep regret. Damn. That's a superpower. I want one too. I must do my best. I need to get Brother Chu's attention. I must be on the list next time. Brother Chu. How about it? Pretty cool, right? Qin Jing said smugly, pulling the steel pipe out of the door and showing it off to Zhou Chu. Zhou Chu nodded and sincerely praised. Excellent! Speed and attack power are both very good. Then, he changed the subject and asked, How many times can your stamina support you in one breath? Qin Jing's smile froze instantly, and he scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. Ahem. This skill seems to have a cooldown. Right now it's about once every 20 seconds. And I feel like I've already hit my limit after using it 3 times in a row. Zhou Chu nodded. This was normal. These newly minted superhumans still possess physical abilities that are merely at the level of ordinary people. Using their superpowers is like trying to force the engine of an economy car to pull a fully loaded truck. It's inevitable that physical fitness won't keep up. Even he himself, when unleashing the incredibly powerful, wind-facing slash, could only manage to strike twice in a row at most. Alright, that's pretty good. This move of yours is enough for surprise attacks and bursts of speed. Very good. Go rest over there and get familiar with your new power. Also, go and remove the security door tomorrow and bring it back to compensate me. Qin Jing shuddered upon hearing this, and almost fell over. Yes, Brother Chu. Chapter 56 Miracle. The Three Superpowered Individuals, Part 2. Old Zhao, what about yours? Zhou Chu asked Zhao Li. Zhao Li touched his buzz cut, a barely suppressed smile of excitement spreading across his face. Brother Chu, my skill seems a bit overpowered. He read out his special ability, word by word. It is called Body of 100 Battles. Special ability, Battle-Hardened Body. Passive effect 1. Damage reduction - your body will have a permanent 10% damage reduction effect against all physical damage. Passive effect 2. Combat continuation. Your stamina regeneration rate is 20% faster than that of an average person. The longer the battle, the more you can endure. Active effect. Unyielding - this effect can be activated instantly when you receive a fatal blow. It forcibly locks in your last bit of life force. For a full 5 seconds, you will be immune to all death. After 5 seconds, you will fall into a state of extreme weakness. After he finished speaking, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. After a while, holy crap! Qin Kai was the first to react, and he jumped up from his chair. Isn't that Barbarian King's ultimate move? A 5-second real man? Invincible for 5 seconds? The entire hall erupted in chaos. Everyone's gone mad. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Is this for real? 5 seconds without dying? How the hell are we supposed to play this? This is cheating. This is definitely cheating. Damn it! Who dares to fight Brother Zhao now? If you can't beat him, he'll just unleash his ultimate move. 5 seconds is enough for him to kill you 18 times over. Envy. Envious. Shocking. Even Qin Jing, who was just smug, was now stunned. His face was filled with the expression, jealousy has made me unrecognizable. Oh shit. Why? Why don't my skills have such awesome special effects? Qin Kai and Sun Chao, those two lively characters, were closest to Zhao Li. They pounced on him from either side, grabbing his legs tightly. Brother Zhao! I was wrong! I shouldn't have fought with you for the chicken leg before. From today onwards, you're my brother! No! No! Brother Zhao! You have to bring out that bottle of Mutai you've been hiding. Otherwise, our wounded hearts will never find peace. Zhou Chu smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the scene before him. This luck is truly incredible. This battle-hardened body is simply a god-tier skill for the entire team. With this skill, Zhao Li became the most unbreakable pillar of strength in the team, besides himself. If they ever encounter an invincible enemy in the future, he will be the one who risks his life to cover everyone's retreat, and by those precious 5 seconds, a true hero. This skill is an unparalleled boost to the morale of the entire team. Alright. Stop fooling around! Zhou Chu waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. His gaze finally settled on Li Feng. Li Feng's face was also flushed with excitement. Brother Chu! He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, my skills seem to be more supportive, and their offensive power may not be strong. It is called Gravity Shackles. Special ability, Gravity Shackles. Skill 1, Gravity Field - you can designate a circular area with a radius of 5 meters centered on yourself. All enemies within this area will experience 1.5 times the normal gravity. Their speed will be reduced. Their movements will be sluggish. Their stamina will be consumed more rapidly. Skill 2, Gravity Lock - you can concentrate your power on one point. Apply a gravity lock of up to 3 times the normal force to a single target for 3 seconds. Enough to instantly crush most enemies to the ground, rendering them unable to move. Completely at their mercy. Holy crap! Another unified gasp rang out. Control skills? Isn't this the mage? Brother Fong has become the mage? Awesome! Absolutely awesome! A 5-second wonder, a teleportation assassin, and now a crowd control mage. Our team is going to defy the heavens. If Zhao Li's skill is shocking, then Li Feng's skill is truly unsolvable. Imagine this, in a team battle, Li Feng just stands there and releases a gravity field. Within a 5-meter radius, all enemies will instantly be reduced to slow motion. Wouldn't that just allow them to kill at will? After a moment's thought, Zhou Chu's face broke into an even more satisfied smile. He stood up, walked up to Li Feng, and patted him hard on the shoulder. No! You're wrong! Your skill isn't weak, it's ridiculously powerful. Within the team, your role is to oversee the overall situation and command. This control and support skill is practically tailor-made for you. A perfect fit. Li Feng also smiled, a smile radiating confidence. Brother Chu, that's what I think too. Good. Very good. Zhou Chu slowly walked back to the center of the hall. He looked around at the group of brothers who had been reborn and whose eyes were burning with a fierce flame. Assassin. Warrior. Crowd control mage. And Wang Chang's rock-solid body. And Bai Ying's ghostly presence. Plus, there's himself, the all-powerful God of War. He knew that his squad was now temporarily formed. Brothers! Zhou Chu raised his hand. Today we have 6 superhumans. In the future we will have 60. Everyone here will evolve and gain their own unique superpowers. Evolve! Evolve! Superpowers! Superpowers! Everyone joined in the shouting. At this moment, Zhou Chu, who was granted supernatural powers, became a true god. Our first target, Building 7. Set off! Set off! Set off! Everyone joined in, screaming at the top of their lungs. Brother Chu is awesome! Sweep through Manhwa Garden! Unify the entire community! The entire Building 3 was shaken by this soaring fighting spirit. Chapter 57 Adopted Sister. The night was as still as water, and the moonlight as white as frost. Lu Hong felt like she was about to melt. Happiness. An unprecedented sense of happiness was almost overflowing from every pore of her body. A zombie outbreak has occurred, and the apocalypse has arrived. But my own life is getting better and better every day. Where can I go to seek justice? Now, she has no worries about food and drink. Her status has risen along with Zhou Chu's growing power. Think about what it was like before the apocalypse. She was the lobby manager of a so-called high-end hotel. It sounded impressive, but in reality, she was just a high-class waitress. Every day she greeted and saw off guests, her face practically frozen from smiling. At work, you must always be wary of those bloated and lecherous General Manager X types who will reach out with their greasy, lewd hands, take advantage of you, and you'll still have to put on a smiling face. Even back home, there was no peace. That lecherous old landlord, Lu Quan, had been subtly hinting at his intentions countless times. Only a woman herself knows how difficult it is to raise a child alone. Now it's all good. The end of the world is coming. The lecherous old man Lu Quan was cleaved in two by his own young lover with an axe. Now, when I walk in this building, everyone who sees me has to respectfully address me as Sister Hong. The surviving women couldn't hide the envy in their eyes when they saw themselves. She now has several more good sisters who listened to her every word. Yang Li, Qin Yu, Xiao Wan, and Xiao Li. They all treated me with great respect. And when those men saw her, they no longer had that lecherous, malicious look in their eyes. They all became dignified and proper, either respectfully calling her Sister Hong, or simply calling her sister-in-law. Even Yu has now become the little princess of the whole building. All the adults love her, and the children all vie to play with her. She has become much more cheerful and is no longer the pitiful little sullen girl she used to be. And all of this. Do we even need to say who it's all because of? Sister Hong. What time is it? How dare you slack off? No. No. Still trying to deny it. See how I punish you. 15,647 words of intense battle details omitted here. Much later. Lu Hong, like a lump of mud or a well-fed cat, lazily collapsed into Zhou Chu's firm embrace. Tonight marks the end of the third major battle. We are simply too exhausted to fight any longer. Zhou Chu also knew that if he really took advantage of his enhanced, superhuman physique without restraint, Sister Hong was just an ordinary person after all, and it would probably be bad for her health. Well, let's spare her for tonight. My lottery points have accumulated to over 300, enough to try my luck. Chu. I want to recognize Yangli as my god-sister. What do you think? Lu Hong's voice was still as sweet and cloying as ever. Sure. Whatever you like, Zhou Chu said nonchalantly. Gao Jiahao, that good-for-nothing, is dead. Now that green-haired turtle's Pue is gone, Yangli seems much more normal. Hongjia and she got along well, so it was perfect for them to keep each other company. And Sister Hong is now the chief steward. So busy she's practically never home. I can't even find her around until late at night. Sometimes, when I'm really focused during the day and want to sneak away to farm some lottery points, I can't even find her. Now that Yangli is here to assist her, it will greatly reduce Lu Hong's workload. This will give her more time and energy to properly skill herself. Perfect. Sigh, speaking of which, Xiaoli is a pitiful child. Lu Hong sighed. Xiao Gao turned into a zombie and died, and her parents are in X City, so we don't even know if they are alive or dead now. She's all alone here, and it's all thanks to you for keeping things so orderly in the building. Otherwise, a young and beautiful girl like her would have suffered so much. While Zhou Chu was absent-mindedly playing with the big white rabbit, toy that he never seemed to tire of, he kept mumbling, to appease her. Ouch. It itches. Stop messing around. I'm talking to you seriously. Lu Hong slapped his hand away, then suddenly changed the subject, looking at him with seductive eyes and saying, I've recognized her as my god-sister, so from now on, she'll be your god-sister too. Then my sister and I will serve you together. So, what do you think? The word serve that Lu Hong used was a double entendre. This can be understood as taking care of his daily life. It can also be understood as serving in that aspect. She was using this method to probe Zhou Chu's thoughts. Ha! Sister Hong, I'm not some old-fashioned tyrant, why would I need you to serve me? Zhou Chu laughed. Besides, I have hands and feet. Humph! What a joke! Lu Hong protested, pointing her finger at his chest. You just pull up your pants every day and go out to be your hero. Have you ever taken care of anything at home? Doesn't someone have to cook for you every day? You and your brothers make a mess of the house every day, doesn't someone have to clean it up? Oh. I know. My dear Hongjia works the hardest. Come here. Let me give you a hug. Look at you. You have so much energy. I can hardly satisfy you anymore. Lu Hong's face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed. Xiaoli, what do you think? Hearing this, Zhou Chu immediately understood what this little fox, Lu Hong, was up to. No wonder. Time and again, they spoke well of Yangli in front of him. So that's what they were waiting for me. But am I, Zhou Chu, that kind of person? Even if I really wanted to open up a few new fronts, it wouldn't be Yangli's turn yet. Teacher Qin Yu, it looks like you're just one step away from success. That Linya is a rare gem. High good looks. Even better figure. And she's a superhuman. If I have the chance, I do like to try and see just how many points she can generate. And those girls in building 2, when they saw me, they looked like they wanted to tear me apart. Did I waver even for a moment? Even if you queue up, you won't get a chance to meet Yanli. He reached out and gently covered Lu Hong's incessantly chattering mouth. Sister Hong, please stop talking. What kind of person do you take me for, Zhou Chu? His eyes became incredibly serious and full of affection. In my heart, there will always only be you, Lu Hong. I wouldn't even bother to glance at anyone else. He leaned closer and whispered something in Lu Hong's ear. Lu Hong blushed deeply and felt weak all over. Vulgar, obscene. But deep down, she was still incredibly moved. Yanli is also a rare beauty, and she's so much younger than me. Zhou Chu refused without even thinking. This man is truly devoted to himself. Since he himself has said so, let's put Yanli's matter on hold for now. Chu, I still want to. Lu Hong buried her face in Zhou Chu's arms in embarrassment. He initiated the challenge? Is there really such a good thing? Zhou Chu was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Another new trick? If I aim for 400 lottery points, my lottery skills will be much better at winning tomorrow. Chapter 59. A whopping 300 points. A barrage of divine skills. 388 lottery points. Looking at the dazzling number on the system panel, Zhou Chu couldn't help but grin triumphantly. Last night, Lu Hong surprisingly launched a counterattack. That newly unlocked trick contributed another 40 points to his score in one go. She's a treasure trove of a woman whose potential can never be fully explored. Moreover, Zhou Chu discovered a strange phenomenon. I don't know if it's because of my enhanced body, but my essence is also different. Despite not awakening any special abilities, Lu Hong was radiant and her skin became more supple and hydrated than before, thanks to her diligent, nurturing, day and night. Her physical strength also improved significantly. Could it be? Does Lao Tzu's essence also have the effects of beautifying the skin and strengthening the body? Hiss. Zhou Chu laughed and stopped thinking about it, focusing all his attention on the system panel. Host Zhou Chu. Constitution, 21, Strength 39, Agility, 17, Spirit 13. Remaining number of draws, 388. Skills, Iron Head and Iron Brain, Shield of Alertness, Sound Location, Sharpshooting from afar, and a single slash amidst the wind. A few days ago, he drew attribute points several times, but unfortunately his luck was SOSO and the improvement was not significant. But for now, this attribute is sufficient. On the contrary, in terms of skills, there are only 4 at most, which seems a bit insufficient. It's time. It's time to properly expand your skill library. System. Specify skill category. Buzz. The familiar lottery interface has changed in an instant. A massive, all-encompassing skill plaque appeared before him. Zhou Chu observed carefully. Really? On the prize board, the vast majority of the squares were occupied by strange and unusual life skills that were not currently of practical use. Things like artificial insemination technology for miniature horses, detailed explanation of the hand-in-hand model in junior high school mathematics, and 12 ways to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. They were densely packed, taking up at least 70% of the space. The remaining 30% is the real treasure. It's those martial arts, spells, and superpowers that can make him stronger. Of these 30%, the vast majority are basic martial arts like Iron Wall Fist and Mountain Opening Palm, which sound very common and ubiquitous. Back when I first tried to draw a skill, I got the amazing skill, Sound Location, on my first try. I was absolutely blessed with good luck. Of course, it could also be a newbie gift pack, given when the system first awakens. But now, looking at his enormous sum of over 300,000 yuan, Zhou Chu wore a super rich smile. What's there to be afraid of? I'm rich. No, I'm got tons of points. Let's start with a 5 pull. Just to warm things up. Let's see how lucky we are today. Zhou Chu rubbed his hands together and pressed the lottery button hard. The prize wheel is spinning rapidly. The exciting background music starts playing again. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill. How to grow potatoes in a foam box. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill. Perfect nesting secrets. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill. The self-cultivation of a car thief. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill. Mastering the Swona, from beginner to burial. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill. Micro-expression management and detection in negotiation. In an instant, countless complex and strange mysteries of knowledge flooded into Zhou Chu's mind. When he came to his senses, he was completely numb. This 16 times 5 is equal to 80 chances to win. This is all the stuff they pulled out? Zhou Chu immediately felt an intense pain in his testicles. My good luck, is it all used up? What the hell is all this stuff? He patiently looked at them one by one. How to grow potatoes in a styrofoam box. This skill is not bad. Potatoes have a high yield, are filling, and have a fast growth cycle. Maybe we can let Lu Hong and the others try it later. They might really achieve potato freedom. The perfect fishing recipe. Dozens of exclusive baiting formulas targeting different fish species. After use, the fish attracting effect is increased by 100%. Holy crap! This skill would be godlike before the apocalypse. Even the fishermen would kneel down before me upon seeing it. It's just a pity. Even if there's a river now, who knows if the fish you catch have mutated? Are they safe to eat? Not needed right now. Garbage. Mastering the Swona, from beginner to burial. Damn it. Just swipe away. Micro-expression management and detection in negotiation. This, well, it's not entirely useless, but for now, it's not very helpful. These days, when I negotiate with people, I rely on my fists, not my words. He pinned his last hope on the skill with the most outrageous name. The self-cultivation of a car thief. You know the car's structure inside and out. Simply touch the car with your hand, expending minimal physical effort, and you can start it without the key. Holy crap! Zhou Chu's eyes widened instantly. This is fucking, it's actually a divine skill? We made a fortune. A huge profit. Now, all those hundreds of cars in the underground garage will be mine. Ha! That's awesome. This one skill alone is worth those 80 uses. But... Zhou Chu calmed down. Of the 5 skills, only 2.5 can be considered useful. The odds are just too bad. What I lack right now is a skill that can directly boost my combat power. If I keep drawing randomly like this, who knows what kind of monsters I'll end up with. System. Can we designate any more skills on the skill reward board? Ding. The secondary designation function is now available. The interface suddenly changed. Level 1 designation, skill lottery all categories, 16 points /draw. Level 2 designation, skill lottery. Art/entertainment, plus 4 times, 20 points total per time. Social/etiquette, plus 9 times, 25 points total per time. Life/production system, plus 14 times, 30 points total per time. Martial arts/skills system, plus 64 times, 80 points total per time. Psychic/magic, plus 84 times, total 100 points/time. Bloodlines/talent system? Intermediate prize plate unlocked. Rules/causality? Intermediate prize board unlocked. Myth/conceptual series? Intermediate prize plate unlocked. Wow! I didn't know you could do that. Zhou Chu suddenly realized. No wonder the designated skills are so cheap. So this is where the real pay-to-win point was waiting for me. The categories with question marks like bloodline/talent and rules/cause and effect are incredibly impressive just by looking at them. However, the number of lottery points required must be an astronomical figure that would cause him immense kidney pain. Zhou Chu glanced at his remaining balance of 308 uses. Rich. Capricious. System. First 2 martial arts / skills, attacks. Then 1 special abilities / magic, attack. Ding. 80 plus 80 plus 100 is equal to 260 lottery draws consumed. 48 lottery draws remaining. Smoke. The prize pool spun wildly again. This time, it was filled with real, high-quality prizes, shimmering with blue and purple light. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill. Black Tiger steals the heart. Martial arts skill, launch a fierce attack from below. Deal a fatal blow to the enemy's vital points, heart / throat / skull. Strength plus 5%. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, night battle across all directions. Martial arts sword technique. In an instant, unleash 8 sharp sword beams simultaneously in all directions. Strength plus 3, agility plus 3. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Ring of Resistance. Special ability. Unleash an invisible repulsive shockwave centered on yourself. Forcefully push away all enemies within a 5-meter radius. And deal minor impact damage. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Good luck. 3 of them, all top quality. Black Tiger claws out the heart. Simple. Straightforward. Violent. It's practically a headshot god technique. Tailor-made for zombies. With copperhead iron brain, I can smash an ordinary zombie's head with one hand and not even have to worry about getting infected. Night battle in all directions. The name alone is awesome. 8 strikes in an instant. This is exactly the group attack skill we need right now. Next time you're suddenly surrounded by enemies, just use night battle in all directions to wipe them all out. The last one, the Ring of Resistance. Holy crap. This is absolutely the most divine skill among divine skills. It can forcefully push all enemies back 5 meters. When surrounded, this is a trump card that can instantly turn the tide of battle. Pity. Both, night battle in all directions, and Ring of Resistance, like wind-facing / have cooldowns. They must consume a significant amount of resources. Overall, though, my luck today was absolutely incredible. Zhou Chu shut down the system with satisfaction. Feeling the massive amount of information flooding his mind and the restless, even more powerful force stirring within his body, he couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. Linya, Li Feng, and the others experienced a near-death experience and immense suffering after activating their supernatural abilities. And what about myself? It's only evening, and with a few diligent works, you can accumulate plenty of points to randomly draw prizes and acquire skills. When compared like this, my own cheat code is truly too overpowered. Well, a life with a system is just like this, simple, unadorned, and boring. After the lottery draw, my strength has increased once again. Zhou Chu narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering the matter of building number 7. He didn't completely believe Linya's words. Taking over and annexing Building 7 will not be an easy task. Linya originally suggested going to receive it 2 days later, but Zhou Chu decided to set off tomorrow. Being led by the nose by others is not my style. I like to take the initiative. Chapter 60. Playing hard to get. The ultimate secret to winning over Qin Yu. Early morning. Qin Yu stood at Zhou Chu's door, her feelings complicated. She took a deep breath and finally raised her hand. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Zhou Chu's steady and magnetic voice came from inside. Qin Yu felt a sudden pang of panic, but at the same time, she also felt an indescribable excitement and anticipation. Last night, her younger brother, Qin Jing, gave her a whole night of ideological education. Qin Yu, I'm asking you, do you like Brother Chu? Don't deny it. I'm your own brother. You think you can hide your little schemes from me? Let me tell you, You fell in love with Brother Chu the moment you first saw him. You just didn't realize it. Look at you these past few days, so distracted and preoccupied. I asked you to pour me some vinegar, and you've poured me soy sauce 3 times already. Even a blind man could see that. I know what you're trying to say. You think that since Brother Chu already has Sister Hong and Sister Vying by his side, you don't want to compete with them. You're arrogant. You think you're so great. But, let me tell you. Today, another stunningly beautiful woman named Linya arrived at Building 7. I bet she'll be Brother Chu's woman sooner or later. Don't be so unconvinced. Linya has both looks and a great figure. She's much prettier than you. Unlike you, who's just plain. And in this building, every single woman's eyes light up when she sees Brother Chu. They practically want to pounce on him. Don't even mention Brother Chu. Even your own brother, me. Now that I'm Brother Chu's #1 confidant, I don't know how many young girls are secretly flirting with me every day. You're my sister. If you don't like it and another man forces you, I'll fight him to the death, even if it's Brother Chu. But you like Brother Chu. And Brother Chu is clearly interested in you too. You blockhead. You're still bound by those outdated, pre-apocalyptic rules and regulations. In our China, in ancient times, it was perfectly normal for wealthy families to have multiple wives and concubines. Let alone ancient times. Even before the apocalypse, which rich person didn't have many mistresses on the side? Take that mineral water tycoon, for example, he had a 2nd or 3rd wife in Hong Kong. Let me give you a piece of advice, Qin Yu. Drop your ridiculous baggage. Take the initiative. Give yourself a chance. And give Brother Chu a chance too. Now, if you put in the effort and work hard, you might just become the 3rd concubine. If you keep dragging your feet like this, when there are more people in line behind you, you won't even get the 5th concubine or 6th concubine. Then you'll be crying. Qin Yang's harsh scolding kept Qin Yu awake all night. But the words may be rough, but the principle is sound. She wasn't stupid. She could naturally tell that everything Qin Jing said was correct. But her ideal partner was a gentle, knowledgeable scholar. Now let her be one of Zhou Chu's women, this domineering and tyrannical demon king, who kills and slashes people at the drop of a hat. And he also has to serve him along with other women? That scene. Just thinking about it made her blush and feel hot all over. She can't accept it yet. However, this morning, she mustered all her courage and knocked on Zhou Chu's door. One should finish what one starts. I just went to check on his blisters to see if they were better. Right. That's it. She thought to herself in this way, deceiving herself. Qin Yu pushed open the door and saw Zhou Chu with his back to her, whispering something to Li Feng. Upon hearing the voice, Zhou Chu merely glanced back at her, then nodded slightly, indicating that she should find a place to sit down. Feng, take a few brothers and go patrol Building 2 again. Keep an eye on Jing Tulu's men and see if they're behaving themselves. Also, check if the others have eaten enough. Okay, Brother Chu. By the way, could you call Lao Zhao and Lao Qing for me? Good. Li Feng accepted the order and left. Qin Yu quickly stood up from the sofa, about to speak. Zhou Chu didn't even look at her. He kept his head down, writing and drawing something on a piece of paper. She opened her mouth awkwardly, but for a moment she didn't know how to start speaking. Just as she finally mustered up the courage to speak. With a loud bang, Zhao Li and Lao Jing burst in. Brother Chu! You were looking for us. Zhou Chu nodded. Old Zhao, take a few men and go down to the lawn and flower beds downstairs. Get me some more soil. Be careful not to attract any zombies outside. All right, Brother Chu. Old Zheng, do a thorough search. See if anyone in our building has a history of farming or has studied agricultural technology. Men and women are both welcome. Yes, Brother Chu. You're planning to grow your own things? Old Jing asked in surprise. Zhou Chu nodded and casually made up a story. Well, I studied planting for a few years back in my hometown. I have a little bit of experience in high-yield potato cultivation. Upon hearing this, Old Jing immediately gave a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. Brother Chu, you're truly multi-talented. You even study agriculture? These days, young people are all lazy and don't know anything about farming. There aren't many who understand this anymore. Amazing! I, Old Jing, am completely in awe. Zhou Chu glared at him and said irritably, Alright, stop fucking flattering us. It's not even close to happening yet. Go find someone. Yes. Oh, right. While you're at it, call that brat Jing over here. Tell him to go to the basement and get some gasoline. It's been ages and he still hasn't come back. I think he's asking for it. As Zhou Chu was speaking, Qin Jing, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, swaggered in from outside. Brother Chu, you've completely wronged me. I went to work first thing this morning. I got you 8 big barrels of gasoline. Now, we've basically drained all those gas trucks in the basement. All that's left are useless electric cars. Can the electric vehicle's battery be removed and used? This? Brother Chu, this isn't our major. That thing might explode. Then hurry up and go find someone. See if there's anyone in these 2 buildings who used to repair cars, or who knows anything about electrical circuits. All right. Qin Jing accepted the order and rushed out again, without even glancing at his older sister once. Then, a young mother came in with her child, expressing her deepest gratitude to Zhou Chu for the fever reducer he had given her the day before. There was also a couple who were arguing over the unequal distribution of supplies, and Zhou Chu ended up at the shelter. Zhou Chu spent another 10 minutes acting as a neighborhood committee auntie for the shelter. Qin Yu, all alone, sat awkwardly on the sofa in the corner, feeling extremely uncomfortable. She hadn't expected Zhou Chu to be so busy every day. So many things to consider. The burden of everyone's basic needs, from eating and drinking to birth, aging, illness, and death, rests on this man's shoulders. And what about myself? All day long, besides helping Sister Hong with tasks like registering supplies, what else can I do? My best skills, English and literature, are completely useless in this apocalypse. Old Jing's comment, he's lazy and doesn't know anything about farming, was practically pointing a finger at her and slapping her in the face. And what about Zhou Chu? He actually knows so much? He even has experience in potato cultivation? Compared to this, I'm so useless, so stupid. Moreover, although Zhou Chu was not deliberately ignoring her, he was busy dealing with various, important matters, and did not even glance at her once from beginning to end. This made her feel an unprecedented sense of loss and a sharp, stabbing pain in her heart. It turns out that I wasn't that important to him after all. She was nothing more than a dispensable woman. That kiss in the room that afternoon, perhaps it was just a whim, a fleeting act. The more she thought about it, the sadder and more self-pitying she became. Before she knew it, her eyes were wet, and glistening tears were swirling inside. Zhou Chu glanced at her pitiful, tearful appearance out of the corner of his eye, and in his heart, he was already laughing his head off. You little rascal! Trying to play coy with me? The art of war is to alternate between tension and relaxation. The same principle applies to pursuing beautiful women. If you try to win someone over and act like a sycophant, it will only backfire. Why not, like we are now, let her air out and let her shine? Let her overthink it. Let her understand your goodness herself. She will cherish you even more. This tactic is called feigning weakness to lure the enemy into a trap. This is the ultimate secret that Zhou Chu gleaned from the skill of micro-expression management and detection in negotiation. Now it seems the effect has been maximized. When only the two of them were left in the room, Zhou Chu seemed to have just finished his work and let out a long sigh of relief, only then, noticing her. Hey! Teacher Qin, you're still here? He said, feigning surprise. I'm so sorry, I've been so busy. You wanted to see me about something? Upon hearing Zhou Chu's businesslike question, Qin Yu's heart sank even further. She suddenly tilted her chin back, biting her lip tightly, using all her strength to hold back the tears that were about to fall. And nothing, it's nothing. I just came to check on you. Your blisters, are they all better? Zhou Chu touched his face. Oh, I'd completely forgotten, he said casually. It's all better now. Your ointment really works. Oh, right. I'm returning the ointment to you. Hey, that's weird. I remember. I definitely put it on this table. How did it disappear? Zhou Chu deliberately rummaged through the messy pile of things on the table, but still couldn't find the ointment. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu felt even more distressed. The things I gave him, which I treasured like precious gems, he didn't care about at all. He just threw it around carelessly, putting it together with all this junk and clutter. Where is there even the slightest place for himself in his heart? It's okay, Brother Chu. Her voice trembled with a sob. It's worthless. I'll go out now. Qin Yu could no longer hold back. Without waiting for Zhou Chu's reply, she suddenly turned around and fled towards the door. If she didn't leave soon, her tears would really fall. Zhou Chu watched her flee in panic, then slowly took out the dark gold ointment from his pocket. He placed the ointment on the tip of his nose and sniffed it gently. It seemed that the faint fragrance of Qin Yu's fingertips still lingered on it. Hey, Teacher Qin. Just wait and see. Once I take over Building 7, I'll come and capture you. Chapter 61 The Arrogant Fat Corpse Bro. Roar! A zombie let out a roar and fell heavily to the ground. Then, with a pfft sound, an extended steel pipe was shoved deep into its eye socket, turning its brain into a mess. Qin Zheng excitedly pulled out his spear, shook off the filth, and shouted triumphantly to Zhou Chu in the distance. Brother Chu! The 8th one! Done! Zhou Chu nodded, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Well done! Not long after Qin Yu left, Zhou Chu gathered everyone and headed from the underground parking garage to Building 7. The number of zombies in the underground parking garage was far less than on the surface, but it was still significantly more than a few days ago. It seems that many survivors from other buildings also discovered this place and tried to sneak out to find supplies, but instead attracted a lot of zombies down from the ground. But that's perfect. This gave Li Feng and Qin Jing a perfect opportunity to practice. A few ordinary zombies no longer pose any threat to this well-equipped and well-coordinated team. Wang Chang's rock-solid body technique became increasingly proficient, with 2 shields positioned in front, forming an impenetrable wall. Zhao Li's body of 100 battles greatly enhances his combat power even without actively using his final 5 seconds of true manhood. Li Feng's gravity shackles is like a bug. With just a thought, the charging zombies will instantly become like slow-motion replays, completely at his mercy. Qin Zheng's lightning flash transforms him into the fastest hunter on the battlefield, always able to launch a fatal blow from the most cunning angle. Even those without special abilities have become quite adept at dealing with ordinary zombies due to their familiarity with zombie habits and their rich combat experience. Therefore, the few zombies they encountered along the way were quickly cleared away. Before long, the group arrived at the underground entrance of Building 7. The fireproof doors of Building 7 are fairly well protected. The sturdy fire doors are firmly held shut from the inside with heavy objects. Zhou Chu activated sound location, and instantly, everything behind the door was clearly presented in his mind. Behind the door, 4 men were standing guard, looking rather bored. Li Feng stepped forward, pounded on the door forcefully, and shouted, Open the door! Listen up, you inside! We're from Building 3. Brother Chu is here. Open the door now! Building 3? Brother Chu? A deep, resonant voice came from inside, tinged with surprise. Yes. Open the door quickly! Is it really Brother Chu? What proof do you have? The person inside was quite cautious. Proof? Who dares to impersonate Brother Chu? Damn it, do you want to see my ID? That's fine then. the person inside said cautiously. Damn it! You son of a bitch! Li Feng's fiery temper flared up instantly. Li Feng, forget it. Zhou Chu waved his hand to stop him. It's only right that they be careful. He called out. Brother, I can't find my ID card right now, so could you please go and call Linya down here? The person inside seemed to hesitate for a moment. Is it really Brother Chu? You're not lying to me, are you? I was just about to come find you. Just then, a sharp, thin voice suddenly rang out from behind the door. Brother Chu? Which Brother Chu? Don't open the door. Brother Fat Corpse, this is Brother Zhou Chu from Building 3. President Lin personally instructed me to, I'll open it for a bit. The muffled voice sounded somewhat frightened. Open my ass! I said you can't open the door. Linya? Humph. He didn't say anything about Linya, but he clearly didn't take her seriously. What bastards Zhou Chu and Li Chu? I don't know any of them, don't open the door. Damn it, we're here in Building 8, and you still want to mess around with Building 3? You're asking for it. Fat Corpse bro. Keep your voice down. Keep your voice down. Don't let them hear you. Heard? I'm saying this to them. So what if they hear? That guy called Fat Corpse was extremely arrogant. Zhou Chu frowned slightly. Building 8 has arrived? What does that mean? They want to take over Building 7 first? Steal my things? His sound location radar instantly locked onto the Fat Corpse. A slender monkey with long hair and black-rimmed glasses? And it's holding a glass Coke bottle in its hand? This is fucking called Fat Corpse? Listen up, you guys outside. I don't care who you are, I'll count to 3, and you'd better get out of here right now. Otherwise, I'll chop you into mincemeat. The Fat Corpse inside was incredibly arrogant. 1. In Zhou Chu's vision, the Fat Corpse was standing behind the door. His left hand was gripping his right wrist. And something extremely strange was happening in his right palm. A sharp bone spur was slowly growing out of the flesh of his palm. Fatty! Fatty, please don't do it! Please don't do it! The honest-looking guard shouted in fear. Let's talk this out. Please go and report to Boss Lin and Master Shark first. Please don't do it. Go to hell. You traitor, how dare you tip them off? With one kick, Fat Corpse knocked the man to the ground. The bone spur on his palm had grown to over 30 centimeters long. It gleamed with a deadly cold light. He pointed the bone spike at the guard on the ground, opened his mouth, and silently mouthed a few threatening words, which frightened the guard so much that he dared not make a sound. 2. Are you getting out of here or not? Give me an answer. Zhou Chu heard that the Fat Corpse was quietly pressing its ear against the back of the fire door. His right hand, which had grown bone spurs, was raised high, aimed at the door. What a vicious person. You want to launch a sneak attack? The moment I open my mouth and reveal my location, you'll immediately use this bone spike to pierce through the door and give me a good thud, right? A cold, death-gazing smile appeared on Zhou Chu's face. He made a shoo gesture to Li Feng and the others behind him, signaling them to scatter to the sides. Then, he took out the dragon bone fire axe himself. He deliberately walked to the other side of the fire door, offsetting himself by half a meter from the Fat Corpse's position. Then, he cleared his throat, and facing the door, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Fuck you! As soon as he spoke, the Fat Corpse was overjoyed. Now! He heard Zhou Chu's voice right in front of him. The two of them were face to face, separated only by a thin door panel. You think you're still not dead this time? He exerted a sudden force, channeling all his supernatural abilities into his palm. Puff! That indestructible, incredibly sharp bone spike easily pierced through the thick fire door. However, the thrill he imagined, the sensation of piercing the enemy's heart, did not come to him. It missed? In that instant of surprise and uncertainty. When? A loud bang. The bone spur was cleaved off at the base by Zhou Chu's fire axe, which had been waiting for a long time. Ah! The fat corpse let out a miserable scream. He clutched his right hand, which was bleeding profusely and had only half a bone spur left, and collapsed to the ground in agony, rolling around frantically. Upon seeing this, the guard inside the door immediately rushed over in a flurry and opened the fire door. Zhou Chu went inside, killed the guard with an axe, and then asked the guard, "People from Building 8 have arrived? When did they arrive? Where are they?" Chapter 62, A Murderous Aura. Zhou Chu's gaze fell on the short, stocky young man with a deep, muffled voice. "Brother Chu, they haven't been here long. They're on the second floor with General Manager Lin. He told me to come find you, but he's blocking the door." The young man explained the situation clearly in a few words. Looking at the still convulsing fat corpse on the ground, he felt both fear and a strange, gloating pleasure. "Hold. I'll teach you to show off every day. Now play dead." "Should. Who is this mad shark?" Zhou Chu asked his second question. He's the boss of Building 8. "All right, lead the way." Yes. Brother Chu, over here." The short, stocky young man took 2 steps forward, trembling, then, as if remembering something, he suddenly turned around and said to Zhou Chu with a nervous expression, "Brother Chu, that mad shark, he used to be a fitness instructor. I heard from other people that once he uses his superpower, he becomes as tough as iron, invulnerable to swords and spears. He's incredibly powerful. Besides that fat corpse, he brought 2 other people with him today, and they also have superpowers. You have to be careful." Zhou Chu nodded. This kid is quite kind-hearted. He smiled at the other man. "All right, thanks, brother. We were almost tricked by that fat corpse thanks to your reminder. What's your name?" I'm Wu Lianqing. Brother Chu." "All right. Wu Lianqing, I'll remember you." Seeing Zhou Chu's nonchalant and indifferent attitude, Wu Lianqing couldn't help but give him another word of advice. "Brother Chu, please don't let your guard down. That guy is really good at fighting." Upon hearing this, Jing chuckled. He patted Wu Lianqing on the shoulder. "You can fight? What good is being able to fight? When you're in the game, you need power. You need connections. Understand?" "Ha ha ha ha!" Li Feng, Wang Chang, and the others behind him burst into laughter. Zheng was joking, though. However, in front of Brother Chu, who was like a god in their hearts, they boasted that others were good at fighting. That would be an absolute joke. Zhou Chu laughed and said, "All right, Jing, stop bragging. Be careful, all of you, don't be too careless and end up getting caught in a ditch." 3 superhumans? Hee. It's a bit troublesome, but not much. Wu Lianqing had no idea what they were laughing at, so he could only turn around, bewildered, and continue leading the way. The layout of Building 7 is exactly the same as that of Building 3. The group climbed the fire escape stairs, spiraling upwards, and soon arrived at the second floor. As soon as Zhou Chu stepped onto the second floor platform, he stopped in his tracks. At the top of the stairs on the second floor and at the entrance to the hall, there were more than 20 burly men armed with weapons standing guard. "Lianqing? How did you get up here? Who are they?" A man who looked like a minor leader was startled when he saw Zhou Chu and the others behind Wu Lianqing and asked sharply. Wu Lianqing quickly took 2 steps forward. Zhang Tu. They're from Building 3. This is Brother Chu." His tone was filled with excitement. "Zhou Chu from Building 3? The man known as Zhang Tu immediately beamed with joy. You went to find him?" He subconsciously turned around and glanced at the tightly closed door behind him. The guards behind him also poked their heads out when they heard the name. Zhou Chu. Their eyes filled with shock and fear. The shadow of a tree, the name of a person. The name Zhou Chu is now a household name throughout Manhwa Garden. It's a malevolent spirit. It's a harbinger of doom. He was that peerless hero who single-handedly slaughtered over 100 men from Wellhead Lu. leaving them crying for their parents, and running away in terror. Is he Zhou Chu? Damn it! What are those people from Building 3 doing here? A burly man with a full beard stood up from the crowd. He must have been from Building 8. He glared at Wu Lianqing and cursed. Kid! You dare to play tricks? Our boss is here, and you still dare to call the people from Building 3? Do you want to die? Where's Fatty Corpse? We are allies with Building Number 3, why can't we come? With Zhou Chu behind him, Wu Lianqing became more confident and assertive. Zhou Chu ignored the clamor of these small fry. He walked slowly, step by step, toward the door. The burly man with the thick beard instinctively wanted to step forward and stop him. But the moment he lifted his foot, an indescribable, terrifying feeling, like being stared at by a prehistoric beast, suddenly gripped his heart. He felt that if he moved even slightly more, he would be torn to pieces in an instant. It wasn't just him. The same was true of his lackeys, who were also from Building 8. They were all deathly pale, their legs were weak, and they didn't even dare to breathe. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhou Chu walked as if he were in an empty room to the tightly closed door. He said calmly to the man with the long hair. Excuse me, please open the door. John looked like he had seen a savior, and he stammered as he spoke. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Chu. No, Brother Chu, I don't have the key. The door is locked from the inside, it needs President Lin to open it from the inside. Zhou Chu nodded. Knock on the door. John too felt immense pressure. This Zhou Chu neither cursed nor hit anyone. Just by standing there quietly, the terrifying killing intent, heavy as a mountain and almost tangible, made it hard for him to breathe. Kiss! Mr. Lin, could you please open the door? Mr. Lin! Please open the door! A moment later, footsteps could be heard from inside the door. The door opened. A pretty young woman who looked only 18 or 19 years old appeared at the door with an impatient expression. Old Zhang! What are you up to? Didn't I tell you not to bother us if you have nothing to do? Zhang too trembled with fright, and quickly stepped aside, revealing the godlike figure behind him. The girl raised her eyebrows, looked at Zhou Chu, and asked sharply, Who are you? Who let you up here? Zhou Chu smiled slightly, revealing a set of white teeth. Building Number 3, Zhou Chu. He strode in with an air of authority. Chapter 63 Trampling on My Territory? Kill. At the large table in the center of the living room, Linya and a slick-haired man sat facing each other, elegantly swirling their wine glasses. On the table, there was a bottle of red wine that looked quite expensive and had already been decanted. Linya was clearly dressed up carefully. Instead of wearing the business suit from that day, she changed into an elegant sleeveless long dress that perfectly accentuated her figure. Her neat short hair was also pulled up high, revealing her long, slender, and fair neck, as beautiful as a swan's. She even wore delicate, light makeup. Her features were exquisite, her skin as white as snow, and her beauty was beyond compare. This appearance is completely different from when he came to Building 3 that day, begging for an alliance, and he was dressed so tightly that he covered himself up. Zhou Chu was slightly annoyed. You're drinking with a jerk, and you're dressed so beautifully? He himself couldn't explain where this nameless anger came from. Were we being underestimated? Were you being treated differently? That's part of the reason. But more than anything, it was a kind of primal, territorial anger. Across from Linya was a burly man wearing a white shirt, sporting a frivolous hairstyle, and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. You call yourself, Mad Shark? How dare you trespass on my territory and try to steal my things? You're dead. I told you so. Even Jesus couldn't save you. The room is small, you can see the whole thing at a glance. Behind the slick-haired man, on either side of the sofa, sat two seemingly nonchalant underlings. These must be the other two superhumans Wu Lianqing mentioned. They all have to die. Upon seeing Zhou Chu, Linya excitedly jumped up from her chair. Brother Chu! You're finally... Snort! Zhou Chu snorted coldly, and his entire body shot towards the still dazed, mad shark, like a cannonball. While in midair, he suddenly raised his right hand. Shoot with great precision. Whoosh! 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 3 cement nails, already fastened to his fingertips, formed a triangular shape, piercing the air with a sharp, whistling sound, like 3 bolts of lightning striking the mad shark's face and heart. When Mad Shark saw Zhou Chu barge in, he was startled and knew something was wrong. But he never expected that this man would be so domineering. Without uttering a word, they'll kill you the moment they see you. 3 nails, as fast as lightning. He only had time to let out a horrified scream before his body instinctively rolled under the table in a sorry state. Pfft! He barely dodged the 2 nails aimed at his vitals, but the third one still pierced his shoulder hard. Blood was gushing out. Hold! He let out a painful roar, and the tyrant's body ability was activated instantly. The wound on his shoulder, which was still bleeding, was actually squeezed shut by the bulging muscles. The steel nail that had penetrated deep into his flesh was also forced out little by little. However, just then, Zhou Chu rushed up to him. Black Tiger steals the heart. A simple, unadorned straight punch, yet containing a terrifying 39 points of power, slammed fiercely toward his face. That Mad Shark was a ruthless guy. He didn't dodge or evade, but instead let out a beast-like roar and threw a punch to meet the attack. You want to fight me with your fists? Bang! A dull thud. Zhou Chu's figure swayed slightly. The Mad Shark, however, was sent flying backward as if hit by a train. His arm, which he used to throw punches, was twisted backward at a bizarre angle, and the bones inside had long since been blasted into powder. Good heavens! They're really good. He took a punch from me and only lost an arm? Zhou Chu was also slightly surprised. But in the heart of that Mad Shark, a monstrous wave was churning. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? Lao Tzu's tyrant body can even smash a zombie's head with a single punch. He was crippled with just 1 punch. If it weren't for his special ability to temporarily block most of the pain, this one blow would probably have been enough to make him faint on the spot. No sooner said than done. Just as Zhou Chu and Mad Shark clashed, the 2 henchmen of Mad Shark, who were still sitting on the sofa, finally realized what was happening. When they saw their leader being attacked, they immediately wanted to get up and take action. But Zhou Chu made his move, and how could the people behind him remain idle? Court death! Without hesitation, Li Feng, Qin Jing, and Zhao Li, like 3 tigers unleashed from their cages, also moved. A blinding flash of lightning suddenly streaked across the room. Qin Jing's figure appeared behind one of his underlings as if by teleportation. A flash of lightning. Sizzle! Before the underling could even stand up, he felt a sudden numbness throughout his body, a sharp pain in his chest, and a powerful electric current instantly coursing through his entire body. He convulsed, emitting a plume of burnt black smoke, his eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth, and he collapsed onto the sofa, dead beyond any doubt. The other henchman, seeing his companion killed in one move, was terrified. Without thinking, he turned and tried to flee towards the door. However, he had just lifted his foot when he was horrified to discover. My legs felt like they were filled with lead, as heavy as 1,000 pounds. I couldn't move them at all. It's Li Feng. It's his gravity lock. Zhao Li grinned maliciously, strode forward, raised the fire axe in his hand high, and then brought it down hard. Pfft! A magnificent head, soaring into the sky. Mad Shark was shocked to see that his 2 capable subordinates, who were also superhumans, were killed instantly without even lasting a single round. His heart sank instantly. At this moment, Zhou Chu, that god of death, pounced on him again like a ghost. He knew that if he continued to argue, he would definitely die here today. There's nothing we can do. We have no choice but to use our last trump card. Zhou Chu unleashed another black tiger heart strike. The mad shark seemed to be stunned, frozen in place, neither dodging nor avoiding. Zhou Chu was overjoyed. Now you're still not dead? Who knew? His punch missed completely. His fist passed right through mad shark's body without any resistance. That was just a phantom. Hold. What kind of bizarre skill is this? Just then, a loud bang suddenly came from the direction of the balcony. Zhou Chu turned around abruptly and saw that mad shark had appeared on the balcony at some point. He actually smashed through the glass and limped off the second floor, fleeing for his life in the distance. Although there are still many zombies in the neighborhood, jumping from the second floor is almost certainly fatal. But if we continue fighting this monster Zhou Chu, then damn it, we're doomed. Oh shit! This is only the second floor, it's not very high. You're lucky, kid. In less than a minute. 3 superhumans, 2 dead and 1 seriously injured. Utter defeat. Zhou Chu slowly turned around. He walked to the long table, picked up the bottle of red wine that was still half finished, and gulped down a large mouthful right at the bottle opening. Then, he squinted and looked at Linya. Chapter 64 The Temptation of the Ice Queen. This wine is problematic. Quick. That's so fast. In less than 2 minutes. What was supposed to be a close battle turned out to be a crushing defeat. To be honest, Linya didn't even have time to feel scared, because she was too shocked to even think about it. Zhou Chu. This man. You're too strong. I know you're very capable, but I never imagined you'd be so unreasonable. Who is Mad Shark? He's the boss of that goob-eating building in Building 8, a true survivor who fought his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. And what was the result? He was crippled in a single encounter? His 2 subordinates, who were also superhumans, were instantly killed before they even had a chance to use their abilities. Linya felt that her worldview had been completely overturned. At this moment, looking at Zhou Chu's appearance, with his face turned to the side, chest out, and chin slightly raised, he looked exactly like a victorious little rooster who had just won a fight and was waiting for praise. Although he didn't say a word, his expression and posture were as if every cell in his body was screaming wildly. See that? Aren't I awesome? Are you convinced? Are you scared? Linya was incredibly clever. Seeing Zhou Chu's expression and recalling his earlier outburst of anger, she could easily guess what he was thinking. This guy is jealous. Hey! What's with the jealousy? Unexpectedly, Zhou Chu, who was decisive in killing and acted like a peerless hero and an invincible overlord, actually. Who knew she had such a childish and adorable side? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Zhou Chu couldn't hold back any longer. Oh shit! How dare you laugh? I'm absolutely furious. I'm so angry I could explode. And you dare laugh? Linya placed her hand on the table, took light steps, and gracefully walked to him. In those beautiful phoenix eyes, there was a hint of a smile and doting that she herself was unaware of. Brother Chu, I can explain. TCH. What's there to explain? Zhou Chu stubbornly turned his face away, looking like he was saying, I'm not listening, you bastards chanting sutras. After a while, he couldn't help but snort through his nose. Speak up. Why aren't you saying anything? I'd like to hear your excuses. Seeing this scene, Li Feng, Qin Jing, and the others felt that the atmosphere in the room had changed. They exchanged a glance, then dragged the 2 unfortunate corpses out silently, considerately closing the door behind them. Linya suppressed a laugh and began to explain. My team and I from Building 7 decided to merge our information into your teams, but somehow, Mad Shark found out. He brought people to block my door today, trying to stop me. He wants to forcibly take over our Building 7. TCH. You say whatever you want. Zhou Chu still didn't look at her, but his words were still sharp. That kid is probably already bitten to death by the zombies outside. There's no way to prove anything. Besides, didn't you even drink red wine with him? This wine is great. And the whole thing is quite romantic. He brought the alcohol himself. Humph. Keep making things up. Zhou Chu's jealousy was almost bursting out of control. Even if he brought the wine, you changed into those clothes yourself, didn't you? You specially changed into such a beautiful outfit today. And you even put on makeup. What else could it be but a carefully prepared outfit? Damn it. Do you think I'm stupid? After hearing what he said, Linya was not angry at all. Instead, she couldn't help but smile. She even twirled gracefully in front of Zhou Chu, the hem of her long dress drawing a beautiful arc. Do you think this dress is pretty? She looked at Zhou Chu with seductive eyes. Thank you for the compliment. Well, I'll wear it for you more often from now on, okay? Oh shit. That vixen. Zhou Chu felt all the blood rush to his head. He slammed his fist on the table. Stop fucking grinning. Is that the point? The point is, you specially changed into such a beautiful outfit to see that piece of shit. Linya also felt a little wronged. I have to change my clothes, right? Am I supposed to wear the same clothes every day? Wouldn't I stink to death? My home isn't here. I just grabbed this outfit from the company's sample warehouse. It's a sample garment that those clothing merchants sent me. Moreover, this is already the most conservative one. The others are even more outrageous. After she finished speaking, she felt a little thirsty, picked up the glass of red wine on the table, and took another small sip. Zhou Chu snorted, picked up the bottle, and gulped down a large mouthful of water with a disgruntled glug glug. Why not change it earlier or later, but of all times when he comes? Is there any other coincidence in the world? I really just changed this morning. I had no idea he would suddenly show up at my door. Linya was also anxious. He's so strong, and he brought 3 other ability users with him. I'm no match for him. What else can I do besides stall him with nice words and then secretly send someone to ask you for help? But the exit from the basement is guarded by that fat corpse. My men can't get out at all. Thank goodness you arrived in time, otherwise the consequences. Zhou Chu felt a little dizzy. This red wine is potent. But his mind was still trying to work. Linya did not lie to him. Zhou Chu activated 2 skills, sound location, and micro-expression management and detection in negotiation. All indications suggest that what Linya said is true. Only. Holy crap. My heart is beating way too fast. It's beating like a drum. What are you doing? So excited? Are you falling for someone? Humph. He snorted again without changing his expression. That mad shark guy, all slicked back hair and powdered face, he's obviously no good. Do you think every man in the world is a gentleman like me? And dressed so scantily. This dress is already the most conservative ever. Linya's cheeks were flushed, whether from the alcohol or from shyness. The others are even more revealing. She looked at Zhou Chu, her eyes suddenly becoming somewhat unfocused, and as if possessed, she added another sentence. Hey! Do you want to see me wear it? Linya herself never expected to say such bold and explicit things. The red wine was getting stronger and stronger. She felt incredibly hot all over, and her whole body was excited. Zhou Chu was stunned for a moment. TCH. What's so interesting about that? He said defiantly. All right then. Originally, I was thinking. Ahem. Zhou Chu immediately cleared his throat. Since you've sincerely requested it, then this great one will be merciful and give you some feedback. It's not impossible. Linya smiled again, a smile that was absolutely captivating. Then wait a moment. She turned and swayed gracefully into the bedroom. Zhou Chu felt as if a fire was burning fiercely within him. Blood is rushing through the blood vessels at breakneck speed. My heart is pounding like a war drum. Hot. It's fucking hot. He couldn't resist and ripped his shirt off with a rip. He wiped the sweat from his face with his clothes and shook his head vigorously, trying to clear his mind. This alcohol is way too strong. Is it expired? My current physical condition and alcohol tolerance aren't that bad, are they? Just then, Linya came out of the room. Fuck! Zhou Chu's eyes widened instantly. Still a dress. But it's that kind of knitted, extremely thin, tight-fitting bodycon skirt. Short. So short it barely covers your bottom. It's a true mini-skirt. Tight. Tight enough to perfectly fit her body. It outlined Linya's mountains, plains, waves, ravines. Everything about her was clearly visible. So thin. So thin that even from more than 10 meters away, Zhou Chu could clearly see the perfect shape of that big white rabbit. Vacuum. Absolutely a vacuum. Moreover, when Linya slowly turned around, Zhou Chu almost stopped breathing. This dress only has a front half, and there are only a few ties at the back. Her smooth, jade-like back, from her shoulders to her waist, and then to her pert. Everything is clearly visible. Even from the side and rear, the mischievous, big white rabbit reveals half of its rounded shape. Damn it! Coupled with Linya's already aloof and stunningly beautiful face, at this moment she had a seductive look in her eyes and a luscious expression on her red lips. A game-winning shot. Absolutely a game-winning shot. Zhou Chu felt as if he had been instantly killed in one move. His health was completely depleted in an instant. This is unbearable. It's like those borderline female streamers you watch on your phone every day, and one day, they suddenly jump out of the screen. And they're dressed even more scantily than they are on live stream. Can you handle it? Is this clothing even for sale? Are you a live streaming e-commerce host or a fucking porn host? Linya didn't know why she was getting more and more excited. She felt as if a long-imprisoned wild beast was awakening inside her. She felt both ashamed and incredibly excited. Her actions became increasingly bold and explicit. In the blink of an eye, she had arrived in front of Zhou Chu like a water snake. Gulp. Zhou Chu swallowed hard. Big. It's really big. She's absolutely evenly matched with Sister Hong. Perhaps even better. After all, she's younger, and her curves are more defined and perky. Linya lifted her leg and straddled Zhou Chu's lap with perfect ease. Zhou Chu's hand naturally rested on her slender waist. Chu! Her voice was sickeningly sweet and so alluring it could melt your heart. Am I beautiful? Zhou Chu suddenly lifted her off his lap. Oh shit! At this point. Why waste words? I don't care about this or that. Linya gasped as Zhou Chu forcefully pressed her down onto the large sofa. Chapter 65 I am a victim too. The storm raged for more than half an hour. The already large sofa creaked and groaned under the tireless and frantic exertion of the two. Finally, with Linya's high-pitched and satisfied scream, everything quieted down. The two lay back on the sofa, panting heavily, their reason gradually returning as the surging tide receded. Linya looked at the ceiling, and her already flushed face turned even redder, all the way to her ears. Own! What have I just done? So proactive. So crazy. They even unlock so many incredibly shameful positions that I never even dared to imagine. Liquor. There must be something wrong with that bottle of wine. That damn Zhang Lei, he's up to no good. He definitely drugged the drink. Otherwise, even if she really did have feelings for Zhou Chu, she would absolutely not sleep with him after only meeting him twice. Even if they actually end up in bed, she will never be like she was just now, completely without any restraint, like the most wanton and insatiable enchantress, frantically begging for pleasure. That bastard deserves to die. They deserve to die. Wait a moment. Zhou Chu. What will Zhou Chu think of me? He must think I, Linya, am a promiscuous, wanton slut, right? This won't do. Today is the first time for me. No. We must explain this to him immediately. It's the alcohol. That damned bottle of alcohol is what turned me into this. I am a very reserved and traditional lady from a respectable family. I am not a promiscuous woman. I am a victim. Just as she was about to muster the courage to speak up and defend herself, suddenly Zhou Chu, standing beside him, spoke slowly in a tone of profound sorrow and regret. Well, that damned shark, the bottle of wine he brought must have been spiked with a potent drug. Linya. He turned his head and looked at her with sincere eyes. I hope you will not misunderstand. I, Zhou Chu, am really not like this normally. You need to know, I'm not a casual man. Everyone in our building knows that. Just ask any of the cleaning ladies. I was just playing along because you were so excited. Speaking of which. He paused, a look of grief and indignation on his face. I'm a victim too. Linya felt 3 black lines suddenly appear on the top of her head. Damn it. How could you say all my lines? You just now, you flipped me over and over, using 800 different positions, torturing me to the point of death. Now you're telling me you're a victim? Are you cooperating with me? You. Have you no shame? Linya was so angry at this man's shamelessness that she almost died on the spot. But, upon closer reflection, the medicine was definitely not administered by Zhou Chu. Just now, I did take the initiative first, and even put on a dress-up show. That was extremely embarrassing. So, if we calculate it this way, what he said was absolutely right. Zhou Chu was secretly laughing his head off at her frustrated and helpless expression, which was both angry and annoyed. He leaned closer and pulled her back into his arms. Xiaoya, don't worry. I am a responsible man. Now that things have come to this, I will definitely treat you well from now on. However, there's something I need to say up front. I already have a woman by my side. So, according to the order of arrival, you can only be the third one now. Seeing Linya's eyebrows furrow instantly, she looked like she was about to unleash her queenly aura. Zhou Chu immediately followed up with another sweet word. Even though you're the third child, don't worry. In my heart, you're all the same. And I promise I'll love you the most and cherish you the most from now on. I'll take good care of your building 7 and get it up and running. I won't discriminate against your subordinates either. I'll treat them all the same. Linya's expression softened slightly. And another thing. A cold killing intent flashed in Zhou Chu's eyes. That damn mad shark. It's fine if he's dead. But if he's still alive and dares to let me run into him again, I, Zhou Chu, will personally chop him into mincemeat and feed him to the dogs. How dare he drug my precious darling? He's already courting death. While Zhou Chu was using the sweetest words to coax Linya, he had already secretly activated the system in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have received 102 lottery points. Holy crap. 102 points. A wave of overwhelming joy surged through Zhou Chu's heart. A superhuman. Plus the first blood bonus. He actually got over 100 points directly? This is fucking an absolute steal. Such a high output. We definitely need to come more often. Xia. Zhou Chu's hands started to wander again. Want to do it again? A hint of embarrassment and annoyance flashed in Linya's eyes. This man. Don't you know how to cherish yourself at all? This is my first time today. You've been messing around for over half an hour. And you're still going? Looking at her, Zhou Chu muttered to himself. Sigh. You're an ability user, with strong physical attributes and recovery abilities, so you should be much stronger than other ordinary women, right? Damn it. A provocation tactic? His words immediately stirred up the indomitable fighting spirit in Linya's bones. Bring it on! Who's afraid of who? She flipped over. But this time, I want to be on top. At the same time, in a remote corner of the Manhwa Garden residential community, at a garbage station, Mad Shark Zhang Lei was huddled behind a rusty iron door, caught in a mental struggle. He crashed through the second-floor window and jumped, the loud noise attracting a large number of zombies. His strength was almost completely exhausted from the battle with Zhou Chu, and his supernatural abilities were on cooldown, rendering them unusable. He fled for his life, getting further and further away from his building, number 8. In the end, he could only hide in this garbage dump filled with the stench of decay. Damn it! Once I've recovered my strength, I'll definitely go back and beat you two bastards to a pulp. Zhou Chu! Linya! Neither of you are getting away! He was raging fiercely when suddenly, he felt a surge of evil fire rise up from his lower abdomen. Holy crap! The medication has taken effect? Today, in order to completely win over Linya, he put a powerful, secret drug in the red wine, which was made by the alchemist in the building. Little did anyone know, Zhou Chu, that killing god, appeared out of nowhere and intercepted the deal. Damn it! Right now, isn't that slut Linya, isn't she already getting horny? He's probably being pinned down by that bastard Zhou Chu right now, being fucked like crazy. The more he thought about it, the more lewd the images became. His body, too, reacted uncontrollably. What to do? At the time, in pursuit of the most potent effect, he specifically asked the alchemist to maximize the potency of the medicine. Now, all this karma has come back to haunt me. Where was he supposed to find a woman to relieve his pent-up desire? Oh shit! Is it really true that I have no choice but to solve this on my own? As he was thinking, he suddenly saw through the crack in the door that a woman's figure was walking unsteadily towards him. That was weighing over 300 pounds, covered in green pus, and round like a gas cylinder, a heavily armored tank-like female zombie. Damn, I have to say, this tank actually looks kind of decent. Damn. What am I thinking? How could anyone bring themselves to eat this kind of pig? What's more, it's a damn zombie. No. Absolutely not. I'll handle it myself. No. You, look closely, that back view is quite elegant. And that enormous butt, it's absolutely top-notch. Holy crap. Am I crazy? This won't do. If anyone finds out that I, Mad Shark, Zhang Lei, actually rode a zombie, and a damn heavyweight tank zombie at that, how am I supposed to survive in this underworld after this? No way. No way. Look, there's no one else here. Just a lone zombie delivered itself right to our doorstep. This is absolutely a golden opportunity bestowed upon me by heaven. Let's make our move. A moment of blissful intimacy is worth a fortune. Hold. Am I an idiot? Am I an idiot? While cursing himself in his heart, Zhang lay uncontrollably and slowly opened the iron door. Roar! Upon seeing him, the tank zombie roared excitedly and pounced on him. Zhang Lei truly lives up to his nickname, Mad Shark. At this moment, under the influence of the drug, his adrenaline surged wildly. His superpowers activated instantly. He directly subdued the zombie and dragged it into the dark junkyard. The tank zombie made a humiliating struggle, kicking wildly with its two thick legs. But it didn't work. Zhang Lei slammed him hard onto the cold ground. 2 minutes later, Zhang Lei let out a long breath, feeling much better. You know what? These tank zombies, they really have a unique charm. How about we do it again? Chapter 66 Zombies in the Building. Zhou Chu slowly opened the door. He was refreshed and full of energy. His whole being seemed to be glowing. Linya, who followed him out, was like a delicate rose nourished by rain and dew, radiant with health and beauty, her eyes sparkling, and her whole being exuding a captivating and ultimate sense of satisfaction. Brother Chu! Brother Chu! President Lin! At the entrance, Li Feng, Wang Chang, and others had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Linya's appearance, they all revealed knowing smiles that all men understood. Zhou Chu nodded. As soon as he opened the door, he saw his core subordinates standing smartly at the entrance. Their hands, seemingly hanging naturally at their sides, were actually positioned for the quickest and most convenient access to their weapons. For more than an hour, they remained vigilant. On the other hand, there are the survivors of Building 7. Some were yawning against the wall, some were sitting on the ground, and some were huddled together in 2s and 3s, whispering to each other. They all looked listless, clearly getting impatient while waiting. The difference in skill between the two teams is obvious. Linya blushed slightly upon seeing this, but quickly regained her composure. She cleared her throat and announced in a loud voice. Everyone! Starting today, Building 7 is officially under Brother Chu's command. Brother Chu, you'll provide us with shelter and food. But at the same time, we must also put in the corresponding work, and abide by all the rules set by Brother Chu. Her clear voice echoed throughout the entire corridor. The stairs were packed with people. All the survivors in Building 7 looked at the young man, who was surrounded by the crowd like a god, with complicated expressions. There was curiosity, there was welcome, but more than anything, there was fear. A day ago, when Linya returned and announced that Zhou Chu would come to protect them, everyone was so excited that they almost popped champagne to celebrate. What Zhou Chu did in Building 2 has already spread throughout the entire community. Whether you're a tenant or a well-head Lu villager who surrendered, as long as you honestly follow the rules and work hard, you'll have food to eat. Isn't this supposed to be a great philanthropist? This is the end of the world. There's food to eat. They'd do anything you asked? But just over an hour ago, Zhou Chu killed Mad Shark and his men. This news filled them with extreme fear once again. They all knew that the people in Building 8 were ruthless madmen who would kill without blinking an eye. Now Zhou Chu has killed their leader. The wrath of those lunatics will come soon. Can Zhou Chu really hold on? He shouldn't drag our entire Building 7 down with him. Zhou Chu saw through everyone's little schemes. He didn't explain further. Follow my rules and you'll get food. After saying that, he ignored them. Let's go, get to work. Let's go check the 6th floor. The 6th floor, rooms 601 and 602, are the sample warehouses that Linya mentioned earlier, which are part of their company. The door to room 601 was already open. Linya's incredibly sexy, battle outfits, were found in this room. Now, the supplies inside had long been used up. The apartment across the hall, 602, was always locked with a large padlock. The iron gate was tightly shut. It's not that they don't want to open it. Rather, it's because there are zombies inside. It was in this very unit that Linya was slashed by her suddenly reanimated employee, which led to her infection with the virus. After she desperately escaped, the first thing she did was lock that door completely. She clearly remembered that at the time, besides the zombie employee, there were at least 4 or 5 other living people in the room. Now 6 months have passed. What kind of hellish scene would it be inside? Fortunately, the zombies are not very intelligent, and they don't know how to open doors. But zombies are also constantly evolving. Just because it wasn't open then doesn't mean it won't be open in the future. These zombies trapped in the building are like a time bomb hanging over everyone's heads, ready to explode at any moment. Not to mention, according to Linya, the warehouse still contained a huge amount of unopened supplies. These are exactly what they urgently need. Zhou Chu pressed his ear against the iron gate. Location by sound, activate. Inside the room there are 1, 2, 3. 3-headed zombie. Zhou Chu frowned slightly. 3 heads? Didn't Linya say there were at least 5 people inside? What about the other 2? Was it eaten by these 3? In his radar vision, the scene inside the house was eerie. The 3 zombies stood silently in place, motionless, like 3 terrifying statues. But the aura they exude is completely different. The 2 zombies near the balcony had weak auras, and were just ordinary small fry. But the zombie standing near the kitchen, with its unusually large size, exuded an aura as fierce as a raging fire. burning, frenzied, filled with a desire to destroy everything. 3 heads. The 2 on the right, closer to the balcony, are weaker. They're the average type. That big guy by the kitchen door is very strong. It's an evolved mutant. The layout of all the resettlement houses in Manhwa Garden is the same, so everyone can understand this description. An evolved form? Upon hearing these 3 words, Li Feng, Wan Chang, and the others' expressions changed instantly. The nightmare-like, hanging corpse with a human face still evokes vivid memories of its terror. It's not a hanging corpse. Zhou Chu shook his head. But I reckon this guy's strength is probably only stronger, not weaker. When you enter, your target is those 2 ordinary zombies. Use the tactics we've practiced to take them down as quickly as possible. I'll hold off that big guy on the left. Attention, the room is messy. Let's enter in order and don't push. I'm first. Wang Chang, Li Feng, Ajing, Lao Zhao, you 4 are in the second batch. Chen Kai, Sun Chao, you guys don't need to go in. The space inside is too cramped, and too many people would be a problem. You guys stay at the entrance and provide support. Everyone, please be mindful of your position and don't crowd together. Whichever side finishes the battle first, come and support the other side immediately. Finally, he patted Wang Chang on the shoulder forcefully, looked at everyone, and revealed a powerful and confident smile. Cheer up, everyone! We are no longer what we used to be. That smile instantly charmed everyone. Yeah! We're superpowered now too, what are we afraid of? Let's take them down! Zhou Chu's gaze shifted to Linya beside him. Open the door! Linya was slightly taken aback. Just now, Zhou Chu's calm reconnaissance, his clear tactical arrangements, and his powerful confidence in controlling everything, left her somewhat dazzled. This man. So, this is how he hunts zombies? Brother Chu, what about me? I'll go in with you too, Linya said hurriedly, snapping out of her daze. Zhou Chu glanced at her, then suddenly, a wicked smile appeared on his lips. What's wrong? Linya was a little confused by his laughter. Zhou Chu had regained his composure and said, All right, you're a ranged attacker. Later, you and Li Feng stand together, and be careful not to accidentally injure your own people. Okay. I'll be careful. Linya understood the meaning behind Zhou Chu's strange smile as soon as she finished speaking. He didn't assign himself any tasks at first, partly out of chivalry and consideration for women, and partly because he didn't want to do such dangerous things himself. He felt he was probably running out of energy after the series of battles. You jerk, underestimating me again? You better take care of yourself. Don't become a spineless coward. Our magical abilities consume mental energy, not physical strength. She thought this with resentment. Xiaoyun! Zhou Chu then looked at the pretty young woman next to Linya who had opened the door for him earlier. You stay at the door and be responsible for receiving and treating the wounded. You don't need to come in. The girl named Xiaoyun is another superpowered individual in Building 7. Her superpower is a purely healing ability, devoid of any combat capabilities. Yes, Brother Chu. Xiaoyun nodded nervously. All right. Everyone, get ready. Zhou Chu raised his hand high. Prepare for battle. He gestured to Linya to prepare to open the door. Seeing this tense atmosphere, the residents of Building 7 who had been following behind, ready to watch the show, suddenly scurried back to the corner of the stairs. Joke! There are zombies in there. In the middle of the night, they could often hear chilling screams and banging on the door coming from behind it. Zombies are so scary. We better stay far away from them. But there are also those who are daring. The short, stocky young man named Wu Lianqing pushed through the crowd, his face flushed, and shouted at Zhou Chu. Brother Chu! Brother Chu! Can I go with you guys too? Zhou Chu glanced at him and smiled. Good lad, you've got guts. Follow Chen Kai and the others, and remember, stay alive. Yes. Thank you, Brother Chu. Wu Lianqing was extremely excited. Chapter 67 The Ultimate Hunter in the Warehouse. Squeak! The iron gate opened. A stench, a mixture of blood, rot, and mold, suddenly wafted out from inside the door. The room was quite dark. This place was originally used as a warehouse, and to prevent the goods from being damaged by the sun, the windows were covered with those heavy, airtight curtains. However, this darkness was not a big problem for Zhou Chu. Having learned from the bloody lesson of being ambushed by the human-faced hanging corpse, last time, he kept his amazing skill of hearing the location of sounds active from the moment he stepped onto the 6th floor. This skill doesn't consume much energy. With his current enhanced stamina, it's no problem at all. Keep your distance! Zhou Chu let out a low shout and took the lead, being the first to rush in. With one kick, he cleared away several cardboard boxes blocking his path. Then, he charged towards the kitchen and pounced on the mutant. Kill! Li Feng, Wang Chan, and the others didn't hesitate at all. They followed Zhou Chu into the room, then, according to the prearranged tactics, they scattered and roared as they charged towards the ordinary zombies near the balcony. The battle began instantly. Shoot with great precision! Zhou Chu still used cement nails to pave the way. Whoosh! 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 3 steel nails, strong enough to pierce through steel plates, shot out in a triangular formation with a sharp whistling sound. However, ding! 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 A series of crisp, metallic clanging sounds rang out in succession. They were all bounced off. Hiss! Zhou Chu's pupils suddenly contracted. Only then did he finally see the true appearance of the mutant. He couldn't help but gasp. This is an unusually large zombie, definitely over 2 meters tall. It looks just like a brown bear walking upright. Its skin has become completely keratinized, giving it a hard, grayish-white color like granite. And the scariest thing is, its skeleton seemed to have undergone some kind of extremely terrifying mutation and proliferation. Thick, pale white bone spurs were piercing directly from under its skin. On its chest, back, shoulders, and arms, layers upon layers of grotesque, bone exoskeleton, resembling those of an ancient ferocious beast, had formed. Its hands have been completely transformed into 2 enormous and heavy, bone hammers. They are filled with the most primal sense of destructive power. Tier 1 Mutant Bone Armor Butcher. Roar! The Bone Armor Butcher let out a furious roar like muffled thunder. It raised its pair of terrifying bone hammers, took a step forward, and charged towards Zhou Chu. Zhou Chu's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly shifted his feet. With his super high agility of 17 points, his body was as light as a falling leaf, and he instantly flashed behind the Bone Armor Butcher. The Skull Crusher Chi family Meow Saber is now in my hands. With a single slash, he viciously struck the Bone Armor Butcher on the back of the head. However, despite its enormous size, the monster was surprisingly quick and agile. It suddenly turned around and used its bone hammer to block Zhou Chu's surefire strike. So hard. Zhou Chu felt a slight numbness in the palm of his hand from the shock. Immediately afterwards, the Bone Armor Butcher swung his hammer again, carrying immense force, sweeping across the room. Zhou Chu dodged to the side and swung his blade again, aiming for its head once more. Clang! The exoskeleton of this Bone Armor Butcher has astonishing defensive capabilities. Zhou Chu's terrifying power, enough to split stone tablets and shatter rocks, combined with this Skull Crusher, weapon that grants +5 strength, actually only left a shallow white mark when it struck the surface. However, Zhou Chu's attributes have now been greatly improved, and he is no longer the same as before. Although we can't break through the monster's defenses for now, we certainly won't be defeated immediately. He moved like the wind, slashing left and right at the skeletal corpse. The corpse roared repeatedly, causing dust to fall from the ceiling with a whoosh sound. But he couldn't even touch the hem of Zhou Chu's clothes. Just then, "Brother Chu! I'm here to help you!" Li Feng shouted loudly, his eyes wide open. Gravity shackles. Buzz! An invisible, heavy force field instantly enveloped the roaring Bone Armor Butcher. Its movements suddenly froze. Now! Iron body! Wang Chan roared, raising two huge riot shields, and like a raging rhinoceros, he slammed into the bone armor butcher. Qin Jing and Zhao Li launched a pincer attack from both the left and right flanks simultaneously. The arrogant bone armor butcher was actually stunned for a full second by the combined efforts of everyone. 1 second. That's enough for Zhou Chu. Die. Zhou Chu leaped high into the air, gripped the Miao sword tightly with both hands, and poured all his strength into the blade. A single, powerful slash against the wind. Whoosh! A bright, perfectly condensed crescent-shaped blade of light flashed by. It hit the bone armor butcher squarely in the face, where he was completely unprepared. With a whoosh sound, that seemingly indestructible head, along with its thick bone helmet, was cleanly and decisively cleaved in two by this one strike. Dark green liquid and entrails were spilled all over the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the Tier 1 mutant bone armor butcher. You have gained 5 gene points. In less than 2 minutes. A close call. All 3 zombies were killed. We won! Haha! We won! Li Feng, Wang Chang, and the others all showed expressions of extreme excitement. Zhou Chu was in a great mood. He got 5 gene points. This time, although the boss's defense is much stronger than the human-faced hanging corpse from last time. However, their team has also improved a lot since last time. This shows that in this apocalyptic world, zombies are evolving, but so are humans. Damn! It looked so scary. I thought it was some kind of powerful boss. Qin Zheng kicked the bone armor butcher's mountain-like corpse and said with disdain, Turns out, it's just that weak. Li Feng laughed and said, Haha! You're so awesome next time, why don't you go up and take it on one-on-one? Damn it! One-on-one it is! I'm not afraid of him. Just as everyone was immersed in the joy of victory, bragging and joking with each other, a somewhat awkward voice suddenly came from a corner of the warehouse. Hey! Xing, you fucking stop bragging, come pull me out of here! My foot is stuck! It's Wang Chang's voice. Huh? Brother Chang? Where are you? Ajing followed the voice and walked over curiously. What's stuck in your throat? The shelf. Damn it, when that monster fell over, it knocked the shelf down. And it pinned me underneath. Here he comes! Here he comes! Brother Chang! Why did you run into such a dark corner? Following the sound, Ajing walked into the deepest part of the warehouse, a dimly lit corner filled with miscellaneous items. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding rose in Zhou Chu's heart. Something's not right. He immediately followed. Chang! Be careful! Just then, Wang Chang's deep, muffled voice rang out again from behind him. Brother Chu? Zhang? What are you two doing? I'm right here! Wang Chang scratched his head, somewhat bewildered as to how his voice could be coming from that corner. Zhou Chu's pupils instantly contracted to their maximum size. He turned around abruptly. So, who exactly is Wang Chang in that corner? Zhang! Back off! However, it's too late. In the darkness, a black figure suddenly burst out from the shadows of the stack of shelves. Its speed was incredibly fast. Like lightning. Qin Jing only felt a blur before his eyes, and the thing with a fishy stench was already pouncing on him. Court death! Zhou Chu roared. The ring of resistance. Bang! An invisible, powerful repulsive shockwave erupted instantly. The strange thing that had rushed towards Qin Jing was bounced back and sent flying, as if it had hit a high-speed ball. Zhou Chu followed closely behind. The Miao sword in his hand drew a deadly blade of light in the air. The strange object still in midair was instantly cleaved in two by his blade. Huff, huff! Zhou Chu was panting heavily, his back covered in cold sweat. In that split second, he used almost all of his trump cards. Qingjing finally realized what was happening. He collapsed to the ground, feeling as if his heart was about to jump out of his throat. What the hell is this? Zhou Chu's face was also very solemn. Although this thing could be killed with a single strike, it somehow managed to deceive him by sound localization and even knew how to mimic human voices. The zombies are getting weirder and weirder. Chapter 68. Who's in favor? Who's against? Zhou Chu suddenly remembered what Linya had said. There were clearly 5 people who turned into zombies in this warehouse back then. But just now, they only killed 4 zombies. There's another one? Grass. Could it be? He was immediately covered in a cold sweat. Everyone, pay attention! Don't let your guard down! He shouted. Open the curtains! Maybe there's another one hiding in the room. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. Holy crap! There's more? Li Feng, Wang Chang, and the others immediately raised their weapons again, stood back to back, and formed a defensive formation. The curtains were drawn back, and the blinding sunlight flooded in instantly. The entire dimly lit warehouse was suddenly brightly lit. The group immediately formed teams of 2 or 3 and thoroughly searched the 3-bedroom, 1 living room warehouse, including the toilet, balcony, and even the corner of every cabinet. This time, it's really over. Perhaps, it really was eaten alive by those other 4 zombies. It's also possible that he fell off the balcony during the process of turning into a zombie. Everyone finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Just then, 2 men appeared at the warehouse entrance, peeking out cautiously. Mr. Lin! Mr. Lin! You killed all the zombies inside? At this moment, Linya was still in a state of deep shock and self-doubt. Although she was present during the battle, she was actually unable to do anything. Previously, when she stood on the balcony of Building 7 and looked at the swaying zombies below, she felt disgusted but not too much fear. She even used a frozen ice spike to kill one. But today, when those monsters were really close, when the deafening roars and the nauseating stench that hit her completely enveloped her, only then did she realize what true fear was. Hand-to-hand combat with this thing? Is this something a human being could do? She followed beside Li Feng and the others, her palms sweating with nervousness. By the time she finally managed to conjure an ice spike in her palm with trepidation, the 2 ordinary zombies had already been stabbed to death by Li Feng and the others. Next up was the enormous, bone-spiky mutated zombie, the Bone Armor Butcher. Just seeing that thing made her feel weak in the knees, unable to muster any strength, and even her breathing felt like she was suffocating. As for the last one, the even more bizarre monster that can mimic voices. To be honest, she's alright. Because she was far away, she didn't even realize what had happened before the battle was over. By the time she finally recovered from the shock, Zhou Chu and his group of ruthless men had already thoroughly searched the room, inside and out. At that moment, the voices of the 2 men at the door finally woke her up completely. She forced herself to remain calm and resumed her Ice Queen demeanor. Yes. It's resolved. Brother Chu and Brother Feng have taken care of all the threats inside. Her mindset had undergone a tremendous change without her even realizing it. Consequently, she also had to respectfully address Li Feng as Brother Feng. The man, mustering his courage, took 2 steps inside. Really? That's wonderful. Brother Chu. Brother Feng. President Lin. You guys are amazing. Yes. Amazing. It's like a god descending to earth. Another man quickly chimed in, his face full of fawning smiles. Then, the man rubbed his hands together and said, Mr. Lin, now that the zombies are all gone, isn't it possible to share some food with everyone? You know, everyone in our building has been starving for a long time. Upon hearing this, Li Feng, Wang Chang, and the others were instantly furious. What do you mean? We're here, fighting to the death against these zombies. You bunch of cowards, you're all hiding in the back like cowards, watching the show. Now that the zombies are all gone, you guys are shamelessly coming out begging for food? You son of a bitch, Could you at least say a few more nice words of bullshit? Eat. 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 Eat shit. Li Feng stepped forward, about to lash out. Zhou Chu stopped him with a single look. Linya is still here. He wanted to see how she planned to handle it first. Linya's pretty face instantly hardened, turning as cold as ice. Old sure, we still need to take inventory of the supplies in the warehouse. You guys can go out now. Hey! Well, then you order it first, then we'll send it out. Old sure not only didn't leave, but instead started acting like a rogue. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, it's not that I'm in a hurry. It's just that I have an elderly mother at home who's over 80 years old. If I don't get her something to eat soon, I'm afraid she won't make it. Moral blackmail? Zhou Chu, who was listening nearby, almost burst out laughing. Is your mother only getting hungry now? We just took the warehouse, and she's already starving to death? Why didn't you do this sooner? Damn it, if she starves to death, will we be held responsible? Linya's chest heaved with anger, but she managed to suppress the urge to unleash a torrent of curses. Old sure. I said I need to take inventory first. I'll consider your request later if necessary. You get out of here right now. Old sure, however, remained there, refusing to leave. President Lin, you can't do this. Didn't you say before that as long as we take this warehouse, you'd distribute the supplies inside to everyone? How can you go back on your word now? Yes. Yes. That's right. Mr. Lin, a person cannot be untrustworthy. Let's divide it up. These things will spoil if we don't eat them soon. At the entrance, more and more residents of Building 7 gradually gathered. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? A loud shout rang out. Wu Lianqing and Zhang Tu pushed through the crowd and angrily squeezed in. Who the hell agreed to share supplies with you? Wu Lianqing pointed at Lao Shi's nose and cursed loudly. A few days ago, for everyone's sake, General Manager Lin wanted to organize a team to clear out the zombies here and then distribute the supplies to everyone. But what about you? What the hell did you say back then? Huh? Not one of you is here. You'd rather hide at home and starve to death than come out and fight the zombies. Now, Boss Lin has brought in Brother Chu and his team from Building 3. They risked their lives and took down the warehouse. And now all of you good-for-nothings are jumping out. You fucking shameless people, huh? Wu Lianqing, that kid, speaks in a deep, muffled voice, but his words are clear and logical, and every word is piercing. Zhou Chu, watching from the side, was also somewhat surprised. It seems that Linya is quite a bold woman. However, it's also thanks to her cowardly subordinates. Otherwise, with her limited abilities, if she were to recklessly open that door, the entire Building 7 might be wiped out by that bone armor butcher. Thinking of this, Zhou Chu looked at Linya, who was struggling in this cannibalistic apocalypse with such a group of useless people, and couldn't help but feel a little sorry for her. After being scolded by Wu Lianqing, the survivors standing at the door felt their faces burning with shame. But this concerns food. It concerns my own life. Shamelessness is nothing. In the crowd, someone started stirring things up in a sarcastic tone. Humph. That sounds nice. I think it's just that some people don't keep their word and want to take it all for themselves. I told you long ago, when a woman is in charge, trouble is bound to happen sooner or later. I bet all this food will be taken by that woman from Building 3. This statement instantly revealed the true feelings of many people, including some of Linya's former employees. They could all see that Linya and Zhou Chu's relationship was unusual. This warehouse was captured by Zhou Chu and his men. Perhaps Linya will actually agree to Zhou Chu's request to move all the supplies here back to Building 3. This is something they absolutely cannot accept. Our supplies are for Building 7. Why should they be given to the people in Building 3? That's right. We can't give them to them. Their voices grew louder and more excited. Linya was trembling with rage, her face turning ashen. When she had shared the supplies from her own warehouse, 601, with them, they were all incredibly grateful. I never expected them to be such a bunch of ingrates. Seeing the crowd's agitation, Old Shur became even more smug and pressed on again, saying, President Lin, you see, it's not just me saying this. Everyone is saying it. I think it would be better if you distributed these supplies to everyone right now. Anyway, you're going to give it to us sooner or later, so it doesn't matter whether you give it to us sooner or later. Linya was so angry that she could barely speak. Just then, a large hand gently put its arm around her shoulder. Zhou Chu walked over and whispered in her ear. Leave it to me. Zhou Chu slowly walked forward. When Old Shur saw this man, who looked like a demon god, slowly approaching him, he couldn't help but tremble and instinctively wanted to back away. But a glance at the dark mass of people behind him gave him a false sense of courage. Brother Chu! Brother Chu! He said, his neck stiff and his voice trembling with fear. This is our Building 7 supplies. It should be handled by Building 7 itself. You've helped us, we're very grateful. At most, we'll give you a portion as a reward. Zhou Chu smiled slightly upon hearing this. He didn't say another word. He suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed Old Shur's head. Then, to everyone's utter horror, he slammed violently into the wall beside him. A loud bang. Old Shur's head, like a rotten watermelon, exploded instantly against the hard cement wall. Red and white splattered everywhere. Zhou Chu slowly released his grip, letting the headless corpse slide softly to the ground. He shook the sticky filth off his hands, then turned around and looked at the group of people in front of him with a smile. I said, all the supplies here are mine. Who agrees? Who objects? Chapter 69. Follow the rules. I've said it before, follow my rules and you'll have food to eat. Disobey, or die. Zhou Chu's gaze, like a tangible blade, slowly sliced across the faces of everyone present. On the stairs. In the elevator lobby. All the survivors of Building 7 were like chicks being stared at by a tiger, their bodies stiff and they dared not move an inch. The entire hallway was eerily silent. It wasn't just the ordinary survivors. Even Wu Lianqing, Zhang Tu, and Linya, who were standing next to Zhou Chu, were intimidated by the terrifying aura emanating from him at that moment. They disagreed on something. Murder. Or in the most explosive way, smashing a person's head like a watermelon. This man. He's a demon king. Zhou Chu looked at the group of sheep in front of him who were completely terrified and nodded in satisfaction. Very well. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll really think I'm here to do good deeds like lay foam. As the saying goes, kill the chicken to scare the monkey. We must utterly terrify them upon our first meeting. Everyone! Assemble in the lobby on the first floor. Wu Lianqing. When Zhou Chu suddenly called his name, Wu Lianqing was so startled that he jumped in fright. What are you standing there for? Say yes! Li Feng nudged him with his elbow. Here. Here. Brother Chu. I'm here! Wu Lianqing shouted loudly. You, take the men upstairs. Go door to door and tell everyone. Have all the survivors gather in the lobby on the first floor. I'm only giving you 30 minutes. 30 minutes from now, anyone who hasn't arrived. Zhou Chu's face revealed a cruel smile. Will be treated as a dead person. Yes. Yes. Brother Chu. Damn it. What are you all standing there for? Didn't you hear what Brother Chu said? Get down there now. As if waking from a dream, the people screamed in terror and fled frantically downstairs as if their lives depended on it. Zhou Chu slowly walked to Linya's side. Are you satisfied with how I handled this, Mr. Lin? Linya stared at the still steaming pile of Old Shur's relics on the ground. Her pretty face turned pale, her stomach churned, and her lips trembled slightly, but she couldn't utter a single word. Zhou Chu looked at her and sneered. What? Do you think I'm too cruel? Let me tell you, if I don't kill this chicken today, I'll have to kill a dozen, or even dozens, of monkeys in the future to achieve the same effect. In chaotic times, harsh measures must be used. This is the end of the world. Without drastic measures, those inherently wicked people will never know what fear is. Zhou Chu reached out and pulled her into his arms. Now I think things will be much easier from here on out. Linya's body stiffened abruptly, but she did not resist. She actually understands this principle. Before the apocalypse, her company had dozens of employees, and she was experienced in management. Only knowing is one thing. Can someone, like the man in front of me, smash a living person's head into a pulp without batting an eye? That's a different matter altogether. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. So what are you planning to do next? What should I do? Without realizing it, she had completely taken on the role of a subordinate. It's very simple. Zhou Chu put his arm around her soft waist and said calmly, I will announce some new rules in a moment. Your task during this period is to lead your men to reinforce all the defenses of Building 7. Balconies, rooftop, basement, no corner can be overlooked. As for the supplies in the warehouse, take a thorough inventory first, and don't touch them for now. I don't think the people in the building have run out of ammunition and food yet. Next, our most important task is naturally Building number 8 and the Wang family's house. Okay. I'll do whatever you say. Linya nodded obediently. Half an hour later. Building 7, first floor lobby. It was packed with people, a sea of black. A large space was cleared in front of the crowd, and Zhou Chu sat on the only chair, calmly smoking as Wu Lianqing reported the situation to him. Brother Chu, everyone who's still alive in the building is here. There are 43 people in total. Among them, 3 families initially locked their doors and refused to come down. After being educated by Brother Chang and Brother Feng, they behaved themselves. There were 2 other households that I remember were originally occupied. But when we broke down the doors and went inside, we found that no one was there. They probably took advantage of the chaos and escaped to other buildings. And there's that old his mother, when we went to see her, she was already dead, and a lot of flesh was missing from her body. I suspect it was him. Knew. Zhou Chu nodded. There were 43 people, about the same number as in their building 3. Everyone! He stood up. My name is Zhou Chu. Starting today, I'm in charge of this building. Follow my rules, and I can lead you to survive in this cannibalistic apocalypse. If you don't follow my rules, then I won't be so polite as I am today. In the crowd, someone mustered up their courage and asked in a low voice. Brother Chu, will you give us food? Zhou Chu smiled slightly. Your question is very good. I can tell you definitively. Today, I will not take a single item from the entire stock of Warehouse 602. Whoosh! The crowd erupted instantly. No. You're not taking it with you? Really? Then, does that mean all that food is ours? But... Zhou Chu's voice rang out again. However, the distribution must be done according to my rules. Do the work well. Do a lot of things. And you'll get points. Want to stay home and eat communal meals? That won't work here. After Zhou Chu said that, these people were basically completely relieved. As long as they don't take the supplies away, that's fine. As long as you're willing to work, you'll get a share. Isn't that what you're supposed to do? Brother Chu, can you clear out the zombies downstairs? Someone asked excitedly. I'll clear out all the zombies in the entire neighborhood. But I won't do it all by myself. I will teach you the most efficient zombie hunting tactics that we've developed in Building 3. I will train you. At that time, you can easily deal with those ordinary zombies yourselves. Really? Oh my God! Brother Chu is really willing to teach us. The combat team from Building 3 took the initiative to leave the building and clear out the zombies. That day, many people in Building 7 witnessed their triumphant performance. The group worked together, and killing a zombie was easier than killing a chicken. They must have some unique secret. If I could really learn this secret. Those zombies that look ferocious and terrifying are nothing to worry about. Once the zombies are cleared out, won't we be able to go out and find more supplies on our own? Doesn't this greatly increase the hope of survival? In an instant, everyone's thoughts started to stir. This Zhou Chu, although he kills people at the drop of a hat, is like a demon king. But he seems to be genuinely being reasonable. He won't take the supplies. He's even willing to teach you the secrets to killing zombies. So he really came to help us. That old sure. He's a fucking idiot. He actually tried to incite us to rob other people's supplies. Fine. Luckily, I was smart enough not to listen to him. Otherwise, I would be a pile of mud on the wall now. Damn it. He almost got me killed. That idiot deserved to die. Zhou Chu raised his voice again. Starting tomorrow, I will select the most physically fit and courageous people from among you to conduct the first batch of combat training. I will give priority to all team members who participate in the training when allocating supplies. Now anyone who is interested can go to your captain, Wu Lianqing, to register. Wu Lianqing was suddenly called out again, and he was completely stunned. Team leader? Me? Zhou Chu looked at him. What? You don't want to? I'm willing. Brother Chu. Of course I'm willing. I'm just afraid I won't do a good job. Wu Lianqing was so excited that he couldn't speak coherently. Don't worry. Zhou Chu patted him on the shoulder. You have to trust my judgment. Swish, swish, swish. No sooner had he finished speaking than 7 or 8 strong young men surrounded Wu Lianqing. Captain? I'm signing up. Count me in first. Me too. I'm signing up too. Zhou Chu smiled and turned to Linya, who was already mesmerized by the sight, and whispered. Look. Everyone here is quite easy to talk to, aren't they? Chapter 70 10 Gene Points. Zhou Chu left Li Feng and Qin Jing in Building 7. His authority has been established. However, specific and trivial rules still need to be supervised and enforced. Li Feng and Qin Jing both followed him and personally took down Building Number 2. Receiving supplies, reorganizing personnel, and cracking down on those who are fence-sitters. These are all tasks that Li Feng and Qin Jing are already very familiar with. With their help, Linya imagined that Building 7 would soon be back on track. After arranging everything, Zhou Chu returned to Building Number 3. Chu! Seeing Zhou Chu return safely, Lu Hong's heart, which had been hanging in suspense all day, finally settled down completely. This time, it's a long expedition across buildings. Although the straight-line distance isn't that far, we're in a post-apocalyptic world with zombies everywhere, so even stepping out of a room is fraught with danger. She had an almost blind trust in Zhou Chu's abilities. However, there are always people more capable than you, and there is always something beyond your understanding. She couldn't stop worrying about the endless stream of bizarre mutated zombies outside. Then, she frowned slightly and pulled Zhou Chu toward the bathroom. It's filthy! Quick! I'll get you some water, hurry up and wipe yourself down! It's the apocalypse now. Although Lindong City has plenty of rain and no water shortage, there's no running water, so taking a bath is still an extremely luxurious thing. Even Zhou Chu, normally, could only simply wipe his body. Zhou Chu glanced at the empty room. Where's Yu? I'm going upstairs to play with Bai Jing and the others. A wicked smile instantly appeared on Zhou Chu's lips. He pulled Lu Hong into the cramped bathroom as well. Then you help me wipe it. Ugh. No. It stinks. It's all sweaty. Although Lu Hong verbally refused, her body language betrayed her as she took the towel from the shelf next to her. Zhou Chu laughed heartily, and his movements became even more swift and decisive. He ripped off his shirt and kicked off his pants. He stood naked in front of Lu Hong. You! Lu Hong's pretty face flushed red instantly, and she couldn't bear to look at him. Why did you take your underwear off too? What does it matter? Zhou Chu shamelessly leaned closer. Aren't we already an old married couple? Zhou Chu's sharply defined muscles exuded an explosive sense of power. Especially his two broad latissimus dorsi muscles, which, when he put his hands on his hips and exerted force, looked like a pair of black wings about to unfold. As Lu Hong wiped his face, she seemed to recall some images, and her face turned even pinker. Zhou Chu saw all this and chuckled. The evil hand had been itching to make its move for a while. At the dinner table, Zhou Chu was in a very good mood. I've got another 54 lottery points. As he ate, he mentally summoned the system panel. It's time to take stock of today's achievements. This expedition yielded 102 plus 66 is equal to 168 points from Linya, including the 54 points from before. Add that to the remaining 48 points. Total, 168 plus 54 plus 48 is equal to 270 points. Good. Currently, Linya is the highest, followed by Hongjia, while Vying is at the very bottom. If it weren't for the fact that so much had happened today, and Linya needed time to catch his breath and recover, he would have definitely gotten another 100 points. Never mind, there's always another day. In addition, killing the Bone Armor Butcher earned 6 gene points. Killing that eerie Echo also grants 3 points, including the 1 point left over from before. Another 10 o'clock. Mutants are a great thing. They're risky, but the rewards are huge. Also, last time, Zhou Chu killed Wellhead Luz, nail shooter, ability user, and obtained his ability, 100 steps piercing Yang. But this time, he killed the fat corpse, but didn't get his bone spur skill. It seems that there is a certain probability of killing a superhuman and stripping them of their abilities. However, that bone spur had too long a wind-up, making it not very practical for him. There's nothing to regret about not getting it. It's unclear whether that mad shark Zhang Lei is dead or alive. He actually has 2 superpowers, making him the only superpowered individual Zhou Chu has encountered besides himself with multiple abilities. If he's not dead, we can capture him and study him. Regarding supplies, unlike Building 2 next door, he did not move all the supplies from Building 7 over. Firstly, his team currently has sufficient basic supplies such as rice and flour, in addition to vegetables. Secondly, he plans to develop Building 7 properly. Because Building 7 is located in the very center of the entire Manhwa Garden residential complex. It's in the second row. As long as we build Building 7 into a solid outpost, and keep it firmly in our own hands, then he could go in and try to take over Building 8 and Building 6 next door. If they retreat, Building 7 will act as a strategic buffer, making his own base in Building 3 impregnable. As for supplies, even if it's placed in Building 7, wouldn't it still belong to Zhou Chu? When the time comes, how to allocate the funds and who to give them to will be entirely up to him. Zhou Chu finished the last bite of his meal, completely satisfied. The lottery points are still a bit insufficient. It looks like I'll have to try harder with Sister Hong tonight. However, I have enough gene points. 10 o'clock. That's enough to evolve 2 more skills. So, this time, what should we choose? Chapter 71 Skill Evolution. Insightful Observation. Shaking Fist. Zhou Chu opened his personal panel and began to carefully review his gains for the day. Host Zhou Chu. Constitution, 21. Strength, 39. Agility, 17. Spirit, 13. Remaining draw attempts, 270. Remaining gene points, 10. Acquired skills. Core combat skills, Iron Head and Iron Brain, Shield of Alertness, 100 Pace Piercing Arrow, Wind-Facing Slash, Black Tiger's Heart Strike, Night Battle from All Directions, Ring of Resistance. Strategic / Support Skills, Sound Location, Mechanics Touch. Life Skills / Entertainment Skills. How to grow potatoes in a foam box, the perfect method for planting potatoes, mastering the Swona, from beginner to final burial, micro-expression management in negotiation. Before I knew it, I had acquired more than 10 skills. There are at least 6 of them that can be used directly in combat. Zhou Chu's gaze fell on the only 10 gene points. Gene points can bring about a qualitative change in skills. This is definitely a good thing. Zhou Chu had considered going out alone to fight zombies several times. But in the end, he gave up the idea. Although ordinary zombies pose almost no threat to him anymore. However, the unpredictable mutants can still cause him considerable trouble. It's better to play it safe and proceed cautiously. Today, in the warehouse of Building 7, there's that bone armor butcher, and that echoer, that can mimic human voices and even fool the past with its own sound localization. Those 2 beasts taught him a lesson. He knew he wasn't the kind of exceptionally talented combat genius, but the good thing was that he was the kind of person who would admit his mistakes and correct them, and he would make up for his shortcomings wherever they were. He was never stubborn and was very receptive to advice. Strength has reached a terrifying 39 points. However, against the bone armor butchers, turtleshell-like, extreme physical defense, simply stacking up strength stats is becoming less and less effective. It must have the armor penetration attribute. The appearance of the echo served as the most dangerous warning to him. Sound location, his most relied upon radar skill, has a nemesis. After carefully studying the evolution direction of all the skills, a resolute glint flashed in Zhou Chu's eyes. He focused his mind on the skill bar. System. Evolve, Black Tiger Steel's Heart. Evolutionary direction confirmed. The Fist of Shaking Marrow. You will learn the techniques for generating power directly to the core. Your fist, upon striking its target, can unleash a secondary penetrating force that ignores all defenses. This destructive shockwave will penetrate the target's skin, muscles, bones, and marrow. It will explode directly within its body. Good. This is practically a tailor-made killing technique for the turtle-style zombies like the bone armor butcher. Suppressing his excitement, Zhou Chu immediately focused his attention on another skill. System. Evolve, sound location. Evolutionary direction confirmed. Insightful observation. Your perception will no longer be limited to simple sound. Instead, it will extend to a vague perception of life force and emotional fluctuations. Within a certain range, you will be able to directly see the outlines of living beings. And you will be able to clearly feel the hostility, fear, or goodwill emanating from them. This is called seeing through everything. Evolution. Zhou Chu confirmed without hesitation. Boom! 2 massive torrents of information instantly flooded his mind. His body jolted violently. I feel like my brain is about to burst from this massive amount of information. This progress was far greater than he had imagined. He slowly opened his eyes, and a confident smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. Chu, you eat! What are you grinning about? Lu Hong reminded Zhou Chu when she saw him holding chopsticks and smiling at the 2 pieces of meat. Zhou Chu snapped out of his reverie, realizing he had been too engrossed in his performance. However, Lu Hong and the others couldn't see his system panel, so it wasn't a big problem. A thought suddenly occurred to him. Insightful observation, activate. Buzz! The world before my eyes changed in an instant. In Zhou Chu's eyes, everything seemed to be imbued with a faint qi. Even the lifeless tables, chairs, and benches exuded a faint, deathly stillness. But when he turned his gaze to Lu Hong in front of him, what he saw was an incredibly vibrant life force, burning like a flame. On the surface of this aura, there was also a soft, warm red halo. Goodwill, friendliness, dependence, and desire? Looking at the almost tangible aura of longing emanating from Lu Hong, Zhou Chu couldn't help but facepalm. What does this mean? Didn't we just have a big fight this afternoon? He suddenly realized something. It's not just ourselves that are evolving. Lu Hong, she seems to be evolving too. Her physical strength is getting better and better. And her spirits are getting stronger and stronger. In the beginning, after I crashed and ravaged. Around, Sister Hong could only beg for mercy. On the next few occasions, she was also just barely managing to cope. But what about now? She's actually starting to take the initiative. Every now and then, she's subtly flirting with me and teasing me in various ways. When Yu wasn't around, she even dared to wear a thin nightgown and stare straight at him with those seductive eyes. Is this reasonable? Besides Lu Hong, Zhou Chu also discovered that people like Li Feng and Qin Jing, who had awakened their superpowers, were also experiencing rapid increases in physical strength. Even ordinary people like Sun Chao and Qin Kai, who don't have superpowers, have had their physical abilities enhanced to varying degrees without them even realizing it. Of course, their evolution is vastly different from simply adding points like this. The end of the world is coming. Zombies are evolving. And humans, as a part of nature, are also evolving. Let's see who will be the first to stand at the pinnacle of evolution. We've regained control of the world. But this is something to consider later. The most urgent task. First, let you, my little vixen, understand my true strength. Now that you've evolved, I'll break free of my restraints and go all out. 8 Gates Formation. Open! Lu Hong looked into Zhou Chu's eyes, which suddenly darted around, and a strange smile that she knew all too well appeared on her face. She knew exactly what he was thinking. Help! There's a pervert! She gasped and turned to flee into the bedroom. Zhou Chu suddenly jumped up from his chair and struck an extremely flamboyant pose. Hey! Where are you going, you little imp? Take this from my old son! Chapter 72 The Undead Knight. The Mad Shark returns. Zhang Lei, nicknamed Mad Shark, slowly woke up. He sat up abruptly, breathing heavily, feeling as if his lungs were being torn apart. Beside him, the female zombie in the heavy tank weighing over 300 pounds had already had its skull shattered and its brains splattered on the ground. It was dead beyond any doubt. Damn it! I fucking made it through again! He sat up, a surge of unprecedented, explosive power coursing through his body. The wounds on his arms were completely healed. Lao Tzu has evolved successfully once again. Recalling the crazy scene from last night, Zhang Lei's face showed a complex expression of both lingering fear and lingering reminiscence. To alleviate the damn effects of the drug, he unleashed a frenzied barrage of attacks on the tank-like female zombie 3 times in a row. That was awesome, absolutely fucking awesome. However, getting infected is also unavoidable. He was so blinded by lust that he didn't consider this at all. Only when he entered a state of clarity did he realize with horror that the virus had already invaded his body. High fever. Trembling. The excruciating pain felt like my bones were shattering. That hellish torment, hovering on the edge of life and death, descended once again. However, Zhang Lei is no ordinary person. Before this, he had deliberately infected himself twice in order to become stronger. He already had a certain amount of antibodies in his body, and his willpower was as strong as steel. So, once again, he stubbornly endured it. Ha 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 ha! He succeeded. Not only that, he also turned misfortune into blessing, awakening a third, even more powerful ability during this life-or-death evolution. A thought flashed through his mind, and he let out a low shout. Stone Skin Demon Armor! Snap! Snap! Inside the garbage dump, the scattered pebbles and cement blocks seemed to be drawn up by some mysterious force, rising into the air and then, like moths to a flame, frantically attaching themselves to him. In the blink of an eye, an indestructible, stone armor, made of real rock and concrete, full of rugged and destructive beauty, had covered his chest, abdomen and back. Damn! Awesome! That's fucking awesome! Zhang Lei felt the half-foot-thick stone armor on his body and trembled with excitement. Although activating this skill inevitably slows you down considerably. But so what if it's slower? No knife can cut through it. No axe can pierce it. Completely invincible. Oh shit! Zhou Chu. Your little trick of throwing nails is completely ineffective against me now. No matter how hard your fists are, can they be harder than my stone armor? This time, let's see how you die. He turned around with satisfaction, tapped the stone armor on his chest, and patted the stone helmet on his back. Clang! Clang! The sound was deep and solid. Cool. That was fucking awesome. The stone skin demon armor offers absolute defense. Combined with the terrifying power of his tyrant body. There's also the life-saving shadow of the bubble. Holy crap, 3 skills. I'm fucking invincible now. Zhonglei pushed open the rusty iron gate and walked out of the stinking garbage station. The morning breeze ruffled his messy hair, and his eyes shone with unwavering determination. Zhou Chu, do you know how much pain I endured to defeat you? I'll make you feel that kind of pain too. You bastard. How many flights of stairs do you have to carry a bag of rice up? Zhou Chu slept in late. When he came out of the room shirtless and yawning, he found Linya and Lu Hong sitting on the sofa, holding hands and whispering to each other. Both women had slightly red eyes, as if they had just been crying. Linya, you little girl, are you here so early? What kind of formation is this? A touching story of sisterly love? When Lu Hong saw him come out, she quickly stood up and brought out the breakfast that she had prepared. A glass of warm milk, a generously filled extra-large sandwich roll, and 2 golden-brown fried eggs. I'm going upstairs, you two can continue your conversation. Xia, you're not allowed to leave in a hurry. Stay and have lunch with us. Lu Hong left the room for them. Zhou Chu sat down with his shirt off and an air of nonchalance. Have you eaten? Linya nodded. Before the apocalypse, Zhou Chu's breakfast was nothing special. But now... milk. Eggs. How on earth did this guy get all this stuff? I don't know why you invited me to have a meal with you. Snort. Pig's head. She had rushed over in the morning and hadn't eaten anything. When she arrived, Zhou Chu, that pig, slept until late morning, so she naturally felt embarrassed and asked Lu Hong for something to eat. Although Lu Hong had already been incredibly hospitable, bringing a whole bunch of high-end snacks to entertain her. In the apocalypse, this is already the highest level of hospitality. But no snack can compare to the aroma of a hot fried egg. However, girls are easily embarrassed. She would absolutely never admit that she hadn't tried it before. Otherwise, wouldn't I be looked down upon by this stinky man again? Zhou Chu glanced at her. With his current skills of micro-expression management and discernment in negotiations, which are comparable to those of a mind-reading expert, he didn't even need to use seeing through fire. Just by seeing her eyes linger on those 2 fried eggs for a mere 0.1 seconds, he had already guessed exactly what she was thinking. He picked up the huge sandwich roll, broke it in half, and then put it in her hand. Eating alone is no fun. You have some with me. Otherwise, I feel uncomfortable with you staring at me like that while I eat. Let's talk business while we eat. How's the situation now? Zhou Chu didn't give her any chance to refuse. Good. Linya had no choice but to take the half sandwich and eat it in small bites. I've had the supplies in warehouse 602 preliminarily sorted out. Here's the list, take a look. Most of the food items here only have a shelf life of 1 year, some even less. Some are from the last 2 years and have long since expired. See, I've clearly marked them for you. Zhou Chu nodded. Expired isn't a big problem. As long as it hasn't rotted or spoiled, it's edible. It's better than eating dirt. Food is scarce right now, so there's nothing we can do about it. Remember, prioritize consuming anything that doesn't keep well. Okay. Also, here's how I've arranged everyone's work in the building. This working breakfast took a good half hour to eat. Linya's mind works incredibly fast. Zhou Chu only needs to give a brief introduction, and she immediately grasps the meaning, even able to draw inferences and offer better suggestions. The two communicated very smoothly. Before she knew it, Linya had finished eating the half-sandwich roll in her hand. After all the serious business had been discussed, the two suddenly realized that they seemed to have nothing else to say to each other. After all, they've only known each other for a few days. We're not familiar with each other at all. Unlike Shou Chu and Lu Hong, who had an emotional foundation. This is a bit awkward. Zhou Chu scratched his head, racking his brains, and finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Ahem. The weather is nice today. Yes. The sun is really big. It seems it rained a little. Right. How about we start a game? Huh. Linya was taken aback. Bring it on. Oh. Chapter 73 Chinyu, I'm here. Linya is gone. They left without any hesitation or lingering. Before joining Zhou Chu's team, those people in Building 7 were, frankly speaking, just waiting to die. Go out and find supplies? I wouldn't dare. Stealing other people's supplies? I wouldn't dare. They lay on their beds every day, lost in thought, fantasizing that one day airplanes and cannons would come to rescue them from their misery. Now, things are different. Zhou Chu gave them hope. They realized that in this cannibalistic apocalypse, as long as they followed the right person, there really was a way to survive. Linya is a typical strong woman. Once she has a clear goal, her inherent drive to act will unleash amazing energy. So, she came to find Zhou Chu early in the morning to report on her work and ask for advice on strategies. Now, the report has been given, the advice has been sought, and the enjoyment has been complete. Of course, we pulled up our pants and left. She quickly dressed, walked to the door, glanced back at Zhou Chu, and left. That dashing figure seemed to be about to pull a wad of cash from his pocket, toss it on the bed, and say, I'm very satisfied. I have things to do at the company, so I'm leaving now. Here, spend it as you like. Hey! 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 What the hell? Zhou Chu looked at the empty doorway and was so angry he jumped up and down. Who do you take me for? Someone you use and then throw away? At least call me honey a few times. Zhou Chu, who always liked to have a second chance, thought bitterly. If it weren't for the fact that this little devil had contributed another 68 lottery points to Maine. Today, I'm going to show you what it means to walk out leaning against the wall. He reluctantly got dressed, went outside, and wandered around his own territory. The entire Building 3 and Building 2 are now like a fully wound-up, precision machine, operating at high speed. Wang Chang and Li Feng were leading the newly joined young people in a high-intensity combat drill in the lobby on the first floor. With the presence of superhumans and the standard three-piece set of shields, spears, and riot forks, a team of 5 or 6 ordinary people can easily take down 1 or 2 ordinary zombies without much trouble. According to the rules set by Zhou Chu, the number of zombies killed is directly linked to the daily allocation of supplies. Therefore, everyone's enthusiasm is at an all-time high. When Zhou Chu came down, Qin Jing and Zhao Li were resting against the wall. Brother Zhao! You can't believe me! I'm telling the truth! The big star Su Ji! She really is in our neighborhood! Zhao Li chuckled and shook his head. Alright, Jing, stop bragging. Look at where we are! It's a resettlement community. Who is Su Ji? You said she's a big star. How could she possibly live in a place like this? She didn't live there! Qin Jing exclaimed anxiously, lowering his voice as if it were the truth. My classmate at the Wang family said that she was driving past this area when her car broke down, and she was surrounded by zombies. In the end, it was someone from the Wang family who happened to save her. Zhao Li still didn't believe it, shaking his head and saying, What a coincidence! This isn't a novel, movie, or TV series. She's been secretly hiding in Building 12 for over half a year. She was only recently discovered by others. Qin Jing exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze becoming incredibly distant, his tone filled with envy. More than half a year. Hold! Just think about it, that villager who saved her, how awesome must that be? That's Su Ji. Keeping her like a mistress. Locking her up in a room every day, ugh! Zhao Li was amused by his lewd appearance and said with a smile, "Alright, kid, what are you thinking? Do you think you can just take care of a big star like that so easily?" "Shaw! That's Suji," Qin Jing said with a "you have no idea" look on his face. "Haven't you seen her movies? That seductive charm. That alluring charm. Let me tell you, brother Zhao, there isn't a single man in the whole world who can resist her. Being locked in a room all day, with no one to turn to for help, how can you stand it? Damn! I've been her die-hard fan for 10 years. I've watched her breakout role at least 20 times. Wow! The scale! The scenes! I cough. Brother Chu, what brings you here?" He was speaking enthusiastically when he suddenly noticed that Zhou Chu was standing behind them. Zhou Chu ignored his earlier outrageous remarks, simply looking at him and asking calmly, "Do you know anyone in the Wang family's area?" Qin Jing quickly replied, "Yes, brother Chu. He's my college classmate. I ran into him again a few days ago while I was patrolling the underground parking garage." "Okay." A glint of light flashed in Zhou Chu's eyes. "If there's a chance, we can keep in touch and chat more often." Zhou Chu's words were loaded with meaning. Qin Jing was a quick-witted fellow, and he immediately understood Zhou Chu's meaning. He immediately patted his chest and assured him, "Okay. Brother Chu. Don't worry. I understand. He's my best buddy. I guarantee I'll complete the mission." Zhou Chu nodded in satisfaction and slowly went upstairs. Zhou Chu's figure disappeared completely around the corner of the stairs. Qin Jing nudged Zhao Li beside him with his elbow and revealed a knowing smile. "See that, brother Zhao? Brother Chu, he's also a die-hard fan of Suji. Look. He even specifically asked me to find out about the goddess. Suji's charm is irresistible, and brother Chu is no exception." Puff! Zhou Chu, who had just stepped onto the stairs, slipped upon hearing this and nearly tumbled down the stairs. "Damn it! Is that what I meant? You don't understand a thing." Upstairs, Lu Hong, along with some skillful women from the building, set up a small clothing factory on the other side. They took apart all the sturdy clothes, sheets, and curtains they had seized from Wellhead Lu, then stacked them in several layers and sewed them together densely with needle and thread to make simple yet effective inner protective gear that could defend against zombie scratches. With hope, everyone strives to survive. Zhou Chu walked around the two buildings for a long time. Chatting here and offering pointers there, another day quickly passes. Oh shit! Seeing everyone working overtime so enthusiastically, I, as the boss, can't just sit idle. I also need to work hard to improve. His methods of improvement were rather limited. Sister Hong was unavailable, and Vying was nowhere to be found. Linya, a successful businesswoman, is busy with her career. Depend on. Go find teacher Qin and ask for help with English. When Qin Yu opened the door and saw the man standing outside, the man she had both feared, respected, felt ashamed of, and thought about all night, a hint of undisguised surprise flashed in her eyes. But soon, she remembered something, and that surprise was quickly concealed by her usual aloofness. "Ah Jing, he's not home!" Looking at her stubborn yet soft-hearted arrogance, Zhou Chu was already laughing his head off. Without saying a word, he simply pushed open the door and went inside. "I know. I've come to find you." "So, you came to find me?" Qin Yu's heart leaped with joy, feeling as if a little deer was running wildly inside her. After escaping from Zhou Chu yesterday, she tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. Her heart was filled with countless twists and turns. She was even more certain that her brother was right. She fell in love with Zhou Chu. At their first meeting, he appeared like a divine intervention, rescuing these oppressed tenants from despair. That heroic spirit had long since left an indelible mark on her heart. A gentle, refined man who is well-read is her ideal type. But Zhou Chu, a peerless hero who stands tall and whose word is law, is the ultimate dream that no woman can resist. Later, as they got to know each other better, Qingjun would come home every day and talk about my brother Chu in every other sentence. When she captured building number 2, the scene of everyone submitting and worshipping her completely captivated her. That day, Zhou Chu finally let her go and didn't take it any further. Although she said no, didn't she also feel a strong sense of disappointment in her heart? She had fallen in love with him, and she admitted it. However, she also discovered that Zhou Chu didn't seem to care about her as much as she had imagined. Even if he really takes her in, even if she can really put aside all her pride and accept sharing this man with other women, does that mean he should put himself last in the list? This discovery caused her immense pain. She even had a thought. Leave Building 3, leave Manhwa Garden, leave this heartbreaking place. Even if I get bitten to death by zombies outside, I'll accept it. But her younger brother is still here. How could she leave alone? Zhou Chu walked into the room and saw some old clothes and needles and thread that had been taken apart and were lying on the table. It seems that Qin Yu is also learning how to make protective suits. Oh? She can do this? Looks like she's not the kind of bookworm who never lifts a finger. He looked at Qin Yu's hand. Forehead. Her fair and slender fingers were covered with band-aids. That silly woman. Zhou Chu's heart stirred. He took a bottle of ointment out of his pocket and gently placed it on the table. Special skin repair cream. It can quickly stop bleeding, reduce inflammation, relieve pain, accelerate cell regeneration, and eliminate scars. Your hand, does it hurt? Upon hearing these words, Qin Yu's eyes, which had been holding back tears, instantly reddened. She comes from a well-off family, and has been pampered by her parents since she was a child. As long as she studied hard, she never had to do any housework. Now I need to prove that I'm not just a useless freeloader. She also learned from other women, picking up a needle and thread to make protective clothing. However, this kind of work, which looks simple, is not so easy to do in practice. In just one afternoon, all 10 of her fingers were pricked by needles and bled profusely. She gritted her teeth and endured the pain. I haphazardly wrapped the wound with a band-aid and kept going. But when she looked at the crooked, centipede-like stitches she had made, she really wanted to cry. That's why she hides in her room and does it secretly by herself. It's so ugly, so embarrassing. At this moment, seeing that Zhou Chu had actually noticed the ugly things she had made, her pretty face instantly turned red, and she hurriedly grabbed them and hid them behind her back. No. It doesn't hurt. Zhou Chu nodded, and he didn't continue the topic. He sat down, turned his head, and looked out the window at the sky. He suddenly let out a long sigh and said, Teacher Qin, tell me, what's on the other side of the mountain? Chapter 74, Taking It Down. Qin Yu's Kiss. Teacher Qin, tell me, what's on the other side of the mountain? Qin Yu was taken aback, wondering where his whimsical topic came from. Not far from Manhwa Garden, there is indeed a towering mountain. At this moment, the setting sun casts a dazzling golden glow on its peak. I heard that there's a big lake on the other side of the mountain. But I've never been there, Qin Yu answered subconsciously. Zhou Chu's gaze remained fixed on the distance, as if he were talking to himself, or perhaps to her. Yes. I have never been there either. He let out another long sigh. That sigh was filled with a deep weariness and confusion that Qin Yu had never heard before. Qin Yu's heart clenched suddenly. She noticed that Zhou Chu was very different from usual today. It's so different. Zhou Chu had always given her the impression of being so confident, so powerful, and so full of inexhaustible energy. He's either killing someone or on his way to kill someone. We mean what we say. We fight when we say we'll fight. We kill when we say we'll kill. To use the most popular phrase on the internet before the apocalypse, it would be decisive and ruthless. But he is very different today. He exuded a faint melancholy. Like a poet who has lost his way. What happened to him? I killed 4 more people yesterday. Zhou Chu's voice slowly rang out. There are 3, they're from building number 8. And there's one more, it's from building number 7. He sighed again. Sometimes, I lie in bed at night, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. This is the truth. I've been wondering, am I doing the right thing? Those 3 people in building 8 are all superhumans. If I don't kill them, they'll kill me. I have no choice. But what about that guy surnamed Sher from building 7? He was just the one who started the trouble and wanted more food. I just smashed his head open. I'm wondering, do I really have to do this? But if I had softened my heart and agreed to his request, then countless old Shers would have followed suit and challenged my rules. By then, I will have to kill even more people. So, I still have no choice. Before the end of the world, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but I've never killed a chicken, let alone a person. But what about now? Starting with Lu Quan, I've lost count. How many people's blood is on my hands? My skills are getting better and better, and I'm killing more and more people. At night, I often have nightmares. I dream that the people I killed come back to take my life. I've been wondering, was what I did right? Actually, don't be fooled by my seemingly carefree demeanor. I'm actually very scared. I'm really scared. I'm afraid. What if I'm wrong? What should I do? Zhou Chu's tone was slow, heavy, and filled with helpless confusion. He kept gazing out the window at the western mountains, bathed in the red glow of the setting sun, as if he were speaking to the world about the deepest weakness in his heart that he had never told anyone before. Qin Yu just watched him quietly, looking at his handsome profile with its sharp features. The evening breeze gently ruffled the stray hairs on his forehead. She suddenly noticed that Zhou Chu's eyes, which had always been as bright as cold stars, had somehow become sparkling. He cried? This man, like a god or demon, kills without blinking an eye. She actually cried? A hint of childlike helplessness and weakness suddenly appeared on that handsome face. In the last, gentle glow of the setting sun, tears finally welled up in his eyes. This scene instantly shattered the last line of defense in Qin Yu's heart. Her heart felt as if it had been gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Pain. For some reason, I feel so sorry for him. I feel so sorry for him. Love welled up in Qin Yu's heart. Speaking of which, Zhou Chu is probably a few years younger than me. Yet he had to bear such immense pressure. We have to fight against man-eating zombies. We must fight those beasts, Wellhead Lu. Now, we have to fight against all the wicked people with ulterior motives in Building 7, Building 8, and even the entire community. So many bad people. So many dangers. He alone had to carry the lives and fortunes of hundreds of people and fight against the entire damned world. He really had it so tough. Qin Yu couldn't help but want to cry for Zhou Chu. As if realizing his lapse in composure, Zhou Chu suddenly turned his face away and quickly wiped the corner of his eye with his hand. He took a deep breath. When he turned back again, his face had returned to its usual calm. It was as if that vulnerable scene from just now was just an illusion. Teacher Qin. I want to go and see what's on the other side of the mountain. I'd like to take you to see it too. His eyes once again became as sharp as a knife. Whether it's zombies or bad guys, anyone who dares to block my way, I'll kill them. Right or wrong, I can't care anymore. All I know is that I want the people around me, the people I love, to live well. He slowly stood up and placed the dark gold, seal oil ointment on the table. Originally, I just wanted to come up and return this to you. I never expected that seeing you would make me say so many things I shouldn't have said. It seems that only you can understand the sentimentality in my heart. I'm sorry I lost my composure. Goodbye. After Zhou Chu finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the door without looking back. As Qin Yu watched his retreating figure, a certain part of her heart melted completely. Just as his hand was about to touch the doorknob. Zhou Chu! Qin Yu suddenly called out to him. Zhou Chu stopped in his tracks. She slowly walked up to Zhou Chu, Then she mustered all the courage she had in her life and stood on tiptoe. She gently pressed her soft, slightly trembling, warm lips onto Zhou Chu's lips. "I will always support you." After she finished speaking, her already fair face instantly turned as red as if it were about to bleed. She dared not look at Zhou Chu again, turned around, and fled back to her room as if escaping, slamming the door shut. Zhou Chu touched his lips. A faint orchid fragrance seemed to linger there. He smiled. Just then, a wonderfully pleasant notification sound rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received 34 lottery points. Depend on. A kiss would be fine, too. This is just too exciting. Chapter 75 Lottery. Surprise! Zhou Chu wasn't just putting on an act when he said those words to Qin Yu. Some of the parts were half true and half false, but they were indeed written from the heart. From system activation to today, it has been less than a month. He has completely become a different person. It's not just a physical transformation, but also an unwavering inner strength. It wasn't just him. Li Feng, Qin Jing, Lu Hong, Vying, everyone around him has undergone tremendous changes. When the apocalypse arrives, it will be the most brutal battle royale ever. Survival of the fittest. If you don't change, you'll be eliminated. You'll be eaten up. We suddenly stepped from modern civilized society into a barbaric era that only follows the law of the jungle. Hesitation and confusion are normal human feelings. But after a brief moment of hesitation and confusion, you must wipe away your tears, pick up the knife, and keep going. Zhou Chu slowly brought up his lottery page. It's time for a buff. He glanced at his bank balance. Remaining number of draws, 434. More than 400 times. This is yet another astronomical sum of money. This time, his goal was very clear: weapons. The swords, riot forks, and police shields that were drawn earlier are sufficient to deal with ordinary people and ordinary zombies. But now, with the overall improvement of the team's strength, these newbie equipment are starting to fall behind their development speed. Currently, among the entire team, only the Skull Crusher Chi family Miao Blade, in his hand, and the Shadow Blade, in Bai Ying's hand, can be considered true, special weapons. Qinzheng, Wangchang, Zhaoli. These three newly promoted core ability users are still using common, low-quality equipment. This won't do. My brothers, Zhou Chu's brothers, must use the best. Moreover, in the next few days, he also plans to activate 3 more new superhumans. In case they are close combat tough guys, it's best to prepare a handy weapon for them in advance. System. Designated weapon category. Let's do a 10-pull right away. Just to warm things up. Ding. 150 lottery points consumed. Weapon category selected. 10-pull begins. The prize wheel is spinning rapidly. The exciting background music starts playing again. However. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Watermelon Knife X1. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Baseball Bat X1. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Folding Chair X1. Wow. Zhou Chu's face instantly darkened. System. Did you just come back from the set of Young and Dangerous? What the hell is all this stuff exploding? A watermelon knife? A baseball bat? A folding stool? A folding chair? That's a weapon. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Riot Arm Shield X5. Rubbish. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Engineering Shovel 3. It's that thing again. Zhou Chu felt his blood pressure starting to spike. Just when he thought that this 150 points were going to be completely wasted, the brilliance of the trophy suddenly changed. A dazzling blue light shot into the sky. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a superior grade equipment, Formation Breaker. Breaker, a tactical rifle approximately 2.2 meters long. The barrel is crafted from black carbon fiber, making it lightweight yet robust. The muzzle is made of tungsten gold, shimmering with a ghostly light, and features a triangular, armor-piercing design. Special effect: increases armor penetration damage by 15%. Good. It's finally shipped. Zhou Chu's mood improved slightly. This spear has a cool design and powerful attributes. It would be perfect for either Zhao Li or Li Feng. Let them take it themselves. Immediately afterwards. Another blue light. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a superior grade equipment, Wind Cutter. Wind Cutter, a pair of streamlined arm armors that can be worn on the forearms. From the front of the arm armors, 3 thin, 30-centimeter long alloy blades can extend out. Special effect: creates a laceration, causing bleeding. Good. That punch and claw attack is so incredibly flashy. It's practically tailor-made for that show-off Zheng. I did a 10 pull and got 2 blue quality items. The drop rate is... It's barely acceptable, I suppose. But that's not enough. System! Give me 5 more times! Ding! 75 lottery points consumed. 5 draws start. First draw. A beam of blue light shot into the sky. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained a superior grade weapon, the Siren's Blessing, *3. Wow, what luck! Zhou Chu opened it, and his eyes widened in surprise. This is a set of lingerie. Sexy. Upper body, a strapless corset with underwire and push-up effect. For her lower body, she wore a thong. The Siren's Gift, a protective suit made from deep-sea fish skin, as thin as a cicada's wing yet incredibly tough. It automatically adjusts to body temperature, keeping you warm in winter and cool in summer, and is extremely breathable, ensuring comfort even after prolonged wear. It also provides a subtle, shaping effect, making the wearer appear more upright and curvaceous. That makes it very difficult for it to collapse. Zhou Chu touched the thin, flesh-colored bra. It was icy cold to the touch. He gently tugged at it, finding it remarkably elastic. He even made a cut with a knife, but it didn't leave a single mark, indicating it was indeed very protective. But you're being way too stingy with the fabric. What kind of protection can something this tiny, palm-sized thing offer? Damn, the location is quite crucial. However, if we were to arrange this for Sister Hong, wow! She'd be taking off. I have to say, the system really understands me. There are 3 sets in total. We definitely need to arrange a set for Vying and Linya, given their figures. Qinyu? I wonder how someone as conservative and innocent as her will react to this? I'm somewhat looking forward to it. Zhou Chu made some arrangements and continued the lottery. Second draw. Garbage. Third draw. Still garbage. Just as Zhou Chu was about to curse. On the 4th roulette wheel. Another blue light. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained a superior grade weapon, the Beretta M9 pistol set. Weapon model, Beretta M9 pistol. Ammunition provided, 60 rounds. Han? Pistol? Zhou Chu's breathing stopped instantly. He suddenly jumped up from the sofa. He finally drew his gun. With a thought, a semi-automatic pistol, as black as ink and exuding a chilling aura of killing intent, appeared in his hand. It's so heavy. It has a very substantial feel. The gun barrel was black, thick, and long. Zhou Chu was having a great time playing with this first real gun in his life. Pull the slide back. Remove the magazine. Then, with a click, reinstall it. This cold touch. This perfect mechanical structure. Awesome. He held the gun level, pointing it forward. I didn't have a choice before, but now I want to be a good person. Excuse me. I'm a police officer. He was having a great time by himself, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although there weren't many bullets, only a mere 60 rounds. But that's enough. The greatest purpose of a handgun is deterrence. In terms of lethality, a crowbar is probably more effective against zombies. Moreover, he had never practiced shooting before, so his accuracy was hard to guarantee. I wonder if the skill, 100 steps piercing yam, can be used on firearms? If I have the chance, I absolutely must try it. But none of that matters. The important thing is, this thing is incredibly intimidating to living people. Whether you're an ordinary person or someone with superpowers, you'll panic when faced with that dark, menacing gun barrel. With this huge surprise, the final draw that followed was rather uneventful. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a superior grade equipment, rock shield. A giant tower shield taller than a person. Zhou Chu only needed one glance to know that this was a special toy for Wang Chang, that simpleton. After drawing the prize, he casually used the remaining points to draw attribute points and a few vials of serum. I won't go into detail about these ordinary things. Tomorrow I'll equip the brothers, and I also need to find a way to get rid of that weight on my mind. Chapter 76. Let's make a fortune in silence. Several brand new weapons with imposing designs were displayed in Zhou Chu's living room. In an instant the space, which was originally quite spacious, felt cramped. Especially that rock shield, which is a head taller than a person. It stood quietly beside the dining table like a black door, exuding a heavy, mountain-like sense of oppression. Looking at the scene before him, Zhou Chu couldn't help but make a mental calculation. It seems it's time to move to a bigger place. Holding meetings and distributing supplies in one's own home every day is not a good idea. Perhaps, once the territory expands further, the standalone property management office building in the community could be converted into its own meeting hall? As he was thinking, Li Feng, Qin Jing, Wang Chang, and others began to walk in one after another. Wang Chang's eyes were glued to the door the moment he entered. His gaze was fixed intently on the massive tower shield. That look in his eyes was like that of a bachelor who had been single for 30 years suddenly seeing a stunningly beautiful woman who was completely naked. Holy shit! He murmured to himself, and carefully extended his palm, as large as a clay pot, as if caressing his most beloved lover, gently stroking back and forth on the rough surface of the giant shield. Fuck! That was all he could say, repeating it over and over again. With a slight effort, he lifted the massive shield that weighed 100 pounds. After testing its feel, he carefully and reluctantly put the shield back in its original place. Then, he suddenly turned his head and looked at Zhou Chu with eyes full of longing and anticipation. Brother Chu, I want it! Hiss! Zhou Chu was so startled by his macho man's shy appearance that he shuddered all over, got goosebumps, and almost fell off the stool. Yours! Take it right now! He! Wang Chang immediately beamed with joy and hoisted the enormous shield tightly onto his broad shoulders. Brother Chang, you can put it down first. It's such a big thing, isn't it tiring to carry it? Not tired at all. I love it, Wang Chang said in a deep voice, a happy smile spreading across his face. Tonight I'm going to sleep with it in my arms. Everyone. On the other side, Ajing had already excitedly attached the pair of arm armor and fist blades, wind cutter, to his forearms. Snap! Snap! With a thought, 3 thin, cicada wing-like alloyed blades instantly sprang from his arm armor. And then instantly retracted. Awesome! So damn awesome! He couldn't resist striking an extremely flamboyant, half-squatting pose. The invisible blade is the most deadly! Swish! Swish! It's in my hand! He was striking various poses while simultaneously providing his own voiceover. Truth resides in the shadows. Just as he was having a great time, Zhou Chu's calm voice rang out. If you dare to cut another hole in my door, I will immediately take back this weapon. Ajing froze instantly. He quickly sheathed his blade and stood obediently at attention. After discussing it for a while, Li Feng and Zhao Li finally handed over the formation breaker spear to Zhao Li. Li Feng said with a smile, My special ability isn't a good match for this big gun. It's more suitable for Brother Zhao. Besides, a long spear is a better match for Brother Zhao's surname. Zhao Li excitedly hugged Li Feng's shoulder tightly. Good brother! The 3 divine pieces of equipment have each found their respective owners. The rest of the people watching were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. But there's nothing we can do. Who can blame them when all 3 are powerful superhumans? These top-tier weapons can only be used to their fullest potential when they are in their hands. Oh my God! Why? Why am I not a superhuman? Sun Chao and Qin Kai were so envious their eyes practically popped out. Which man could resist such a stylishly designed melee weapon? Back in the day, on their way home from school, if they could find even a slightly straight branch by the roadside. Along that route, it was practically barren. Zhou Chu smiled when he saw their expectant looks. He cleared his throat and spoke slowly. Sun Chao, Qin Kai, Lu Meng. The 3 people whose names were called felt a sudden chill run down their spines. The 3 of you, come to my place this afternoon. I will activate my powers for you. The 3 exchanged a glance, overjoyed. Yes. Yes. Brother Chu. They were so excited that their voices changed. Brother Chu. As expected, Brother Chu kept his word. With hard work, anyone has a chance to be deified as a god by Brother Chu. What else is there to say? From now on, my life belongs to Brother Chu. Almost every ordinary team member felt this fervent thought instantly. Those survivors who joined later gritted their teeth and fiercely vowed revenge in their hearts. Damn it! I'll give it my all. I have to be the next one. After everyone left, Li Feng stayed behind, while Wang Chang glanced at the 2 of them and hesitated. What's wrong, Xiangzi? Is there something you want to say? Wang Chang glanced at Li Feng, then at the doorway, making sure everyone was far away before lowering his voice and saying to Zhou Chu. Brother Chu, I think I leveled up. My skill has been upgraded. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chu's eyes flashed with a sharp light, but his face remained expressionless. Oh? Tell me more about it. Yes. Wang Chang said excitedly. These past few days, I've been leading the brothers to clear out the zombies downstairs. Just yesterday afternoon, after we killed the zombie, my head suddenly went buzz. Then I felt that my iron body seemed to have become different. Now, not only is my defense stronger than before, but my strength also seems to have increased a bit. And most importantly, when I activate my ability, my movement no longer seems to be affected. In short, it's been strengthened in every aspect. Li Feng was visibly taken aback. Skills could actually be upgraded? This was definitely a bombshell. But he saw Zhou Chu nod calmly. It seemed that all of this was within his expectations. Brother Chu already knew. No wonder he insisted on leading us to kill zombies, so that's the reason. Zhou Chu's figure seemed even taller in his mind. In fact, Zhou Chu did have this guess. He earned gene points after killing both ordinary zombies and mutants. These gene points can be used to upgrade skills. Therefore, he guessed that other superhumans, even without system prompts, could still gain experience points by hunting zombies, thereby allowing their superhuman abilities to evolve. However, unlike themselves, they cannot freely choose the direction of evolution and the skills they want to evolve. Yes, that's about what I guessed. Zhou Chu looked at Wang Chang and said approvingly. Have you told the other brothers about this? No. Brother Chu. I haven't even told my wife. Wang Chang quickly shook his head. I was going to tell you last night. But firstly, I was afraid of disturbing you and your wife's rest, and secondly, I wasn't really sure myself. This morning, I tried a few more times before I finally confirmed that it should be an upgrade. Zhou Chu stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder forcefully, and laughed. Xiangzi, you did the right thing. This information of yours is extremely important. This information should not be shared with those brothers who have not yet acquired superpowers. Too many people will cause gossip. But Ah Jing and Lao Zhao should know. Ah Feng, go and inform them later, including Chen Kai, Sun Chao, and Lu Meng. A devilish smile appeared on Shou Chu's face. I see that we're the only ones in the whole neighborhood clearing out zombies. This secret is known only to us at the moment. We must seize the time and secretly develop. Li Feng and Wang Chang's breathing became heavy, and their faces showed expressions of ecstasy. Develop secretly. Make a fortune quietly. By the time others discovered the secret, all the zombies in the neighborhood had already been wiped out by us. By then, all our skills will have been upgraded to advanced levels. Use advanced skills to fight those low-level ability users who are still in the beginner's village. TSK TSK TSK. Just thinking about that scene is fucking awesome. Chapter 77 Self-Service Restaurant. Wang Chan went off to level up with great enthusiasm, leaving only Zhou Chu and Li Feng in the room. Li Feng's expression was solemn. Brother Chu, your worries are probably true. That thing should still be in Building 7. Zhou Chu didn't say anything, but silently took out 2 cigarettes from the cigarette pack, tossed one to Li Feng, and lit one for himself. Go on. Li Feng's expression was serious. I have thoroughly searched those 2 missing households. As you predicted, bones were found in one household under the bed and in another household in the kitchen cupboard. According to Xiao Wu, there should be a total of 5 people in the 2 households. I counted them, and they are all here. Moreover, Li Feng's voice trembled slightly. There was very little blood at the scene. It would be difficult to find unless you specifically looked for it. Just as I expected. Zhou Chu's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. A few days ago, when they stormed Warehouse 602 in Building 7, they killed 4 zombies. But Linya said she was absolutely not mistaken. Those trapped inside were 5 employees who had already been infected. What about the 5th one? At first, Zhou Chu still held on to a sliver of hope, thinking that the 5th head might have been devoured alive by the other 4 in a state of hunger. Or he fell off the balcony by himself. However, when counting the number of survivors in Building 7, Wu Lianqing mentioned that 2 families living on the upper floors had suddenly disappeared.